The chaotic situation was firmly controlled by Lu Haoqing. He didn't want to scare Qin Shuiyue, nor did he want to see any dislike in her eyes. That was something he couldn't accept. Let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Qin Shuiyue followed Lu Haoqing, walking beside him. They seemed a bit distant, but somehow, their connection felt very natural and in sync. On the way back, they met many villagers heading home. Everyone greeted Qin Shuiyue warmly because she was so famous that no one in Chaiyang village didn't know her. Lu Haoqing, who had been away in the army for a long time, was ignored by most people. When they entered the Gao family's yard, everyone had washed off the dust and was sitting around chatting. Aunt Gao was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner, occasionally joining the conversation. Qin Shuiyue didn't even go inside. She went straight to the kitchen to help, but Aunt Gao gently pushed her out. Go on, little girl. Don't be so sensible all the time. You've worked all day. Rest a bit. I can see you've lost weight recently. Touching her round face, Qin Shuiyue replied helplessly, Annie, how can you tell I've lost weight? I've actually gained weight. Aunt Gao carefully examined Qin Shuiyue and nodded repeatedly. Yes, just right. You're developing well. You have the right amount of flesh where you should, and not an ounce where you shouldn't. TSK, such a beauty. I wonder who's lucky enough to have you. Suddenly, Aunt Gao, with a sudden realization, looked outside the kitchen. She saw her nephew staring at Qin Shuiyue like a lovesick fool. Her eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. She had wondered why her nephew, who had a good home, kept coming to her place. Now she realized he had someone in his heart. She had kept it a secret so well, living under the same roof for so long, she hadn't noticed. No wonder Shuiyue didn't seem to know anything. She gave Lu Haoqing a knowing look, then happily continued with her chores. Her little plan was already starting to take shape. Dinner was quite hearty: flatbread, millet porridge, a bowl of radish cooked in clear water, and a plate of pickled cucumbers. With this simple meal, they ate better than most others. Qin Shuiyue usually sat in her favorite spot, but before she could sit down, Aunt Gao picked her up and moved her. Shuiyue, go sit over there. Today I'll sit here and chat with Wenji. Wenji looked confused. Suddenly, Qin Shuiyue felt a little nervous. What should she do? Mom, just let my sister sit here. Why switch around? You don't understand anything. Be quiet. Wenji felt a bit upset. She realized that love can really disappear. She quietly looked at her father, but he ignored her completely. Wenji felt like crying. She understood now. Her parents truly loved each other, and she was just an accident. Meanwhile, Lu Haoqing sat steadily, silent, clearly understanding her third aunt's plan. Okay. Qin Shuiyue took her bowl and chopsticks and sat next to Lu Haoqing. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. His messy hair fell on his forehead. He wore a neat white shirt, with a strong jawline and big, elegant hands. Everything about him seemed like a gift from heaven, perfect, like a work of art. She quickly looked away, afraid that if she stared too long, he might think she was interested in him. Although that was true. Halfway through the meal, Qin Shuiyue suddenly remembered she had something to say. She took a moment and pulled out a letter of introduction, handing it to Aunt Gao.
Shuiyue.
This is. After Qin Chongcheng went in, Director Hong had an extra spot. He gave it to me. Now I have the title of clinic doctor, but it's hard to work in the city. My second brother and third brother should each pick one. No, that's not right. Big brother already took one of your spots. It's not right to take more. Shuiyue, you should sell this spot. Annie, there's no need to be formal. I won't sell it. Annie, why are you so stubborn? If you sell this job, you'll get some money. It's good to save it as a dowry. Auntie, I can earn my own dowry. I don't need this. Aunt Gao wanted to say more, but Lu Haoqing stopped her. Auntie, let's give this spot to Wenyang. I see his happy event is coming soon, and this job opportunity could really help him. As for Wenji, he isn't interested in this. If he wants, I can take him back to the army. Really? Brother Haoqing? Can you really take me back to the army? Gao Wenji has always wanted to live in the army. His mother has been stopping him, but now that Brother Haoqing has spoken, she probably won't object. Sure enough, when Auntie Gao heard Lu Haocheng's words, her reaction was less intense. Haocheng, are you sure this won't be too much trouble? This kid is quite wild. If you take him back, you'll have to watch over him all the time. Annie Wenji is restless. His personality is best suited for training in the army. I won't need to worry too much, just hand him over to trusted comrades. But this spot, we're family. There's no need to be so strict about sharing. Lu Haocheng gave Annie Gao a meaningful look. She immediately understood. She scolded him playfully, but then nodded in agreement. Anyway, she could use her nephew as a favor. If her nephew dares to treat Xu Yu badly, she, as his aunt, will be the first to stop him. Let's see how he dares to act up. Qin Shuyu saw Auntie Gao accept this and let out a quiet sigh. The regret from her past life was like a thorn. Now that she was reborn, she was determined to change her original path and make Auntie Gao's family live a different kind of life. That night, after sending Su Qiao home, Gao Wenyang just got back and was hit with unexpected work, leaving him stunned. He quickly snapped out of it, clutching the introduction letter tightly, running around the yard like a monkey, causing the neighbors to peek out and wonder what chaos was happening at the Gao house. In the end, Gao father's firm discipline managed to calm his son's adrenaline. Looking at his father with a resentful expression, Gao Wenyang felt a headache coming on. Even the introduction letter didn't seem appealing anymore. I tell you, Gao Wenyang, this job was given by your sister. If you dare to treat her badly, I'll be the first to break your leg. I understand, Dad. Gao Wenyang replied very firmly. He was not ungrateful. Besides, Xu Yu and the Gao brothers had grown up together. Even without this spot, he wouldn't let anyone bully Qin Shuyu, not even himself. In the evening, Qin Shuyu sat on the bed as usual, letting the moonlight shine on her while practicing the moon's spirit technique. After several rounds, she still couldn't feel the powerful energy of flowing into the sea. Thinking carefully, she realized that recently, after reaching a bottleneck in her body training, her practice of the moon's spirit technique felt weak. It seemed she needed to find a solution quickly. The next morning, during a sparring session with Lu Haocheng, Qin Shiyue's attacks were much sharper than usual. When Lu Haocheng hit her, she used the moon's spirit technique and noticed her feeling of stagnation easing a little. It confirmed her idea was correct. With this new understanding, she eased up during the next rounds of practice. After all, Lu Haocheng was still injured, so she needed to be careful. Under Lu Haocheng's puzzled gaze, Qin Shiyue finished her morning training, hurriedly ate breakfast, and headed to Yanghe Brigade. Halfway there, she met Su Qiao blocking her path. The two looked at each other with a silent understanding, and their steps quickened. From afar, she saw Yang Shanshan standing at her door, looking around. Behind her, her two brothers were also there. Qin Shiyue approached, but before she could speak, Yang Shanshan spoke first, saying, "My older brother is a scholar. I was worried he would just be delivering food, so I told him to go to work." "You're brave, still teasing your brother like that. You're really not afraid he'll hit you." At this moment, Yang's father and mother came out. When they saw Qin Shiyue, their tense faces softened immediately. "Shiyue has arrived. Uncle, aunt, my daughter Shanshan caused you trouble. She's a bit unruly, but it's because her father and I spoiled her. It's tiring for you to run around after her." "No worries, auntie. We're family. No need to talk about those two families. With me here, Hui won't be bullied. Who is this?" Yang's mother happily patted Qin Shiyue's hand, then looked at the cold-faced girl behind her, feeling curious but needing to confirm. "Auntie, her name is Su Qiao. She's my and Hui's good friend. Hui told me yesterday that she wanted to come help. So, her name is Su Qiao." Clearly, Mother Yang knew about the Gao family's issues. Her smile became a little more genuine. This girl is getting married, and besides the difficult relationship with her mother-in-law, the relationship with her sisters-in-law is the most troublesome. It's said that parents love their children deeply and plan for their future. Mother Yang is truly worried about her daughter. Now, seeing this peaceful scene, her worries have eased a lot. "Everyone, pay attention to your safety. If anything happens, Uncle is here." Don't be afraid. Father Yang watched everything carefully. He knew what was going on, but he still had to say something. He wasn't worried about anything else, just that his daughter might act without thinking and put others in danger. But with two brothers nearby, he thought it wouldn't be a big problem.
Got it, Dad.
We're leaving now. By this time, Yang Huimin should have already come back. The group staggered toward Yang Huimin's house. Her two brothers stood behind them, looking strong and intimidating. When Yang Huimin returned home, she was crying in the yard, complaining about the unfair treatment she received at the police station. She kept accusing Yang Huihui of ignoring family ties. Only her mother, Gao Wenxiao, and her older brother, Yang Yaoquan, were patiently comforting her. The other two sisters, Yang Huiqin and Yang Huixia, looked impatiently from the side. Stop crying. Don't be so gloomy. If it weren't for you obsessing over Hui's man, would you have gone in? Because of you, I've had a hard time at my in-laws' house too. I don't even know who to cry to. You just keep complaining. Yang Huiqin, how can you talk to your sister like that? She's already upset enough. Can't you just shut up? Mom, you've always favored her. That's what favoritism looks like. Are you ashamed of her? Our family's reputation is almost ruined because of her. Nonsense. What's shameful? All of this is Yang Hui's fault. It has nothing to do with Huimin. It's just a man. If Huimin likes him, she should let her have him.
Ha!
Why should she give him up?
Gao Wenyu likes Yang Hui.
Yang Huimin is shameless, trying to cling to him. And look what happened. She's hurting herself and others. If blood ties didn't matter, I wish I didn't have a sister like her. This is going too far. Huimin is your real sister. You two, ungrateful wolves, are even siding with outsiders. If you're so heartless, get out. This family doesn't welcome you. All right, you don't welcome us, huh? As if anyone would want to come back. Yang Huimin, listen to me. From now on, don't come close to us. We don't need a shameless sister like you. Seeing her two older sisters come back not to comfort her, but to call her shameless made Yang Huimin cry even harder. She cursed loudly, her words full of anger. Gao Wenxiao didn't try to stop her. Instead, she joined in the scolding. The hearts of these two sisters were now completely cold. After visiting their mother's home, they couldn't vent their sadness and only felt more upset. The two sisters felt more and more angry as they walked away. Just around the corner, they ran into Yang Huihui and others passing by. Their anger was replaced by embarrassment.
Hui.
We're really sorry. Huimin did such things. We, the two sisters, are ashamed to face anyone. Our sister Huiqin and sister Huixia just coming from home? Yes. Just came out. Yang Huixia's anger hadn't gone away. She nodded along beside her. Did you get scolded again? When Yang Hui said this, tears fell from Yang Huixia's eyes like broken beads, blooming into tears. Even Yang Huixin's eyes were red. Hui, I hope you don't laugh at us. You know our situation. Since I was little, my mom has favored Huimin. When Huimin was born, my dad had just become the village party secretary. The whole family treated her like a lucky doll. Originally, Huixia and I got married because we had no family support, so life was hard. Then Huimin caused all this trouble and ended up in jail. Not only did the villagers mock us, but we also had to endure the trouble from our mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. Well, we thought, no matter how much we overstep, she's still our mother. We just wanted to go back home and discuss what to do.
But.
Oh, it's also my fault for opening my mouth and scolding Huimin. My mom ended up scolding both Huixia and me. Uncle Second couldn't even hold his position and was taken down by someone. He had the nerve to come to my house and beg my dad. Haha, what a good way to ruin a good reputation. Qin Shui raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yang father and son had such shady pasts when they were young. But what surprised Qin Shui even more was that Yang Hui's family had fallen twice because of Uncle Yang and his daughter. Fortunately, they discovered it in time and no serious harm was done. That was a small blessing in misfortune. Hey, Hui, I and sister Huixia don't expect you to forgive us. We just happen to have such a family. We accept it, After saying that, Yang Huiqin took Huihua's hand and walked forward. Seeing the lonely, helpless, and hesitant figures of the two sisters, it was a bit sad. This time I won't beat Yang Huimin to the ground. I won't make new clothes for the new year. Qin Shiyue's eyes twitched slightly. This character was quite stylish. Little sister, don't worry. We have brothers. Even if you can't beat her, the two of us will handle it. Even Su Qiao couldn't help but twitch her eyes at this family. Are they serious or just joking? Let's go. Get rid of that shameless little troublemaker Yang Huimin. Huihui waved her hand, and the two young brothers quickly followed. Qin Shiyue and Su Qiao looked at each other, seeing a spark of mischief in each other's eyes. They smiled knowingly, quickened their steps, and caught up with the siblings from the Yang family. They turned a corner and stopped right in front of the Yang house. Huihui was about to kick the door, but her second brother stopped her. Little sister, I got this. What effect do you want? Can I kick the door open with a flying effect? That would be so cool. Little sister, that might be a bit difficult. The second brother looked at the thick door of Uncle Yang's house, touched its thickness, and thought that if he kicked it at most, it would just open the door. Third brother, where is he? Sister, isn't it better if we just push the door open? After confirming, that didn't work either. Huihui felt a bit discouraged, imagining the scene of the door flying open and her stepping in with a dramatic flair. Huihui, what kind of flying door do you want? One that shatters into pieces, or just the wooden panel flying? The Yang brothers looked at each other, puzzled. The wooden board flew apart completely. All the debris flew together, making it impossible for second uncle to fix, so the only way was to replace the door with broken pieces. All right, step back. Su Qiao immediately took a few steps back without hesitation, hiding under the willow tree at the door of Yang's second uncle's house, crossing her arms and watching the scene with interest. The three siblings from the Yang family stepped back 3 steps. Although they retreated politely, they looked suspicious. Then, Qin Shiyue stood in front of the door, making no unnecessary movements, and quickly kicked the door with her foot. 2 kicks. The 2 wooden panels, which were closed together, instantly shattered like flying flower petals, breaking into pieces and flying into Yang Erbu's yard, startling the mother and son inside, who were still scolding.
Wow.
Yang Huihui's eyes widened, her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and she let out a gasp of admiration. The Yang siblings. Suddenly, they started trembling. What should they do?
This.
Their sister married into the Gao family. Are they sure she won't be kicked out by her sister-in-law? The scene was too harsh. I really can't imagine.
You
dare to kick my door? If you don't pay back the money today, I'll tell you. Don't even think about leaving. Gao Wenxiu spoke with less confidence. The effect was too shocking. Without any real strength, who would dare to confront this strong woman head-on? Janitor, she said, stepping aside to expose Yang Huihui to Gao Wenxiu. Good job, Yang Huihui. We didn't come looking for you, but you came to our door. How dare you cause so much trouble for Huimin? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Do you deserve it? My parents aren't as capable as you. A daughter raised without shame, stealing her older sister's fiancé, and if she can't steal him, she secretly plots behind the scenes. Yang Huimin, how dirty are your thoughts to come up with such schemes? You're so young, yet so malicious. Now that you're in trouble, I can only say 2 words. Serves you right. Yang Huihui, you don't look as good as me, and your figure isn't as nice. Besides having a government official father, what else do you have? Why can you find a city job and marry well, while I have to marry a rural peasant? Yang Huimin's words made Qin Shiyue so angry she almost vomited. She stepped forward without looking back and said, people who are so full of themselves, there's no point talking to her. Just get on with it. Her fists had been clenched tightly for a long time. Feel free. Do as you like. Qin Shiyue thought the power of her kick earlier was wasted on the door. It should have been used on the mother and daughter. Sister Su Qiao, go pull Gao Wenxiu away. I'll handle the rest. Qin Shiyue pulled Yang Huimin over, calmly slapped her a few times, then kicked the ground and started hitting and kicking. Gao Wenxiu struggled desperately to go over, but was stopped firmly by Su Qiao and Yang Huimin. Gao Wenxiu could only curse and complain to show her displeasure. Yang Huimin's older brother, Yang Yaoquan, the only son of Uncle Yang's family, quietly hid back into the house after Qin Shue kicked the door, ignoring his mother and sister's safety. Suddenly, the yard was filled with curses and screams. The three women were busy, while the two young brothers stood aside, arms crossed, watching the chaos. Soon, many villagers gathered outside to watch. Someone ran to the fields to call Uncle Yang back. Stop, stop. Leave her alone. Seeing Qin Shue pressing down on his daughter and hitting her, Uncle Yang was so angry he forgot everything else. He grabbed and swung it at Qin Shue's head. The villagers watching the scene, some too timid to look, covered their eyes, while others shouted in surprise and tried to step forward to stop him. Just as though was about to fall, the Yang brothers quickly stopped Uncle Yang. Qin Shue turned to look at Uncle Yang and sneered, "Shameless old man, this is a matter between women. A man like you, sticking your nose in, is just embarrassing yourself. If you don't mind losing face, I'll make sure you lose even more." After saying that, Qin Shue let go of the chubby, swollen-faced Yang Huimin and threw all her punches at Uncle Yang. Qin Shue was careful with her punches, only giving Uncle Yang 2 black eyes. After all, he was an elderly man, and she knew to respect the old and care for the young. As for Yang Huimin, sorry, we are all the same age. If you can't beat me, it's because you're not skilled enough. Yang's second uncle was loudly covering his injured eye and started scolding Qin Shue. "Who do you think you are? You don't follow the rules and dare to hit me. You have to pay for this. Old man, you were the first to make a move. If you hadn't swung your at my head, how could I have hit you?" Just now, Qin Shue saw Yang's second uncle move with her peripheral vision. She only tolerated it to find an excuse to hit him. "Why did I hit you? Elders are supposed to teach juniors a lesson. If I hit you, you should accept it. I really don't understand how your parents raised you." Qin Shue didn't want to argue with this self-important old man. She crossed her arms and pointedly said, "No more talk. Just fight." Yang's second uncle was speechless. What kind of kid was this? Why didn't he follow the usual rules? At this moment, Yang Huihui looked at Yang Huimin, who was lying on the ground crying loudly, and at Yang's second uncle, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes and looked very funny. Then she looked at Gao Wenxiu, who was tightly held by Su Qiao. She nodded with satisfaction. This attitude was perfect. "From now on, if your family dares to appear in front of me again, it won't just be a simple beating. We're leaving." Yang Huihui held her head high, like a proud peacock, walking through the crowd with everyone else. After leaving the village, she couldn't hold back and squatted on the ground, laughing loudly. "Shue, you're really something. You don't even know, Yang Huimin's face looks just like the pigs raised in the production team. I've never seen her like that before. Is it really okay for us to hit Yang Huimin like this? I think your second uncle isn't a good person." Su Qiao looked at Yang Huihui, expressing her worries. "It's okay. Since my dad asked me to handle this, I'll leave it to him. I guarantee my second uncle won't cause any trouble." "All right, once everything is settled, Su Qiao and I will go back. You should go home early too. Come to my house later. We can have some noodles. My mom's noodles are really delicious." The Yang brothers nodded, mainly focusing their attention on Qin Shue. Her quick and skillful moves were very impressive. The brothers are usually active and used to think they were the best at everything, but now they realize that even women can be better at martial arts than they are. "No, we have plans this afternoon, so we won't stay long. We will have many chances to meet in the future. If you need anything, just come to the Chaiyang team." "All right then." Qin Shue waved goodbye to Su Qiao and the Yang siblings, and they walked back happily, chatting along the way. In the afternoon, the Gao family didn't go to work. Instead, they held a small family meeting mainly to discuss the upcoming engagement banquet for Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui, which would be held in a week. Nowadays, people avoid waste and extravagance. When someone has good news, the family usually just has a simple meal or invites close friends to celebrate. This time, since it was just an engagement and Yang Huihui's father was a local leader, the Gao family agreed to have a meal with relatives to publicly acknowledge that the two were engaged. Qin Shue didn't have strong opinions about this matter, but she was concerned about the timing. A few days later, heavy rain was forecasted, which might delay Gao Wenyu's engagement. Annie, I think since Big Brother is serious about Hui Hui, we should do it sooner rather than later. How about the day after tomorrow? Is the day after tomorrow too soon? We haven't prepared anything yet, and 2 days isn't enough time. It's too rushed to buy everything last minute. Annie, tell me what you need, and I'll try to get it for you. We can't delay too long. I heard someone mention in town that the weather might change soon. We can't let bad weather ruin such a happy event. That's true. Okay, I'll write a list and see what we can buy. If we can't find something, we'll think of other ways. The Gao family didn't doubt Qin Shue's guesses. Instead, they seemed to believe that bad weather was likely coming soon, and everyone started preparing. This made Qin Shue feel warm inside. Third aunt, have you written to Shiping? Lu Haoqing's question made everyone busy stop what they were doing. Yes, I have. Whether she can come back depends on her own choice. Mom, should I go see my sister? It's been a long time since I heard from her. Finish this period of work first, Aunt Gao sighed. She was worried about her daughter, but since her daughter couldn't stand up for herself, she felt she had to take responsibility. In the end, the blame would still fall on her daughter. What could she do? She could only pretend not to see and hope her daughter would understand someday. In Ding Tong City, Dongning Town, inside a small house in the mine workers' residential area, Gao Shiping held a letter written by her father and showed a rare smile. Her elder brother was getting engaged. That was a big, happy event. She decided she had to go back, no matter what. She got up, went into her room to pack 2 pieces of clothing for herself and her daughter, then picked up her daughter. She gently touched her thin, yellowish face and whispered, "Be good. Mom is taking you to Grandma's house. Your big uncle is getting engaged. Are you happy, Mom? Is it to give me candy and make sure I eat enough at Grandma's house?" "Yes."
Yes.
"When we get to Grandma's, you'll be able to eat well." Gao Shiping's eyes turned slightly red as she hugged her daughter and tried to calm her emotions. I want to go with Mom to Grandma's house." "Okay, let's go." Holding her daughter's hand, Gao Shiping headed outside. As she opened the door, she saw her mother-in-law holding a chubby boy in one hand and a key in the other, trying to put the key into the lock. When she saw Gao Shiping, her face immediately darkened. "Gao Shiping, you're not home preparing food. Where are you taking this troublemaker?" Seeing Grandma, the little girl was so scared she hurriedly hid behind her mother, trembling. "Mom, I got news from my family. My elder brother has good news. I plan to take the little one home for a couple of days." "What? Going home? That won't do. If you leave, who will take care of my grandson? Who will look after me? I knew you weren't honest. Always trying to slack off. My son Haifeng married you, and I really got the worst luck. Mom, I have always tried my best for your family. Even for my elder brother's children, I treated them equally. I've taken care of them all these years without complaints. What more do you want from me? Because you only had a troublemaker, and my Haifeng's hopes for a future are gone. It was my kind-hearted eldest son who sent Xiao Bao to me, so I could take care of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could hold my grandson." It's the same old phrase. Ever since she had Guai Guai, her mother-in-law and husband have never looked at her kindly. She used to argue and fight for herself, but all she got in return was more dislike from her mother-in-law and husband. The once smart and lively Guai Guai became more and more silent in this environment. She had to give up and become obedient, just to make Guai Guai return to her old self. But after trying for so long, there was still no change. She was starting to feel she couldn't hold on anymore. "You're good for nothing. Why are you crying? Seeing you cry just irritates me." "Mom, hit her, hit her." Okay, Guai Guai, Guai Guai, Grandma will hit her, hit her." After saying that, the old lady raised her hand, ready to pull Guai Guai over, but Gao Shiping quickly stopped her. "Mom, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Can't you see my eldest grandson is annoyed by this useless girl?
Get out of my way."
I want to vent my anger for my grandson. Who dares to hurt my daughter?" Gao Shiping sharply pushed her mother-in-law's hand aside and stared fiercely at the two, protecting Guai Guai as if guarding her own child. "All right, Gao Shiping, you dare push me?" The old lady let out a loud cry and sat down on the ground, slapping her thigh and starting to yell. Our family's Haifeng is really unlucky. He married you, and not only can't have a son, but you also dare to hit your mother-in-law. Oh, everyone come see. Look at my unlucky daughter-in-law. Seeing her mother-in-law continue with her usual tactics, Gao Shiping's expression had become numb. She used to care about her reputation and how her husband saw her, but now, where is her daughter more important? Guai Guai, don't be afraid. Your grandma just likes to yell. Let her yell, Mom.
Guai guai.
Guai Guai wants to go. Wants to go to Grandma's house. Good girl, good girl. Mom will take you there, take you there. After saying that, Gao Shiping no longer cared about her mother-in-law sitting on the ground. She held Guai Guai's hand and headed outside. Just then, Su Haifeng, who had just come home from work, saw his mother sitting there crying loudly. A flicker of irritation flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He composed himself quickly and hurried over to his mother. He helped her up without asking any questions and immediately slapped Gao Shiping in the face. Gao Shiping, look at what you've done. You gave birth to a useless child, and now you think you're in the right? Apologize to my mom right now. Su Haifeng, you actually dared to hit me. Gao Shiping has always been strong-willed. After marriage, if it weren't for this family, she wouldn't have kept her temper. She only cared about the man in front of her. But today, the man she trusted suddenly hit her. Even though they used to argue a lot, she still held some hope for Su Haifeng. Now that hope is gone.
Mom.
I can't breathe. Suddenly, Guai Guai, hiding behind Gao Shiping, grabbed her mother's arm. Her face turned purple from holding her breath. After saying these words, she suddenly fainted. Guai Guai, wake up please. Wake up. Don't scare Mom, okay? Haifeng's family, hurry and take the child to the hospital. Yes, the kid's face is purple. She must be having trouble breathing or choking on something. Hurry, maybe she can be saved. Okay. To the hospital. Take her to the hospital. Gao Shiping didn't even bother to grab her bag. She carried Guai Guai and rushed outside. The old lady heard about the hospital and quickly got up to block the way. No way. A useless child like that doesn't need to go to the hospital. It will just cost a lot of money. It's better if she dies. Mom? How can you say that? Guai Guai is my and Haifeng's own flesh and blood, our granddaughter. What kind of relation? She's not my grandson, so I don't acknowledge her. Su Haifeng, are you going to disown your daughter too? Gao Shiping, listen to your mother. Kids are always unpredictable. Why waste money on the hospital? Just go back. I realize I never truly understood you, Su Haifeng. Very well. If you won't let us see the girl, I'll go myself. Move aside. Stop causing trouble. Do you hear me? Get out of my way. If you block me again, I'll call my cousin and have him come with a gun. Hai Shiping's face was full of determination. She had been married to Su Haifeng for many years, and life had been tough, but she never considered moving Lu Haiqing out of their home. She believed relying on others was not what she wanted, and it would also hurt the relationship between husband and wife. However, at this moment, when she saw Su Haifeng's expression of fear upon hearing about Lu Haiqing, she couldn't help but slap herself twice. The bond of marriage, it's all nonsense. This time, Gao Shiping decided to go to the hospital, and no one dared to stop her. After arriving at the hospital and undergoing a series of examinations, everyone's face looked serious.
Doctor,
what's wrong with my daughter? She asked nervously. The child is just scared. Her nerves are tense, and after a while, she couldn't hold on anymore, causing her body to react. Unless she wakes up on her own, there's no other way. Doctor, do you mean? My child might not wake up. Gao Shiping sat on the ground in shock, clutching her daughter's hand tightly, asking in a trembling voice. That's what I mean, but maybe there's still a miracle. A miracle? I don't think a miracle will happen to me. After all, she had been stuck in a difficult situation for so many years, and miracles had never appeared before. Tears fell like broken beads, one after another. Gao Shiping silently cried, overwhelmed with despair. But everyone present could feel her hopelessness, grief, sadness, and sense of life slipping away from her through those tears. Comrade, your child's vital signs are all normal. Staying in the hospital might not help much. It's better to take her home and care for her carefully. There might still be hope. Home. I don't even have a home anymore. Years ago, she married Su Haifeng despite her parents' objections, chasing love. Over the years, she rarely went home, and her contact with her parents grew less and less. Her parents must be angry with her. She and Su Haifeng's home, she probably couldn't go back either. Her daughter was so oppressed in that home that she became like this. Moreover, Su Haifeng had even physically assaulted her without reason, something she absolutely could not tolerate. After much thought, Gao Shiping surprisingly realized she had nowhere to go. 2 days later, the Gao family warmly welcomed Secretary Yang's family, along with 2 uncles and aunts of Yang Huihui. Surprisingly, Yang Huiqin and Yang Huixia were also present. Yang Huihui immediately took Qin Shiyue's hand and whispered softly beside her. That day when I went home, I told my dad about Uncle Air's situation and also about Huiqin and Huixia. My dad said that, no matter what, they are family. The 2 sisters are much smarter than Yang Huimin, and they can help out. So for this engagement banquet I called them both here. That's good. Being relatives is better than being enemies. I think those 2 are quite clever too. Yes, that's exactly what I thought. Yang Huihui was very happy that someone understood her, and she chatted more happily with Qin Shiyue, completely forgetting that she was the main guest at this family gathering. After Aunt Gao called everyone into the house, she went to the kitchen to busy herself. Today, she specially called Su Qiao over. Since they are now family, it's good to get used to each other early. Qin Shiyue replaced everything that Aunt Gao had written down. Even if the black market didn't have certain items, she had them in her space. Nothing was delayed, so the dinner table at the Gao house was very rich with dishes. The meat dishes were all prepared in advance: braised pork, radish meatballs, chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed fish, sweet and sour ribs, and 4 happiness meatballs. Once all 6 meat dishes were served, Gao's father started urging everyone to sit down. The spacious main hall had 2 tables, with men and women seated separately, roughly equal in number. In the kitchen, Aunt Gao was busy flipping her spatula quickly, and dishes kept coming out one after another. There was green pepper pork intestines, vinegar-flavored cabbage, wood ear mushroom with eggs, and finally a large plate of pickled vegetables. The 10 dishes symbolized perfection and completeness. The scale of this banquet made the Yang family very happy. Oh dear, you, the in-laws, are so polite. You even prepared so many meat dishes, spending quite a bit, right? We're all family. Just a little gesture is enough. Yang's father dared to say this, but Gao's father didn't dare to agree so easily. Some politeness was still necessary. Dear, look at what you're saying. We value Huihui, so we can't treat her unfairly. The leader encourages saving and opposes waste. We should give her a proper engagement party. If we just have a casual family dinner, how can we show our respect to the children in front of others? Father Gao's words made Mr. Yang feel proud. Today, other relatives from the Yang family were also here. Everyone had their own thoughts and was waiting to see Huihui's embarrassment, but they all looked like they had never seen meat before, with green light flickering in their eyes, staring intently at the dishes on the table. However, the Gao family had prepared a truly rich feast. Father Gao had lived most of his life and was seeing so much meat on one table for the first time. He never expected the Gao family to have such skills. He had been mistaken before. After Aunt Gao sat down, Father Gao took out 2 bottles of Maotai liquor first, looking very proud. Everyone, this is good stuff. It sells for dozens of yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative. My niece is very filial. She went to the city yesterday and bought these 2 bottles to add joy to her brother Wenyu's engagement party. Today, I want to thank my niece and have a good drink with everyone. Don't be shy, just drink freely. The men at the same table saw the bottles and all looked eager to try. Maotai is something they could only dream of in their lifetime. They never thought they would get to drink it today. They were moved, almost crying. Look at your uncle. He's so happy, he can't find his way. Aunt Gao leaned over to Qin Shuiwei and whispered about her husband. Auntie, today is a good day. Let my uncle enjoy himself. Today, just let him have his fun. Uncle Gao poured drinks for everyone present, except Lu Haoqing. A relative from the Yang family saw this and, with a flicker of his eyes, asked, pretending to be casual, "Dear, why isn't your nephew drinking? Does he not want to drink with us elders?" Others didn't understand, but Mr. Yang, being related to the Gao family, knew the reason why Lu Haoqing didn't drink. Seeing that his relative was being so rude, he quickly scolded, "Shut up. Is this your business?" Embarrassed, the Yang relative's face darkened. With so many people watching, Mr. Yang's words had humiliated him. He was angry. He wanted to leave with a wave of his hand, but was reluctant to put down his glass. His face showed extreme discomfort. Father Gao and Father Yang exchanged glances and gave each other a subtle signal. They worked together to liven up the atmosphere at the table, and for a moment, everyone forgot about the grumpy relatives with the dark faces. "Hey, sister-in-law, has my brother been in official work so long that he doesn't want to recognize his relatives anymore? My husband was just curious and asked a simple question. Why are you being so rude?" The tension at the men's table was brewing, but unexpectedly, it spilled over to the women's table. Mother Yang raised her eyebrows and silently cursed the fool, saying, "Do you even know who that person is? How dare you try to connect with them?" Since the Gao family allowed him to sit at the table, he must be an important relative. If he's a relative, do you think the Gao family would forget to serve him? You're so stupid, and you don't even realize it. Tsh, you and your wife. Mother Yang's words completely humiliated that person, making him feel embarrassed and ashamed. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew tense. Aunt Gao smiled and urged everyone to start eating, and everyone went along, pretending nothing had happened. After a few drinks, Father Gao and Gao Wenyu raised their glasses, expressed some thanks, and confirmed Gao Wenyu's engagement to Yang Huihui. The family banquet was coming to an end. The 2 bottles of Mao Tai were finished, though no one felt completely satisfied, and no one dared to ask for more. After dinner, they saw the Yang family off. The family busied themselves with cleaning up. When they finally looked up, it was already dark outside. Su Qiao later let Wen Yang send you home. Auntie specially prepared some chicken for you. Take it back to the Jiqing courtyard. You can reheat it in the morning and eat it. Thank you, Annie. Su Qiao hesitated a little as she took the lunchbox from Aunt Gao, feeling warm inside. She looked up at the man waiting for her at the kitchen door, her cheeks slightly red. Qin Shuiwei gave Gao Wenyang a meaningful look, as if saying, "Hurry up," then pushed Su Qiao toward Gao Wenyang, urging them to leave quickly so they wouldn't have to stand around here. She was already worried for them. Gao Wenyang blushed slightly, touched his hair, and followed Su Qiao out of the Gao family's door. As they walked, he kept thinking about how to bring up the topic. Before he could figure it out, Su Qiao suddenly stopped, turned around, and, blushing and afraid to look at him, quietly said something that left Gao Wenyang stunned, standing in place for a long time. Su Qiao saw Gao Wenyang hadn't given her an answer for a long time, and her shy face suddenly turned pale. In her life, the boldest thing she had done was confess to a man and not get a response. Could everything be just an illusion? Could it all be her imagination? Her mind was racing, but Su Qiao was not the type to endure silently. She was determined to find out the truth. "Gao Wenyang, what do you really mean? You gave me so many signals of liking, and in the end, you're just playing with me?" Gao Wenyang, who was still happily immersed in the joy of being confessed to by someone he liked, was suddenly awakened by her words.
No, Su Yao.
"I really like you. There's no falsehood. I just didn't react earlier because I was upset with myself for not being a real man. This kind of thing should be done by me, but because I'm too shy to confess, I made you suffer.
Sorry, Su Yao.
I really like you. Will you agree to be my partner? You silly person. You scare me to death." Su Qiao suddenly threw herself into Gao Wenyang's arms, her whole body filled with happiness. "Sorry, Gao Wenyang. I didn't know how to tell you. I wanted you to experience the feeling of being pursued by others. Don't worry, I will make it up to you."
No, Benyang.
As long as we are together, those superficial things don't matter. Gao Wenyang silently said nothing, but he made up his mind not to let Su Qiao suffer any unfairness. After safely sending Su Qiao back to the youth knowledge village, Gao Wenyang reluctantly returned home. As soon as he entered, he let out a loud shout, gathering everyone in the yard. Qin Shuiwei was only wearing a thin shirt. It was still a bit chilly on this late April night. When the wind blew, she couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, a warm piece of clothing was draped over her shoulders. She looked up at the figure beside her and unintentionally fell into Lu Haoqing's deep, dark eyes. The night wind is cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. After saying this, Lu Haoqing, with a serious face, grabbed Gao Wenyang, who was still shouting and running around like a monkey, without saying a word. Just say what you need, and if there's nothing, go back to sleep. Gao Wenyang, who was just excited, immediately deflated. She reluctantly said, I have a boyfriend now. Can I be happy? What did you say? I have a boyfriend now. So what, cousin? Are you happy? Surprised, huh? Lu Haoqing responded with a single sound and then turned to go back inside. Happy? He's not happy at all. That little kid already has a boyfriend, and he's still single. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Haoqing felt like the biggest loser in the world. The others in the Gao family looked at each other, and then went back inside. What's there to be surprised about? Gao Wenyang and Su Qiao get along so well. It would be strange if they weren't together. Hey, what do you mean? Aren't you happy for me? Yeah, we're happy. Go to bed quickly. We have a lot to do tomorrow. What's your attitude? Just get lost. And Gao stood at her door and shouted angrily. Gao Wenyang immediately ran away in embarrassment. When a mother is angry, you better not provoke her. If you do, it's a full fight, no hesitation. No dreams all night. Early in the morning, Qin Shuiwei left before dawn. The Gao family members, used to it, thought she was going for a run in the mountains. But she was actually hiding behind a tree directly facing the youth's courtyard gate. The tree just enough to hide her figure and also let her observe what was happening inside. After about 10 minutes, Lai Ziwang sneaked over and appeared beside her, speaking in a very servile tone. Miss, you came so early. Yes, here's the money and the ticket. Everything is ready. Make sure there are no mistakes, understand? Seeing the 3 yuan and a meat ticket, Lai Ziwang's eyes immediately lit up. Don't worry. Rest assured, I'll do a good job for you. All right, go now. Qin Shuiwei saw that someone had already gotten up in the youth's courtyard, so she directly drove Lai Ziwang away. She quietly stood by the tree, arms crossed, until she saw Lin Yan come out of the courtyard. Then she concealed her figure. Today, Lin Yan had specially dressed up, taking out her best clothes. This was her last chance to turn things around. If she didn't seize it well, returning to the city would be hopeless. Unable to return to the city, she might never meet the important people from the books. Would she then live her life unnoticed and quietly? No, that won't do. She holds a secret weapon and shouldn't live silently. Today, she is determined to break free and start anew. She tidied her clothes and walked confidently out of the youth village. Just at the corner, she was suddenly stopped by the beggar king. Before she could speak, he made her faint. He carried her on his back and quickly disappeared around the corner. Only after they were out of sight did Qin Shuiwei return to the Gao family. Hey? Shuiwei, you're back early today. Annie, I just took a walk around.
I didn't go up the mountain.
I plan to practice some moves with Brother Haoqing. All right, you two practice. I'll go make breakfast. Mom, make a little more for breakfast today. This spoiled son of theirs, not even married yet, already making plans for himself. Although Gao Auntie was secretly complaining, she kept scooping rice without stopping. After breakfast, Gao Wenyang delivered food to Su Qiao and then went to town with Gao Wenyu. Qin Shuiwei had already given him the referral letter from the grain station. Today was his first day reporting. Qin Shuiwei left a bit late because she was waiting. She dawdled until after 8 o'clock. Seeing it was about time, she finally left home and headed toward the clinic, taking a detour this time. She successfully met the village head and the meteorological station leader, Comrade Li Xianghe, under the old locust tree at the village entrance. In her past life, she didn't have a strong impression of Li Xianghe. For Lin Yan, he was just a stepping stone, not causing any waves in her heart. Now, seeing Li Xianghe's face directly, Qin Shuyue suspected. In her previous life, Lin Yan didn't pursue Li Xianghe simply because he was not very attractive to her. He wasn't ugly, but his small eyes and tightly packed features on his small face made him look a bit suffocated. He was just an unlucky guy. "Good morning, Captain." Qin Shuyue naturally greeted Qin Dajiang and then focused her gaze on Li Xianghe. He pretended to look confused and asked, "Did someone send people again? What's it for this time?" Exactly. Shuyue is here. Let's go to the team office and talk. I want to tell you, Comrade Li, our Shuyue is a model worker. She reports to the newspaper and has made a big contribution to our team. She's also one of the few high school students in our team. As for the star signs and halos you mentioned, I don't understand. Let's find someone who can explain it clearly, okay? Alright, then I'll listen to the team leader. The three of them returned to the team office. Qin Dajiang took out an enamel cup and poured each of them a glass of boiled water. Don't ask why it's not tea. There's just no tea. After Li Xianghe sat down, he took a sip of the hot water to moisten his mouth and got straight to the point. Comrades, according to our weather station's monitoring, the air humidity here in Changhe Town is quite high and the atmospheric pressure is dropping compared to usual. We've done some early investigations and found signs of an upcoming heavy rain. The margin of error isn't too big, so it's better to prepare early. Qin Dajiang looked confused. Prepare for what? What should we prepare? Comrade, do you have an estimate of when the heavy rain might happen? Within these few days. These days are crucial for spring planting. If a heavy rain really comes, the seeds might be washed away. Others didn't understand, but Qin Dajiang knew this kind of weather prediction. Heavy rain could wash away the soil and carry off the seeds. That's normal.
But,
Comrade, this is just a prediction. Can it be confirmed? We're about to start spring planting. If it delays planting, the crops will ripen late, and the double harvest might be affected. This concerns the people's food supply for the year. Without solid evidence, even as the team leader, I can't explain this to everyone. Li Xianghe was also worried. How can such weather predictions be certain? In all of Changhe Town, he had advised many teams, but everyone was skeptical. If a big storm really happens, the collective will suffer heavy losses. It's less about blame from the authorities and more about the people not having enough food. Captain, I think we should listen to Comrade Li. The weather station folks probably know more about the weather than we do. Since all signs point to rain in the near future, I believe there won't be a problem. How about this? We store the seeds in the warehouse for a few days. If it doesn't rain for more than a week, we can plant them quickly. Then everyone can take good care of the crops, and it won't delay anything. Later, I'll find some people to get some fertilizer. The problem isn't big. But if it does rain and the crops are washed away, our commune won't have any food this year, and the people will go hungry. Is that really possible? Uncle, do you trust others or just me? If we miss the double harvest, I can make up for the lost grain. Comrade Qin.
you.
After facing many difficulties, Li Xianghe finally found someone who believed in him. The small shoulders carried all the responsibility. To him, Qin Shuyue was like a shining sun, clearing away his worries. Qin Dajiang sat there, smoking a big pipe, and finally made up his mind. All right, uncle, I'll listen to you. You don't have to carry this alone. You're just a young girl rushing forward all the time. I'm still strong enough to move. Thank you all, thank you. Li Xianghe stood up, bowed 90 degrees to Qin Dajiang and Qin Shuyue, showing his excitement. Qin Dajiang saw him off from the team office, and Li Xianghe kept thanking Qin Shuyue. Comrade Li, don't thank me. If your warning saves the people of Chaoyang Brigade, we should be thanking you. Oh, it's my duty. I'm not doing this for thanks, just to reduce the losses as much as possible. As they talked and walked down the steps of the team office, suddenly, a figure slipped in from the side. Seeing the color of the clothes, Qin Shuyue's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked around and saw the beggar king cursing and covering his face as he chased after them. Captain, this Comrade Li Lin Yan, What are you shouting about every day? You say you are a city-born, educated youth who doesn't think about supporting construction, but only about getting benefits without effort. Was that whole criticism meeting just ignored? Have you learned nothing from it? Qin Shuiwe loudly interrupted Lin Yan and then signaled to Li Ziwang. Team leader, listen to me. I am speaking for Comrade Li. Enough, Lin Yan. What exactly do you want? A few days ago, you came to my house, pretending to care about Haoqing. Now you've heard about Comrade Li somewhere and are rushing over, pulling at Li Ziwang. Are you trying to add another line to your record as an educated youth? Are you really planning to give up and not go back to the city? Qin Shuiwe, you're talking nonsense. Comrade Li is. All right, Li Ziwang, take Lin Yan away. We'll talk about her matters later. Okay, team leader. Li Ziwang received Qin Dajiang's order and quickly covered Lin Yan's mouth, pulling her back roughly. Seeing herself being pulled farther away from Li Xianghe, Lin Yan's eyes filled with despair and anger. What's going on with this girl? The educated youth. Li Xianghe looked confused. Normally, no one would let a male comrade pull a female comrade away so intimately, right? Why does this educated youth seem so hated? Why do these people look at her with disgust? Qin Dajiang didn't hide anything. He told everything about how Lin Yan had encouraged Qin Hongshan to attack Qin Shuiwe, reported her to the Red Guard, and secretly bought people to do dirty things to Qin Shuiwe. Hearing this, Li Xianghe's eyes widened in shock. He never expected to see such a refined, educated youth with such malicious thoughts, and to think she had somehow found out about his affairs and was planning to tarnish his reputation. Li Xianghe shivered and quickly said, Team leader, Qin, I won't stay any longer. There are a few other teams I need to notify, so I'll go now. All right, we won't keep you, Li. Where are you headed next? Yanghe Brigade. Qin Shuiwe raised an eyebrow. Could she maybe pretend to be official and follow to Yanghe Brigade to see what's happening? Qin Shuiwe finally decided not to go. Her health clinic had just opened, and she couldn't just be a careless doctor wandering around. It wouldn't make sense to leave a helper there alone. She asked Qin Dajiang to contact Yanghe team and found an excuse to leave directly. But instead of going to the clinic, she went to King Lotzi's house. King Lotzi's yard was a mess, thrown around by Lin Yan.
There was no space to step.
Let me out. Quickly, let me out. King Lotzi didn't speak. He crossed his arms and quietly stood at the door, watching Lin Yan perform alone. What do you want? How can I let you go?
Huh? You
just want to sleep with me, right? I'll give you what you want. Can I go out now? By now, King Lotzi was no longer the same as before. He had been spoiled by Qin Shuiwe's money. As long as he followed her well, there would be lots of money and countless beautiful women in the future. Who would care about this broken person? Maybe he was even untrustworthy. Watching everything from outside the yard, Qin Shuiwe admired Lin Yan's determination. She was willing to risk her reputation just for this chance. What surprised her more was that King Lotzi didn't seem moved. King Lotzi, I beg you. Please let me out. I really have something important to do. Lin Yan, you're strange. I tried everything to persuade you before, but you wouldn't listen. Now, just to get out, you're willing to risk everything? Today must be very important to you, huh? Yes, King Lotzi. Today is really important to me.
Please.
Show some kindness and let me go. Huh, kindness? If I had that, would you still come to me for help, Lin Yan? I think you don't even believe that yourself. What do you want? What do I have to do to make you let me go? Lin Yan, even if you say everything today, I won't let you go. The lively scene was almost over, and Qin Shuiwe had no intention of continuing to give orders behind the scenes. She just wanted Lin Yan to realize that she was controlling everything. She wanted Lin Yan to make the final move, and then self-destruction. Why you? Qin Shuiwe, why are you here? Amid Lin Yan's surprise, the usually calm king of jokers suddenly crawled over to Qin Shuiwe, bowing and calling her Madam repeatedly. Madam, today I was careless and let Lin Yan escape. I almost ruined your big plan. You can scold me or hit me, I accept it. But please, don't doubt my ability to do my job. I will be more careful in the future and won't make the same mistake again. Let this be a warning. Yes, yes, madam. I, King of Jokers, am lucky to follow you. It's a blessing from my ancestors. All right, I need to borrow your place for a moment. I want to talk to Lin Yen. You can wait outside. Okay, got it. King of Jokers stepped back to the door and stood there honestly as the door guard. Qin Shuiwei. All of this. It turns out you were behind the scenes making that King of Jokers bully me again and again. How could you be so cruel? Cruel. Lin Yen. Who can be more cruel than you? You tried to do things to me before, and you probably forgot about it in just a few days, right? I was just returning the favor. Yes, I wanted to deal with you before, but I didn't succeed. Why are you still holding a grudge and letting King of Jokers trouble me now? My life is already so miserable. Can't you just let me go? Let you go? Lin Yen, from the day you started having bad thoughts about me, we were doomed to a deadly or severely wounded ending. Qin Shuiwei, why? Why do you keep holding on to me? You want to go out today because you want to meet Li Xianghe, right? He can help you with your urgent problem? Too bad. I just told Li Xianghe some truths about you. Oh, his opinion of you. TSK. I was so embarrassed for you. Lin Yen, your lifeline can no longer save you. Are you happy now? You. How do you know? Could it be that you? Lin Yen looked at Qin Shuiwei in horror, with one suspicion after another in her mind. But Qin Shuiwei wouldn't be kind enough to tell her that she was here for revenge. Am I anything? Lin Yen, you tell me. No.
Impossible.
How could you? Only she is the main character in this world. Only she, no one can take that away. Lin Yen didn't understand why Qin Shuiwei knew so much, but no matter what, she.
Qin Shuiwei musti.
Stay here quietly. Today, you can't leave this yard. When Li Xianghe returns to the province tomorrow, it will be hard for you to find him. Qin Shuiwei, don't be proud. We'll see about that. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Shuiwei smiled faintly, turned, and left the king of the beggars' house. Before leaving, she reminded him to watch the person carefully. The king of the beggars swore to do his best. In the next few days, Qin Shuiwei traveled back and forth between the brigade and the town, preparing medicinal herbs for the coming heavy rain. The people collecting herbs on the mountain had already been told to bring everything back to the village early. Qin Dazheng also worked hard these days. Just as planting was about to start, they were suddenly stopped. Not only did the villagers of Chaoyang Brigade not understand, but even the local officials were confused. In the end, he spent several days persuading the officials and promised to take responsibility if there were any issues, which finally convinced them. But it was much harder to convince the villagers. Fortunately, Qin Dajiang was well respected, and with the efforts of the officials, the crowd was finally calmed. Now, all work in the production teams had stopped. Everyone was ordered to stay home repairing houses and storing grain. Additionally, Qin Dajiang gathered many people to raise the warehouse doors with bags, stacking everything inside so that even if rainwater washed over the bags, the grain wouldn't be flooded. Once everything was ready, the clear skies suddenly darkened. The villagers finally believed that the heavy rain might really happen. Everyone was panicked, and in their panic, they looked for something to do. When Qin Jingjie left, he left behind a half-finished house, which was recently taken up again by the Gao family. Not only the Gao family, but also other young people in the village, including Yang Huihui and her 3 brothers, came to help. As the wall grew taller each day, they finished building it all in just 3 days. The back room was already taking shape, though it wasn't fully covered yet. They had to wait for the heavy rain to stop before finishing it. Raindrops hit the eaves, tapping faster and faster, waking Qin Shuiwei from her sleep. She quickly checked the windows and doors to make sure they were closed tightly. After pulling back the curtains and resting her chin on her hand, she stared at the heavy rain outside. In her past life, this rain lasted a week. After it stopped, the big teams that didn't listen to advice suffered great losses. Most of their grain was lost, and what remained wasn't enough for the end-of-year grain distribution. The government understood the situation and canceled the grain quota for the production teams. People had to go without enough food for each meal, only half full, until the next year's grain distribution. The impact of this heavy rain only ended then. Back then, many people envied the Chaoyang Brigade, where every household had plenty of grain. That year, the most popular son-in-law or daughter-in-law came from Chaoyang Brigade because they had food and spoke confidently. Lin Yan went to work in the provincial city after the rain, marking the start of her bright future. But in this life, Lin Yan couldn't go to the province or leave the Chaoyang Brigade. Plus, considering what she said a few days ago, Lin Yan's harshness must have cooled down by now. It was time to find out more. Early in the morning, since there was no work, the Gao family got up an hour later than usual. By the time they had breakfast, it was already 8 a.m. Gao Wenyu and Gao Wenyang had gone to work in the city. Only Gao Wenji was still at home, not feeling energetic. He ate breakfast quietly and didn't say much until, "Eat more. We won't have lunch today. We'll eat dinner after 3 in the afternoon." "Mom, we probably aren't short of grain, right?" "You little brat, when you're not working, every family eats 2 meals. Why are you acting so high and mighty? Can't you eat 2 meals?" "I can eat, I can. But what if I get hungry at noon?" "Mom, do you still have some peach cookies? I'll take a few and put them in the room later. I think you like peach cookies. When did we start keeping such precious things? All day long, all you think about is eating." Pouting, Gao Wenji was about to accept his fate, but then, "Shuyue, Haoqing, later you two can bring back some glutinous rice sticks to eat. That stuff fills the stomach and keeps you from feeling hungry." "Mom, you didn't say we still have those rice sticks at home." "I can skip the peach cookies and eat these instead. You won't get any if you do." Such obvious favoritism made Gao Wenji stare in disbelief, eyes wide, as he looked at his parents. Then he loudly asked, "Mom, are you guys adopting me?" "Haha, if I could adopt someone, I'd pick a well-behaved one." The harsh words from his own mother hit him hard. After breakfast, everyone went to their own rooms. Lu Haoqing's injury was almost fully healed. Before the rain started, he had sent the prescription for Qin Shiyue's hemostatic medicine directly to the army. Once they confirmed the results, someone would come soon. He hoped that this time Qin Jingjie could come back with them. He also wondered how the investigation he asked him to do was going. Since it was pouring rain and they couldn't go out, Qin Shiyue didn't go to the clinic. She took a teapot from her space, enjoyed some tea, and read medical books. Time passed quickly. At noon, she ate some food from her space and prepared to rest her eyes. Suddenly, she heard loud knocking at the door. Her house was close to the entrance, so she heard it clearly. The urgent knocking made her feel nervous. She quickly put on her raincoat and ran to open the door. She saw the captain's face, washed by the rain, looking anxious.
"Shuyue.
"Please, you need to help your sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law? What happened to her? Didn't you send her to the hospital? Was she in labor?" Lately, she had been so busy she forgot about Ningxi's pregnancy. "Yes, we wanted to send her earlier, but your sister-in-law is afraid of the cost." She shivered at the mention of the hospital and refused to go. Your aunt was worried it might scare her, so she didn't insist. The due date is just a few days away, but who knew? Who knew the rain would come so suddenly? "Uncle, wait for me. I'll get the medical kit." Qin Shiyue kept a medical kit at both the clinic and home. The contents were similar. She grabbed her kit and didn't even have time to greet the Gao family. She pulled Qin Dajiang and hurried to his house. During heavy rain, both hearing and vision were affected. The two people walking together found it very difficult. The dirt road had turned into a muddy path, and one slip could lead to a fall. They carefully made their way to the Qin family. As soon as they entered, they heard Ning Shi's loud cry of pain. Her loud voice drowned out Wen Yanfang's scolding of her son. "Hurry, Huayue is coming. Huayue is coming. Huayue, quickly. Look at your sister-in-law. She's been in pain all morning and hasn't moved much. Annie, it's only been a morning. How could she forget so quickly? You've had several children yourself." Qin Shiyue looked at Wen Yanfang with some helplessness, but she also thought more highly of her character. Nowadays, few mothers-in-law are as caring and attentive to their daughters-in-law as she was. She checked Ning Shi's condition and told her to rest as much as possible, conserve her strength, and prepare for childbirth. Wen Yanfang made some shredded meat noodles with a boiled egg and personally fed them to her daughter-in-law. Ningxi was in so much pain she couldn't sit still, but she insisted on finishing the noodles. Ningxi's husband stood anxiously nearby, unable to help but kept comforting her as she broke down. By 3 p.m., her contractions became more frequent. Qin Shuai quickly ordered everyone out of the room, set up a simple sterile delivery area, and left Wan Yanfeng to assist with the birth. Sister-in-law, breathe, breathe. When it hurts, push. Look, the head is coming out. Push harder. Almost there, just a little more. Hang in there, sister-in-law. After more than half an hour of effort, a chubby baby boy finally slipped out and into Qin Shui's hands. She quickly cut the umbilical cord, gently patted the baby's back to make him cry, washed him briefly in warm water, and handed him to Wan Yanfeng to wrap in a cloth. Then she checked Ningxi's condition. Another half-hour passed, everything looked normal. Qin Shuai packed up her things, ready to leave. Auntie, I'm going back now. The rain outside is heavy, so please remind sister-in-law to stay dry. It's not good for her health and the baby shouldn't get too hot either. Shuai, thank you so much. I'll personally bring you a red egg later. You must come to our house for a meal then. Got it, Auntie. You all go ahead and busy yourselves. I'm leaving now. Let your second brother take you. Wan Yanfeng glanced at her eldest son, who was completely caught up in excitement and couldn't calm down. She rolled her eyes and turned to instruct her second son to take Qin Shuai back home. The two of them, wearing raincoats, stepped carefully to the Gao family's door. When Qin's second brother saw Qin Shuai go inside, he turned and rushed into the rain. Seeing her enter the yard, Aunt Gao came out wearing a raincoat. Shuai, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll make you some noodles. No need, Auntie. I already ate at the captain's house. The captain just had a big grandson. So happy. She made me a bowl of shredded meat noodles. Really? Their eldest had a baby boy? Oh, when the rain stops, I must go see them. Qin Shuai nodded with a smile, then went back to her room. She locked the door, pulled the curtains, and relaxed in her familiar space. She made herself a cup of malted milk to warm up, read a bit, and only went to bed at 8 in the evening. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. Qin Shuai opened her eyes, initially confused, then heard Gao Wenji outside calling, Sister? Sister, are you awake? Third brother, I'm awake. What's wrong? There are 2 houses at the east end of the village that collapsed. People are trapped underneath. The captain went to help and asked someone to come find you to check. Okay, I'll come out right away. The heavy rain started last night and continued without letting up. The downpour showed no signs of stopping. Some old, poorly maintained houses began to show signs of collapse. Because the east end of the village is close to the water source, most residents are elderly. If a house collapses and someone gets trapped underneath, the consequences were too terrible for Qin Shuai to imagine. She quickly put on her raincoat, grabbed her medical kit, and rushed outside. Suddenly, a dark hand from behind pulled her back. She turned around and met a pair of worried eyes. I'm going with you. You're injured. Although you're almost healed, if your wounds get wet for too long, it's not good. You should stay at home. I'm fine. I'm going with you. Lu Haoqing's dark eyes showed determination. Next to him, Gao Wenji looked anxious. Qin Shuai had no time to argue, so she took him and ran toward the scene. When they arrived, the captain was directing people to remove the collapsed roof and rescue the trapped. Come on, hurry up, pick up the pace. A group of over 10 people squatted on the ground, rainwater running down their heads and covering their eyes. They had no time to wipe it away, only focused on saving the person trapped underneath. I see the foot. I see the foot. Be careful. Don't hurt him more. Someone help us. We need to move this shelf out of the way. Someone shouted that, and Lu Haoqing rushed out, quickly lifting the shelf to help free the person buried underneath.
He's out.
Is the doctor here yet? Here. I've got the medical kit, Qin Shuai said, rushing forward. Soon, 2 raincoats were brought out, and 4 people worked together to create a clear space for Qin Shuai to check the injured person. He's still alive. 2 ribs are broken, and there might be internal injuries. Hurry and take him to the clinic. Also, Send someone to call Su Qiao from the Jiqing courtyard. I'll go now. With Lu Haoqing, who is quite experienced helping, the rescue efforts sped up. 2 rooms collapsed, trapping 4 people with various injuries. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. Hearing this, Qin Dajiang felt half relieved. The other half of his worry would only be eased once Qin Shuyue finished all her treatment and confirmed everyone was safe. The 4 injured were placed in the clinic in order of severity. By the time all was done, it was already 3 p.m. The next day, Qin Shuyue and Su Qiao, exhausted, collapsed onto the table and didn't want to get up. Oh my, this is more tiring than working. We still have to work hard these next couple of days. 2 people just had surgery and are in recovery. We can't leave them alone for now. I'll keep watch here. Shuyue, you've been doing surgeries for over 10 hours. Go rest for a bit. Qin Shuyue looked outside at the heavy rain still falling. The dirt road was full of potholes caused by the rain, making it impossible to go back. There's a small cabin behind that's been set up separately, with a bed and blankets. Let's take turns resting there. There's some food inside, and the woodshed has plenty of dry firewood. Let's ration our supplies. We should be able to hold out for a few days. This morning, the team leader already arranged for someone to pack up my belongings from the youth farm and also brought some grain and 2 stoves. Our supplies are still quite sufficient. I had already decided that if the grain ran out, I would sneak some from the storage space. Now that the team leader has prepared everything, I think I can hold on a bit longer without much trouble. Let's keep working. First, let's get the stove in the ward going. We carried firewood back and forth several times, placing it inside the house. Luckily, the clinic's building has a roof, so the firewood can be stored under the eaves, keeping it dry and making it easier to burn. We set up a stove in the ward and the small house. Another stove was placed in the treatment room. We boiled a pot of coarse rice porridge and made dozens of large pancakes, which, along with pickled vegetables, served as dinner for everyone. Tonight is quite important, so I will stay on watch. You should go rest first. Otherwise, don't stay up all night. I will take over in the late hours, so you can get some rest. You go ahead. I just finished a surgery, and it's safer for me to watch over things. Su Qiao knew her medical skills were limited and couldn't help much, so she didn't argue and went back to her room to sleep. Qin Shuyue first checked on everyone in the ward. After confirming they were all fine, she returned to the treatment room next door. She sat by the stove, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Soon, her big, beautiful eyes lost focus. Suddenly, she nodded, feeling dizzy. She pinched herself twice, then got up to boil some hot water. She took out a handful of tea leaves from her space and brewed tea in a teapot. The strong, bitter taste of the tea hit her head, helping her clear her foggy mind. She took a sip, but then looked at the tea in the cup and couldn't swallow the second sip. It was just too bitter. It was even more bitter than the coffee she drank in her previous life. Just as she was debating whether to drink more or not, someone pushed open the door of the treatment room from outside. Qin Shuyue instinctively looked up at the door and saw Lu Haoqing's raincoat dripping with water. "Why are you here? Come in and warm up by the fire. I'm here to bring you dinner." He took a lunchbox from his chest and placed it on the table. "Hi, Auntie made oil-fried cabbage dumplings. I brought some for you. Why are you wrapping dumplings today, even though it's not a special occasion?" Lu Haoqing lowered his head and didn't say that he asked Gao Annie to make them, because he was worried she might get too tired and not have enough nutrition, which could harm her health. There's such heavy rain outside. The roads are damaged. You have injuries, yet you still run around. I'm being careful. Do you need anything? I can bring it to you later. No, we don't need anything here. For a moment, the room fell into a long silence. I see it's getting dark outside, and the night road isn't safe. Would you like me to stay here with you tonight? At this point, isn't her opposition a bit unnecessary? She silently pushed the stove aside, and Lu Haoqing quickly brought over a stool to sit on. There's something I want to tell you. Yes? What is it? Qin Shuyue added some firewood to the stove. The firelight reflected on her fair face, making Lu Haoqing feel warm inside. There's a problem with Lin Jiqing. Huh? What Lu Haoqing mentioning Lin Yan caught Qin Shue off guard for a moment. Earlier, she went to the Gao family, carrying things and saying she was visiting me. But only the Gao family and the squad leader knew I was back. The Gao family wouldn't tell others, and the squad leader definitely wouldn't. How did Lin Yan find out? Qin Shue knew the answer, but couldn't reply, only pretending to be silent. I told your brother about this. He went to investigate Lin Yan's household registration and found that her neighbors saw her as timid and afraid to speak up. But since coming to the Chaoyang team, she's changed completely. This makes it hard not to suspect something. Did he find anything else? No, besides her personality change, he didn't find her in contact with suspicious people. So, I think she's dangerous. You should keep a safe distance from her. Once I return to the army and report this, we can investigate further. Qin Shue raised her dark eyes, her emotions swirling inside. She looked steadily at Lu Haoqing, determined to get an answer. Hearing her words, Lu Haoqing was first surprised, then a faint smile appeared on his face. He reached out and gently tousled her smooth hair, just like when they were children. Yes, your personality has changed from before. You've become softer, more gentle. But, Shuyue, you still feel familiar to me. I trust my feelings. I don't know exactly what caused your change, but in my heart, you have always been the same, never changed. Lu Haoqing's words struck Qin Shue's heart one by one. Her sudden stubbornness was shattered. She couldn't help but laugh softly. Yes, she was still herself, never changed. What was she really worried about? The next day, after a heavy rain, the rain eased. Early in the morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Haoqing got up and left. Qin Shue began checking on the patients. Seeing that everyone's injuries were stable, she went back to her room to prepare food. Late at night, Qin Shue felt hungry. She reheated some dumplings, shared them with someone else, and then had to make some dry food for the morning. Drinking only porridge wouldn't be enough, and it could affect the patient's recovery. Just as she finished cooking the porridge, Su Qiao got up. She made some hot water, tidied herself up, and started helping. After a while, light rain turned into drizzle. The family members of those with lighter injuries came to pick up their loved ones after paying, and they left. The two patients with more serious injuries were then visited by their families after breakfast, bringing food and bedding to care for them. After breakfast, Qin Shue was told by Su Qiao to rest in her room. That day passed quietly. In the evening, Qin Shue didn't insist on staying awake. She only told the family members in the ward that if the patients showed any unusual signs, they could come and call her. She then snuggled with Su Qiao in the small hut and slept peacefully through the night. On the third day of the heavy rain. Last night, the rain started again. The continuous overcast sky and rain made the house a bit damp. Su Qiao placed the two blankets near the stove and carefully warmed them. Qin Shue continued her daily checkup work. The patient has family members to take care of them, so she doesn't need to deliver food or water. She was hoping to enjoy a rare moment of rest. However, at noon, the team leader ordered 3 people to be brought in. Shuyue, the money needed for these 3 people's treatment will be charged to the team account. Huh? What's going on, Uncle Qin? Our village road was blocked by falling rocks. Yesterday, since the rain was light, I took some people to clear the debris. There are still some left. I thought if we worked quickly this morning, we could finish. But the rain got heavier, and there was a landslide. These 3 comrades reacted quickly, or they might have been buried in the mud. While checking their injuries, Qin Shue asked, how about the other areas? There are signs of landslides elsewhere too, but luckily, our village is not too close to the mountains, so there's no big impact. Still, to be safe, I arranged for some people to move. It was only the 3rd day of heavy rain. It was expected to rain continuously for at least 3 more days. On the 4th day, it would turn a drizzle, and by the 5th day, the sun would come out. No one knew if the old houses could hold until then. Qin Shue thought for a moment and shared her worries. Yes, I'm worried about that too. Yesterday, some village officials came to see me. They said a few houses are about to collapse. I discussed with the team leaders and decided to free up 2 rooms in the team office to move those families. At least they'd have a place to shelter from the rain. She nodded. Since the team leader had his plan, she saw no need to say more. These 3 people only have minor injuries, mostly sprains. They can go home after getting medicine. I can't accommodate so many people here. All right, give them the medicine. After giving the medicine, the team leader personally took the people home. Back at the team office, he started clearing rooms. The day was busy, and exhausted, he finally returned home. The first thing he did was visit his new grandson. Looking at his grandson's face, the team leader felt a renewed sense of energy. On the 4th and 5th days of heavy rain, the houses that Qin Shuyue was worried about finally couldn't withstand the storm and collapsed. Fortunately, everyone inside had been moved in time, and there were no injuries. On the 6th day, the road at the village entrance was completely blocked by a mudslide. Even the team leader, braving the rain, worked hard to repair it but couldn't keep up with the falling debris. Finally, the team leader gave up and decided to wait until the rain stopped to clean the road later. On the 7th day, the long-awaited sun finally broke through the clouds, smiling down on the land it protected. People, who had been huddled at home, cheered and came outside. When they saw the dirt road destroyed at the entrance, their faces showed mixed feelings, sadness and helplessness. Fortunately, their hardworking nature kept them from staying sad for long. Everyone picked up tools from home and started fixing the damaged road. They leveled the edges and filled the potholes, leaving the rest to the sun to dry. At that moment, the loudspeaker at the village office sounded. Team members of Chaoyang, after 7 days of heavy rain, we have finally achieved a temporary victory. The grain is dry, and no one was lost in this relentless disaster. This is the best news. Now I will announce some tasks. Everyone, get moving. We don't have much time left. Once the water in the fields dries up, we will start spring planting immediately. The team leader organized the next steps calmly. First, clearing the mudslide and repairing the village roads, then fixing the houses. With everyone working together, the roads outside the village were cleared in 3 days. The mud on the dirt roads cracked and dried, and the water in the fields was mostly absorbed. After checking, the team leader decided that planting could begin the next day. As soon as the roads were cleared, Lin Yan left with the team, heading to the city. No one knew what she was going to do. In the health clinic, the 2 seriously ill patients were taken home by their families today. The remaining work was self-repair, which she couldn't help with and would only waste money staying there. After a few days, Qin Shuyue finally returned to the Gao family. Shuyue, you're back. You've been at the health clinic these days. Thank you for your hard work. Gao Auntie was the first to rush out and hug Qin Shuyue tightly. Auntie, it's not hard. It's all for serving the people. Good child, good child. Our hen is so hardworking. Even in heavy rain, it lays an egg every day. I've saved quite a few these days. Later, I'll cook eggs for you. Tomorrow, we'll start spring planting. Andy, you should keep the eggs to help everyone. Originally, our team was a few days late starting planting because of the season. Now that we can plant, the team leader must push everyone to work hard. This task and physical effort are huge. Without good health and proper nutrition, who can handle it? It's okay. Our family is healthy, so working won't be a problem. But you, Jiao Jiao, are delicate. You need to rest and eat well. Qin Shuyue wasn't sure why Aunt Gao had this impression, but since it was her kindness, she didn't refuse. Refusing wouldn't help anyway. At lunch, the family rarely cooked a dish of eggs, along with a bowl of egg cake, placed in front of Qin Shuyue. Everyone looked and nodded with smiles, feeling it was right. Even Uncle Gao joked that his wife should have put 2 eggs, as one was too few. In the afternoon, the Gao family went out to earn work points. After they left, Lu Haoqing also went out. Qin Shuyue had nothing to do, so she stayed in her room reading and resting. Around 4 o'clock, there was a noise at the Gao family's gate. She then came out. Hey, big brother, second brother? Why are you both back? We were worried about you. It rained for 7 days, and the city is in a bad state. We were really concerned. The day the rain stopped, second brother and I wanted to come back. But as soon as we left the city, we saw the roads full of mud and no place to step. Luckily, the weather has been good these days and the sun dried the ground. We quickly bought some supplies and hurried back. He carefully hung a chicken he was holding in the kitchen. Big brother? You bought a chicken? After so many days of heavy rain, isn't there a shortage of supplies in the city? Yes, there is. It's not enough. The delivery trucks can't get in, and everyone is worried. Luckily, second brother and I stay at the unit or we'd be starving by now. So, you managed to get a chicken? Hey, sister, you don't know. Our big brother went to great lengths for 2 chickens, even convincing the head of the procurement department at his workplace. Whenever he sees him, he wants to run away. But for his own peace, he quickly got 2 chickens for big brother. We paid for them, so we can't just take public property for free. It seems Big Brother is doing well at the postal and telecommunications office. He was so annoyed that if their relationship wasn't good enough, who would help with such a favor? The 2 brothers listened to Qin Shiyue's words, just smiling without saying much. Gao Wenyu didn't stay at home long. He took the other chicken and went straight to Yanghe Brigade. He hadn't seen his fiancée in a while, so he hurried over to show his presence. When preparing dinner, Qin Shiyue didn't touch that chicken. She planned to start spring planting tomorrow and cook a soup tonight, secretly adding some spiritual spring water to give everyone a good boost. Usually, in the Gao family's water jar, she only dared to add diluted spiritual spring water. Some things can't be done all at once. They need to be done gradually to avoid suspicion. She had a peaceful night without dreams. After the heavy rain, the weather grew hotter, and the days got brighter earlier. To speed up work, the team leader ordered everyone to start working in the fields before dawn. Every household, young and old, had to be there. Missing anyone was not allowed. Qin Shiyue and Lu Haoqing, who weren't on the mandatory list, still considered themselves part of the team. In the end, they worked together with the Gao family to plant crops. Lu Haoqing's work points were all registered under the Gao family's name, but Qin Shiyue had her own household registration, so her points belonged to her. In the morning, after working for over 2 hours, Qin Shiyue hurried home to make breakfast, simple pancakes and egg soup. At 7, the team leader announced a 1-hour break. The team members rushed home, as they had to cook their own meals. There wasn't enough time to delay. Luckily Shiyue has a job. She doesn't need to work in the fields to earn points to support herself. Otherwise, our family would have to run back and forth like the others, working desperately and not even eating a hot meal. Gao Wenji wiped his face with a towel and complained to his parents. You brat, don't think Shiyue's actions are just normal. Be careful, or I'll give you a good spanking. Mom, I know. I'm not ungrateful regarding this, and Gao was very confident. After all, she knew her child well and believed he would never do such ungrateful things. After breakfast, the team leader approved Qin Shiyue's morning leave, so she could go to the city to buy medicine. She tidied up the kitchen, then carried her basket and headed into the city. As she entered the city and turned onto a familiar alley, 3 villains with knives rushed toward her. Behind them, about 10 police officers in uniform followed. Stop, don't run. Comrade in front, please move aside. Quickly, Qin Shiyue watched the scene, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had been busy these days and had no time to spar properly with Lu Haoqing.
Now.
She could stretch her muscles a bit. She set her basket aside, and the 3 villains, waving their knives, charged at her. Without hesitation, Qin Shiyue reached out and broke the hand holding a knife. With a loud scream, she quickly kicked to the side, and with a cracking sound, the villain's leg broke. The knife clattered to the ground. The scar-faced man at the back looked at the wolves in front and the tigers behind, spat fiercely on the ground, and after some thought, he decided that the woman in front was just an easy target. His brothers had been caught off guard and ambushed, so he didn't think Qin Shiyue was truly skilled. In his mind, Qin Shiyue was just a soft target. You dare to bully my brothers? Did you ask my permission first? As he finished speaking, the scar-faced man charged forward, taking the initiative to attack. Qin Shiyue blocked his stabbing hand, then punched straight at his face. The scar-faced man quickly raised his arm to block her attack. She then swept low, but instead of dodging, she stomped hard, breaking his leg.
Ouch.
It hurts. The police officers watching the scene looked at Qin Shuiwa with admiration. Such talent and skill. If she joined the police, she could solve many big cases. Shua's sister. Huh? Someone she knew? She looked toward the voice and saw a familiar, smiling face. Brother Xiangzi. Hey, good girl. No wonder you're Jie's sister. Your skills are solid, your moves decisive. Not bad, not bad. Brother Xiangzi, are you on a mission? Yes, on a mission. These three are middle-level human traffickers. We wanted to catch them and find out more. But these three are clever. We just got to their door, and they ran away. We were still chasing when you showed up. Luckily, you appeared, or I can't imagine what might have happened. Qin Shua smiled but didn't say anything more to Xiangzi. She knew that police work involves many secrets. Xiangzi could only share basic information. If she kept asking, it would make things difficult for him. Brother Xiangzi, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go now. All right, Sister Shuiwa. If we catch this case, I'll apply for a reward for you. Thanks for stopping those three. That's not necessary, Brother Xiangzi. We're all serving the people. No need for thanks. As soon as Qin Shua finished speaking, several police officers started praising her eagerly. Wow, look at her awareness. Yes, she's impressive. No wonder she's the captain's sister. She's brave. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise, Qin Shua quickly hugged her basket, awkwardly said goodbye, and ran away. Watching her leave, one police officer leaned toward Xiangzi with a mischievous smile and pushed him gently, saying, Captain, you're not being fair. Such a good girl. Why not introduce her to us earlier? Go away, stop talking nonsense. She's not my sister. She's a comrade's sister. Come on, she's your comrade's sister. That makes her your sister, right? Captain, I tell you, this woman is skilled and decisive. She's perfect for undercover work. Xiangzi looked at his subordinate, who was giving him advice, and felt furious. If Qin Shuiwa was just Qin Jingjia's sister, he could still consider talking to his brother about it. But once it involved that person, he would be completely helpless. All right. Just get her back and start the interrogation. Hope we can learn something. Qin Shuiwa didn't realize she had just been noticed by someone. She was focused on selecting the herbs needed by the team. Summer was coming soon, so she needed to prepare some cooling herbs as well as remedies for injuries and emergencies, things that could save lives. This way, patients would have enough time to get to the hospital for treatment. She didn't keep many of these medicines because they were expensive. Even if their team had money, they wouldn't buy too many. After paying, Qin Shua was about to leave when an old man stopped her. Comrade, are you not planning to continue supplying herbs to your team? Well, right now we're planting in spring. We don't have anyone available to go up the mountain, and the recent heavy rain has made it hard to know the mountain's condition. If we want to keep supplying, it will take some time. Even then, the supply won't be much because the herbs on the mountain are limited, and we need to leave some to grow for next year. Have you thought about growing some herbs yourself? Growing herbs? Qin Shuiwa was surprised at first, then her mind suddenly cleared, and her eyes brightened. That makes sense, comrade. But I wonder if it's easy to grow these herbs. I have some old seeds here. I'm not sure if they can still be planted. I've kept them carefully, and they are useless to me now. I believe you can make them useful. After several interactions, the old man's attitude toward Qin Shua softened. He no longer looked so stiff and formal. Even his speech became more relaxed, and they grew closer. Thank you. I'll try planting these seeds later. If they grow well, we can even make a long-term cooperation agreement for orders, and the price can be discussed then. That's settled then. Qin Shua took the herb seeds from the old man carefully, stored them close, and then turned to leave. After leaving the alley, she didn't go straight ahead. Instead, she turned left and entered a courtyard, which looked tidier than before. Huh? Comrade Qin, what brings you here? Xiangzi came out from another house and saw Qin Shua standing in the yard. He hurried over to greet her warmly. Stand there, don't move. During the previous 2 visits, although this person was not very assertive, she didn't show such enthusiasm. Now, with her acting like this, she worries there might be some trick. Standing there confused, Xiangzi was full of doubts. What is going on? Comrade Qin. What's wrong? Cough, cough, cough. You're so enthusiastic all of a sudden. Is there something going on? Hearing that it was about his attitude, Changzi smiled again. Oh, Comrade Qin, look at what you're saying. In my heart, you are our family's savior, a very important person. My enthusiasm isn't too much, right? Qin Shua looked at Qiangzi's performance with indifference, her eyes conveying a "do you believe me or not" message. Shall we go inside to talk? Qiangzi led her into the house, where Meng Chongqing was trimming flower branches with scissors. Qin Shua widened her eyes and turned to Qiangzi, saying, "Your boss is holding scissors. Aren't you going to stop him?" "No need to stop him. If it were before, my boss would get hurt. But now, it's a situation where both sides could get hurt." Qin Shua was confused. "Do you even know what you're talking about?" Soon she understood. Meng Chongqing was carefully trimming the protruding branches. It looked like he was cutting the leaves with the scissors, but who knew? A flower bud, still closed, fell off. Without the weight support, the branch trembled. Coincidentally, a thorn scratched Meng Chongqing's hand, leaving a shallow red line. It's much safer than before, when someone could get seriously hurt or worse. Much better. Comrade Qin, see? I was right, wasn't I? Watching Qiangzi walk happily, Qin Shua couldn't help but wonder if the blood on Meng Chongqing's hand was just her illusion. In the past, whenever her boss got a small injury, it seemed like the world was ending. Now, he could ignore that small cut? Could it be that he finds it too insignificant? This is progress. At least the wound might heal on its own if left untreated. Comrade Qin, let me tell you, the first time I saw my boss with such a small injury, I was shocked. I was stunned all day. Qin Shua looked at Meng Chongqing with sympathy. Such a poor kid. Meng Chongqing caught Qin Shua's gaze and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. All right, sit down. He put down the scissors, gracefully took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his fingers back and forth twice, then threw the handkerchief onto the unconscious person. Shua, thank you. Qin Shua was confused as she sat down. Huh? Thank me for what? Did you forget? The coin you gave me last time. You mean, yes, my life is pretty much back on track now. Qin Shua instinctively glanced at the bloodstains on Meng Chongqing's hand and the innocent-looking flower bud that seemed to have died tragically. Fine, if you say it's on track, then so be it. Feeling Qin Shua's gaze, Meng Chongqing explained helplessly, this injury is nothing compared to before, and I haven't been seriously hurt in a long time. It's your good fortune. I was just helping out, so there's no need to thank me. No, this small item may seem insignificant to you, but to me, it is very important. In fact, my new life is thanks to you. That might be a bit serious. In any case, your great kindness and grace will always be in my heart. Whatever happens to you in the future, whether it's facing danger or hardship, I will always stand by you. Meng Chongqing's words hit Qin Shua like small hammers, stirring her heart. She never expected that her accidental act of clinging to a big shot would lead to such an unexpected outcome. Comrade Meng. Since you saved my life, calling me Comrade Meng feels a bit formal. I'm a few years older than you, so why not call me Big Brother Meng, then? Big Brother Meng. Yes, Shua, this time you came, is there something you need my help with? Your role-playing is a bit too quick to get into, isn't it? She cleared her throat softly, hiding her little emotions, and explained the purpose of her visit. I want to borrow something for personal use from Brother Meng. Oh? Who? Faint fingers pointed at Qiangzi. Me? Yes, you. No. Comrade Qin, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to talk about borrowing or not. It's too formal. Qiangzi is right. Shuyu, if you have something to ask, just let him do it. There's no need to be so polite with me. This matter is unusual and might be life-threatening. Qiangzi glanced at his boss. He wasn't afraid of death, but since it involved life and death, it must be a serious matter. His boss's approval was definitely needed. Shuyu, can you tell me more? I want Qiangzi to pretend to be someone. What? Meng Chongqing's usually calm and elegant face suddenly turned stern. His dark eyes looked at Qin Shuyu with suspicion and caution. From her past life, Qin Shuyu knew about Meng Chongqing's complicated relationship with Song Chong. This time, to completely eliminate Lin Nian, she had to take a big risk and gamble. gamble on Meng Chongqing's trust in her and his hatred for Song Chong. Big brother Meng, Song Chong is hostile towards me. He has sent people to stay close to me, trying to get a Jade token I have. But this Jade token was passed down from my ancestors and has no real value or special use. I never knew what he really wanted. Once, he almost succeeded, but luckily I reacted quickly and escaped. How do you know it was him trying to harm you? I overheard Lin Jiqing from the Youth Education Institute mention him unintentionally. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about this person. Qin Shuyi looked calmly at Meng Chongqing, with no trace of panic in her eyes. Actually, she was right to say that. In her past life, she learned about Song Chong through Lin Yan, but Lin Yan's attack on her wasn't ordered by Song Chong. Still, it didn't matter. She just needed a reasonable excuse for her actions. Lin Yan indeed knew Song Chong, but only knew of him. They had never met. She knows all the important events and future directions involving key figures, but when facing them personally, she doesn't recognize anyone. For example, last time, Lin Yan didn't realize that her meeting with Lu Zhuai's was with the big boss she lost. Therefore, she has reason to suspect that Lin Yan might have traveled into a book. If she has indeed traveled into a book, then knowing that Song Chong is very important now is normal. Also, Song Chong is not a clean person and uses very harsh methods. Maybe her interference this time will lead to unexpected gains. Are you saying that Lin Jiqing is someone Song Chong placed around you, and she even harmed you before? Yes, everyone in the team knows about this. She encouraged my cousin to attack me, so I paid more attention to her. That's how I found out about this. Meng Chongqing relaxed a little and didn't doubt Qin Shiyue's words. When he decided to settle in Changhe Town earlier, he had already learned some things about Qin Shiyue. The incident where Lin Yan encouraged Qin Hongshan was one of them. Song Chong is a person who acts only for profit. If he is willing to go so far to deal with a female comrade, then that Jade token must hide some secret they don't know. Shue, could I see that Jade token? Qin Shue took the Jade token from her collar and handed it to Meng Chongqing. He examined it carefully, looking back and forth. Honestly, he had seen many good things since he was young, but this. The Jade token was made of cheap material and had no real value. Why would Song Chong want this object? What could be his purpose? Sorry, I can't see anything special about it. I don't understand why Song Chong must take this worthless Jade token. It's good that he can't see anything. This is a mix of truth and falsehood, which is exactly what she wanted. That's why I want to start with Lin Yan and see if I can get some useful information. Otherwise, the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. I wouldn't even know what they plan to do, which makes me very passive. Indeed, Song Chong is a very scheming person. Few can truly guess his thoughts. Starting with someone close to him is a good idea, but Qiangzi and Song Chong look very different. If he pretends to be him, he'll easily be exposed. That would be like alerting the enemy. Meng Chongqing's words also indirectly confirmed that he and Song Chong are old acquaintances. He and Song Chong have a very intense rivalry, but working together is also possible. As for why Qin Shiyue wants to cooperate with him, Meng Chongqing doesn't mind. He only needs to know that Qin Shiyue has no bad intentions toward him. I remember last time Lin Yan mentioned Song Chong. I heard her say that sending letters isn't safe, and that Song Chong isn't sincere because he doesn't show his face. I wonder if they have never met each other. Never met. Meng Chongqing was surprised at first, then thought about Song Chang's cautious personality.
It's possible they haven't met.
Tell me exactly what to do. Well, like this. Qin Shiyue pulled Qiangzi's head closer, and the three of them whispered quietly. In the end, Qin Shiyue added, if we do this well, we might even find out more hidden things about Song Chong from Lin Yan's words. Before Meng Chongqing could say whether he agreed, Qiangzi spoke first. Comrade Qin, is it true that you're giving me money and tickets for support? Seeing his brother's mischievous and untrustworthy look, Meng Chongqing's usually calm face darkened. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? I don't know much about Song Chong, but I think anyone who can get involved with the young people in Changhe Town must have a strong background. Having a background means having power, and power also means being wealthy. Since you're pretending to be him, you can be without money or looks, but you can't be without money, or you'll recover. Comrade Qin is very perceptive, thinking so clearly. Changzi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. He definitely didn't raise his thumb to praise the support money. Meng Chongqing's long, delicate fingers, as white as tofu, couldn't help but touch his forehead. This is so embarrassing. This is 300 yuan along with tickets for meat and cloth. You go buy some clothes, and we'll follow the plan step by step. First, approach Lin Yan. Got it, just watch me? Or should I find a place for you too? Xiangzi was now completely lost in the money, not noticing how unhappy his boss looked. Has the heavy rain affected you recently? Some influence has affected us. Supplies can't come in. Even if there are buyers, I have nothing to sell. I managed to get a batch of goods. Tonight at 10 o'clock, go to the Western Cemetery to pick up the goods. Try to gather the money and tickets from the city folks for your black market. Although I have enough money here, I don't have many tickets, so I still need your help later. I understand. After leaving Meng Chongqing, Qin Shuyue threw some eggs and apples into her basket. These are items available at the supply cooperative, so it's not unusual for her to buy them home. Back at the Chaoyang Brigade, she found a reason to stay at the health clinic that evening to process medicinal herbs. She told the Gao family she would sleep there and not return. Gao's family didn't suspect anything. However, Lu Haoqing looked at Qin Shuyue a bit more, making her feel like she was holding a rabbit that was bouncing in her arms. After dinner, I will take you there. Okay. As soon as Lu Haoqing finished speaking, he sensed a different gaze. He looked up and saw his third aunt. Her eyes were full of interest, encouragement, and a bit of glee. He shook his head helplessly. The time isn't right yet. Although he holds a fairly high position, he is single and lives in a dormitory. He plans to recover from his injury, then apply for housing. Once everything is settled, he intends to confess his feelings to the young girl. When the time comes, they can report their marriage together with the military report. After that, he will immediately register their marriage with the girl. In the evening, the sunset painted half the sky in bright red, looking especially beautiful. Qin Shuyue and Lu Haoqing walked side by side on the road. Their handsome and beautiful pair attracted many villagers returning home from work. People generally like to talk about good things and people without malice. It's a way to add some spice to life. But at this moment, someone unpleasant appeared. For example, Lin Yan, standing in front of the two, was glaring with a malicious look. The first time Lu Haoqing saw Lin Yan, he immediately stepped in front of Qin Shuyue with a cold face and a sharp tone, saying, "Get out of the way." Lu Haoqing, what is so good about Qin Shuyue that you have to protect her like this? Does it have anything to do with you? Lu Haoqing, look at me, look at me. I am the main character in this world. Qin Shuyue is nothing. As long as we work together, we will surely be at the top of the world. By then, you will be admired by many, and I will have achieved my goal. It's a win-win situation. Lu Haoqing, think carefully. Only I can give you a better future. Qin Shuyue quietly watched Lin Yan wildly promising Lu Haoqing big things. Lin Yan was right about one thing. In her past life, she reached the peak, but in this life, that will never happen again. Are you done talking? Lu Haoqing's expression remained calm. You're not even moved? I've said so much, and you have no feelings at all? Let's go. Holding Qin Shuyue's hand, Lu Haoqing tried to bypass Lin Yan. But Lin Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Haoqing. Lu Haoqing, as if touching something dirty, quickly shook off Lin Yan's hand and then kicked her away. You're too dirty. Today, I can't keep this outfit. Hearing Lu Haoqing, Lin Yan clutched her stomach, sat up hard, and looked at him in disbelief. You. Say I'm dirty. Not only dirty, but also unlucky. Fine. Lu Haoqing, since you choose to stand against me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The only response she got was the backs of Lu Haoqing and Qin Shuyue walking away. Wait for me, you all, Lin Yan said with a vicious look, which Qin Shuyue caught when she turned around. From Lin Yan's words just now, she had already acted. She just didn't know when those people would arrive. She hoped they would come quickly, so she wouldn't delay the follow-up plan for Lin Yan. Otherwise, it would be a real pity. Thinking of this, Qin Shuya quietly looked at the man beside her. She pressed her lips tightly, her brows furrowed as if she was holding something back, but her steps remained steady with his. She always knew that Lu Haoqing was a very restrained person with high standards for himself. He wouldn't let any emotion control him, even anger or rage. He could still handle problems with the calmest attitude. However, this man could sometimes be quite uncontrollable. Thinking about some unspeakable things that happened in his past life, Qin Shuya quickly looked away and focused on another direction. What she didn't see was the slight smile that appeared at the corner of Lu Haoqing's mouth the moment she looked away. The two of them reached the door of the clinic. Lu Haoqing gently pushed Qin Shuya inside and said softly, "Go in. Lock the door at night. No matter what you want to do, remember to stay safe, okay?" Yes, I know. Perhaps it was just a feeling, but Qin Shuya always felt that Lu Haoqing's words somehow seemed to be directed at her. "I'm going back now. I'll bring you food early tomorrow morning and also help you practice boxing. Okay, I'll wait for you. Go ahead. I'll watch you go inside." Qin Shuya nodded without hesitation and turned to walk into the clinic. She was afraid that if she stayed longer, she might reveal too much. "This ungrateful little thing," Lu Haoqing muttered affectionately. Seeing the clinic door close behind her, he finally turned to leave. On the way back, Lu Haoqing kept thinking about what Lin Nian had said earlier and what it really meant. He didn't act as if he didn't care. From his observations, the woman who approached him and Shuya definitely had a purpose. What that purpose was, he still didn't know. It was 8:30 p.m. Qin Shuya sneaked out of the clinic quietly. Under the cover of night, she sped away from the village entrance and headed straight to the cemetery west of Changhe town. She chose the spot during the day because it was quiet, rarely visited, and relatively close to the Chaoyang Brigade. When she arrived, Qin Shuya placed the prepared supplies, grain, pork, chicken, eggs, apples, dried goods, brown sugar, and white sugar, on the ground with a wave of her hand. After setting everything down, she left the cemetery and hid on the wall of a dilapidated small courtyard next to it. The path she was watching was the only way Meng Chongqing would come. She didn't plan to show herself, so she only needed to confirm Meng Chongqing's arrival before leaving. Checking her watch to confirm the time, Qin Shuya waited quietly. However, after waiting for a while, Meng Chongqing didn't come. Instead, she saw a sneaky figure approaching from the end of the road, heading toward the small courtyard at her feet. Qin Shuya turned around and entered the yard, pressing her body against the wall. She tried to steady her breathing, waiting for the sneaky figure to pass by. A few minutes later, the cautious shadow appeared before Qin Shuya. She saw it quickly slip into the yard, heading straight for the main house. After opening the door and going inside, she heard the sounds of furniture being knocked over and the persons murmuring, I knew they would bully me. Staying out late like this. When I get rich someday, I'll step on those and make them lick my feet every day." That voice. Somehow, it sounded strangely familiar. Qin Shuya felt confused, but didn't go closer to investigate. The yard looked abandoned for a long time, mostly ruins. The only somewhat intact building was the one the shadow entered. However, it was missing half a wall and had no windows. The moonlight shone directly on it, leaving nowhere to hide. After some thought, she decided to wait and see what would happen. God, how long has it been since this place was cleaned? So much dust. I don't know what the boss was thinking. Is there even a point in cleaning this broken house? If I knew I'd be doing this, I'd rather go home and sleep. Then, the sounds of sweeping and curses mixed together. This dilapidated house was next to a graveyard. Normally, since it was abandoned, there was no need to clean it. But now, someone was here cleaning, which meant things weren't so simple. She glanced at her watch. The time was getting close to when she was supposed to meet Meng Chongqing. Worried that the person in front might cause trouble, she considered knocking him out directly. Just then, the shadow cursed and came out on his own. He brushed dust off his clothes at the door. This simple action revealed his face to Qin Shuya. Because she saw his face clearly, she was stunned. How could he be here? Standing in front of the dilapidated house was Yang Yaoquan, the man she saw a few days ago. He was Yang Huimin's brother. When they went to confront Yang Huimin earlier, Yang Yaoquan had already hidden inside. She hadn't interacted much with him and didn't know him well. But who in their right mind would come here, for no reason? Moreover, I can't understand the meaning behind what he was muttering, especially since he was forced to do so by others. Honestly, I can't figure it out, and Qin Shua doesn't plan to think about it anymore. Today, her main purpose is just to deliver goods to Meng Chongqing, so it's better not to cause any trouble. After watching Yang Yaoquan leave the yard, Qin Shua turned around and jumped back onto the wall. About 10 minutes later, she saw several beams of flashlight in the distance, confirming Meng Chongqing's figure among them. Only then did Qin Shua run away from the broken courtyard and head straight to the health clinic of the Chaoyang Brigade. That night, Qin Shua slept very peacefully. Early in the morning, Lu Haoqing arrived as promised, helped Qin Shua stretch her muscles, taught her a new set of boxing, and then they had breakfast together before going their separate ways. All morning, Qin Shua and Su Qiao were busy handling medicinal herbs. The small team collecting herbs on the mountain hadn't gone up recently. They were all planting crops in the fields. Qin Dajiang understood what was more important. No matter how profitable the herbs on the mountain were, what mattered most was the food in their stomachs. That was the foundation of survival. While the Chaoyang Brigade was busy, more than 10 people quietly entered the village entrance. Leading them was the captain of the Red Guard team, who had visited before. "Captain, you're finally here." Lin Yan looked at him with a mix of annoyance and affection, her words sounding both tender and resentful, full of complicated feelings. "Since I promised you, I definitely had to come." The captain didn't hide the team members behind him. He reached out and touched Lin Yan's waist, grabbing her soft flesh. Lin Yan pretended to be shy and turned her head away, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. Don't do that. Everyone's watching. Let's just finish our work quickly. Once we get the things, you can do whatever you want. That's what you said. I've never slept with a young revolutionary before. If this works out, you better treat me well. As long as I get that jade pendant, I will follow you faithfully. I'll settle the score with you properly so you die knowing exactly why." Lin Yan endured the disgust, allowing the captain's hand to move over her body.
She swore.
Once she gained power in the future, none of those who humiliated her today would survive. "All right, let's go." Captain Yang tilted his chin and gave a sly smile as he looked at the dozen or so brothers following behind him. He waved his hand and stepped forward, walking with Lin Yan toward the health clinic. However, not long after they entered the village, they happened to meet the militia captain and his team on patrol. During this heavy rain, besides them, only Yanghe Brigade had kept their grain supplies safe. The surrounding brigades are now worried every day about their grain. Who knows if others might suddenly turn hostile and come to steal the grain. Qin Dajiang managed the Chaoyang Brigade very well because he planned ahead. On the day of spring planting, he discussed with the militia captain to have someone guard the entire brigade during planting. The militia captain divided his 20 or so team members into 10 groups for patrols day and night, never relaxing for a moment.
"Who are you?"
"What are you doing in our Chaoyang Brigade?" The militia captain looked at Lin Yan and then at the small leader of the Red Guards. His eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing them together, this person probably came to cause trouble, right? "Anyone daring to block our captain? Get lost now. Our captain is waiting to catch people. If you delay our work, you'll regret it. Are you Red Guards?" The militia captain's heart skipped a beat. These people are not good news, especially the arrogant attitude of the small leader brought by Lin Yan. "Knowing we are Red Guards, why don't you leave quickly?" "May I ask, what exactly are you coming to Chaoyang Brigade for?" "Someone reported that the doctor at our health clinic is hiding something from capitalists. We're here to investigate. If it's true, we will take her back for questioning." "That's impossible. Dr. Qin's ancestors already donated all their property to the authorities and got a poor farmer's household registration. How could she still be hiding anything from capitalists? Is that up to you to decide? The facts speak for themselves. Move aside and don't delay our work." The militia captain knew that arguing further with these people wouldn't solve anything. It was better to quickly find the brigade leader and call him over. Maybe there was still some hope. He turned sideways to clear the way behind him, watching the crowd walk confidently toward the health clinic. He quickly told the team behind him, "Go, find the captain and tell him to come to the health clinic. Got it, big brother." At the clinic, Qin Shua had just finished her work. She stood straight in the yard, stretching a few times. As soon as she straightened up, she saw Lin Yan and others walking from afar. She understood immediately. It must be today. She took the proof that Director Li had issued earlier from her pocket and called inside. "Su Qiao, it's noon. Please help me go back to the Gao family and ask for some help. I'm really too tired and don't want to move." "Okay, I'll bring you some food later." Su Qiao lowered her head to tidy her clothes. As she walked out of the yard and turned right, she didn't look up and naturally didn't see Lin Yan and the group following her. In an instant, Lin Yan reached Qin Shua. Her eyes showed pride, and her chin was raised high. "Qin Shua, your time is up. When will my life and death be decided by you? Huh, even now you still act so proud. You really don't know your limits. Do you know who this is?" After speaking, Lin Yan looked back at the young squad leader beside her. But at this moment, the squad leader was completely focused on Qin Shua.
Wow.
Such a beautiful comrade. That lovely face, perfect figure, smooth hair, and elegant aura. I've finally found a wife. Only a woman like her is worthy of me. Seeing the squad leader's gaze, what else did Lin Yan not understand? They had already come this far, and she wouldn't allow any mistakes now. Leaning close to the squad leader's ear, she whispered, "Follow the original plan. As long as this woman goes in, it's just you making your move. When the time comes, think of a way to heroically save her. It will surely lead to a good outcome." The squad leader turned back to Lin Yan and said, "Oh, aren't you jealous?" "Lin Yan, what the heck am I jealous of?" Though she was laughing inside, she couldn't show it on her face. You see Lin Yan gently leaning her body, giving the small team leader a playful glare and saying with a sour expression, "How can I not be jealous? You used to only have eyes for me, but now you're no longer just mine. I know that a successful man like you probably has more than one woman. I have to accept my fate." She seriously began to calculate her own destiny. The small team leader felt especially pleased when he heard Lin Yan's words and even looked at her with a flirtatious gaze. "You're saying that? I like hearing that. I know you're sensible. Don't worry, from now on, you'll be the boss. No matter how much she is favored, she can't surpass you." Ugh. Lin Yan endured her disgust, still showing a hint of gratitude on her face. Seeing this, Qin Shua couldn't help but clap her hands. With a series of loud claps, she brought Lin Yan and the small team leader back to their thoughts. "What do you mean? Do you agree with my earlier suggestion?" The small team leader felt a bit happy inside. It seemed he was really popular, or else why would everyone want to support him? "What do I mean? I just admire you, applauding your bravery. I didn't expect, Lin Yan, that you would aim so high and end up." After speaking, Qin Shua gave the small team leader a complicated look. "Like this kind of thing? You have quite the appetite. Qin Shua, even now you still dare to offend me? Aren't you afraid you won't see the next sunrise? You don't fear being associated with such a person? I am upright and proper. What is there to be afraid of? I hope you can also laugh happily like this later," Lin Yan said through clenched teeth. Qin Shua shrugged, indicating she would see how things turn out. Just then, reinforcements brought by militia members arrived. Qin Dajiang was already in position. "Oh? What wind blew you, a big shot, to this small place in Chaoyang Brigade? Captain Qin, last time was a misunderstanding. This time, I mean business for real. Why don't you tell me first? See if I can help." "No need. I have decisive evidence this time. You just don't delay my work. Otherwise, I won't care if you're the captain or not. I'll arrest you too." "Evidence? What evidence? Get out of the way." The squad leader really didn't want to keep explaining things to Qin Dajiang. He just wanted to finish quickly so that tonight they might finally get married. Seeing that the squad leader wouldn't listen, Qin Dajiang quickly signaled to Qin Shua. After giving Qin Shua a calming look, she turned to the squad leader and sarcastically said, "The evidence you're talking about isn't from Lin Yan, is it? Lin Yan's reputation in our Chaoyang team is already terrible. If you stay with her, Aren't you worried you'll get her bad reputation on yourself? Qin Shuyue, you're talking nonsense. I think you're just stubborn. Do you dare to show everyone that jade pendant hanging around your neck? Why should I? That's my personal item. Why should I show it just because you ask? The embarrassed squad leader looked at Lin Yan with a fierce gaze, signaling her to stay quiet. Lin Yan hesitated and shrank back, unwilling. She has no right, so do I? Qin Shuyue, I suspect you're hiding something from a capitalist. Hand it over quickly, and I might let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Only capitalists have support from wealthy families. Maybe they have a few valuable things. As for me, my ancestors were poor farmers. Where would I get something valuable to hide? Even if you're a red guard, without proof, you can't just accuse me. That's slander, understand? Ha ha ha, proof? Do red guards need proof to act? I advise you to hand over the stuff peacefully, or you'll suffer. Otherwise, if I don't have it, how can I give it to you? Since you have no proof, you're just framing me. I can report you to the committee. Report me? Haha, you're just a rural woman, short on experience. You want to report me to the committee? Do you even know which way the committee doors face? Try it and you'll find out. Enough, stop wasting time. Hand over the jade pendant. The jade pendant is my personal property. I won't give it. Someone, come here and arrest her. Suddenly, two young comrades rushed out, reaching straight for Qin Shuyue. Qin Dajiang was so anxious to step forward and help stop them, but before he could move, he saw the two young comrades rushing toward Qin Shuyue being thrown out.
Huh?
Did I just see things? Did someone really fly out? Not only Qin Dajiang was confused, but everyone present was also puzzled. You dare to hit a red guard?
Good, very brave.
Four of you, if you can't even catch a girl, get out of the red guard team. A few people behind the squad leader looked at each other. Then four strong, broad-shouldered men stepped forward, looking tough and not easy to mess with. Qin Shuyue's face remained calm as she took the lead. All of them flew to the same spot as the previous two, stacking on top of each other like a human pyramid. Everyone was confused, saying, "Is this world a fantasy?
You.
Want to try coming up yourself?" Qin Shuyue looked at the squad leader, smiling brightly. But in the squad leader's eyes, this smile looked especially fierce. He was so scared he took a few steps back. Lin Yan was furious, her face turning pale. She clenched her fists, trying to hold back her temper, then quickly ran to the squad leader and said, "She embarrassed you today. We can't let her go easily."
Get lost. You don't need to tell me.
The squad leader pushed away Lin Yan, angrily shouting at Qin Shuyue.
Just wait and see.
After that, he left immediately. He just said one last word, and then walked away. Qin Shuyue was left speechless. It was so sudden. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the squad leader leave like that. Her mind started racing, trying to figure out what to do next. Staying in the team was definitely not an option. Today, she and the Red Guards had once again barged into the Chaoyang team, and Qin Dajiang, that old guy, would never let her go.
But
if she left, where could she go? After thinking hard, Lin Yan sadly realized that her only hope now was this Red Guard squad leader. She didn't hesitate for long. Lin Yan quickly chased after him, lifting his foot. "Oh my gosh. You scared me to death. You really scared me." Seeing the group walking away, Qin Dajiang let out a sigh of relief. "Captain, you relaxed too early." The militia captain also looked at the departing figures with a serious expression and said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "I hit the Red Guard members. Based on that leader's attitude earlier, they'll definitely go back and complain." "Really?" Qin Dajiang exclaimed and hurriedly turned around, anxiously saying, "Shuyue, you can't stay here. Those Red Guards aren't good people. Now is the time. You should leave quickly. Leave now." "I'll leave, but what about our team? Besides, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I leave? If you leave, they won't find anyone. Even if they're angry, they won't dare to trouble me.
Just go hide for a while.
I'll write you a recommendation letter for official work. Maybe you can go to the army and find Jingjia. There's always a way." "Captain, I won't go anywhere. Even though those Red Guards look fierce, they're still under the control of the committees. Don't worry, we have people above us. It's fine.
What? You.
You have someone above you?
Who are they?
Qin Dajeng was confused. How did he not know that Qin Shua knew someone higher up? You'll find out tomorrow. This kid always talks halfway. Since Qin Shua said it's fine, then it must be fine. Qin Dajeng happily approved her leave, telling her to find her backers. He confidently stayed at the team office, waiting to see what would happen tomorrow. Lin Yan didn't take leave and quietly followed the squad leader, silently walking behind him without saying a word. Until they reached the small courtyard where the Red Guard office was and the squad leader was about to go inside, Lin Yan felt that if he didn't say something now, he might lose this support. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. Don't be angry. I don't know about Qin Shua's martial arts skills. Sorry I couldn't help you. The squad leader turned around with a stern face and looked at Lin Yan. He said fiercely, I've been sitting in this position for so many years and have never felt this kind of injustice. Lin Yan, is a simple apology enough?
Well,
what do you want to do? I'll do whatever you say, okay? Don't be angry. Look, I betrayed the Chaoyang team for you, and I don't even have an introduction letter. Besides you, I have no one else I can rely on. Can you help me? Qin Shue. I'll find a way to get her for you. How about that? Lin Yan knew how to soften his tone, understanding that catching a man's hidden feelings could work. He played along, and sure enough, the captain's expression improved a lot. All right, since you don't know, I don't blame you. But remember, Qin Shue has embarrassed me and I won't let her go. Yes, I understand. Good. I'll take you to a guest house to get a room. I have a meeting this afternoon. Tomorrow. I must catch that young doctor and deal with her properly. Yes, I'll do whatever you say. Qin Shue, meanwhile, was unaffected by all this. She strolled leisurely into town and went straight to the committee offices to find Director Li. Seeing Qin Shue, Director Li, who looked healthier each day, greeted her warmly, as if she were a family member. It's rare to see you today. What brings you here, Uncle Li? Uncle Li, how's your health lately? Good, very good. I feel much lighter than before. I've been busy with a lot of things recently, or I'd ask you to check on my family. Since you're here today, why not stay for the evening? My wife will cook some good dishes for you, and you can invite Uncle Hong too. Let's have a meal together. I was in a hurry today and didn't bring you any wine. I still have 2 bottles from last time. Maybe. Uncle Li, could you pick them up from the Chaoyang team tomorrow? Bring your wife along too. I've been working on 2 herbal recipes lately, using herbs from our mountain, and made some pills to help with health. Tomorrow? Director Li paused, then quickly recovered, distracted by the thought of good wine. All right, I'll take your wife with me tomorrow. Having arranged everything with Director Li, Qin Shue stood up to leave. Her next stop. The black market. Is the plan moving up? Meng Chongqing paused while drinking water, looking at Qin Shue with curiosity. Today, Lin Yan took the Red Guards to Chaoyang Brigade to cause trouble for me. I fought back against the Red Guards. That little squad leader is not a good person. I think they will come again tomorrow, probably to teach me a lesson, bringing a big group of people.
can you handle it?
Yes, I can. That squad leader can't cause much trouble. As for Lin Yan, today, she appeared in front of others with the squad leader, which is already a betrayal of Chaoyang Brigade. She must know she can't go back. When she left with the squad leader. At this moment, she is probably trying to stay close to that person, so we need to plan ahead. Leave it to me. I can't act against her while she's in Chaoyang Brigade. Here in the town, I can do whatever I want. Qin Shue had no doubt about this. In her previous life, Meng Chongqing was a very influential figure both at home and abroad. A small town like Changha Town shouldn't be so clueless. Seeing her boss and Qin Shue discussing happily, Jiangzi, who was involved, hesitated for a long time before finally saying softly, "Comrade Qin does. Does Lin Yan look good?" Qin Shue looked confused. Meng Chongqing remained silent. Seeing that neither of them responded, Jiangzi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Yan looks extremely ugly? He started imagining a deformed face, a big nose, small eyes, thick eyebrows, grinning with a big yellow tooth. TSK, what a picture. Seeing Qiangzi's imagination, Qin Shuya rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Lin Yan looks pretty good. Don't worry, your eyes won't deceive you. That's good. That's good. Qiangzi patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. He didn't continue paying attention to Qiangzi. Qin Shuya kept discussing the plan with Meng Chongqing. Before leaving, Qin Shuya thought it was better to say some things first. I don't know what grudges you have with Song Chong. This cooperation involves not only you, but also me. If it fails, I think you know the consequences, right? Why are you so sure I have a grudge with Song Chong? Last time, those people from the black market plus. You promised me the cooperation, didn't you? Yes, I know what to do. All right, I'm leaving now. Qin Shuya turned around without hesitation, leaving Meng Chongqing sitting there, staring blankly at her back. Her hand unconsciously stroked the coin on her neck. At this moment, Qiangzi entered the room, looking worried as he watched his boss. Boss, do we really have to work with Comrade Qin? Qiangzi, we want to go back and take back everything that belongs to us. This cooperation is a necessary step. I understand, boss. In the afternoon, when Qin Shuya returned to the Gao family, everyone had already come back from the fields. You're back so early. Are you okay, Shuya? Before Aunt Gao could speak, Lu Haoqing stepped in quickly, his worried eyes scanning Qin Shuya back and forth. His anxious expression was hard to hide.
I'm fine.
Those people didn't hurt me. I heard from others that you fought the Red Guards. They're not good people. Since you fought them, they'll probably try to get back at you. Shuya, pack your things quickly. Haoqing will take you away from here. Yes, Shuya, listen to your aunt. Hurry and leave. Uncle Gao was no longer as calm as usual. His mind was in chaos, not knowing what to do. No, I don't need to leave. The Red Guards came after me, but it was just Lin Yan stirring trouble. They have no proof, so they won't do anything to me. Besides, I didn't go out for nothing this afternoon. I talked to Director Li from the committee. He'll come tomorrow morning. When that happens, I won't be the one in trouble.
You
also know Director Li from the committee. Yes, I helped him with a medical issue before. I also need to thank Director Hong for helping to connect us. That's good. With a leader involved, it'll be much easier. Lu Haoqing pursed his lips tightly, his dark eyes flickering with thoughts. Qin Shuya couldn't understand what he was thinking. Just as she was about to ask more, Aunt Gao pulled her away. After dinner, before Qin Shuya could find a chance to speak, Lu Haoqing approached her first. Want to go for a walk with me? The evening breeze brushed through Qin Shuya's hair, playful like a mischievous child jumping on her face. She reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear, but unexpectedly, the man beside her moved first. You. Qin Shuya stared fixedly at the man in front of her, feeling a strong sense of safety, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Shuya, Lu Haoqing's usually cold face showed a hint of redness. He nervously clenched his fists, glancing at Qin Shuya from time to time, unsure whether he should confess his feelings now. Haoqing, what do you want to say? Taking a deep breath, Lu Haoqing looked firmly at the delicate girl before him and said seriously, I like you. I've liked you for a long time. I've carefully protected our relationship, afraid you'll dislike me, and I won't even get a chance to be with you. I thought I'd wait until things in the army settled down before telling you how I feel. But today, something happened that made me realize that without a proper status, I can't even show my feelings openly.
Shuya.
I know I'm a few years older than you, but I've been in the army all these years, always loyal and pure. I've never liked anyone else. In my heart, there's only you.
You.
Can you marry me? Qin Shuya didn't expect Lu Haoqing to bring her out just to say such things. Her quick mind was suddenly overwhelmed by his words. Her mind buzzed loudly, and she could only stare wide-eyed, blankly looking at Lu Haoqing. Lu Haoqing stood there, also watching her without moving, afraid to miss any expression on her face. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 5 minutes later, Lu Haoqing felt like a whole century had passed. He anxiously ruffled his neatly combed hair, his small eyes filled with a hint of sadness. What's wrong? Shuya, do you disagree? Tell me, what's wrong with me? Can I change it?
Are you?
Confessing to me? Yes, I am confessing. Qin Shuiwe, I like you. Will you marry me? Let me have a proper role to love, cherish, and care for you. Qin Shuiwe, in a daze, suddenly saw this moment overlapping with her past life. Tears slipped from the corner of her eye instantly. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did I say something wrong?
Or
Do you not like me? She looked away, hurriedly wiped her tears from her cheeks. Unexpectedly, wiping away one tear caused another to fall. At that moment, all her emotions surged. Qin Shuiwe could no longer hold back and threw herself into Lu Haoqing's arms. Lu Haoqing stood silently with his arms tightly around her, allowing her tears to soak his shirt. He seemed like a strong protector, determined to guard the treasure in his arms. As her crying gradually stopped, Qin Shuiwe broke free from Lu Haoqing's embrace. She looked up with her dark eyes, which had been touched by water, and a small smile appeared on her lips. The wind around them gently stirred at that moment. Lu Haoqing, for the rest of my life. Please take care of me, Shuiwe. You agree? Qin Shuiwe smiled softly and nodded seriously. The man in front of her was her obsession in both lives. How could she possibly refuse?
ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
I have a wife now. I'm so happy, so happy. After so many years of waiting. Finally, it's happened. Seeing the man in front of her, happy like a child, Qin Shuiwe blinked and tilted her head in confusion, asking, "When did you start liking me?" She had wanted to ask this in her previous life, but never found the chance. Today, she had to get this question answered. I didn't know what liking was before. When I left the Chaoyang team to join the army, I finally understood what missing someone feels like and realized what liking someone means. But I was afraid you would always see me as a neighbor brother. If I broke through that barrier and you didn't like me, based on your personality, you wouldn't want to see me again. So I never said anything. Qin Shuiwe took Lu Haoqing's hand and led him forward. So why did you say it today? The matter of the Red Guards made me very upset and angry. But I am angry at myself because I hesitated for so long and didn't express my feelings. I didn't want you to face difficulties alone. I wanted you to think of me first and come to me for help. I know you are strong and don't like to trouble others. But if I had a proper identity, I wouldn't be a stranger. You could openly rely on me, and I could openly protect you. The whole world would know that you are my wife, Lu Haoqing's wife. The kind of wife who grows old with me. As for Lin Yan, I've been cautious of her for a long time, so don't worry. Tomorrow, I want to be with you. I am your partner, and you can't refuse. All right, I agree. Lu Haoqing suddenly took her hand, brought it to his lips, and gave her a sincere kiss. He continued, When did you start liking me? Qin Shuiwe. It's not that I don't want to pay back, but the time just isn't right. I shouldn't have asked so many questions earlier. Sorry for asking? Are you shy? Not at all. Then tell me. You guess yourself. Isn't that a bit cruel? It's okay. Qin Shuiwe ran ahead, and Lu Haoqing chased after her. Their voices gradually faded away, becoming quieter and quieter. But their journey had just begun. Back at the Gao family's house, Qin Shuiwe specifically asked Lu Haoqing to stay away from her so no one would notice anything. But as soon as they entered the yard, Aunt Gao looked at them sharply and said surprisingly, Are you two planning to go public? Qin Shuiwe. Is it that obvious? Her suspicious gaze fell on Lu Haoqing. Now she had reason to suspect that he might have let something slip, which made Aunt Gao guess right. It's not me.
I didn't say anything.
All right, you two. If you're together, just be together. No need to hide. I want to tell you, Lu Haoqing, you better treat Shuiwe well. If I find out you're bullying her, I won't let you go first. Yes, third aunt. This sound was loud and commanding, like shouting slogans in the army. But suddenly, a loud voice made Qin Shuiwe, who was feeling a bit guilty about being a thief, jump in surprise. She turned her head and glared at him, then hurried back into her room and locked the door. She didn't know who she was protecting herself from. Early in the morning, a gentle breeze blew, and a beautiful day began. Qin Shuiwe sleepily opened the door to wash up. But she ended up crashing into a man's broad chest. Yeah, you're so enthusiastic this early. I really don't want to hear that. Why are you standing at my door instead of sleeping? I was so excited I didn't sleep all night. I was afraid it was just a dream and didn't want to disturb your sleep. Now that it's morning, I want to be the first to ask. Are you my partner? Qin Shue stood there speechless. Her sleepy mind hadn't fully woken up, so she didn't know how to answer him. Suddenly, her lips felt a gentle warmth. Qin Shue hesitated and reached out to touch her lips. Did he just kiss her? Right? Say something, yeah. Did you just kiss me? Her confusion made Lu Haochen want to tease his new, innocent partner. Want to feel it again? Qin Shue wanted to shake her head, but her thoughts suddenly didn't match her actions. Her brain was clearly more honest than her heart, so she nodded gently. Lu Haochen's soft laugh reached her ears, and her mind completely froze. This was so embarrassing. What should she do? How could she fix this awkward moment? While she was lost in thought, everything suddenly went dark in front of her eyes. Qin Shue's heart trembled, and she blinked, her fan-shaped eyelashes trembling slightly, which made Lu Haochen's heart move. He slowly lowered his head, his cool breath lingering near her nose. I'm here. His voice was low, enveloping her completely. Before she could think further, in the next moment, her lips felt a cool, icy touch.
Boom.
In that instant, Qin Shue's thoughts shattered like glass, and a small joyful voice started to bloom in her mind, happily bouncing around. Lu Haochen looked very serious, as if he was handling a rare treasure. Gently, he touched her, then quickly pulled away. The slightly red tips of her ears were visible in Qin Shue's eyes. She raised her hand and gently rubbed his ear. Lu Haochen shivered all over and quickly grabbed her small hand. Don't. Her innocent look made Qin Shue wonder how the man who had fought her all night in her previous life had managed to develop such skills.
Could it be?
He read a lot of romantic stories? Her thoughts suddenly raced, and she couldn't stop. Suddenly, there was a noise nearby. Qin Shue immediately pushed Lu Haochen away. Because he wasn't prepared, she almost pushed him to the ground. Huh? Sister Shue, after just one night, you managed to knock down Lu Haochen? What exactly did you go through last night? Gao Wenji saw Lu Haochen stumble and thought they were just sparring, so he came over jokingly. Qin Shue was silent. Lu Haochen was silent. Could you please listen to what you're actually saying? Because of the incident with the Red Guards yesterday, the Gao family planned to go to the clinic with Qin Shue. Even if they couldn't help much, they wanted to be there to show strength and intimidate the other side.
But
reality was harsh. Master Gao didn't give any leave. Now is the critical time for spring planting. How dare you ask for leave? No, they couldn't. They couldn't afford to offend. The Gao family members all went to work without hesitation. Of course, Lu Haochen didn't need to go, so he naturally followed Qin Shue to the clinic. As her partner, he successfully surprised Su Qiao. Are you two together? She was stunned. Could she be overtaken by this couple? No, absolutely not. After spring planting, she must find a chance to take Gao and Yang home to meet her parents. Yes, but Yue is shy. Please keep this a secret, Comrade Su. Oh, okay. Su Qiao looked at Qin Shue, who appeared calm and composed. Carefully observing her, she noticed something unnatural about her. Who would have thought? The powerful Qin Shue would also have a tender side when it came to love? At 8 o'clock, Director Li's bicycle appeared at the clinic's door. Behind him, his wife, Manhwa, followed on her own bike. The two of them each rode a bike, showing their good living conditions. Shue, are you here? Hey, Uncle Li, Aunt Li, you've worked hard. Come in and sit. Qin Shue went out to greet them, with Lu Haochen right behind. Oh, this young girl is really pretty. Meng Meihua wore a white floral checkered shirt, a red sweater jacket over it, dark blue pants, and black leather shoes. Her hair was neatly tied back, and her face showed little sign of age, looking quite young. Andy, looking at me and Uncle Li, we don't seem to be the same age. This girl can talk so well, haha, I like hearing that. Sure enough, no one dislikes hearing good words about themselves. At this moment, Director Li saw Lu Haoqing standing behind Qin Shuyue. With his experience in judging people, he immediately noticed that this man was special, and he sensed that there was something unusual about his relationship with Qin Shuyue. The most obvious sign was in how they addressed each other. "Uncle Li, I've heard Iya mention you many times. Today, I finally meet you. Who is this?" "I am Iya's boyfriend, Lu Haoqing, commander of the 3rd Regiment of a certain military unit. Being young and already a regiment commander was not something achieved just through connections." It seemed this man was quite remarkable. "Are you guys a strong team up? I just love how transparent this is." Lu Haoqing's enthusiasm was impossible to hide. Inside the clinic, Director Li was entertained by Lu Haoqing, Manhwa was attended to by Qin Shuyue, and Su Qiao looked around, feeling somewhat out of place, quietly stepping aside to become invisible. Qin Shuyue naturally remembered the purpose of Director Li and his wife's visit. She asked Manhwa to sit aside, then reached out to check her pulse. Suddenly, the quiet room was disturbed by the sound of a door being kicked open. "Qin Shuyue, I'm here. Today, I see you're still so arrogant." Zhao Jinghao, the squad leader of the Red Guards, proudly strutted around, one arm around Lin Nian, with dozens of brothers behind him, filling the small clinic so tightly that breathing became difficult. Lu Haoqing looked up coldly and scolded, "Who do you think you are, daring to act so arrogantly here? Oh, found a helper. Huh." When Lin Nian saw Lu Haoqing, her feelings were mixed with love and hate. Last night, she was forced to give herself to Zhao Jinghao to find a place to hide, but Zhao Jinghao could never compare to Lu Haoqing, whether in family background, ability, or personality. Lu Haoqing was far superior. She remembered how she had tried to stand out before and was harshly taught a lesson by him. For some reason, Lin Nian hated him. No matter how high his status or how good his family was, it was useless. He was still a foolish person who didn't know how to adapt. When she got Qin Shuyue's Jade badge and reached the top, he would regret it. "Brother Hao, he's from the army." Lin Nian, now caught in the same situation as Zhao Jinghao, had to reveal this information. "So, what if he's from the army? No matter who he is, once he's in my territory, he has to behave himself," Zhao Jinghao said confidently. Qin Shuyue. When it came to being arrogant, Zhao Jinghao was the best. Who gave him the courage to be so reckless that he forgot who he really was? Li Director, standing quietly nearby, raised an eyebrow.
He knew Zhao Jinghao.
Back when the Red Guards expanded recruitment, he was the one who recruited him. Because Zhao Jinghao was active and clever, he was made a squad leader. But after these years, he had changed so much. Seeing no one inside speaking, Zhao Jinghao thought he had scared them, which made him even more proud. He loosened his grip on Lin Nian and pushed her forward gently, speaking softly. "Go ahead. You said Qin Shuyue has something of a capitalist. Find it, and I can follow the rules to take her." Lin Nian didn't recognize Director Li or Manhwa. She thought they were just here for a checkup and paid no attention. She walked step by step to Qin Shuyue, her face still a little fierce. "Who would have thought, Qin Shuyue, that you'd end up like this? If you had obediently handed over the items earlier, you wouldn't be suffering today. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Lin Nian, are you sure you're not a bit crazy? You covet my things, and I should happily give them to you? Are you foolish, or am I? Haha. The thing is yours only if you can keep it. If you can't, then it's not really yours. Our game of chess shows that I am one step ahead. I won, and in front of the Red Guards, even if you talk a lot, you can't explain yourself." Qin Shuyue looked up at the sky in silence. Why didn't I realize in my past life that Lin Nian was so good at talking to herself? And about being one step ahead. Let's see how she turns from being one step ahead to 3 steps ahead. Is this what you want? She took out the jade pendant from her collar, and sure enough, Lin Nian's eyes lit up. "Give it to me quickly. This is mine." "Why should I give it to you? Who are you? How good? Did you hear that?" Qin Shuyue admits this jade pendant is hers. This is a thing of the capitalists. "Quickly, catch her. Catch her. I'll see who dares to touch her." Lu Haoqing didn't hesitate. He stood in front of Qin Shuyue, blocking her completely with his body. Haha, Lu Haoqing, you actually protect a capitalist brat. Aren't you afraid your official position will be taken away? What does that have to do with you? You just don't know what's good for you. Don't you think you're pathetic? Your feelings aren't being returned, so you keep pushing forward, risking losing everything you've achieved. Aren't you afraid? Lien Yan didn't reveal Lu Haoqing's thoughts. How could she kindly tell Qin Shuyue that someone secretly liked her? Let me introduce myself properly. My partner is Qin Shuyue. What? Director Li? Manhwa. You young people really know how to play. How is that possible? How can it be? Lien Yan desperately denied this fact. The book clearly said they weren't together at this time. Enough. Stop fussing. Now is the time to get serious. Qin Shuyue, hand over the jade pendant in your hand. No matter who comes today, you won't be safe. Is that so? Zhao Jinghao, I haven't seen you in so many years. Your presence is even more impressive than mine now. Director Li saw the jade pendant Qin Shuyue took out and understood everything. So this was the trap set for him all along. He stepped forward, revealing himself right under Zhao Jinghao's gaze. Hands behind his back, with a commanding presence, he looked very official.
Who are you?
How dare you call me by my name? Cough, cough, cough. Pretending to be cool and confident, but it was all for nothing. Manhwa chuckled at her own thoughts, coughing a few times. Everyone turned their attention to her. It's okay. Don't mind me. You all go ahead, carry on. Director Li felt helpless. He didn't want to look at Zhao Jinghao's fat face anymore. His eyes shifted to Lu Haoqing and said, Could you do me a favor? Uncle Li, what is it? Just hit him. But don't kill him. Lu Haoqing nodded and walked toward Zhao Jinghao. Suddenly, Lin Yan rushed out and blocked his way. Comrade Lu, Brother Hao is a red guard. They have a lot of power. You need to think carefully. Don't offend him just because of Qin Shuyue. If the army finds out and they investigate you, what will happen? Lin Yan's words seemed to care about Lu Haoqing's future, but really, he just wanted to persuade him not to get involved in today's matter. Everyone here is smart.
Who can't see through that?
Because they understood, they looked down on Lin Yan's behavior even more. Get out of the way or I'll have to use force. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Haoqing didn't want to hear any more nonsense. Without hesitation, he kicked Lin Yan away. She was knocked into the wall and fell to the ground, spitting blood nonstop. The crowd looked at her indifferently. No one stepped forward to help her. Even Zhao Jinghao sneered dismissively and let out a tsk. Then his gaze shifted to Lu Haoqing, who was walking toward him. Let me tell you, His voice suddenly stopped, replaced by a loud scream. Ow, it hurts.
Ow.
How dare you hit me?
Ow.
Ow. With past grudges and new anger, Lu Haoqing used all his strength this time. He hit his face and stomach, targeting areas that could easily be hurt but not fatally. At first, Zhao Jinghao could still cry out, but later he couldn't make any sound, only whimper and roll on the ground holding his head. Enough, Brother Haoqing. When Lu Haoqing was about to stop, he kicked a few more times before finally breathing out and stepping aside. At this moment, Director Li stepped forward, hands behind his back, looking down at Zhao Jinghao, whose face was even more swollen. He said coldly, Zhao Jinghao, I promoted you to squad leader because I saw your cleverness. I didn't expect that your cleverness would backfire and harm you. The jade pendant in Shiyue's hand was personally verified by me. It's just an ordinary piece of jewelry and has nothing to do with any capitalists. She also has my official certification. I don't know how you learned about the jade pendant, but I can tell you for sure, you are being used by someone. After speaking, he looked at Lin Yan, who was lying on the ground. His words clearly indicated that anyone smart enough would understand. Indeed, Zhao Jinghao had been in this position for many years. He was not stupid. Lying on the ground, he connected all the events and understood everything. He never thought that his brilliance would end with a woman playing him. Today, his old leader saw everything. His reputation would definitely be ruined. All of this was caused by Lin Yan. He would not let her go. Now that everything was clear, it was easy to handle. He called the squad leader and the militia captain, handed Zhao Jinghao and Lin Yan over to them, and told them to take them to wait at the entrance of each committee. Then he told Qin Shuiyue and left with her, riding bicycles back to the city. In the clinic, only Qin Shuiyue, Lu Haoqing, and Su Qiao, who was hiding in the corner, remained. Meng Manhwa sat on a chair, waiting for her pulse to be checked. "Auntie, did you fall into the river when you were a child? Did you catch a cold? Is there only one child between you and Uncle Li?" You can tell that just by checking my pulse. If someone didn't know better, they might think Qin Shuiyue was a fortune teller. Your body has cold energy, which does affect your. However, this has developed over many years. When you were young, it wasn't so severe. You should have no problem conceiving, but after childbirth, the cold energy has started to come back. If you're thinking about having a second child, it might be difficult. Yes, I checked at a big hospital before and they told me the same thing. I took many medicines, but none of them worked. So your Uncle Li and I only have one daughter. She's lively and playful, unlike you, who are more steady. We're worried about her. If she keeps this personality as she grows older, it's good that I and your uncle are here to protect her now. But after we're gone, what will happen if we can't protect her anymore? Auntie, everyone's thoughts change at different stages. She's still young and full of innocence now, so her ideas are simple. When she starts working and experiences more, her personality will naturally change. Your Uncle Li and I think the same. Having children really keeps us busy and worried. Meng Meihua is a middle school teacher. She's not very talkative by nature. Today, when she saw Qin Shuiyue, she felt they got along well. She couldn't help but say a few more words. As they talked, it got late. Director Li finished his work with the committee and rode his bike back to the Chaoyang team. When he entered the clinic, he looked upset. "What's wrong? Did Zhao Jinghao upset you? This person doesn't know how to be satisfied. He's just a small squad leader of the Red Guard, not very powerful, but he's got a big ego. He hasn't done any real work, but he's committed many bad deeds. I was blind to think he was clever before." People change. You can't judge the present by the past. Since things have already happened, just deal with it. Honestly, Meng Meihua is very wise. She always hits the point, and her few words help ease Director Li's frustration. "How are you feeling?" "Nothing serious, just an old problem. Shuiyue made me some pills to take easily." "Shuiyue? Today you really put one over on Uncle Li. 2 bottles of wine aren't enough. You need to bring a few more next time." Yes, Uncle Li is right. It was the younger generation's mistake. I have prepared 4 bottles of good wine and 2 bottles of nourishing medicinal liquor, which I personally brewed. Take them home and have a glass every night. I guarantee you'll sleep well and wake up refreshed for work the next day. All right, since you are so sensible, Uncle Li will forgive you. Director Li smiled as if he had won a big prize, holding tightly to the 6 bottles of wine. Meng Meihua stood there laughing and scolding him as a wine lover. In the end, the couple didn't stay for dinner. They had elders and children at home to worry about. Qin Shuiyue didn't insist and only said they would visit next time when they had more time. The couple happily agreed and, of course, called Lu Haoqing to come along. During dinner, the Gao family members looked at Qin Shuiyue with concern. No one knew what to ask first. Qin Shuiyue smiled and explained the main points of today's events. The matter was now fully resolved. As for Lin Yan's situation, the team leader would probably tell Director Hong from the commune that the youth residents would not be returning. As for other places, Zhao Jinghao knew Lin Yan had used him, so she wouldn't get any good results. However, Qin Shuiyue hoped Lin Yan would stay in the town so her and Meng Chongqing's plans could proceed smoothly. This matter was finally settled, and Qin Shuiyue returned to her usual routine. But now, she had a little helper, Lu Haoqing, who was very clingy. Spring planting was nearing its end. The villagers of Chaoyang Brigade could finally relax. However, Qin Dajiang still carried his heavy responsibilities on his shoulders and dared not slack off. As the commune meeting approached, Qin Dajiang became more and more anxious. In the past, he looked forward to the commune meetings, hoping that Chaoyang Brigade would make a big breakthrough and that he would shine at the conference. After a heavy rain, Other brigades under the commune suffered heavy losses and faced a year without enough food. Chaoyang Brigade was lucky to still have crops and harvests. It was already considered a standout. If they didn't hide their strength now, they would only invite attack. Moreover, Director Hong from the commune had promised that this meeting would commend collective and individual achievements.
How could they do that now?
After he and Shuyu received their certificates, the other team leaders probably wanted to swallow them up. In the evening, Qin Dajiang couldn't wait any longer. He put on his clothes and was about to go outside. Wan Yanfang, holding her grandson, quickly called out, "It's so late. Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Qin Shuyu. You, as an adult, can't solve things yourself, but you think a kid can come up with a solution? 3 heads are better than 1. If I don't try, how will I know? What if it works?" After saying that, Qin Dajiang opened the door and headed straight to the Gao family. In the yard, Gao Wenji was practicing aiming with Lu Haoqing. Today, he convinced his parents to let him join the army as a new recruit. He wanted to learn more while being guided, so he could be strong and protect himself and his family. He studied very seriously. Qin Shuyu watched from the side and occasionally shared her ideas. It was like everyone discussing together. It was getting dark, and the yard was hard to see. Gao Wenji didn't want to practice at first, but Aunt Gao strongly opposed. She even took out some of the few remaining sticks and set them up in the yard, urging Gao Wenji to practice quickly. She was afraid that if he missed practicing a move, his life might be in danger. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Everyone was surprised and wondering who it could be so late. Qin Dajiang pushed the door open directly. "Hey, Uncle Team Leader, it's so late. Why are you here? Is something urgent?" As the head of the family, Uncle Gao quickly got up to greet him. "I have something urgent to discuss with Shuyu. What's the matter?" Why is it so urgent? Hearing that Qin Dajiang wanted to see Shuyu about something urgent, everyone hurriedly put down their work and gathered around him, as if they wouldn't let him leave until he explained clearly. "Never mind, let's sit down and talk." It wasn't something worth hiding. Qin Dajiang didn't plan to whisper to Qin Shuyu. He sat on a stone stool, looked at the red and white cigarette box in Uncle Gao's pocket, and snatched it away. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking. Everyone looked at him with confusion, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyu and Lu Haoqing remained calm amid everyone's impatience, becoming the most unique sight in the scene. The upcoming collective meeting is about to start. Do you know? Yes, I know. Haven't you been looking forward to it? This matter was not a secret. Not only Qin Dajiang was looking forward to it, but everyone in the Chaoyang team was also waiting. Before, Comrade Li Xianghe came to our Chaoyang team. If it weren't for Shuyue, our team would have planted crops like the other teams, following the normal schedule. You can guess the consequences. At this meeting, all the team leaders under the commune will attend. Out of more than 10 teams, only ours and Yihong's crops were planted properly and on time. This will surely attract the attention of other teams. Some might feel jealous and others, well, it's hard to say. Plus, our team not only planted crops normally this time, but also earned 2 first-class merits. So, not only do we have crops, but we also have money. Suddenly, good news turned into trouble. Qin Dajiang gave a look that said, "You can go if you want," and silently smoked. The yard was very quiet. "Uncle, this matter can actually be solved easily. The country cannot just watch us suffer from the disaster without doing anything. They will definitely cancel the grain tax. Even if our team plants the crops, we don't need to teach anyone. We can work together with Yanghe team to ensure that the people are fed normally, and any extra grain can be donated to the commune for distribution to other teams. Although it may not be a lot, it will help reassure everyone. Alright, this plan works. I believe Yanghe team will agree too. Also, Uncle, you can talk to the commune director about your difficulties. I think Director Hong is probably overwhelmed right now. If you donate the grain, he will be happy. To ensure a good harvest, he will likely discipline other teams and send people to guard the grain, to prevent trouble. So, your worries are unnecessary." Hearing Qin Shuyu say this, Qin Dajiang felt that he had been worrying all these days for nothing. He had been wasting his energy. Uncle, you're dazzled by the big achievement and only thinking about showing off. You haven't thought about other ways to handle this. Oh, old man, your brain isn't working well anymore. When Qin Dajeng arrived, he looked worried. When he returned home, he was smiling happily. Wan Yanfang didn't need to ask. She knew the problem was solved. She happily hugged her grandson and went to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Qin Dajiang went straight to the commune director's office. He shared Qin Shui's idea with Director Hong. Good, good. Comrade Qin, you're a good comrade. You have insight and vision and you care for the people. You're a good leader. It's all thanks to Director Hong. Our commune is harmonious now, without those dirty matters. Everyone is working together. Everyone likes to hear good words, and Director Hong was no exception. After the problem was solved and he heard praise, Director Hong's mood visibly improved. At this moment, Qin Dajiang quietly approached him and whispered, "Director, now is the hardest time. I don't want to cause trouble for everyone. Can't the model worker and the first-class function be directly assigned to me? All right, I understand your concerns. We won't hold a ceremony at the meeting, but I feel sorry for you and Shuyu. Such a big matter, and it has to be kept secret. But don't worry, next year I will make it up to you. Thank you, Director." "Thank you. Also, De Jiang, a few people from the Agricultural Science Institute are coming to Chaoyang Brigade to check the grain growth. To ensure their safety, I've sent 6 people to protect them. You can arrange a larger place for them to stay together." De Jiang understood that, although it was said to protect the institute staff, in fact, Director Hong was also indirectly ensuring the safety of the brigade. When Qin De Jiang returned to the brigade from the commune, the first thing he did was go to the health clinic. He sincerely thanked Qin Shuyu and explained again about the institute staff coming over. Yes, they pay attention to this because it's important for increasing and stabilizing the grain supply. It's a matter of life and death, so there can be no mistakes. I think so too. Director Hong also sent some people to protect them. Actually, it's more like protecting the grain. But right now, the main issue is housing. Qin Shuyu's forehead twitched, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. "I've thought about it. Our brigade doesn't have enough space to house these people, and they must stay together. So, what do you suggest? I was wondering, could we clear out the entire health clinic? Where would the clinic be moved to? I remember your house is almost finished, right? I'll find someone to help move things. It should be done in a couple of days. After that, you can work from home. How does that sound? Isn't it a good idea?" Qin Shuyu was speechless. Wow, the brigade leader's plan was so elaborate, it almost made her face fall. But she didn't have a reason to refuse. Where she stayed didn't matter. At worst, she could use the front house as the clinic and live in the back. Her brother wasn't home, so she could live wherever she wanted. De Jiang was a man of his word and acted quickly. The next day, he brought some strong young men to help Qin Shuyu finish the remaining work on the house. They worked overtime and completed everything in 2 days. The Gao family helped clean up the health clinic, and everyone went to assist. Qin Dajiang brought some carts and found many people to help move the medicine cabinets as well. After 5 days of work, the new health clinic was finally tidy. To make things easier, Qin Shua moved directly from the Gao family's house into the new home. The new house was small. Part of it was used for consultations, and another part was divided into a small room that Su Qiao arranged. She moved in from the educated youth courtyard. The house was small, but it was better than the crowded beds in the youth courtyard. It was also convenient for cooking, private, and she didn't have to worry about others rummaging through her belongings. Qin Dajiang asked the village's old carpenter to make 4 bunk beds and 4 single beds. He also made a wash basin stand, some boxes, and used new newspapers to cover the old health clinic's walls again. The original wards were turned into dormitories, furnished with new furniture, and looked quite decent. "How is it, Captain? Does it look good?" "Yes, it's great. I heard city folks are quite delicate. Is this house small?" "Small? Do you think city people live in big houses?" "Usually, a few dozen square meters with a big family of 10 or more squeezed inside. There's hardly space to turn around, and it's better than ours." "That's true. That's true. Captain, you really have good judgment. We always thought city folks lived a good life. People in the city wanted to go out, villagers wanted to move in. That's just how it is. Once the house was ready, Qin Dajiang sent a message to Director Hong. On the third afternoon, for assistance from the Agricultural Science Institute and 8 clerks, who were officially staff, arrived at Chaoyang Brigade. The 8 clerks were Hong Director's people. They often went to the countryside with him and were very familiar with rural life. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. But the assistants from the Agricultural Science Institute looked a bit unhappy when they saw the old, dilapidated houses and muddy dirt roads. Brother Chun, this house. It's even worse than the small houses behind our family compound. The man called Brother Chun wanted to scold him, but looked at the peeling walls and the rundown exterior. He didn't feel like arguing. I heard that this was specially chosen by our captain. Just this? Specially chosen? I've never lived in a place like this before. The few young assistants behind looked at the 4 people in front discussing the house. They exchanged glances. One, who seemed to be the leader of the group, spoke first, saying, "Captain said that our dormitory is on the right side of the yard. Let's go in and settle down first." "Yes, Brother Lin." They pushed open the door. Inside, there were new bunk beds, and a faint smell of paper and ink filled the air. "This room isn't bad, is it?" I heard Director Hong say that the Chaoyang Brigade isn't poor. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. This room is better than mine at home, and the furniture is new too. Exactly. I don't understand what those people are still complaining about. Well, they are intellectual workers and we are just laborers. Our levels are different. We're all people, all from the flower country. I don't know why they act so proud. All right, everyone be quiet. Remember why we came here, to protect the grain for the Chaoyang Brigade. That's our main task, understand? Yes, Brother Lin. The others didn't dare to speak anymore and hurried to tidy up their beds. After everyone finished, they took basins to wash up briefly. They saw the assistants still standing outside in the yard, commenting on everything but refusing to go inside. This time, the person called Brother Lin didn't ignore them. "Comrade Chen, although the conditions in the countryside are tough, the Chaoyang Brigade is already the best among all the brigades in the commune. Don't worry about the peeling paint on the outside wall. Inside, everything is brand new. Even the walls are covered with the latest newspapers. Everyone should go back and settle in early. It's getting late and we still need to arrange dinner." "What? We have to cook ourselves?" "We came here to ensure the grain harvest goes smoothly. The crops were planted late, and to get a good harvest, we need to put in a lot of effort and time. We don't have time to cook. Let the captain arrange someone to cook for us." Lin Yingwei frowned, looked at Chen Jinmu, and opened his mouth to say something. But then he remembered Director Hong's instructions and finally asked a brother behind him to call the captain. Chen Jinmu was very pleased with Lin Yingwei's understanding of the situation. He led the other 3 into the house. Not long after, Qin Dajiang hurriedly ran to the yard of the old clinic and knocked on the door of one of the dormitories. Seeing the person at the door, he wore a smile and nodded politely, saying, "Comrade, is there something you need?" "Why?" "He went to call you, but didn't tell you what it's about." Xiao He, who opened the door, looked unhappy and gestured toward the officer following Qin Dajiang. Qin Dajiang is a leader, so just by his expression, you can tell these 2 groups probably don't get along well. "The educated comrade from the city called me, so I came right away. I didn't even ask what was wrong. Is there something urgent? Or are you unhappy about something?" His flattering words sounded very pleasant to Xiao He, and his expression softened a bit. "Look, Captain, you're not thinking carefully. We 4 came to your Chaoyang team to help you. We are your benefactors. This hand is for scientific research, and our brains are for studying data. Every second is precious. Can we waste time on cooking?" Qin Dajiang was stunned, his mind full of data, research, and gratitude, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. The officer behind him kindly reminded, "Captain, they mean they don't want to cook. You should arrange someone to do the cooking. It's a simple matter, very clear. Why make it complicated with all these twists? Do scientists really think in circles like this?" All right, I'll find someone to cook for everyone later. We researchers need to keep our minds clear at all times, so each meal should have meat and vegetables, be nutritious. That's a bit difficult, comrade. In the countryside, people rely on their own grown food. Unlike you city folks who get regular supplies of grain and meat every month. We really can't do that. I don't care about that. You're the team leader, so it's your responsibility. Isn't your Chaoyang team rich? Captain, you need to think carefully. We came here to help the common people with their food. Only if we take good care of them can everyone have enough to eat. Qin Dazheng was silent. It seemed that before this group arrived, the villagers of Chaoyang village were not hungry. After some thought, Qin Dazheng still felt he couldn't agree to this. Just as he was about to argue his point, Xiaohe, the young clerk, snorted and closed the door right in front of him. Qin Dazheng was speechless. The young clerk was silent. Are city folks always this rude? Suddenly, the heavy responsibility fell on Qin Dazheng. Just a few days of happiness, and now worry was back on his face. Captain, we can handle our own meals. You don't need to worry about us. After saying that, he hurried back to the dormitory and shared the latest gossip with everyone.
See?
If you stop looking so excited, maybe I can believe you're a good person. Qin Dazheng stood at the door, thought for a moment, clenched his teeth, and decided to go home and talk later. He pushed open his door, but didn't go inside. Instead, he went straight to the backyard to check on his two lively hens. For a moment, he felt a bit hesitant about harming them. Dad, why are you standing here instead of coming inside? Qin's eldest son was feeding the chickens in the coop, talking to them as he scattered the prepared feed. Where's Mom? Mom is watching the kids. What's the matter? Never mind. You all go ahead. Standing in front of his house, Qin Dazheng looked worried, almost pulling his hair out. Where did we find these so-called experts? They must be ancestors or something.
Sigh.
Helpless, Qin Dazheng could only wander around, hoping to think of a way to solve this problem. As he wandered, he arrived at Qin Shiyue's new house. Located at the edge of the Qin and He families, where the new clinic was built. Huh? Captain? What are you doing here? Are you feeling unwell? Su Qiao was drying herbs in the yard. Seeing Qin Dazheng standing there with a dazed look, she thought he was sick. She quickly put down her work and came out to help him inside. I feel pain all over, especially in my head. Huh? What's wrong with him? Su Qiao was stunned for a moment, then carefully helped Qin Dazheng into the house, comforting him as they walked. She said, It's okay, Captain. Shu Yu is a great doctor. No matter what the problem is, she can handle it. Let's go inside and have her take a look. When Qin Dazheng was pulled into the room, Qin Shiyue was applying medicine to an old man's eyes. She glanced at the captain briefly, told him to sit and wait, and continued her work without stopping. Old sir, come back tomorrow.
I'll change your medicine then.
Depending on how it looks, you might need to keep it on for 3 or 5 days. All right, how much is it? The consultation fee is 5 cents and the medicine costs 20 cents. You can give me 25 cents. Okay. The old man shakily took out 25 cents and reluctantly placed it on the table. He leaned on his cane and left. Qin Shiyue sighed. The local people are reluctant to spend money on medical care. They tend to delay treatment. If this old man's eyes weren't really bad and it didn't interfere with his work, he probably wouldn't have come. Shu Yu quickly.
Please check the captain.
He says he feels pain all over, especially in his head. Qin Shiyue looked puzzled. Medical practice involves observing, listening, asking, and feeling. When Qin Dazheng first entered, she took a quick look and saw no problem. Could it be internal injury? She sat down, placed her hand on his wrist, and listened carefully. As she took his pulse longer, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed tighter. Could it be untreatable? It's already. Su Qiao trembled, asking in disbelief. Her words earned her 2 big eye rolls. What are you saying? Do you have any opinion about our captain? What kind of words are those? At this moment, Qin Shiyue spoke to break the awkward silence. Uncle, are you joking with me? I'm so busy I'm about to die, and you're causing trouble. Your body is in great shape. What are you feeling pain for? I think you're just looking for trouble. Isn't it just that you found a grandparent to bring back? If the problem can't be solved, I'd get a headache and I'd feel pain all over. Do you really think city people live better than us? Can they eat meat every meal? What are you thinking, uncle? These days, resources are tight. Even the top leaders can't guarantee they eat meat every day. Then, do you think the researchers get special treatment? Huh? What do you mean? Qin Shua finally understood. The reason Qin Dajiang was so worried was probably related to those few researchers from the city. It's those researchers again. They say the city sent them here to help us ensure a good harvest and that they're our benefactors. They want us to be grateful. Not only do they want me to prepare meals, but they also insist on balanced dishes with both meat and vegetables. I tell you, these highly educated people speak differently. Most folks just don't understand them. No wonder they're called cultural workers. In the end, Qin Dajiang still felt a strong envy. Having culture really makes a difference. After hearing Qin Dajiang, Qin Shua frowned tightly. What are these city folks doing? Before they arrived, the Chaoyang team still had normal harvests and paid their grain on time. Was it just a few days late planting? It's not a big deal. Do they really think they're saviors? Uncle, these people are sent from above. You need to ask Director Hong how to entertain them. The most important thing is their demands. If we can't meet them, then we need to find someone who can and get the funds for their hospitality. Even if our Chaoyang team has money, it's still the state's money. We can't secretly take from the government to entertain them. That's the behavior of capitalists, and we're not like that. No. I've already paid for the medicinal herbs I sold. The rest is our team's funds. Our oxen are so old they can barely walk. I was planning to buy 2 more with this money. And the tractor, when we bought it, it was about to retire, and we spent a lot fixing it. It's only lasted a few years. Now that we have money, shouldn't we buy a new one? When I add it all up, it still isn't enough. Looks like I'll have to keep sending everyone up the mountain to gather herbs. I still have many things to buy. Suddenly, the woman, who was full of worries, turned into someone eager to buy everything but with no money left. She kept talking and still seemed happy about it. Qin Shue and Su Qiao looked at each other with the expression of an old man staring at his phone, then looked at Qin Dajiang. They didn't know what to say. All right, I'm leaving. I still need to arrange dinner for those people. Although the problem wasn't fully solved, there was a new direction, and Qin Dajiang's mood improved a bit. Hey, wait, uncle, hold on. Then Qin Shue ran to the backyard. She took out a chicken from her space, then grabbed some red dates, goji berries, and 10 eggs, placing them in a box. Uncle, these eggs are to celebrate your family welcoming a son. The chicken is for your wife, to regain strength. If you're really out of ideas, just cut half of it and get through today's meal first. Well, okay. Uncle thanks your wife for that. He accepted the items and hurried home. He decided that tonight's dinner would be enough to let his wife enjoy herself, and they would deal with tomorrow's matters later. After dinner, Lu Haoqing usually took Qin Shue for a walk. It was called digestion, but really, he just wanted some alone time. Here you go. As they walked, the man suddenly pulled out a brightly colored silk scarf from nowhere and put it into Qin Shue's arms. Did you buy this? Is it a gift for me? Yes, to celebrate you receiving the Labor Model Medal. There was no award ceremony for you, so as your man, I naturally want to make up for it. So, this is your reward for me? Yes, I don't know if you like it or not. I like it. As long as it's from you, I like everything. Seeing Lu Haoqing look a little nervous, Qin Shue smiled knowingly. She gently pinched his calloused hand to show her happiness. Just after a few squeezes, his big hand tightly held her soft one. Warmth instantly spread from his palm through her body. Hey you, let go. Not letting go. No one's around here. But still you shouldn't. Someone might come at any time. Please let go. Lu Haoqing pursed his lips, a bit unhappy, and finally released her hand. He said angrily, "Humph, when I get back, I'll file for a marriage. Once we're married, I want to see who dares to gossip." Qin Shue twitched her lips. Inside, I couldn't help but think, I'm an adult in my 20s. Why do I sometimes act so childish? But as my gaze swept over Lu Haoqing and saw his look of being wronged and in need of comfort, I couldn't help but look down at his soft lips. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Lower your head, I have a secret to tell you. Lu Haoqing paused, obediently lowering his head. Before he could get his ear close, a gentle touch came from his lips. Before he could react, Qin Shuyue hurriedly ran away. A big smile spread across my face. I secretly thought, the way that girl runs is so pretty. Gently touching my lips with my fingertips, I thought about the softness just now. My eyes lowered slightly, as if reminiscing or planning something. That feeling was really nice. While I was lost in thought, Qin Shuyue had already run far away. She was playing with her silk scarf, trying to calm her excited heart. Soon, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. In the next moment, her hand was grabbed by a large hand. This time, Qin Shuyue didn't try to pull away. The two of us quietly held hands in the dark night, walking forward together. In the early morning, a new day began. The streets of Chungha town were busy, with people rushing to work. Qin Dajiang was already standing at the entrance of the commune. He kept changing positions, standing, squatting, until he finally found the person he was looking for. Director Hong, finally you're here. Huh? Comrade Qin? Is there something you need? Come inside and talk. Since becoming friends with Qin Shuyue, Director Hong's kindness showed immediately. Out of goodwill, he was more patient with Qin Dajiang. He led him into his office and warmly poured a cup of hot tea, placing it in front of him. Qin Dajiang nervously took the tea, took a small sip, and after a moment of hesitation, tentatively asked about the purpose of his visit. Director Hong, I have arranged for the 4 colleagues from the Agricultural Science Institute and for our 8 comrades. Also, about the meal issue. Does our commune have any policies or subsidies for this? Director Hong, who was just sitting down and about to take a sip of tea, was caught off guard by Qin Dajiang's question. Subsidies? What do you mean? I didn't quite understand. It's about the meal arrangements for those colleagues. Are we, the Chaoyang Brigade, covering all the costs, or does the commune have other plans? I just want to clarify so there are no misunderstandings. Meals? Before they arrived, the Agricultural Science Institute already applied for meal subsidies, and the institute has already paid. I saw the payment myself. I also paid the money. So, what's the current situation? All the senior comrades sitting there understood Qin Dajiang's straightforward words. Anyone with a bit of sense could tell what he meant. The institute has paid. So where should I go to collect the money? What are you collecting? When those 4 colleagues arrived, didn't they pay anything? No, they didn't pay. They even said that their coming to our Chaoyang Brigade was to ensure a good harvest, and that they are our benefactors. They said their time is for scientific research, not cooking, and asked me to arrange for someone to take care of their 3 meals a day. That's fine, but during the busy spring planting season, it's hard to spare someone just to look after them. They also want a balanced diet with meat at every meal. That's a bit difficult for me. I think this is a big matter for our commune. I really had no choice but to come to the director to discuss subsidies. I also hope we won't neglect those benefactors. Qin Dajiang dared to say this, but Director Hong didn't even bother to listen carefully. Who was he trying to fool? No one could miss what was really going on. Despite the inner criticism, this matter must be handled properly. If we upset the Chaoyang Brigade and they refuse to donate grain, what'll happen to the other brigades? Just wait. I'll make a call to the higher authorities. Director Hong took out the phone, dialed a number, and after the operator connected, he was directly transferred to the office of the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute director. He carefully explained the entire situation in detail. There was no need for Director Hong to relay the response. The shouting from the other side was loud enough to reach Qin Dajiang's ears. Director Sure, please don't be angry. Let's talk calmly. Yes, I will pass on your message. Okay, I will handle this on my end. Alright, goodbye. So, Director Hong, what did the other side say? Director Sher's message is that the assistants from the Agricultural Science Institute sent from the provincial office are just monitoring the crop growth. They're worried that planting a few days later than usual might affect the harvest and yield. Their main job is to record fertilizing and watering activities, which is actually a good research opportunity. Really? They're just here to record? Not here to help us. What can those assistants do? Our commune's large teams have been using scientifically improved methods for planting crops for many years. There have been some new breakthroughs recently, but they haven't been widely adopted yet. These assistants aren't involved in the research, so they don't understand the new techniques. After a while, it seemed these people came just to show off and pretend to be important. He had foolishly believed them, especially since yesterday they even wasted half a chicken of his. Well, his daughter-in-law's chicken. Qin Dajiang's mind quickly turned. He felt that the problem wasn't his fault. He needed to find the real source of the issue. Director, this whole thing is getting out of hand. Those colleagues came to the team and said things that left me stunned. I actually believed them. Last night, I even took half a chicken from my daughter-in-law to cook for them. My daughter-in-law is still postpartum. This whole thing is so frustrating. When Director Hong heard this, he understood what was going on. It was obvious they wanted him to pay. He rolled his eyes in annoyance, then took a piece of meat coupon from his pocket and slammed it heavily on the table. Here for you. Thank you, Director. Qin Dajiang didn't hold back. He quickly pocketed the meat coupon. It was a half-gene coupon, enough for his family to eat for half a year. Not taking it would be foolish. The Agricultural Science Institute will send new assistants to record in about 5 or 6 days. You should go back and tell the team members to prepare for the handover during these days. Yes, about the meal issue. Let them handle it themselves. The biggest headache for Qin Dajiang was smoothly resolving the matter. On his way back to the team, he hummed a little tune that didn't quite fit. After entering the team, he immediately went to Qin Shiyue's house. Oh, Uncle, you look happy. Did you solve the problem? Thanks to you. I didn't expect you could even find the commune. You're so honest, Uncle. You believe whatever they say. Since they're sent by the higher-ups, even if the Agricultural Science Institute doesn't take care of the meals, our commune will cover it. It definitely won't be our team that falls short. You're so clever. After these incidents, Qin Dajiang truly trusted Qin Shiyue. Her problem-solving skills are outstanding for someone so young. He thought his own children should learn from her. Qin Dajiang left Qin Shiyue's place close to noon. He hurried home to tell his wife that they didn't need to prepare lunch for those people. What's wrong? Is it really okay not to cook? Don't cook this meal. I'll go ask them for money later. If I get it, I'll continue cooking. If not, let them eat by themselves. Oh, and this meat coupon is a subsidy from the director for the half chicken we had yesterday. Keep it safe. Later, let the eldest buy some meat for his wife. I didn't expect you to be so clever this time, knowing to ask the director for things. Wan Yanfeng looked skeptical. After living together for decades, who didn't know each other well. Seeing her with a kitchen knife heading toward him, Qin Dajiang quickly explained, Wife, don't think too much. This idea was Shiyue's. I didn't do anything bad. Shiyue? Then it's fine. Qin Dajiang was surprised. Was his status at home lower than an outsider? Was he being polite enough? After lunch, Qin Dajiang wandered around the house. When it was about time, he quietly made his way to the old health clinic yard. At this moment, Lin Yingui and 7 others had just finished lunch. 2 of them were squatting by the well washing dishes. Seeing Qin Dajiang, they all stood up to greet him. Team leader, you're here. Is there something you need?
Just tell us.
We can do anything. It's okay. You all rest first. Later, I'll ask the militia captain to come talk to you and see if he can help us patrol the area. I'm not worried about anything else, just afraid that someone who isn't good to us or doesn't like us might come and cause trouble, harming the young plants. All right, Captain. We'll wait then. Qin Dajiang waved his hand and went to the room where Qin Jinmu was staying. He knocked on the door. Yu, who was living with Qin Jinmu, opened the door willingly. Seeing Qin Dajiang outside, he didn't look friendly and said, Captain, I have to say your team is too slow. What time is it now? The meals still haven't been delivered. How do you do your work?
Huh.
Who cooked today?
You better talk to them about it. This is
Comrade He, right? Oh, I'm sorry. The lunch today was not prepared by us. I asked someone to do it. What? Not prepared? You asked us to eat what? Do you treat guests like this? Several of you are here for scientific research in our Chaoyang team, and it's an order from above. It's not like our team begged you to come. The meal subsidy should be handled by the Agriculture Institute or the commune. I was worried that the countryside might be tough, so I wanted to personally ask the director to help get some meal subsidies for you.
But
Guess what happened, Hiyu? Do we even need to guess? Everyone knows what they did. Now they're in trouble, and someone had to come and expose them directly. Isn't it awkward enough? Chun Jinmu was lying on his bed inside the room, clearly hearing the conversation outside. Since things had come to this point, if he didn't speak up, they probably wouldn't have a peaceful life in the Chaoyang team anymore. He walked to the door. His face was much calmer than yesterday, and his tone was gentler. I'm really sorry, Captain. Look at our memory. When we arrived, the village did give us some subsidies. We originally planned to give you the money so you could handle the meals. But we forgot about it.
Sorry about that.
Should I go inside and get it for you? The last sentence was a question.
Qin Dajeng.
Sure enough, city folks are full of tricks. They've already brought it up, and you still don't pay the money, but want to keep it for yourself. Not very good-looking, but thinking pretty highly of themselves. Comrade Chun, you can take this. Based on this money, I will arrange a meal for you tonight. Also, since it is the busy spring planting season, I managed to spare one person. We can't let them cook for nothing, so they should be paid some wages. Yes, I understand. I will go to the team leader right away. Chun Jinmu gritted his teeth and turned around, taking out 12 yuan and 8 food tickets from his bag. That's all I have, team leader. Please take a look. Alright, no problem. I'll go now. After He Yuan saw Qin Dajeng's figure disappear, he turned to Chun Jinmu and asked, Brother Chen, did you give him all our money? Humph, that's hard-earned money from the few of us. How could I give it all to him? Don't worry, it's just a little money. Even if it's all spent, he won't starve us, will he? If Chun Jinmu had said this before, He Yuan might have believed him. But after today's lunch without food, it's clear that the team leader of Chaoyang Brigade isn't so easy to deal with. Qin Dajeng returned home and handed the money and tickets to Wan Yanfeng, telling her to cook with 1 yuan a day for vegetables and 4 jin of grain. Wan Yanfeng looked at the 20 jin of grain tickets in her hand and frowned. There's no meat ticket. How can we match meat and vegetables? It's just 1 yuan left. We still have some radishes, cabbages, potatoes, and other vegetables in the cellar. They're not worth much. Just use the market price to exchange for a few eggs with the remaining money as a supplement for the evening. Besides, they won't eat for many days.
Why?
Didn't we say we'd wait until the harvest? With just a little work from those few people, everyone knows they want to hide the money for themselves. If I report this to the leaders, they won't keep them around. The order has already been given to send a few more people to replace them. Wan Yanfeng nodded and even gave him a thumbs up. That girl Xu Yu is really impressive. Qin Dajeng was left speechless. Can he still stay here? That night, the militia captain visited Lin Yingui. They sat inside and talked for over an hour, reaching a preliminary agreement to work together. They decided to split the two teams and reassign personnel, especially adding more people to the evening patrol team. They handed the revised list over to the team leader. After Qin Dajeng approved, the implementation began the next day. So, early that morning, the villagers of Chaoyang Brigade saw a few new faces. Everyone knew that officials had come down to ensure good harvests, so no one paid much attention. They just went about their work, earning their share. That day was the day Qin Shuyue went to town to buy medicine. It had been a few days since Lin Yan's incident, and today was a good day to check on how things were going with Qiangzi. After breakfast, she carried her basket and headed toward the village entrance. Not far from the village, on a small road, she met a stranger, an unfamiliar comrade. Chun Jinmu had a fight with his 2 helpers early that morning. The reason was that yesterday he didn't give the team leader all the money and tickets, so they had no meat for dinner. This morning, they only had a bowl of plain rice porridge and a piece of cornmeal cake, with no pickles or other side dishes. The other 2 colleagues didn't know about Qin Dajeng's arrival. When they asked the person delivering food, they learned what had happened. After the delivery person left, they argued with Chun Jinmu. Chun Jinmu thought it was better to leave some money so that a few people could share it later, which would be extra income. The others believed that since they couldn't get all the money, it wasn't worth splitting a little. They prefer to have a few good meals while working. They argued but didn't reach a conclusion. Chun Jinmu felt upset and decided to go for a walk alone. At the Chaoyang Brigade, they all stayed inside the house. Someone brought food, someone heated water. Life was comfortable, and they forgot why they were there. This made Qin Jinmu walk and suddenly get lost. When he saw someone approaching, his first thought was to ask for directions back. But when he got closer and saw Qin Shiyue's face, he froze in place. Her smooth skin shimmered softly in the sun. The girl had gentle eyebrows and eyes that sparkled with tiny lights. Her smile was lively and sharp. If a perfect score was 10, she would be a perfect 10. He never expected to see such a beautiful woman in the countryside. If he married her, how many others would be jealous? Even their proud agricultural college exchange students must envy him, I guess. Qin Jinmu suddenly had mischievous thoughts. He tidied his hair, adjusted his collar and hem, checked himself, then smiled kindly as he walked up to Qin Shiyue and said warmly, "Hello, comrade.
I have a small favor to ask.
Do you have some time?" Qin Shiyue knew there were outsiders in the team and had heard the captain mention it. She understood that some people sent from above were good, others not so much. She wasn't sure which one this person was. "Is there something you need?" "Comrade, I'm not very familiar with our team. I got so caught up in work that I lost my way. Could you help me get back? You're from the agricultural college, right?" She knew the militia captain and Director Hong had sent people to patrol together. Since they were patrolling, they must know the roads well. If someone got lost, it could only be one of the 4 troublesome people the captain worried about. This person was probably one of them. "Sorry, I have urgent matters. I'll just give you directions. Walk straight down this road, then turn left at the end, and you'll see your place."
Oh.
So close. My mind's so muddled, I can't remember directions besides research. "Thanks a lot, comrade. By the way, I'm Qin Jinmu. What's your name?" "I'm in a hurry, I need to go now." After saying that, Qin Shiyue walked past Qin Jinmu, without looking back. He wasn't upset about being rejected. He looked good, and had a bit of personality. If he had tried to flirt, he wasn't interested anyway. There's plenty of time ahead. He could spend more time trying. Qin Shiyue didn't pay much attention to Qin Jinmu. After arriving in Changha town, she focused on her main task before visiting Meng Chongqing's home. Every time she came here, she felt something different. "Boss, stay away from me. I don't want to get hurt again." "Boo-hoo, hi-hey." "Haha, that's so funny." Zhao looked at his brother, who was bruised and swollen, and couldn't help but laugh. "You're still laughing? Zhao, you can still smile? If I hadn't blocked for you, you might be the one on the ground." Yes, brother. Thank you so much. My face still has some use for now. I can't ruin it." After saying that, I couldn't help but laugh again. I cried de. Meng Chongqing stood nearby, calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Feeling a gaze, he looked up and saw Qin Shiyue standing at the door, with a clear expression of watching a show. What are you all doing? It's nothing serious. Come in and sit." Qin Shiyue followed inside and sat opposite Meng Chongqing. Soon, Qiangzi brought in 2 cups of tea. "Comrade Qin, you're amazing. You made the boss go from being loved by everyone to being disliked by everyone." "Haha, it's so funny." Qin Shiyue. "It's not me, I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. I won't take responsibility for this. Shut up and get out." "Yes, boss." Qiangzi knew that if he said more, he might offend the boss, so he quickly shut up and left. Qiangzi loves to talk nonsense. "Don't take it personally. Did that copper coin change your life?" "Yes, quite a big change. Before, I was the one unlucky. Now others are." Qin Shiyue rubbed her chin. Could the power of this coin blessed by the master be so strong? "It's nothing serious. This is good. If enemies come close, I won't even need to make a move. You are good at comforting yourself. I'm just here to ask how things are going." Qiangzi has already contacted Lin Yan. Lin Yan is now very down on her luck. After Zhao Jinghao lost his job, the company took back the apartment they were assigned. He can only rent a place outside. Lin Yan has nowhere to go, so she had to stay with him. Since she's the reason Zhao Jinghao lost his job, she's been going through a tough time. After Qiangzi met her twice and revealed his identity, Lin Yan couldn't wait to tell him many things. She didn't even set any conditions. Her only condition was that Qiangzi take her away. She also talked about many things that might happen in the future, claiming she dreamed about them. I find this very confusing. Qin Shua smiled. Lin Yan is truly at her wit's end now. She's using Qiangzi, pretending to be Song Chong as a lifeline. To gain trust, she even disregarded hiding her secret of crossing into this story and directly told Qiangzi everything. I used to think she was strange, just assuming it was Song Chang's orders. Now, hearing you say that, I believe Lin Yan is actually quite odd herself. She does know Song Chong, at least the things she says match up. It seems Song Chong trusts her a lot. At least, I didn't know any of this when I was in the capital. As for why Lin Yan hasn't met Song Chong, Meng Chongqing thinks that's normal. Song Chong is cautious and suspicious. Many things are handled by his subordinates. He has never shown himself, probably because he's afraid evidence might be leaked. Have you sent someone to investigate what Lin Yan said? Meng Chongqing remained silent. I think you should investigate first. I believe Lin Yan wouldn't make things up. She knows Song Chong. I understand. Leaving Meng Chongqing's yard and walking out of the alley, Qin Shua catches sight of a familiar figure. Forgotten memories come rushing back. Yang Yeokun? He has been to the city quite often recently. She mutters to herself, but doesn't pay much attention. Gao Wenyu and Gao Wenyang, brothers, return from the town to their home under the stars. The family is sitting there waiting for him to eat. Hurry up, wash your hands and come eat. Okay. The brothers take off their coats, wash their hands in a basin of well water, dry them, and sit at the table. They greet everyone with smiles. It's a pity that Zhengjia isn't back yet. Zhengjia has a mission. It's normal he can't come back. In a few days, I'll call the army to ask. Don't ask anymore. The kid is busy with important work. Don't let it distract him. And Gao's words are supported by everyone, and they quickly forget about Zhengjia. Tomorrow you and Hui should go register your marriage. When you come back, buy Hui a gift and have a meal together. It's a celebration of your wedding. The house is ready here. If you want to live in it, go ahead. If not, after we hold the banquet, you can move in. Okay, Mom. I understand. Here's 200 yuan. Of that, 88 yuan is Hui's bride price. The rest is up to you. But don't spend it recklessly. Think about your future little family. Mom, I earn this money. Use it for Wenyu's wedding. Brother, I'm still early, and now I have a job, I can earn money too. Both of you brothers stop arguing. I have prepared the money, 200 each. Mom, are we really that rich? Gao Wenji looked confused and said this, earning himself a slap from his father. Foolish kid. Think before you speak. Don't say everything that comes to your mind. Gao Wenji wanted to argue back, but suddenly he had a bright idea. Remembering his mother's identity, he kept his mouth shut. The other two brothers also realized this and quietly lowered their heads to eat, secretly feeling relieved. Luckily, the youngest brother's mouth was quick and spoke first, saving them from getting scolded. Big brother, this is a gift I made with Ye for you. Gao Wenyu was stunned as he took the bicycle ticket handed over by Lu Haoqing. He looked at the ticket, then at Lu Haoqing. He asked cautiously, Cousin, this is a gift from you to me. What does it have to do with my sister? Oh, you've been working in the city, so you might not know. Yaya and I are dating, planning to get married. So from now on, remember to call her sister-in-law. Gao Wenyu was confused. Gao Wenyang was also surprised. Gao Wenji, feeling proud, looked at his older brother's silly expressions and felt balanced. He remembered how confused he was when he first found out, even being teased by his mother. Now he finally felt at ease. The brothers were still caught up in the idea of their sister becoming a sister-in-law and hadn't reacted yet. Come on, get back to your senses. Haoqing is not that young anymore. It's normal to have a partner. You guys are overreacting, it's embarrassing. Alright, Lu Haoqing grew up with them. Everyone knows his character. If they had to choose someone to marry Qin Shuyue, Lu Haoqing would be a good choice. But calling his sister-in-law just feels a bit strange. Since Lu Haoqing gave the gift, Qin Shuyue buried her face in her bowl, feeling very embarrassed. She wasn't ready for the sudden gift, nor for everyone to know about their relationship. At this moment, The hand resting on her lap was tightly held by a warm, large palm. Qin Shuyue looked down and sideways, seeing the man beside her smiling brightly, his 8 large, white teeth neatly showing. She glared at him angrily, trying to shake off his hand, but failed. Frustrated, Qin Shuyue stepped heavily on his foot. Unexpectedly, Lu Haoqing showed no reaction at all, making Qin Shuyue wonder if she had kicked the wrong person. "Mom, have you sent a message to Big Sister?" Has she replied? Gao Wenyu's words successfully drew Qin Shuyue's attention away from Lu Haoqing. The message was sent, but there's been no replies so far. "I've been a bit worried these days. If I weren't busy planting crops, I would have taken leave to go see her." The cheerful atmosphere fell into long silence after mentioning Gao Shiping.
Let's go see her, yeah.
It's just over in Doning town nearby, and it's quick to get there by car. But Shiyue's work, Gao Aunt still hesitated as Lu Haoqing was free to come and go. She didn't dare say much, partly out of her own selfish feelings. She had known for a long time that her daughter's mother-in-law was not an easy person, but it was her daughter's choice. Even if she was unhappy, she couldn't say anything. If Lu Haoqing could go, it might even scare the old folks in the Su family. "Auntie, Su Qiao just has some minor issues, nothing serious. Besides, I'll only be gone for a day or two, so it's not a big problem." "All right, then go ahead. If Shiping wants to come back, bring her and her mother along. If she doesn't want to, don't force her." Qin Shuyue nodded, fully understanding Gao Auntie's concerns. After dinner, Lu Haoqing took Qin Shuyue to the village chief's house to get an introduction letter. The village chief was in a good mood and didn't say much. He simply handed them 2 stamped and signed introduction letters. "I know a bit about Shiping's situation. I'll give you a 2-day pass. If she can come back, that's best. If not, just fill in the date and time on the blank form. Since you're going, handle things well. Gao Wenyu's wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. The siblings have been close since childhood. Missing this might leave regrets." "Yes, thank you, Uncle Village Chief, on behalf of the Gao family. What's the big deal?" "It's nothing much.
But
you two going together. Isn't that a bit?" Qin Dajiang was trying to find the right words to express himself without offending anyone, but before he could finish, Lu Haoqing interrupted him. "Captain, Yaya and I are dating. There's nothing wrong with us going together." Qin Dajiang was surprised. Qin Shuyue was speechless. She knew it. It was exactly this kind of situation. Since leaving the captain's house, Qin Shuyue hadn't spoken a word to Lu Haoqing. It wasn't because she was angry, but because she felt shy. Lu Haoqing didn't understand her feelings and thought she was upset with him. He followed her like a little wife all the way. As they approached Gao's house, Qin Shuyue still said nothing. Lu Haoqing started to feel anxious. Without thinking much, he suddenly grabbed her small hand. Before he could say anything, he heard a teasing voice. "TSK, I wonder why it takes so long to get an introduction letter. Turns out you're on a date." Gao Wenyang, who had just come back from Su Qiao, turned the corner and saw them holding hands. Qin Shuyue was speechless. "Forget it, just ruin everything. Second brother, going out so late, are you on a date with comrade Su Qiao?" "Humph, everyone is the same, no one should criticize anyone." Gao Wenyang was speechless. He couldn't argue or fight back, so he turned around and went to bed feeling frustrated. Qin Shuyue was also speechless. Stubborn men are really hard to understand. "It's too late. I want to sleep." "Yeah, tell me first, are you angry?" I'm not angry." "Then why have you been ignoring me all this time?" Lu Haoqing gently turned her head up, his black eyes full of grievance. I was just shy. Who knew you wouldn't even say hello, and just revealed our relationship." "Comrade Qin Shuyue, I want to tell you seriously that our relationship is open, and I only have eyes for you. Do you still doubt my feelings?" "I don't doubt," Qin Shuyue answered very firmly. "We are both unmarried men and women, so we shouldn't have secret romantic relationships. We want everyone to know openly that we are a couple now and will be married in the future." "Yes, you're right. Now you can let go, right?" "No, I won't let go, not ever."
Qin Shuyue. These sweet words
make my heart flutter. She pursed her lips, tiptoed, quickly kissed Lu Haoqing on the corner of his mouth, then pulled away and ran back to her previous room. Lu Haoqing stood there, smiling like a child who got candy, still rubbing his lips happily. Right now, he wished everyone knew that Ye had kissed him, and she did it willingly. Although it wasn't the first time, it still felt very special. Qin Shuiwei returned to her room, leaned against the door, trying to cool her face from the blush until she felt normal again. Then she let out a breath and started tidying up the bedding. Tomorrow, she and Lu Haoqing would go to Dongning Town. To make it easier to leave together, she decided to stay at the Gao family house tonight. She locked the door and entered the large bathroom in the space villa, took a warm shower comfortably, changed into pajamas, and began packing what she would need for the trip. She wasn't sure how many days they would stay, so she prepared 2 sets of clothes and a set of toiletries in a green bag, fitting perfectly. She also stuffed some money and tickets into her clothes. After checking everything carefully, she felt at ease and lay down to sleep. Early in the morning, as the sun rose above the horizon, Qin Shuiwei was already in the car heading to Dongning Town. The 2 towns are close, with many cars coming and going, so there weren't many people on the bus and tickets were cheap. Lu Haoqing suddenly pulled out an orange and placed it in her gentle hand. "Where did you get this?" "Just now at the station when I bought the tickets, I saw someone carrying one, so I exchanged 2 for money. I heard that smelling this can help with motion sickness. Since it's our first time traveling together, I didn't know if you'd get carsick, so I prepared it just in case. I probably won't get carsick." Thinking about his past and present, he seemed never to have experienced motion sickness. But the roads in this era are bumpier, and when they shake, a strong smell of gasoline hits his nose, making him a bit uncertain. This man truly always keeps her in his heart, even preparing in advance for small things like motion sickness. What kind of blindness did she have in her previous life? "It's okay. If you really don't get carsick, just eat this as fruit," Qin Shuiwei said with a bright smile. Her clear, black and white eyes curved into cute little crescents, drawing the attention of Lu Haoqing and all the men inside the carriage. Her skin was porcelain white, and her appearance delicate. Lu Haoqing, coming back to his senses, felt the gazes from others. The cool air seemed to pour out endlessly, and his sharp black eyes swept over their faces. Everyone shivered in fear. Turning his head, his cold face immediately softened. "Honey, later I'll take you to a restaurant. How about we eat braised pork?" Qin Shuiwei forced a smile and replied, "Sure. And give me a big bowl of rice and a plate of scrambled eggs." "Okay, honey." Everyone was surprised by Lu Haoqing's generosity. When they looked at Qin Shuiwei's face again, it seemed quite normal. If they could marry such a delicate and gentle wife, they might also spoil her like that. But spoiling her required. They had to have the means to do so. After rocking for half an hour, the car stopped at the station in Dongning Town. After getting off, Lu Haoqing, holding the address given by Gao Auntie, asked a few people to confirm the way before leading Qin Shuiwei to the destination. When they arrived at the family compound in the mining area, Qin Shuiwei finally experienced what it meant to have a fear of crowded places. A dozen 4-story buildings, each floor with over 10 doors. The corridor was in front of the doors, and outside was a cement wall. Various clutter was placed on the wall. Looking from afar, there was not even a place to start. She had only heard about living in apartment buildings during this era, but now, seeing it, she realized that hearing and seeing were completely different. "We don't need to go inside," Lu Haoqing said. "Why not?" Qin Shuiwei looked at Lu Haoqing's calm face and knew something was wrong. She quickly asked, "A while ago, the child suddenly fainted. Sister Shiping took the child to the hospital, and she never came back." "What about the Su family?" Qin Shuiwei pursed her lips, suppressing her anger, and turned to walk outside. Lu Haoqing quickly followed and led her to the hospital. Instead of wasting time searching, they went straight to the nurse station and gave the name Gao Shiping. "Gao Shiping. Gao Shiping. Sorry, I don't have any information about her here." "No? Didn't she bring her child to the hospital for treatment?" "She hasn't come back yet, so how could there be no information?" Qin Shuiwei's lips pressed tighter. Those who knew her well understood this was a sign she was about to get angry. "Gao Shiping. Gao Shiping. I think I remember her a little. A pretty young nurse nearby picked up her notebook and started to check carefully. Found her. I knew this name sounded familiar. Found her? Where is she? Her situation is a bit special. That child is also very unfortunate. The doctor said the child has mental health issues and doesn't want to wake up. The woman also refuses to give up treatment, so they stay in the hospital day after day. They spend a lot of money every day, but the results aren't very good. The doctors suggest she go home, but she refuses no matter what. Later, they ran out of money, and she slept on the hospital corridor holding her daughter, nibbling on dry bread, with some money left to give her daughter nutrients daily. Hearing this, Qin Shuyue and Lu Haoqing's hearts clenched tightly. Nurse, I am a relative of Gao Shiping. I wonder if I can pay for her treatment. First, I want to settle her child's care. As for the rest, I will discuss it with her. That's great. You should try to persuade her. If she can go back, that's best. Wasting time here isn't good, and most importantly, wasting money. Yes, you're right. Lu Haoqing paid 10 yuan to the nurse and, when registering for hospitalization, used his ID to get a private room, the only one available in the hospital. Following the nurse's directions, Qin Shuyue found Gao Shiping sitting on the ground in the corridor on the second floor. She was leaning against the cold wall, hugging a little girl tightly. Shiping Jie. Gao Shiping hadn't eaten properly for several days. When she suddenly heard someone calling her, she thought she was hearing things. Shiping sister, it's me. I'm Shuyue. Qin Shuyue slowly walked closer, looking at Shiping with sunken cheeks, cracked lips, deep-set eyes, and messy clothes. Tears fell like beads that had broken loose, one after another. You? Her hoarse voice was full of disbelief. Gao Shiping's dull black eyes stared steadily at Qin Shuyue. She placed the child on her lap and reached out a hand to confirm if Qin Shuyue was really there, but because she had held the child for too long, her arm was numb and she couldn't lift it. Sister, it's me, your sister. Qin Shuyue grabbed Gao Shiping's slipping hand and placed it on her face. Tears blurred her vision as she sobbed uncontrollably. Whether in her past life or this one, Gao Shiping meant different things to her. When she was young, her parents were not around, only a careless older brother who didn't take good care of her. Many things were arranged by Gao Shiping. Back then, Gao's mother was busy and couldn't spare time to care for her, though she felt sorry for her. When she was sick, Gao Shiping stayed by her bedside. When she was hungry, she ate the food Gao Shiping made herself. When she was upset, she leaned on her for comfort. Her feelings for Gao Shiping were deep and complicated. At this moment, she truly felt heartache for this strong yet life-trodden family member. Time flies, you're already so grown up. Are you 20 now? Not yet, I'm only 19 this year. That's right. I'm over 30 now. I'm old. I can't carry you anymore, Shiping sister. It's okay. This time, I'll carry you. Qin Shuyue hugged Gao Shiping tightly, along with the child in her arms, protecting them closely. In her past life, she was protected by her. She didn't have time to thank her. She was grateful to heaven for giving her a second chance at life. In this life, she would protect her. Big sister, hearing the familiar yet strange voice, Gao Shiping's body stiffened. She looked up and saw Lu Haoqing standing behind Qin Shuyue. Her strong heart instantly broke down, and her stubborn tears suddenly overflowed. Big sister, I'm sorry I arrived late. Haoqing, please save Guai Guai. If big sister Bixio, blesses Guai Guai, okay? Wah. Gao Shiping handed the child in her arms to Qin Shuyue and covered her face, crying uncontrollably. She saw that Qin Shuyue was not crying because she saw her as a little girl who needed her care. When she saw Lu Haoqing crying, she knew he was there to support her, to pull her out of the fire. Soon, all the nurses and doctors gathered in the single patient room where the obedient child was. It was clear that Lu Haoqing's military ID was quite powerful. Captain Lu, I've looked at the child's medical records. There's no physical problem. The reason she hasn't woken up is her stress response, a protective reaction. Based on current treatment methods, there's nothing more we can do. She has to recover on her own. I understand, Director. Please give me the room I requested. I want to talk to my sister and see what to do next. No trouble at all. This room isn't used by anyone else, so it doesn't matter who stays here. It's not about the money. You can chat. We won't disturb you. This single room was a pure, simple space. It was small and only had one bed. Compared to modern, fully equipped single rooms, it was like heaven and earth apart. But anyway, the best thing here was the quietness, a good place to talk. Big sister, where is Su Haifeng? When mentioning Su Haifeng, Gao Shiping's breathing flickered for a few seconds. Lu Haoqing, trained in the military for years, could notice the change, but Qin Shuiwei relied solely on her sharp senses. I don't know where he went. The child has been hospitalized for such a big thing, and he didn't even show up? And you've been away so long, yet he didn't even try to find you. Does he plan to give up on this life? Gao Shiping fell silent. At first, she might have still held hope, thinking that if Su Haifeng came to find her, she could forgive him for wanting to give the child a complete family. But as time went on, she stopped holding on to that hope. After thinking in a different way, she finally felt relieved and accepted that her current health condition meant she couldn't go back to that home anymore. Sister Shiping, I know what you're worried about, but life is your own. You can't always live according to others' opinions. The people Gao uncle and auntie care about are always close relatives by blood. You just need to take the first brave step, and the rest can be figured out. I understand. I know this decision is hard. Take your time to think it over. Qin Shuai patted Gao Shiping's shoulder silently, offering her quiet encouragement. Since the money has been paid, we will stay here for 2 days, and the day after tomorrow we will take Guai Guai back to the Chaoyang team. Yes, okay. Gao Shiping had no objections to this. With Lu Haoqing now, she could finally focus all her attention on the child. Big sister, let Shua check on the child. Maybe she can find something. Shua? Her. Suddenly remembering that Shua's mother, Henan, was a barefoot doctor, she had been influenced by her since childhood. While other children went to school holding textbooks, she held collections of herbs and ancient recipes. All right. You can check Guai Guai. Qin Shua didn't refuse, but she also knew that even if she examined the child, the chances of treatment were low. After all, issues involving the brain are difficult to treat, even in modern medicine. Sitting on the old stool where Gao Shiping used to sit, she took Guai Guai's thin, dark little hand out of the blanket and carefully listened to the child's weak pulse. Her guess was pretty much on point. Aside from malnutrition, there were no other physical problems. The issue was psychological, but since the child was unconscious, there was no way to do psychological therapy. However, she could try another method. Shiping, I will now give an acupuncture to stimulate the child's brain. You keep talking to her, say things she finds interesting or loves to hear. Children have a simple world and their chances of waking up are much higher than adults. Okay, I'll try. Hearing that her child might wake up, Gao Shiping quickly nodded. Taking out a silver needle, Qin Shuai carefully inserted the 3 longest needles into the child's head. Then she directed her own energy through the needles into the child's brain, stimulating the nervous system. Note: this is fictional and for storytelling purposes only. Please do not take it literally. Sweetie, I am your mom. You've always wanted to visit Grandma's house, right? Now your uncle is here to pick us up. Please wake up soon, okay? When you wake up, you'll see Grandma. Just now, Uncle Haoqing said that Grandma prepared lots of new clothes, toys, and your favorite eggs for you. If you don't wake up soon, your big uncle might have children of his own, and then he might want to compete for your attention. Gao Shiping sat nearby, talking endlessly about everything related to Grandma's house. She didn't mention the Su family at all. It seems that both in the child's mind and in Gao Shiping's heart, that family is a topic best avoided. I'm going to get some food. Do you want to come with me or stay here? You go ahead. I'll stay here with Sister Shiping. But it's still a while before dinner. The hospital cafeteria probably isn't open yet. I'm going to buy food at a state-run restaurant. Lu Haoqing left the hospital, but instead of going to the restaurant, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Following the address on it, he turned left and right along a quiet alley, finally stopping in front of an unremarkable small house. Is anyone there? Who's asking? Responded an old voice. Someone introduced me. I have a task. Who is the acquaintance? After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a young face that didn't match the old voice. Comrade, come in. Lu Haoqing nodded without saying much and followed inside. After the young comrade closed the only lighted door, the room was pitch dark and nothing could be seen. Do you know the rules here? Money for the job, I understand. Good. First, tell me what you want, then we can discuss the price. A small clerk in the mining procurement office, Su Haifeng. What do you want to investigate? Everything about his marriage and personal life. Everything? That's quite broad. The price won't be low. Make an offer. Fair enough. Come back tomorrow night. From beginning to end, Lu Hao never saw the face of the old voice inside the house. But since it was introduced by Xiangzi, he didn't have much to worry about. After leaving the small house and returning to the main street, he asked for the location of the state-run restaurant. Lu Hao ordered 4 dishes and 10 large plain buns. While waiting for the food to be prepared, he went to the nearby guest house and used the referral letter to rent 2 rooms. He decided to stay by the bed at night, letting his older sister and Yaya rest at home. As for why the 2 women stayed in separate rooms, it was because Lu Tao cared about his wife and was worried she wouldn't be used to sharing a room with others. Since money was not an issue, he arranged a separate room for her. When he returned to the hospital with the food, it was already 5:30 p.m. Gao Shiping, exhausted from days of tension, fell asleep sitting by the child's bed. You're back?
Yeah.
Wake up the older sister for a meal. I've arranged 2 rooms at the guest house for you. After eating, you can go straight back to rest. I'll stay here tonight. Qin Shua thought for a moment. She didn't recognize herself, but she knew Lu Haoqing. She figured he was staying here to watch over things, which was better than her staying alone. She nodded in agreement. She woke Gao Shiping and handed her a big, plump bun. Eat, Sister Shiping. After you finish, we'll go back to the guest house to rest. Lu Haoqing will stay here tonight.
No.
I should stay here. You 2 go back and rest. Sister Shiping, you'll need to be there for Guai Guai many times in the future. You can't keep staying up all night like this. It will wear you out. Aren't you worried about Haoqing's abilities?
Thank you. If it weren't for you,
I don't know how long I could hold on. Big sister, we're family. No need to be polite. Auntie and uncle are waiting for you to come home.
Okay.
Gao Shiping hadn't had such a hearty dinner in a long time. Even at the Su family's place, except for New Year's Day when they had some meat, they hadn't seen a piece of meat since then. That old woman wanted to give her grandson a special meal, but Su Haifeng was useless. The little money he earned was barely enough to support the family, let alone satisfy her selfish desires. Shiping sister, eat more. If you're full, you'll have the strength to take good care of Guai Guai.
Emma.
They ate so quickly that they didn't even have time to talk. The fight among the 3 people was strong. There were 4 dishes: braised pork, eggs, pig's trotters, and tofu. In the end, Lu Haoqing cleaned up all the remaining soup by dipping bread into it. This really saved on washing dishes. This is the key to the house. The guest house is next to the state-run restaurant. When you go, please return the lunchbox. I also left a 5 yuan deposit. Gao Shiping held the only set of clean clothes and took Qin Shua to the state-run restaurant first. After returning a lunchbox, she headed to the guest house. That night, Gao Shiping slept the most comfortably she had in a long time. No worries, no concerns. It felt like being with family. She was also glad that her family was always there. Before dawn, Qin Shua got up to wash up. She wanted to buy some breakfast to bring back, but as soon as she stepped out, she ran into Gao Shiping. Shiping sister, so early? Yes, Haoqing hasn't eaten yet. It's my first time leaving Guai Guai alone, so I feel a bit uneasy. I want to see her quickly. Then shall we buy some breakfast and eat at the hospital? They bought some buns, porridge, and eggs at the state-run restaurant. When they arrived at Guai Guai's hospital room, Lu Haoqing was carefully wiping the child's face and hands, speaking softly about the changes at home. If Haoqing has children someday, he will definitely be a good father. Qin Shua smiled, feeling very much in agreement. You're here? Hearing the voice, Lu Haoqing turned to look at the door, put down the towel in his hand, and took the breakfast from Qin Shua. Gao Shiping was busy watching her daughter and didn't notice their interaction, nor did she see the tenderness in Lu Haoqing's eyes when he looked at Qin Shiyue. After breakfast, Lu Haoqing suggested going back to get some clothes for Gao Shiping and Guai Guai, and also to bring the household registration proof to the street office to get an introduction letter, just in case it might be needed later. I'll go with you. Qin Shiyue was holding back her feelings. She really wanted to see what kind of family the Su family was, daring to treat Sister Shiping like that. Gao Shiping was very reluctant to go back. Plus, Guai Guai being alone here was unsafe, so Lu Haoqing didn't insist. He only asked about the location of what was needed, and then took Qin Shiyue back to the family courtyard in the mining area. They went early, so Su Haifeng hadn't gone to work yet, and they managed to block him at the door.
You.
Lu Haoqing, long time no see. What are you here for? While the two were talking, Qin Shiyue carefully observed Su Haifeng. I must say, this person does have a good appearance. Plus, he works in an office, protected from the wind and rain, always dressed neatly. If you don't know him well, he seems quite impressive. Su Haifeng felt Qin Shiyue's gaze and looked over at Lu Haoqing. He froze in place, stunned.
Could it be
a woman this beautiful? He wasn't very educated and only knew how to describe her as pretty, but he thought all the best words to describe beauty wouldn't be enough for this girl. His heart was stirred, but when he met Lu Haoqing's cold stare, he was suddenly sobered up. This girl came with that stern man, Lu Haoqing. He couldn't afford to offend them. Haifeng, why are you standing at the door? Shouldn't you be at work? Su's mother, holding her curious grandson, approached the door. As soon as she saw Lu Haoqing's cold face, she was so frightened, she let out a yelp and sat down the ground. Qin Shiyue looked on with a puzzled expression. She raised an eyebrow and looked at the man beside her. What's going on with this Lu Haoqing and this mother and son? Why do they look so scared when they see him? Mom, get up quickly. Son, why is the king of here? Didn't you say that little troublemaker hasn't contacted the family in a long time? And this king of isn't from the Gao family. He has his own home. Why does he keep going to those remote, poor places? Mom, shut up. When her mother called Gao Shiping a troublemaker, the beautiful girl's face turned even colder than Lu Haoqing's. Her eyes looked at him like she was looking at a dead person, making him feel a strange chill down his back. Su's mother didn't argue with Su Haifeng. After helping him up, she obediently stood to the side. Grandma, I like this girl. She's pretty. Let her stay and play with me. Drive away Gao Shiping and that useless person. Seeing them makes me annoyed. Su Haifeng shivered and looked hopelessly at his beloved nephew. Su's wife quickly covered her grandson's mouth, showing a strange smile, and said, Children should speak freely. Children should speak freely. Childish words? Huh. I bet adults have said things like that in front of children many times. Otherwise, how would a kid understand? Su Haifeng, you're really not a man. You can't even protect your wife and daughter. I think you're not even fit to be a person, just a beast. When did Grandma Su ever suffer this kind of insult? For a moment, she forgot her fear and wanted to rush forward. But Lu Haoqing was quicker, standing in front of Qin Shiyue. His deep black eyes looked dangerously at Su Laotai. Qin Shiyue pushed Lu Haoqing aside, rolled her eyes, and said disdainfully, What? Did I say something wrong? The things Su Haifeng did, how are they like a man's actions? My son is not wrong. Gao Shiping can't have children, and she's the sinner of our Su family. That Sister Shiping can't have children, so she's the sinner? Then how come your mother gave birth to someone like you? Why didn't she die to atone for her mistake? Grandma, it's a different era now. Even the leaders promote that boys and girls are equal. Yet your family can hurt innocent children like that. What are you if not animals? You. What kind of thing are you? How dare you come to my house and make a fuss? Don't you know how to respect elders? I think your manners are not good either. She is my fiancée. Do you have a problem with that? I won't let you bully my grandma. You shameless dog. I tell you, my uncle is a small leader in the mining office. If you dare to provoke our family, believe it or not, I can make sure you never come back. Grandma Su Haifeng. Qin Shuya slightly raised her eyebrows and looked at the chubby boy who hadn't reached her waist, shouting and waving his fists. Grandma Su cautiously protected her grandson behind her, pursing her lips and refusing to say a word.
He's the oldest son of the Su family. How?
How do you know? The old lady's thoughts were simple. She thought that if she didn't say anything, Lu Haoqing wouldn't know her grandson's identity. But Su Haifeng was smart. From the moment Lu Haoqing clearly understood her nephew's identity, he knew that Lu Haoqing had probably already arrived and had investigated the family matters thoroughly. He couldn't let him continue investigating or else
that matter might be exposed.
if it got out, he might lose his job. Mom, I've told you many times to treat Shiping with respect. You still refuse to listen. Tomorrow, early in the morning, send my older brother's child back. I have my own children now. When Sue's wife heard her son's words, she was first stunned. Then she wanted to question her son, as usual. Before she could speak, she received a look from her son. The mother and son had been close for many years, and they shared a silent understanding. She immediately understood what he meant and quickly took her grandson into the house. Their silent exchange of glances didn't escape Qin Shuiwe and Lu Haoqing's notice. They naturally didn't believe Su Haifeng's nonsense. Su Haifeng, since I can give you your job, I can also take it back. The promises you made to me back then haven't been kept. Since you broke our agreement first, don't blame me for being ruthless. No, Haoqing, it's not like that. I was too busy with work. You know, since you're not married, you don't understand. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the hardest to manage. Give me some time, and I will handle this properly. It's too late. While my older sister stayed in the hospital for so many days, you ignored her completely. That shows you don't care about her at all. When you two first got married, I told you that my sister liked you and was willing to marry you. I wouldn't interfere in your marriage, and I might even help make it happier. But if one day my sister truly wants to be free, you must agree without hesitation and handle the paperwork. Haoqing, my marriage with your sister hasn't reached that point yet. Really, it hasn't. I promise to treat Shiping and Guai well in the future. I will definitely find time to properly handle the relationship between her and my mother. Truly, Haoqing, believe me, you say you're not good, not sweet-tongued, look rough, and have no money. Who gave you the confidence to treat our Gao family members so harshly? Lu Haoqing looked back at the still angry little girl. His stern expression softened a lot. The little girl was stubborn but kind-hearted. She was capable and good-looking. Such a lively and energetic girl was his. Just thinking about it made him feel happy. Feeling the intense gaze of the man beside her, Qin Shuiwe turned and glared at him fiercely. She grabbed him and pushed him into the house, saying, "Hurry up and help Sister Shiping and Guai pack their things." I'm so annoyed with this family. Su Haifeng, standing at the door, paid no attention. Following his memory, he found what Gao Shiping needed. He rummaged through the wardrobe and took out a bag. After organizing the items, he handed the household registration book to Qin Shuiwe. Yeah, give this to your older sister to get an introduction letter. The street office is right behind the staff quarters. Okay, I understand. Qin Shuiwe took the household registration book and turned to leave. The curious neighbors, who had been peeking, quickly closed their doors and windows. Some, eager to listen, came to the corridor. When they saw someone approaching, they pretended to be busy. Entertainment was scarce in these days, so everyone relied on gossip to pass the time. Qin Shuiwe didn't stop them. In fact, she hoped these people would spread the news about the Su family's actions, so everyone could see what kind of ruthless people they were. As Qin Shuiwe's figure disappeared, Lu Haoqing, who had been gentle moments before, suddenly turned fierce. He grabbed Su Haifeng by the collar and pressed him against the doorframe. Su Haifeng, do you think I don't know about your gang in the mine? You just want to settle down there, so that even if I want to move against you, I can't. Who gave you that idea? Thinking that after all these years of running your business, you can stand up to me? Bullying my older sister and even hurting your own family? Dea was right, you're just a beast. You. Lu Haoqing. Let me go. Are you scared? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'd rather not dirty my hands. After saying that, he threw Su Haifeng to the ground. Let's see who the real winner will be. Then Lu Haoqing turned and walked away, carrying his bag, to find Qin Shuyue. Su Haifeng stared blankly at his back, the last words echoing in his mind. He was so frightened that he hurried back into the house, closed the door, and called his mother out. Mom, quick, send the nephew away. Son, why? What's going on? Don't ask. Just send him away quickly. Su Haifeng didn't have time to explain. He quickly tidied his clothes and hurried out to work. His mother, a traditional old woman, believed her son's words were commands. Without hesitation, she packed her things and prepared to send her grandson away. I won't leave. I won't leave. Why should I leave? Don't you love me anymore? Oh, my good grandson. How could Grandma not love you? Just stay at home for a couple of days. Once I talk to your uncle and convince him I'll come to pick you up. Grandma, Uncle is a bad person. He'd chase me away. How dare he do that? He can't expect me to take care of him when he's old. All right, my good grandson is right. Grandma agrees. I'll pack your clothes now. Grandma Su didn't think her grandson's words were wrong. Instead, she thought he was smart. He understood what adults said and would surely be right when he grew up. It could only be said that her nephew, Su Haifeng, was spoiled by the old lady. Qin Shuyue had just finished the procedures. As she stepped out, she saw Lu Haoqing walking toward her. Curious, she asked, "Why are you here? Were you waiting for me at the Su family? I was worried about you, so I came." "What about the household register? Here, take it. In case your sister wants a divorce in the future, she won't have to ask the Su family for it." Qin Shuyue thought this made sense and put the household register into her pocket. "Let's go. You didn't sleep all night yesterday. You must be tired. Go home and rest well. No need." "I'm not tired. I'll go back with you later. Let your older sister rest well. I'll watch over her tonight. I have some matters to attend to, and I'm not sure when I'll return." Qin Shuyue wasn't curious about what Lu Haoqing said. She knew from her past life that his identity was bound to have many secrets that others couldn't know. Since she couldn't get answers, she saw no need to ask. It was better not to make him uncomfortable. The two slowly returned to the hospital. Qin Shuyue continued to give the obedient girl injections to stimulate her nerves. Gao Shiping gently wrapped her daughter's small hand and spoke softly. The person on the bed still showed no signs of waking. At noon, the doctor came to give the girl a nutritional injection and performed a series of tests. Finally, he shook his head and left the ward. Gao Shiping had long expected this outcome. She wasn't overly disappointed, just feeling a bit heartbroken. Her daughter was only a few years old and had to go through such hardships. Thinking of this, her hatred for Su Haifeng grew stronger. At the same time, she also hated herself for not listening to advice back then and marrying him. The two people who returned didn't mention what happened at the Su family, and Gao Shiping didn't ask either, as if he had forgotten about that family and never brought it up. In the afternoon, Qin Shuyue pulled Gao Shiping back to the guest house to rest. Originally, Gao Shiping didn't want to go, but since the two kept persuading him, he obediently took a nap for the afternoon. After dinner, the two left the hospital. Lu Haoqing first took Qin Shuyue back to the guest house, then went alone to the old, shabby house from yesterday. His old voice sounded especially clear in the quiet, dark night. "Everything is written on that paper. Ah Hao. Turn on the light for the guest." "Okay, got it." The young man named Ah Hao took out a match and lit the candle on the table inside. Lu Haoqing didn't refuse. After sitting down, he quickly read the contents of the paper. He understood and felt both anger and curiosity about the person behind the curtain. Yes, it was the curtain. Lu Haoqing thought that once the candle was lit, he could see the speaker's face clearly. But his view was blocked by a curtain.
Since he couldn't see, he didn't insist.
After a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you still take other jobs here? Feel free to tell me. Help me monitor Su Haifeng's every move." "Sure, but the price is high." "It depends if you can afford it." "Ha, you're sure I'll have more business for you after I finish reading the paper, so you want me to stay in your place. Since you've kept me here, you should know whether I can pay or not." Don't be so angry. It's Su Haifeng who let you down, not me. I'm just good at guessing what others are thinking. You guessed right. But do you guess that I won't pay this money? What do you mean? Since you kept me here, it means you've seen what's on the paper. Protecting the privacy of the guest is your rule, right? I paid you to investigate, not to turn it into a story. Barbecue. I was too careless. Alright, I'll do this for free this time. But don't ruin my reputation outside. Lu Haoqing didn't necessarily want to keep Su Haifeng's secret. He just didn't want to be taken advantage of. Although Xiangzi introduced him, he wouldn't betray him, but if Su Haifeng played tricks, he would respond in kind. One more thing. Don't push your luck. It's just a friendly favor, isn't it? Your brain is smarter at business than mine. Tomorrow afternoon, have Su Haifeng's outside contacts expose the children at his workplace. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. His once calm, old voice now sounded a bit anxious. Lu Haoqing shrugged, ignoring his attitude. After putting the paper into his pocket, he turned and left the small house. After Lu Haoqing left, the curtain inside suddenly fell with a swoosh. A house sat on a stool, looking at the person inside with a grim face, glaring angrily at Lu Haoqing's departing figure. He couldn't help but sneer and say, I told you not to try to mess around on his line. You didn't listen and now you fell. Feeling better? Get lost, don't talk coldly in front of me. As if anyone wants to bother with you. A Hao threw down a matchstick, then turned and opened a hidden door inside the house. Back at the guest house, Lu Haoqing's first action was to greet Qin Shuyue, but he didn't tell her that the main reason for today's news was to prevent her from worrying. After breakfast, Lu Haoqing finished the discharge procedures. Carrying the obedient little one, he and a few others took the bus back to Chang'e town. After getting off, they walked the rest of the way. By the time they reached the village entrance, it was almost noon. Seeing the long-lost home, Gao Shiping felt a mix of emotions. Years ago, she was happily brought home by Su Haifeng on a bicycle. At that time, he had just started working at the mine and didn't have a house. She used her dowry money from her mother to rent a small place near the mine. Soon after, her mother-in-law heard the news and came over. Initially, her mother-in-law and husband were very kind to her. She was proud, thinking she had married a good man. But after Guai Guai was born, they gradually revealed their true nature.
She
hadn't gone back to her parents' house for many years. She heard they built a new house and that her eldest brother was preparing to get married. Shen Shiping, let's go. Before we return, Haoqing told Gao Annie that she is probably waiting at home right now. Okay. Lu Haoqing silently walks ahead with obediently. Qin Shuyu pulls Gao Shiping along behind her. Before reaching the Gao family's door, they see several people standing far away, looking around. Shiping, look, Uncle Gao, Annie Gao, and the three brothers are all here. There are also 2 new family members. Later, Auntie Gao will introduce you to them. Gao Shiping nervously clutches her bag. When she sees her parents at the door, she immediately lowers her head. Shiping, my girl. From afar, Auntie Gao can't wait and rushes forward, stumbling as she approaches. Mom, be careful, take it slow. Gao Wenyu quickly follows, wanting to help, but is stopped by his own father. Don't go over and cause trouble. Let your mom and sister talk properly. Why can't they talk inside the house? Why do they have to do it outside? Seeing her husband whispering nearby, Yang Hui quietly reaches out and pinches his soft inner arm.
Ouch.
Why did you pinch me? Your dad said what he said, so you do what he says. Why are you mumbling over there? Do you have an opinion? No. Faced with his father's stern stare, Gao Wenyu's own opinions vanish. Mom, daughter, my good girl, you've suffered. Mom. Gao Shiping can't hold back her emotions. She throws herself into Annie Gao's arms and cries loudly. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Annie Gao's eyes are also teary, but she smiles. She has some resentment toward her daughter, but the moment she sees her, all her feelings turn into tenderness. She wishes she could pour all her love into her daughter's arms. One is crying, the other is comforting. Neither disturbs the other. The head of the Gao family saw that the mother and daughter's emotions had calmed down, so he walked over and spoke softly. You're back. Just stay peacefully at home. When we build a new house, I reserved a room for you. It was originally for Shuiwa, but now she has moved out, so it's perfect for you too. Why did Shuiwa move out? She was living well. My sister and I are fine. We can just squeeze in with mom and dad. Sherfin, I built a new house. There's a place for you. It's okay. A new house? You didn't stay at the Chin family's place. I've separated from the Chin family. Now I live in the house between the Chin and He families, but that house is so small. How can you live there? Maybe you should come back. We can live together. No need, Sherfin. When brother left, he helped me fix the walls and everything. There's also a house in the backyard. The front and back rooms are spacious. Besides, that place is now a health clinic, so I can't leave. Gao Sherfin realized she didn't really understand the changes in the village committee. She held back her curiosity, planning to ask more once everything was settled. Good. Seeing you all so strong makes me happy. Big sister, this is my boyfriend, Yang He from the Yanghe team, Yang Huihui. Big sister, nice to meet you. Huihui, nice to meet you.
From now on, we're family.
Don't be shy about anything, okay? Okay, big sister. Big sister, this is my boyfriend, Su Qiao. Big sister, hello. Su Qiao straightforwardly said just that, making Gao Sherfin momentarily stunned. Then she understood. Good. The words I just said to Huihui also apply to you. We're family, so don't be shy. Got it, big sister. Big sister, this is Guai Guai. I haven't seen her in a long time. Is she asleep? When she wakes up, I, as her uncle, will take her out to play. Gao Wenji, lively and cheerful, approached Lu Haoqing, peeking at Guai Guai's thin little body and pale cheeks. He couldn't help but frown. Why is Guai Guai so thin? Has she not been eating enough at home? The courtyard was very quiet. Everyone who didn't know what had happened looked at Gao Shiping, who looked upset and didn't want to speak. Their eyes then shifted to Lu Haoqing and Qin Shuiwa. She's just sick and temporarily unable to wake up. What do you mean temporarily unable to wake up? What kind of illness is this? Shuiwa, you're the best at medicine. Tell Auntie, what kind of illness does my niece have? As long as it can be cured, no matter the cost, we must not let the child suffer, Mom. Guai Guai. Guai Guai was shocked. The doctor said she's protecting herself after being startled, shutting herself off and not wanting to wake up. Shocked? Guai Guai is so young. How could she be shocked? What exactly happened? Gao Shun grabbed Gao Shiping's hand, insisting on getting an answer.
She
didn't have a good time at the Su family. It was me. I argued with my mother-in-law that morning. Guai Guai suddenly couldn't breathe and fainted. I took her to the hospital right away. That old thing really thinks we at the Gao family are easy to bully? Dare to hurt my daughter and granddaughter? Just wait, I won't let her get away with it. Husband, wife, calm down. Let's first take care of our daughter and granddaughter. We can discuss these things later, okay? Gao Shen took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and said, Daughter, don't be afraid. Mom is here for you. I'll support you. And your brothers are strong like bulls. Taking care of that old woman from the Su family isn't easy. Exactly, sister. Let's deal with that old woman. Before the Gao brothers could speak, Yang Huihui jumped out first, waving her small arms, eager to rush into the Su family to find someone to vent her anger. Huihui is right. Su Qiaoyan spoke briefly, but clearly. She was on Gao Shiping's side. Seeing her family defend her, tears couldn't help but fall again from Gao Shiping's eyes. This time, her heart was not full of grievance, but of overwhelming joy. She had so many caring family members. What was there to fear? This time, she was determined to find her true self again and make the Su family pay everything they owed her. Aunt Gao opened the door to the room where Qin Shuiwa used to live. The room was spotless and clean. Qin Shuiwa took out the quilt that Aunt Gao had already aired and spread it on the bed. She then helped Lu Haoqing settle down the obedient child and checked on him again. There's nothing wrong. Everything is fine. Changing the environment is good for the child's illness. Everyone comes here to talk to him, say things children like. I believe he will wake up. Okay, we understand. I'm good at this. After we get the marriage certificate tomorrow, I will move in and chat with him every day. Aren't you shy? Talking about the marriage certificate all the time. Qin Shuyue gently touched Yang Huihui's forehead, feeling defeated by her carefree personality.
Oh, you.
It's better if you don't mention it. But once you do, is her reflex arc too long? Everyone laughed loudly, easing the previous gloom. Meanwhile, at the Gao family's place, things were quite different. Su Haifeng was feeling overwhelmed. The woman and child he secretly kept outside suddenly appeared at his workplace. They were hiding in a corner, whispering. But, unfortunately, they were caught by the discipline officer from the mining area. In these days, secretly being with a woman in a corner was considered inappropriate, especially since Su Haifeng was married. This made the situation worse for him. He quickly sent the woman away and kept explaining to the officer, but the officer was strict and refused to listen to his excuses. Su Haifeng, we all live in the same family compound. Do you think no one knows what you're doing with your wife and kids? You really are ungrateful, a wolf in sheep's clothing. You take benefits from your wife's family, and this is how you treat your wife. Officer, I am really innocent. I don't know that woman. It was her. She suddenly appeared and pulled me, saying she had something to tell me. Forget it. The way you two just talked, it doesn't seem like you don't know each other. All right, Su Haifeng, stop pretending to be innocent. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Later, I will call a meeting with the mine leaders to discuss this matter carefully. Seeing the director leave, Su Haifeng stood there, glaring angrily at his back. He didn't rush to find the mine manager right away because he felt that he and the manager were on the same boat. If anything happened to him, the manager would definitely protect him. Right now, the most important thing was the woman's mention of her son being sick. That was his lifeline, and he couldn't afford anything to go wrong. The Gao family was celebrating a family reunion, and with Gao Wenyu about to get his marriage certificate, the family leader decided to add a special dinner in the evening. Whether Gao Shu's influence was really that strong or not, just based on what he said, everyone agreed unanimously. I remember I have some pork at home. I'll go get it. Yang Huihui also loved joining in the fun, but she didn't want to eat for free. She suddenly thought of the pork she bought and decided to bring it along to add to the meal. Before she was married, she was already starting to go outside her bounds. It was unclear how Yang's parents felt about this. Huihui, no need. We have some at home, brought back by Wenyu. Go home and tell your parents and brothers to come over for a meal. Let's make it lively. Okay, I'll go back and call them. Let Wenyu go with you. That way, it looks more serious. The young couple, still happily excited, left the house and headed toward Yanghe Brigade. Watching this scene, Gao Wenyang quietly tiptoed over to Su Qiao, tugged at her sleeve, and whispered, "When will you take me to your home?" "Wait a little." "Still waiting?" "My older brother is getting married tomorrow, and it's about time for me. My parents haven't even met you yet." "Isn't this process a bit slow?" Su Qiao's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head and refused to answer Gao Wenyang's question, which made him very anxious. You kissed me. Don't you want to take responsibility?" In his frustration, Gao Wenyang forgot to control his volume and shouted out loud. Everyone nearby stopped what they were doing and looked at the engaged couple. You. Originally, when Gao Wenyang asked questions, Su Qiao felt shy and was still thinking about how to talk to her family. Who would have thought that this man would directly shout out the matter? What was once a secret between two people has now become a family secret. Qin Shuyue. Wow, is second brother playing so wildly? Lu Haoqing. Can he also ask for a formal relationship this way? Then maybe I can try too? Feeling the thoughts of the man beside her, Qin Shuyue widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, "You don't want a formal relationship with me too, do you?" "If you don't give me a formal relationship, I think I might try." Trying will just lead to failure. Lu Haoqing. The road to winning her over is long and difficult. Gao Shiping stood by the window inside the house, holding her obedient child as she watched the family happily playing in the yard. Her rough hand gently patted the child's back and softly said, "Obedient one. Do you like Grandma's house? Can we stay here forever? Never go back to that house that made you sad, okay?" As always, Gao Shiping didn't get a soft response from her daughter, but she wasn't discouraged because she knew her daughter would wake up one day. When the Yang family arrived, it was almost dark. Knowing that Father Yang was usually busy, Gao Shuping deliberately set the mealtime a bit later. "Dear, sit quickly, sit quickly. Shall we have a drink today? Let's see if you have good wine." "Of course I do. How could I lack wine?" Uncle Gao turned around and went inside, fiddling with the keys. He took out a bottle of ergotu with a red star and blue label from the cabinet. Father Yang saw the bottle, and his face darkened. "Why did you bring out this wine? The alcohol content is too high. Are you trying to get me drunk?" "I'm happy today." "You don't need to get drunk. I can get drunk instead, Father Yang." "Is this nonsense?" But since it wasn't about him getting drunk, Father Yang didn't want to argue about it. "Come on, everyone sit down. Dinner is ready. Ping, has obedient been fed her rice porridge?" "Yes, Mom." "She ate the big bowl and the child finished it." "That's good. That's good. I think eating this is much better than taking that nutritional liquid." After Aunt Gao asked everyone to sit down, she introduced Gao Shiping to Mr. and Mrs. Yang. "Dear in-laws, this is my eldest daughter, and the only one I have. Her name is Gao Shiping. In the future, she might stay at home often, but we haven't discussed the details yet." Mrs. Yang held Gao Shiping's hand and gently patted it, saying, "Good girl, you've suffered a lot. Your matters, my daughter Hui has told me about. With you at home, I feel at ease. Hui is still young and needs guidance, so having someone her age around is good for her future. Auntie will trouble you to teach her more." "Auntie, please don't say that. Hui is very good and has a kind personality. Our whole family likes her very much. When my elder brother gets the housing allocation, Hui will go to live in the city with him. I will be here at home." "Oh, good girl. Our Hui is lucky to marry into such a family." Mrs. Yang spoke sincerely. In those days, families relied on the eldest son to support them, so most eldest sons stayed in the countryside, working hard all their lives. Not only was it uncertain whether they could have enough to eat, but their future achievements wouldn't be very high. She initially disagreed with her child's marriage to Gao Wenyu because of this reason. But she didn't expect the Gao family to be so considerate. They genuinely cared for Hui, even helping Gao Wenyu find a job in the city and saying Hui could live there with him, without needing to stay in the countryside to care for the elders. She remembered the kindness of the Gao family, so today when her daughter told her about Gao Shiping, she didn't object or judge her as an outsider. She had planned to find a quiet time to ask her in-laws about it, just to prevent any awkwardness between her sister-in-law and her younger siblings. But unexpectedly, her in-laws openly discussed the matter. Their honest attitude made her feel comfortable inside. Plus, Gao Shiping's words reassured her, and the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. "Shiping, my wife and I are not unreasonable people. Hui will be living in the city with Wenyu, so she won't be able to help much at home. It will be hard for you too. But they should still pay what they owe, so let's agree on that. If they dare to refuse, you can come to my house and find Uncle. I will deal with them. Uncle, I know my younger brother well. He won't do anything wrong. And since you're so understanding, your daughter definitely won't be bad. I believe she won't either. Ha ha ha, yes, my daughter is right." Yang's father, who also adores his daughter, didn't think Uncle Gao's words were wrong. Instead, he nodded in agreement. After a few days of discussion, both families agreed to host a dinner and announce the marriage news. The dinner was lively and warm, and everyone felt happy inside. That night, Su Haifeng, exhausted, was walking home. He didn't go to work today. When he heard his son was sick, he immediately took him to the hospital. The doctor said there was no serious problem, just that the boy had eaten too much and was too full. In modern times, that wouldn't be a big deal, but in this resource-scarce era, a child needing hospital care just because of overeating would make anyone look twice. People would wonder about the family and how they managed to let the child get so overweight. After dealing with the doctor and his beloved son, Su Haifeng was completely worn out. He hadn't eaten a single bite all afternoon and was now so hungry he could eat a whole cow. He thought he would find a warm meal at home, but when he opened the door, it was cold and empty. No food, no one. The cold wind blew, and Su Haifeng suddenly remembered that he had sent his nephew back home earlier that morning. He had been planning to do that for a while. Since the boy wasn't his own flesh and blood, even if they were close relatives, he didn't want to raise someone else's child for free. If his daughter and son could come back with him, he wouldn't be raising others' children. Thinking of this, Su Haifeng felt irritated and even more dissatisfied with Gao Shiping. Weary, he made a simple meal for himself. After eating, he didn't even wash the dishes and just went to sleep. He slept until dawn. It wasn't until someone knocked on the door that he got up. "Who's there?" "So early in the morning, so annoying." "Brother Su, it's me, Xiao Huang." His foggy mind quickly cleared. Su Haifeng hurriedly dressed and opened the door. "Oh, it's Xiao Huang, the miner's assistant." "What's the matter so early?" "The miner's boss said to meet at the usual place. He wants you to come quickly. There's something urgent." "Is there something you want to talk about?" "Not really, but yesterday the discipline inspection director gathered some people and went to the mine manager's office to criticize Brother Su. I didn't pay much attention after that. I think it's about this matter. You should hurry up and handle it so it doesn't delay important work." "Okay, I understand. Thanks, little Huang. I'll treat you to a meal someday." "All right, brother." Su Haifeng quickly washed his face and combed his hair. After closing the door, he headed straight to a small house on the west side of the town. At the door, he knocked 3 long and 1 short times. When someone inside confirmed it was Su Haifeng, they opened the door. At this moment, the mine manager was standing in the yard, frowning and looking upset. "Mine manager, what do you want to see me about?" "Su Haifeng, is the woman the discipline inspection director mentioned Li Ping?" "Yes, that's her. She came to tell me her child was sick and in a lot of pain at home. She's just a woman and didn't know what to do, so she came to ask me." She spoke with a bit of pride. Someone like Su Haifeng, with a strong sense of male pride, needs a woman like Li Ping who always puts him first and listens to him. If it weren't for this job, who would marry someone as strong-willed as Gao Shiping? Nonsense. Doesn't she know her own status? She dares to come to the mine area to find you. If she wants to, fine, but to cause trouble like this, now the discipline inspection director has a reason to catch hold of. He and I don't get along well, and since he knows you're close to me, he's using this to ask for an explanation. What can I say? In the past, they did that thing together. He wanted to truly tie Su Haifeng to his side, so he found a woman and sent her to his bed. He knew Su Haifeng's wife hadn't given him a son, which made Su Haifeng resentful. But because of her brother-in-law, he held back. The woman he sent was quite fertile. She gave birth to a son on her first try. After that incident, Su Haifeng tasted success, and their relationship grew even closer. Su Haifeng, feeling annoyed, scratched his head and said, If it weren't for that woman's brother, I wouldn't even recognize my own flesh and blood." Although that person helped you get into the mine, he was actually connected to the previous mine manager, who retired years ago. You don't need to be so afraid of him. Thinking about Lu Haoqing's fierce look yesterday morning, Su Haifeng shivered and quickly pushed all unnecessary thoughts aside. "No, I can't let Li Ping be exposed now." "Mine manager, are there any other options?" The mine manager smirked with disdain. "This coward, if he weren't so easy to manipulate, I wouldn't want to work with him anymore. His wife is just a country girl. Even if her relatives are capable, their abilities are limited. What can a soldier do? There are many people in the military. What's so special about them?" But he didn't say this out loud. Since Su Haifeng didn't choose the first option, he had to present the second one. "Maybe you should go back and persuade your wife to come back. Clarify that this was all a misunderstanding. The disciplinary officer probably won't keep bothering about this." Neither of these options appeals to him. But there are only these 2 choices. Reluctantly, Su Haifeng agreed to find a time to go back to Chaoyang Brigade and try to persuade Gao Shiping to return. He would deal with this problem first. The decision made, the mine manager went back to work. Su Haifeng first visited his son at the hospital. "Dad, you're finally here. Mom said you went out to buy me something tasty. What did you get?" Seeing his chubby, bright-eyed son reaching out with a tender hand, Su Haifeng shook off his morning gloom and handed him the pastry. Got it. Dad didn't forget your stuff. You're the best, Dad. Be good, eat first." Dad needs to talk to your mom for a few minutes. Pulling Li Ping outside the ward, Su Haifeng's smile immediately faded. Can't you just be honest and stop causing trouble for me, Haifeng? I didn't mean to. The kid is sick and you weren't here. I was panicked and lost my footing. Plus, the boy was crying in pain and I was scared, so I ran to find you. Li Ping is a pretty woman with a delicate face, slightly fairer skin, furrowed brows, and tears welling up in her eyes, looking quite pitiful. Because she knew that Su Haifeng would always fall for this trick. Sure enough, Su Haifeng, who had been cold and stern just moments before, softened his tone when he saw Li Ping's tears. He took 50 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to her. Take this money. Don't be stingy with it. Take good care of the kids. Even though you and your daughter can't officially be with me, I will make sure you live happily someday. Brother Feng, you're still the best to me. Li Ping threw herself into Su Haifeng's arms and started crying softly. It's quite ironic. Su Haifeng had earned a lot of money working for the current mine manager, but he rarely spent it on his own family. Even his mother and his nephew, whom he claimed to care about, only received about 3/4 of his salary. The remaining quarter was insisted on by Gao Shiping. Su Haifeng is a very selfish person, driven by self-interest. Li Ping knew this well. If she hadn't had a child, Su Haifeng probably wouldn't treat her this way. Chaoyang Brigade. Before dawn, the Gao family started their busy day, but today they were busy with happy news. That was Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui registering their marriage. Gao Wenyu had already put on a white shirt that Qin Shuya had prepared early in the morning. He wore a new green jacket, a hat, and carefully washed his face, applying some snowflake cream. He looked energetic and cheerful. Standing beside him were Gao Wenyang, who was full of envy, and Lu Haoqing. Both of them had partners, so why could Gao Wenyu get married today? As for Gao Wenji, he was completely indifferent, mainly because he was too young to understand the benefits of having a wife. He kept hanging around his older brother, saying nice things as if they were free. Big brother, you look really good today. Today is a good day. I hope every year is as good as today for you. Gao Wenyu. He was left speechless. There was no need for the second sentence. Why did he want to get married every year just like today? It sounded nice, but he felt a little uncomfortable about it. After getting dressed, Gao Wenyu turned to look at the two brothers whose mouths looked like clam shells, tightly shut. He said with frustration, "You two, if you can't say any lucky words, then just leave. Why are you standing here next to me? Big brother, my lucky words are expensive. I need to be paid to say them. Gao Wenyu, Lu Haoqing, Gao Wenji. Do you even know what you're saying? Are you sure you want money? Think carefully. You will get married eventually, and you will pay it back someday. Big brother, congratulations. You found a beautiful partner. Gao Wenyang is flexible and understanding." His sad little eyes suddenly sparkled like stars. Lu Haoqing gently tapped his head and coldly said, "Traitor. Oh, cousin, don't be stubborn. I tell you, can you guarantee you won't marry Shua for your whole life? If you dare, all three of us brothers won't let you go. I will marry Shua, but if I want to say lucky words, I need a red envelope. Later, you can come to me for some. Rich and generous people, they are not to be messed with. What are you saying? Time is running out. Hurry up and go eat breakfast." Xiao Shuping smiled as she entered the house and pushed everyone out. After breakfast, Gao Wenyu was about to leave but was stopped by Lu Haoqing and Gao Wenyang. "Are you two doing this on purpose today? Why do I have to deal with both of you? We want to go with you just to get familiar with the process in advance. Gao Wenyu, you're going too?" If it was Gao Wenyang alone, he could probably handle it with force, but with Lu Haoqing, forget it. He's just a rookie. He decided to come clean. If they couldn't stop him, they might as well join in. Qin Shuyue and Su Qiao also couldn't avoid being pulled along to the town's civil affairs bureau. Standing at the door, watching Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui sign papers, take photos, read vows, and finally hold the bright red marriage certificate, the smiles on the newlyweds' faces were free and happy. Jealous? If you're jealous, you better hold on tight. Lu Haoqing was constantly trying to show off his presence. "Did you report your marriage? Has the house been approved? After attending Wenyu's wedding banquet, I will return to the army. When I get back, I will submit a report. If the report is approved, would you like to register a marriage with me? There was no romantic proposal, no flowers, no ring, not even a sudden declaration, but Qin Shuyue could hear the sincerity and persistence in Lu Haoqing's tone. In the past and now, Lu Haoqing's feelings have always been honest. He doesn't need fancy gestures, just full of warmth and genuine love. Okay, let's talk after your report is approved. Having missed so much in the past life, she doesn't want to wait this time, nor does she want to miss out on being with him again. Let me introduce her again. This is my wife, Yang Huihui. Gao Wenyu held Yang Huihui's hand and solemnly introduced her in front of everyone. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Everyone, here are some wedding candies. May they bring you sweetness. Today is a happy day. Would you like to join us for a meal at the state-run restaurant? How can we let sister-in-law pay? Let big brother do it. That's not right. Huihui and I are now a family. It doesn't matter who pays. It's still early. Let's go for a walk first. We'll meet at the state-run restaurant at 11:30. Lu Haoqing's suggestion was approved by everyone. Since everyone brought their partners today, they might want to buy something. With so many people, it wouldn't be convenient to shop together, so it's better to split up. After the other two couples left, Lu Haoqing asked, "Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" "I'll go with you." "Then, come with me." Qin Shuyue led him through winding paths to a pharmacy. They bought a lot of medicinal herbs, planning to prepare some medicine to help her body recover. When paying, Lu Haoqing was the first to reach out his hand. Uncle Zhao hesitated, his gaze falling on Qin Shuyue. "Uncle Zhao, this is my partner." "He's paying too." "Huh? The girl's partner?" The old man examined him carefully, pacing back and forth several times. His gaze was like a spotlight, almost dissecting Lu Haoqing, even checking inside. Clear eyes that don't flinch, straight posture, calluses on the thumb. This is a soldier who can handle a gun. Good eye, Uncle Zhao. Ha, very good. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Perfect match. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. After leaving the pharmacy, Lu Haoqing felt very happy. If he had a tail, it would probably be wagging wildly right now. That Uncle Zhao is actually quite a good person. Qin Shuyue remembered her first time meeting Uncle Zhao. She thought he was a grumpy old man, even trying to look obedient to make the herbal medicine deal go smoothly. Thinking about that embarrassing past, 3 lines appeared on Qin Shuyue's face. She decided to take a different route home, heading to the black market to get some cloth tickets and sewing machine tickets. When she had free time, she could make a few clothes for everyone. She had learned this skill in her previous life. Would you like to wait outside for me? Qin Shuyue always felt that it was inappropriate for Lu Haoqing to go into the black market, which was a place that often involved illegal activities. Is this the black market? It's okay. As long as I don't say anything, no one will know who I am. Seeing the man beside her with a strong build, standing straight like a telephone pole, as if a bright light was shining down on his head. Are you sure you're serious about this sneaky plan?
Don't worry about me.
Let's go. In public, Lu Haoqing knew how to behave properly. When they entered the black market, Old He, who was guarding the gate, saw Qin Shuyue. He immediately ran over, glanced at Lu Haoqing, and said casually, "Comrade Qin, the boss and Xiangzi aren't here. Do you need something? I want exchange for a sewing machine ticket and some cloth tickets. Do you have any?" "Yes, I do. I'll get them for you right away." Before leaving, the boss handed over the black market to him. He was capable of handling this. Soon, Old He returned with the items and handed them to Qin Shuyue, but he didn't take the money she offered. The boss said you don't need to pay when you come. Qin Shuyue raised an eyebrow, considering their working relationship. She nodded without saying anything. Lu Haoqing, standing behind her as a background figure, frowned when he heard this. Although he was a bit disappointed not to see Meng Chongqing, Qin Shuyue didn't plan to stay longer because she was worried about Lu Haoqing's identity. As she reached the door and peeked out, she saw 2 figures walking from the end of the alley in the distance. Wait a moment. Lu Haoqing was confused about why his partner wasn't leaving. He looked in the direction of her gaze outside. The gentle black eyes suddenly turned cold. As the man approached closer, Lu Haoqing clearly saw his face and furrowed his brows even more. How does Yaya know him? Brother Meng, Shua, let's go inside and talk. No, I just came to change some things. Since I saw you, I want to ask, how is Qiangzi doing? Qin Shua didn't ask too many questions, mainly because Lu Haoqing was nearby. Meng Chongqing also noticed Lu Haoqing. Unlike his calm face, his heart was full of mixed feelings. How does Shua know this, king of? Lu Haoqing and Meng Chongqing's eyes met in the air, each showing different expressions, but neither of them showed anything. Qiangzi has finished the first step. The second step is coming soon. I believe you'll hear good news soon. Okay, I have other things to do. I'm leaving now. After she left, a young man who followed Meng Chongqing quietly approached and whispered, "Young master, why is that king of here? I heard from people in the courtyard that something happened to the Lu family before, causing their little grandson to be lost outside. Maybe it has something to do with him. Young master, do you need to investigate?" "No need. I think he will come to see me. Will this really affect your plans? When he comes, I'll ask him." For Qin Shuyue, this was a small interruption, but it was a big shock for Lu Haoqing. As Meng Chongqing said, he was now considering whether to quietly go out tonight and meet this young grandson of the Meng family, who was known as a talented scholar in Beijing. Time was almost up. Qin Shuyue didn't go somewhere else to wander. Instead, she went straight to a state-run restaurant, found a quiet corner, sat down, and waited for everyone to come over. One after another, Gao Wenyang and Gao Wenyu, the two brothers, brought their partners in. Since Gao Wenyu was hosting, he naturally took charge of ordering food. Hui, what do you want to eat? Just order whatever. You should ask everyone what they like too. Don't just think about me. No problem. Just order what you, Shuyue and Su Jiqing like. The rest don't need to worry. A few rough men, they all eat the same way. Yang Hui thought that today was busy, and since there was fish written on the blackboard, she ordered a fish. She also ordered a chicken along with a big bowl of braised pork and a few vegetarian dishes. When she returned to her seat, she heard Gao Wenyang showing off how much he bought, most of which was for Su Qiao. "Big brother, what did you buy for your wife today? Probably just some pastries, right? You're so stingy, no choice. Now that we're married, I have to plan for the future. Money needs to be spent carefully." He said this helplessly, but his tone was proud. "See, I'm married now, and you, who aren't married, don't understand anything." Gao Wenyang simply closed his mouth. Su Qiao looked at him, losing the argument, wanted to laugh but was afraid to hurt his pride, so she just coughed quietly beside him. "Go ahead and laugh if you want. Holding it in is so uncomfortable."
No, gof. I don't want to.
"I don't want to laugh." As everyone chatted and laughed, the dishes were quickly served. Lu Haoqing immediately took a pair of chopsticks from the chopstick holder, rinsed them in hot water, and placed them beside Qin Shuyue. Seeing this, others followed suit. Qin Shuyue thought, "Next time, I won't go out with these people again." "Eat, don't mind them." Everyone's attention turned to the fish first. Since Changha town isn't near the sea or rivers, eating meat is already hard, and eating fish is even more difficult. In the scramble, the fish was quickly finished. This fish is really delicious. Too bad, it's not easy to get a taste of it once. At this moment, 4 people entered the door. They didn't attract Qin Shuyue and the others' attention at first, but when they were suddenly called by name, everyone looked over. "Comrade Qin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." After eating vegetarian for a few days, Qin Jinmu couldn't hold back today. He originally wanted to sneak to a state-run restaurant to improve his diet, but as soon as he stepped out, he was caught by 3 others. Under threats and bribes, he had no choice but to bring along 3 troublemakers. Feeling upset, he was just about to enter when he saw the person he missed so much. He felt he was back on track. Qin Shuyue stood up and replied calmly, Qin Jinmu didn't notice Qin Shuyue's indifference. He eagerly moved closer to her and cheerfully said, "Comrade Qin, when you come to the state-run restaurant, you should try some good food. I ordered meat at my table. Want to come and taste it?" "No, I'm almost done eating here. After saying that, he pointed at the dishes on the table with his chin. Following her gaze, Chin Jinmu finally saw the full table of meat dishes and fish. He suddenly felt awkward. He kept asking himself, are these people really so well off? Can they afford a table full of meat? This big table probably costs at least 10 yuan. I wouldn't even spend that much just for a meal. Yes, they probably spent all their yearly earnings on this meal. Rural folks are proud of their face. While Chin Jinmu was thinking of a reason for this meal, Lu Haoqing, with a dark face, stood up. He reached out and took Qin Shiyue's hand, speaking harshly. Comrade, you're disturbing our meal. Please go back. Who are you? Why are you interfering with Comrade Qin? I'm her boyfriend. Do I have the right to interfere? What? Boyfriend? Qin Jinmu looked at Qin Shiyue in disbelief, then at Lu Haoqing, finally focusing on their intertwined hands. You flirtatious woman. You look innocent, but I didn't expect you to secretly flirt with men. I was wrong about you. Qin Shiyue was confused. Brother, are you okay? While everyone was stunned, a shadow suddenly flashed past everyone. Then, a scream sounded. Chin Jinmu was thrown into the air. At the same time, Lu Haoqing, who had been standing behind Qin Shiyue, stepped forward protectively and pulled back his hand. Now, the people on Qin Jinmu's side looked confused. What just happened? Where am I? What is going on? Brother Qin? Are you okay? 3 people rushed forward to help Qin Jinmu up, asking anxiously. Cough, cough. Before Qin Jinmu could finish speaking, he blinked and fainted. Brother Qin? Brother Qin, wake up, you rural folks. Do you know what Brother Qin does? Do you know how valuable he is? You actually hurt him like this. When Brother Qin wakes up, he definitely won't forgive you. Lu Haoqing lazily sat back in his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and without even lifting his eyelids, replied, Tell me off if you want. Go now, or after I finish eating, you'll have to bring the police to Chaoyang team to find me. That's so troublesome. The 3 little followers. After a chaotic scene, Qin Jinmu was taken to the hospital. As for whether these people would report to the police, no one knew. Gao Wenyu and his brother, along with Qin Shiyue, remained calm as if nothing had happened. But Yang Huihui and Su Qiao, who didn't know the full story, looked worried. They held their partners' hands and asked, should we think of a way? What if they really report to the police? Although Qin Jinmu ruined someone's reputation first, they fought back. Would the police get involved then? Exactly. Qin Jinmu isn't a good person. He once tricked the team leader out of half a chicken. If this guy succeeds, it wouldn't be fair. The brothers comforted their partners, saying Lu Haoqing knew what he was doing, so they could relax. After dinner, everyone took a walk back. Qin Shiyue, Su Qiao, and Yang Huihui walked behind Lu Haoqing and his brothers, holding hands. The conversations among women were always so dull, mostly about family gossip. By the way, sister-in-law, what is your uncle's son doing now? Do you know? Yang Huihui looked confused, unsure which uncle or which son Qin Shiyue was talking about. Is it Yang Huimin's older brother, Yang Yaoquan? That guy? Isn't he earning work points at the team? Earn work points? Are you sure? I'm not very sure. What do you mean? Earlier, I heard my mom mention that my uncle's family suddenly started being generous. They often have meat for meals, bought new clothes for Yang Huimin, and even added a bicycle and a sewing machine at home. My mom found it strange. She wondered if my uncle's family was doing well. Spending money on these things seemed a bit wasteful. Qin Shiyue nodded thoughtfully. Have you thought that maybe Yang Yaoquan earned money outside and brought it home? Earning money? For what? He had been earning work points in the team for a long time, living for over 20 years, and had rarely been to Jinhe town. Does he understand what it means to make money? Now, what kind of job can suddenly earn so much money? You should know that the sewing machine and bicycle together are worth about 300 or 400. It's impossible that he was starving and broke yesterday, and then suddenly eating big fish and meat the next day. Yang Huihui definitely doesn't believe that Yang Yaoquan earned this money himself. She thinks it's impossible and unrealistic. But Qin Shiyue knows that in this era, there are still many ways to get rich overnight. It depends on whether you're willing to take the risk or not. Or rather, whether you're willing to do it. After all, if things go wrong, it could be life-threatening. But she didn't plan to tell Yang Huihui these words. Since there's something unusual about Yang Yaoquan's family, it means there's definitely something suspicious about him. She still needs to investigate when she has time. Back at the Gao family, as soon as they entered the yard, the people from Yang's family rushed out in a crowd, all gathered around the newly appointed couple today. Good. My son is also getting a wife now. Aunt Gao held the bright red marriage certificate and looked very serious. Mom, you're saying that like I don't have anyone to marry. Sigh, son, you always tell the truth. Gao Wenyu. He's her biological son, confirmed. Their words made everyone laugh. Qin Shue saw that there was still some time before dinner, so she went back to her room to help Guai Guai with injections. At this moment, Gao Shiping came in with a smile on her face. After entering, she quickly pulled Qin Shue aside and said, Shue, I tell you, Guai Guai moved her hand today. At first, I thought I saw it wrong, but after a while, she moved again.
I really saw it this time.
Do you think Guai Guai is about to wake up? It's possible. This also indirectly shows that our methods are working a lot. Yes, I think so too. Thank you for your hard work coming every day to give Guai Guai injections. It's nothing. As a family, the most important thing is to be happy and keep things tidy. That's what matters most. Gao Shiping nodded, her thin face returning to its usual lively expression, and she looked full of energy. After Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui registered their marriage, they started planning their wedding banquet. Since they couldn't afford to waste money, the celebration was limited to 5 tables. With many relatives on both sides, they had to carefully decide who to invite and who to leave out. Qin Shue couldn't get involved in this matter. She had to stay at the clinic, working on her new medicine. Yesterday, Lu Haoqing told her that the army valued her medicine very much. They would send someone to pick up the formula, learn how to make it, and exchange ideas. It was a good opportunity. This was a chance Lin Yan had missed in her past life. Following her belief that she wouldn't let her enemies get the better of her, Qin Shue took this matter seriously. If she handled it well, it could help her future plans. Suddenly, Su Qiao hurriedly pushed open the door, looking worried. Something's wrong, Shue. Sister Shiping's man has arrived. Huh? Who? Lost in her thoughts about the formula, Qin Shue looked up blankly at Su Qiao. After a moment, she understood what was being said. She immediately stood up, annoyed.
What?
That scoundrel dares to come here? I think he's here to make peace with Sister Shiping. When he came in, he was asking about her and pretending to care. But Sister Shiping has been very cold to him. I'm worried. Worried that Sister Shiping still has feelings for him and might run away with him? But Su Qiao didn't say this out loud. Stay here and watch things. I'll go see for myself. Qin Shue left her half-finished medicine formula and hurried to the Gao residence. Just as she reached the gate, she heard Su Haifeng flattering Gao's parents. She didn't speak to Su Haifeng but went straight to Guai Guai's room. She saw Gao Shiping standing by the window, coldly watching everything outside. You're here, Sister Shiping. No matter what that man says, don't believe him. He's a scoundrel who can't change his nature. Even if he claims to have changed, once he takes you back, who knows what will happen? I understand. Since I've made up my mind, I won't go back. That's right. Hearing Gao Shiping's firm response, Qin Shue finally felt at ease. Outside the house, Su Haifeng's eyes kept darting around since he arrived. When he married Gao Shiping years ago, Gao's family still lived in a small, rundown house. Several brothers shared one room, and Gao Shiping still lived with her parents in the same room. He had nowhere to stay and could only sleep with the 3 brothers. The countryside was shabby and broken, with dirt roads that turned to mud when it rained. Naturally, he disliked it, so he later arranged to come back. He heard Gao Shiping mention that the family was building a new house. He thought they were just fixing up the old one, which wouldn't be much better. The main house was tall and bright, facing south, built with care. The yard was much larger than before, and they even planned a vegetable garden. Even Gao Shiping, the daughter who married out, was given a room by the Gao family. The furniture in her room was brand new, and the space was quite large. The changes were incredible, beyond what he imagined.
Could it be?
Has the Gao family become wealthy in the past 2 years? Su Haifeng never thought that the Gao family was short of money. Back then, the Gao family didn't favor him as a son-in-law. Gao's wife was more thoughtful for her daughter, keeping a close eye on things. The dowry she brought was very small, and the rest was kept by her. She never told Gao Shiping, fearing that her daughter would only think about love and might foolishly spend all the money, leaving no way out. He also believed that rural people were poor, so he never thought that the Gao family was actually well off. It was just that they didn't like him and didn't want to give him anything. Now, he decided to find out the truth. If the Gao family had really become rich, they would probably help him out as a son-in-law, right? Mom and Dad, I'm really sorry I haven't visited you in so long.
Our family has changed a lot.
Look at this house. It's brand new. You must have spent a lot of money, right? Don't worry, it wasn't your Su family's money. You don't need to ask. Haifeng, when we built this house back then, I even wrote to you. You answered the phone. You act like seeing this house is a big surprise, but if people didn't know better, they'd think we, as your in-laws, failed. We didn't even tell our own daughter about such a big thing as building a new house. Father's words really made Su Haifeng's face hurt.
I
forgot about the office stuff at the mine. There were so many things I didn't remember.
Dad, please don't be mad.
Busy? I'm not scolding you. Haifeng, don't think just because Haoqing recommended this job, it's okay to quit. Look at how busy you are, and your monthly salary is so little. If Shiping didn't manage your money, you wouldn't even be able to support your family. I need to talk to Haoqing later about what kind of job he recommended. He's really causing trouble for my daughter and son-in-law. Another slap. It has to be said, Father knows how to give a good slap. Su Haifeng's smiling face immediately stiffened. He wanted to explain but didn't know what to say. He could only awkwardly smile and change the subject. Dad, what about Wenyu and Wenyang? I haven't seen them. Wenyu and Wenyang went to work in the city. To work in the city. Once, he was proud because he had a town household registration and later worked at the mine, feeling somewhat superior in the Gao family.
Now,
the Gao family is really rich. Both sons work in the city. You should know that these jobs now are bought, each spot costing at least a couple of 100,000. And having money isn't enough, you also need connections. Suddenly, Su Haifeng felt like he never truly understood the Gao family. Hehe, that's pretty good. These 2 jobs, Dad and Mom put a lot of effort into them, right? And most importantly, this money. Money? What's wrong with the money? Didn't spend a little, right? Su Haifeng looked as if he understood everything, making Father roll his eyes. No money spent. These jobs just fell on our family directly. Can't push them away. Aunt Gao listened nearby, her mouth twitching, giving an apologetic look to Qin Shua standing by the door. Qin Shua shrugged, showing she didn't mind. Besides, Uncle Gao's words weren't wrong either. It is indeed jobs falling on their Gao family. At first, they tried to push them away. Su Haifeng was stunned and couldn't help but doubt how much of Gao Father's words were true. Of course, the team leader knows about this, really, since someone knew. It couldn't be fake. Does the Gao family have others besides Lu Haoqing? Such a valuable job just given away? No, he must stay and find out what is really going on. Mom and Dad, I heard my younger brother is getting married. The wedding is happening soon. As his older brother-in-law, I should be there. I'll stay at home these days and help Shiping take care of the kids. All right, then stay. Shiping's room is fine for them and their daughter. We have plenty of rooms, but Wenyu and Wenyang both have partners now, so we can't leave a room empty for you. Maybe you can stay at the guest house. Letting the son-in-law stay at the guest house, his father-in-law, is quite impressive. Dad, that's not fair. Shiping's room is big, and it's just her and her daughter. Our family of 3 can sleep in one room comfortably. There's no need to stay at the guest house. Gao Father didn't reply directly to Su Haifeng but gestured toward Gao Shiping, implying that he didn't have the final say. You should ask her. Shiping, look. We're family. Sleeping together is normal, isn't it? Su Haifeng, the doctor, said she was just overwhelmed and fell into a coma to protect herself. You probably know why she was so upset. Do you think I would let you sleep next to my daughter, disturbing her sleep? He was about to scold Gao Shiping for not showing respect, as he usually did, but then remembered his purpose for staying and held back. Fine, I'll go stay at the guest house. Fuming, he left Gao's house and went straight to the town's guest house, paying 5 yuan for 5 days. It hurt his wallet terribly. Sitting on the bed at the guest house, he suddenly wondered why he didn't ask where Gao Wenyu and Gao Wenyang worked in the city. Maybe he could find them and not have to pay for the room himself. That night, everyone sat together for dinner. Gao's father spoke first. When you go to the city tomorrow, and tell Wenyang that we have a family celebration these days. Ask him to take leave. Is it okay to ask for Wenyang's leave so early? Su Haifeng came over. I told him to go rest at the guest house. With his mischievous nature, he's sure to have ideas about you too. We're not worried about that, but we're afraid he might cause trouble at your workplace. Others don't know our family situation, and if they believe it, it could affect you.
What?
Su Haifeng is here? Big sister.
You.
Little brother, I'm fine. Gao Shiping gently smiled at Gao Wenyu to comfort him. Compared to Gao Wenyu's shock, Lu Haoqing seemed much calmer. But everyone didn't doubt whether he knew something in advance because his face is always expressionless, so they're used to it. But Qin Shuye, she saw some clues. After dinner, before Lu Haoqing could find an excuse to see Qin Shuye, she came to him herself. Go for a walk. She happily took his hand. The two of them left the Gao family yard and wandered aimlessly. Do you think you know that Su Haifeng is coming? Lu Haoqing was surprised at first, then looked at the curious girl in front of him. He smiled and gently tickled her palm with his finger, lazily saying, So, you really understand?
Me?
Are you going to tell me or not? Qin Shiyue's beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled like stars, her cheeks puffed up in a cute and charming way. Well, I don't mind telling you, but you have to tell me how you found out I knew. Qin Shiyue glanced at Lu Haoqing with a pleased smile, nodded happily, and agreed. On the night you went back to the guest house, I wasn't out? Yeah, that's right. I went to check on Su Haifeng's investigation results. After seeing some things, I was sure he would come. You investigated him?
But
you didn't tell Sister Shiping? No, I was worried it might affect her judgment. My personal thought is to make Big Sister completely lose hope in Su Haifeng, not because she's sad and has to cut off contact. There's a real difference.
So,
Su Haifeng really did something to hurt Sister Shiping? Lu Haoqing raised their clasped hands, smiling as he said, You haven't told me how you found out yet? When Brother Wenyu was surprised, I glanced at you. Although you still had no expression, I could see something in your eyes. Suddenly, a voice in my mind told me that you must know something.
I see.
Does this also mean that Yue cares a lot about me and knows me very well? Lu Haoqing's handsome face showed a bit of pride. His dark eyes sparkled, and his smile couldn't be hidden, always lifting higher. You look so proud. Qin Shiyue rolled her eyes at him impatiently and turned to leave. Lu Haoqing's long, tanned hand grabbed her soft wrist. He used some strength, leaving a noticeable mark on her fair skin. He gently rubbed the red mark, and his smile faded. His eyebrows furrowed, showing he was unhappy. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly upset? Sorry, does it hurt? Looking down at the red mark on her wrist, Qin Shiyue said casually, It's okay. I have soft skin, so it turns red easily when touched. Soft, huh? Lu Haoqing slowly repeated the word, then suddenly leaned his chin toward Qin Shiyue's neck. His cheek pressed against her side, his voice low and magnetic, with a tempting breath. Wife, so soft, so tender. His nose carried a fresh, clean scent. His heart pounded loudly. Qin Shiyue felt her brain was a bit oxygen-deprived, dizzy, like a small boat rolling in big waves, struggling to stay afloat.
You.
Get up. He tightly held her in his warm, firm chest. The intense heat and tension conveyed one clear message. I want it, I really want it. Qin Shiyue pushed Lu Haoqing away, her fingertips on his abs. Her mind suddenly lost control and reached out to pinch him. She couldn't help but sigh and sighed. It really has to be this man's abs. The feeling. is so exciting. Does it feel good to touch? Lu Haocheng looked down at the delicate finger resting on his waist. His narrow black eyes shimmered with flickering light, and a smile appeared on his lips, carrying a hint of meaning. Qin Shua thought, what was I just thinking? I clearly wanted to avoid Lu Haocheng, so why did I reach out? Perhaps the intensity of their recent hug was too much. Although Qin Shua felt a bit overwhelmed inside, she kept her expression calm and replied, it's easy to touch. Keep it that way. A quiet chuckle escaped from Lu Haocheng. He wrapped his arm around her and pulled her back into his embrace. His tone was teasing and affectionate. Be good. Later, when I take off my clothes, I'll let you touch me properly. Qin Shua thought, there's no need for that. The two of them strolled hand in hand for a while. Lu Haocheng carefully saw her home and reminded her to lock the doors and windows before returning to the Gao family. Early in the morning, Qin Shua went to the Gao house for breakfast. She saw Gao Wenji, who hadn't returned from visiting relatives yesterday, greeted him, then quickly checked on Guai Guai's condition before helping in the kitchen. However, Gao Shifan was at home, so Aunt Gao usually pushed Qin Shua aside. Today was no different. She had nothing to do, so she stood in the yard chatting with Gao Wenji. Suddenly, Su Haifeng came in from outside and interrupted. Hey Wenji, are you at home? I didn't see you yesterday. Where did you go? Why are you here? Didn't my older sister say she wouldn't divorce you? Why are you still here? Qin Shua thought, this careless person. Su Haifeng paused, looking a bit upset.
Who said that?
I'm still good with Shifan. We're not getting divorced. I came today to take her and her daughter home. Wenji, you're not young anymore. It's time to be sensible. Don't listen to rumors and say nonsense. Hearing this, Gao Wenji immediately became unhappy. What nonsense? Do you even know what you're talking about? If it weren't for your entire family bullying my sister and Guai Guai, wouldn't Guai Guai have fainted and not woken up? Everyone knows what you've done. Why pretend to be so sincere? Gao Wenji, I'm your sister's husband. Is this how you talk to your brother-in-law? Do you think you are worthy? My sister recognizes you, and in the Gao family, you are just an ordinary person. Now my sister doesn't acknowledge you. You are nothing in the Gao family. Why are you pretending to be so important here? You little brat, I think you just need some discipline. Today, I will act as an elder and teach you some manners on behalf of my parents. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Qin Shua saw Su Haifeng dare to really hit someone. She immediately pulled Gao Wenji behind her, ready to face Su Haifeng directly. Unexpectedly, Gao Shifeng, hearing the commotion, rushed out and stood in front of Qin Shua. Now, the three of them were stacked together, from short to tall, like signals. Su Haifeng, what are you doing? My brother is being taught by you? You can't even take care of yourself, and now you want to teach others? Aren't you ashamed? Gao Shifeng, I am your man. Don't think that just because you went back to your family's house, I won't do anything to you. This shameless talk made Qin Shua furious. She rolled up her sleeves, pushed Gao Shifeng aside, with her left eye showing hit, and her right eye showing him. She lunged at Su Haifeng, ready to fight. Shua Yu, big sister, don't stop her. Let her go. Lu Haocheng came out of his room and stopped Gao Shifeng from reaching out. At this moment, Qin Shua's fist had already landed on Su Haifeng's eye. This is the first time I see a man as shameless as you. Who do you want to settle scores with?
Huh?
Who do you want to fight? With each word, she threw a punch, leaving Su Haifeng no chance to fight back. Little sister, you're amazing. Keep going. You're so cool. Gao Wenji stood behind, watching the scene and waving his hands like a cheerleader. Lu Haocheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Gao Wenji, a coldness forming in his gaze, like a tangible force, glaring at Gao Wenji. And about the sister? Didn't everyone say she was the wife? Gao Wenji was truly uneducated, daring to act so arrogantly. Qin Shua's strikes were measured. She wouldn't give Su Haifeng a chance to get close again. Besides a few pressure points, which would cause him pain over the next few days, the rest were just external injuries.
This.
Hao-chung, maybe we should stop. What if someone gets seriously hurt? Hai Shiping did not expect Qin Shuya to be able to defeat Su Haifeng. By the time she regained her senses, Qin Shuya was fighting more fiercely. She wasn't worried about Su Haifeng. She was just afraid that because of her, Shuya might get into trouble. After all, she had known the Su family for many years and was very clear about their character. It's okay, big sister. I am here. Regarding Lu Haocheng's words, Hai Shiping didn't have time to think carefully. Although she felt something was wrong, she was nervous and didn't have time to analyze it. Shiping, I know.
I know you still care about me.
Please help me quickly pull this crazy woman away. Shuya is not crazy. You should apologize to her. Su Haifeng, who was being beaten down, was silent. Is that the main point? Shouldn't the focus be on saving him? Enough, Shuya. Don't dirty your hands. Uncle Gao came in from outside, saw the scene in the yard, and casually advised. What are you doing to her? You're suffering for it, huh? Sigh. Su Haifeng, who was dazed from the beating, was speechless. So, you keep blaming him? And he didn't even provoke this crazy woman? Seeing that the situation was about right, Qin Shuya stopped. She tilted her chin and looked down at Su Haifeng on the ground, speaking proudly. Let me tell you, Su Haifeng, from now on, stay away from anyone in the Gao family, including me. If you dare to come close again, I'll beat you. Do you understand? This domineering declaration with a bit of a gangster vibe. It's so adorable, but there are too many people. It's really annoying. Lu Haocheng stood there expressionless, but inside, he was full of thoughts. Because she started with messy moves and ended with a more organized style, everyone in the Gao family saw her growth and progress.
But
Gao Shiping didn't know this. She looked surprised at Su Haifeng, who was beaten and pressed to the ground, and suddenly felt that the world was really. In the end, Aunt Gao calmly suggested sending Su Haifeng to the hospital for treatment. After all, since he was so unlikable, the health clinic in Shuya wouldn't treat him. However, the choice of who would send Su Haifeng to the hospital was uncertain. Qin Shuya seemed to think of something, waved to Gao Wenji, and he happily came over. Shuya, do you need any help? To send someone to the hospital, you need money. Check if he has any in his pockets. If not, call someone from the Su family to come and pick him up. Gao Wenji squatted down and casually searched Su Haifeng all over, finding 30 yuan. Wow, he has quite a bit of money on him. Probably a month's salary. The key is, he managed to carry a month's wages in his pocket. What does Su Haifeng want to do? That's enough money. Just give it to me. Qin Shuya took the money and told everyone to go about their business, not to worry about the man lying on the ground. Everyone listened and went back to their tasks, and no one paid attention to Su Haifeng anymore. 10 minutes later, Qin Shuya returned, followed by a rough-looking man. That's him. You take him to the hospital. These 5 yuan are your hard-earned money, and the 25 yuan are for his treatment. It's best if he stays in the hospital for a few days. You just need to watch over him during the day. At night, you can sleep at the guest house. He runs a guest house in town. You should know how to find it, right? Got it. Don't worry, miss. I'm good at this. I'll make sure it's done well. Alright, go ahead. No one paid much attention to what would happen to Su Haifeng. Everyone went about their own business. After breakfast, Qin Shuya said she wanted to go to town to buy some things. Lu Haocheng naturally wouldn't let her go alone, so he chose to accompany her. The two left Gao's house together. Gao Shiping watched their backs and then turned to ask her mother the question that had been on her mind. Mom, is it too close that Haocheng is going with Shuya? Will it affect her reputation in the future? Couldn't anyone at home tell you that they are dating? Gao Shiping looked surprised. She looked at her own mother in disbelief and replied, no.
Oh.
Maybe everyone thought they told you when they came to pick you up, but they didn't say anything, and we didn't either. And you still didn't know after all this time? Her mother's tone was a bit surprised. Knowing the truth, Gao Shiping became calm. Oh, they both have their own ideas. Being together isn't a bad thing. I think Haocheng is aiming high by being with Shuya. Shuyua's achievements are definitely more than just here in our small town. I think so too. I told your aunt about this in a letter. She said Haoqing is quite clever, and if he's interested in someone, it means he's aiming high. Really? So, Haoqing has liked Shuyue for a long time? I heard from your aunt later that Haoqing has someone in his heart, but he hasn't been seen meeting anyone. He's been in the army all this time. I thought maybe the person he liked was married or no longer around. No one wanted to bring up his sadness, so no one said anything. Later, I found out it was a secret crush on Shuyue from our town. He's really good at hiding his feelings. Gao Shiping knows her younger brother well. Because of their family, he was raised differently from others. As a child, she thought he was a little adult. As he grew up, this feeling became even clearer. Qin Shuyue and Lu Haoqing went to the town supply and marketing cooperative store together. Inside, they headed straight to the left side, where there was a small area with sewing machines, radios, and bicycles. What are you going to buy? This area is rarely visited, but those who come usually need these items and can afford them. So, the staff here are a bit more friendly than at other counters. Are these the only 2 types of sewing machines?
Yes.
Our town supply store isn't big, so we only have these. In other words, they don't have enough money to buy more, so they only need one. Qin Shuyue nodded, looked around, and didn't see anything wrong. Then she asked, how much is it? This model costs 230 yuan, plus a sewing machine ticket. That's it. He reached into his pocket to take out a ticket to pay, but was stopped by Lu Haoqing. Let me do it. This is what I want to buy, so I shouldn't let you pay. Oh? Yaya is starting to be so clear about sharing things with me. The man's tone slightly lifted at the end, his expression unchanged, but his voice revealed a hint of sadness. Qin Shuyue smiled with her eyes like crescent moons, moved aside, and handed over her ticket. Please go ahead. Please. Lu Haoqing nodded happily, took the ticket, and went to the cashier to pay. After paying, he discussed delivery with the clerk. They agreed that they would pay for the transportation fee, and the supply cooperative would arrange a tractor to bring the items back. Since they paid, Qin Shuyue thought she shouldn't waste the opportunity. She pulled Lu Haoqing to buy some brightly colored cloth, a pillowcase embroidered with mandarin ducks, a red thermos, a teacup, a wash basin, towels, and also some pastries and candies. She thought, whether bought early or late, it was all the same. She took out a radio ticket and took the only radio. Under the envy of the other shop assistants at the supply cooperative, Qin Shuyue's eyes curved like a crescent moon as she happily led Lu Haoqing away. They sat on the returning tractor, which rumbled all the way into the Chaoyang Brigade. In this era, tractors were rare. The loud, rough noise drew the attention of many people in the Chaoyang Brigade. At this time, workers had just finished their shift and were heading home to rest. Curious, everyone followed the tractor, wanting to see who had such a big purchase, both a sewing machine and a radio. When the tractor stopped at the Gao family's door, everyone suddenly realized, oh, so it was the Gao family. Then there was nothing surprising about it. The eldest son of the Gao family was getting married, so these things were probably bought for the wedding. For a while, there was no more excitement, and everyone dispersed. The familiar, skillful movements made some people feel amused. In recent days, because of Gao Wenyu's wedding, the Gao family hadn't gone to work. When they heard the tractor stop at the door, everyone came out to see what was happening.
Shuyue.
What did you buy? Annie, come help carry the things. We'll talk after we move everything inside. Oh, okay. And Gao called her husband and son, and they started carrying things into the house, some small and some large. Lu Haoqing stood outside. After paying the tractor driver, he also went into the yard and casually closed the gate. Why is there a sewing machine here? Did Shuyue buy it? Yes, Annie. I bought it. What do you think? Pretty good, right? Did you buy it? Shouldn't it be kept at my house? Aunt Gao carefully chose her words, worried that Qin Shuyue might think she wasn't welcome. Why keep it in my house? It would be more useful at Auntie's. I saw Sister Shiping's room has some empty space, so maybe. We can put it there. Everyone didn't know what Qin Shuyue was planning, but leaving the sewing machine outside in the yard wasn't a good idea. Since the person involved said it, it was better to put it in Gao Shiping's room. Lu Haoqing and Gao Wenji carefully carried the sewing machine into the house. This surprised Gao Shiping, who had been watching from inside and now came out. What are you doing? What's going on? Nothing much, Sister Shiping. Just borrowing it to leave here for now. Borrow it? Oh, okay. Just leave it there. If you want to do some work, come and use it. Aunt Gao stroked her chin, feeling that Shiyue's expression looked especially clever, as if she was planning something. She quietly moved closer to her nephew and whispered, "Do you know what Shiyue's up to?" Lu Haoqing's eyes followed the mischievous girl. His dark eyes sparkled, his brows raised, and he kept a faint smile. When his aunt came closer, he straightened up and, matching her height, said softly, "I don't know, Auntie. Anyway, if Yaya wants to buy it, let her. It's not a big deal, we have enough money." That's true. As long as Yaya is happy. Aunt Gao wasn't too worried about this matter. After finding a good spot for the sewing machine, Qin Shua handed the radio back to Uncle Gao with a bright smile. "Uncle Gao, I know you like to listen to the radio when you have free time. From now on, you can listen at home after dinner. No need to go to others' houses." "Really? For me?" Uncle Gao, still a bit stunned, held the radio tightly and hadn't fully recovered. Qin Shua nodded in agreement, then handed over the pillowcases with red characters, the thermos, and the basin, things she had prepared for Gao Wenyu. While everyone was still surprised, she quickly grabbed a bag of fabric and slipped into Gao Shiping's room. Of course, before leaving, she also pulled Gao Shiping inside. Seeing her hand released, Lu Haoqing rubbed his fingers and was quietly amused by his own anger. This unkind little one. She uses things and then throws them away. Inside, she pressed the confused Gao Shiping into a seat in front of the sewing machine. Qin Shua took out the prepared pattern, attached the extension plate to the sewing machine, and then took out a full set of needles and threads from her bag, handing them to Gao Shiping. "Shiping, can you make clothes like this?" "Huh? Let me see." Gao Shiping, now distracted, took the simple pattern Qin Shua drew. She had some questions, and they discussed it for a while. Gao Shiping took out a pencil, refined the pattern, then picked up a new pair of scissors. She spread the fabric on the bed, took a deep breath, and hesitated, asking, "Shiyue, I'm about to cut now. If I cut it wrong?" "Shiping, when you made clothes before, you didn't hesitate to cut. Why are you hesitating now?" It's not my clothes, and this fabric isn't cheap. I'm worried I'll ruin it." "What should I do? If you ruin it, so what?" "No big deal. Just cut freely."
See?
"If one piece isn't enough, there's a whole bag. It's all yours. Just cut." She twitched her mouth, glancing at Qin Shua. The look in her eyes was a bit like a parent scolding a mischievous child. Since Qin Shua didn't mind, she had no reason to hesitate. She visualized the pattern in her mind, formed a rough idea, and then started cutting. With a few quick snips, 2 pieces of fabric were cut out. She took one to the sewing machine, threaded the needle, and began sewing, supporting the fabric with both hands, stepping on the pedal. The sewing machine hummed steadily, and Gao Shiping was fully immersed in her work. Qin Shua stood quietly to the side, smiling softly with a happy expression. In her past life, Gao Shiping divorced at age 45. It was the early 1990s, a time when small businesses were booming. With her brother's help, Gao Shiping carefully created her own brand, and within a few years, she became a wealthy person. However, after regaining her confidence, Gao Shiping was always worried about her age. She didn't want to find someone who truly understood her feelings. She chose to stay alone and live quietly until old age. At that time, she also learned by chance that in Gao Shiping's heart, there was a charming middle-aged man. She didn't know much about him, only that she had seen him from afar. He was a partner who had supported her from the beginning of her business, encouraging her and helping her financially. In this life, Gao Shiping is 30 years old, the best age for a woman. If she had found her confidence earlier, when that man appeared, would she have the courage to seize happiness? Qin Shua believes she definitely would. Although Gao Shiping had been married for many years and faced challenges from her family and daily life, she had softened her sharp edges. But her strong, loving, and daring personality was deeply ingrained in her bones. No setbacks could erase it. The regrets from her past life are not only hers, but belong to everyone. Qin Shue hopes that, through her invisible influence, everyone's life can improve. Less regret, more happiness. That would be a worthy effort. This is her second chance at life. After a busy afternoon of sewing at the sewing machine, Gao Shiping finished a brand new, elegant blue waist dress. It was simple and stylish, with a length that reached her ankles, making people want to try it on and see how it looked. Shiping, let's eat first. After dinner, you can sew the patterns onto the dress. Looking at the sky outside, it wasn't too late. Even if she didn't eat, she would still need to eat later. Gao Shiping neatly folded the dress and placed it on the bed, then went to the kitchen to serve the food. Qin Shue went to the main room. Uncle Gao was sitting there, happily crossing his legs, holding a bowl of cold water, listening to the radio with a cheerful expression. He was nodding his head and humming along with the music. The scene. Uncle, dinner's ready. All right, that's enough. Uncle Gao turned off the radio and covered it with a cloth to keep dust away. Just as the Gao family was enjoying their dinner, the front gate was loudly knocked, accompanied by some angry words. Hearing this, Qin Shue looked at Lu Haoqing. Others might not understand what was happening, but they both knew exactly. Who is it? So rude, knocking on the door while we're eating. I think I saw the squad leader. I'll go open the door. No need, I'll do it. Usually when visitors came to the house, Lu Haoqing wouldn't show himself. Why is he going to open the door today? Under everyone's curious gazes, Qin Shue followed him to the door. When she opened it, she saw a line of people outside. Besides Chun Jinmu, there was the squad leader and 2 police officers. The rest were local villagers who liked to watch the excitement. Police officers, it's him, it's him, it's him. He's the one who beat me up. The Gao family members hurried out, confused. Are you two really good at causing trouble? First Qin Shue beats up Su Haifeng, now Lu Haoqing beats up a staff member from the Agricultural Science Institute? Have you planned this together? Ha, Comrade Chen, is that all you've got? Qin Shue crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. The gentle girl from before suddenly turned into a tough, bossy woman. I have fists who can compete. Chun Jinmu looked pale and uncomfortable at her words. No matter what, he hitting me is wrong. And what if he deserved it? The squad leader and Lu Haoqing exchanged a long look, understanding the situation. Most likely this has nothing to do with them. Just then, a soft voice interrupted Qin Jinmu's self-important speech. Comrade police, let's go inside and talk. No matter who is at fault, we need to find out what really happened. Yes, the squad leader is right. Let's go inside. The gate blocked the view of those outside, wanting to watch. Some were unwilling and tried to listen in, but couldn't hear anything. Eventually, everyone went back to their own homes. But recently, the Gao family has had a lot of trouble. It's truly a mix of happiness and worry. We led the person into the main room, where there was still some unfinished food on the table, simple rice cakes and porridge, a bit better than what most families eat, but nothing too unusual. Aunt Gao and Gao Shiping quickly cleaned the table, prepared some tea leaves, and brewed a few cups of tea. Of course, Qin Jinmu was not involved. Comrade Lu Haoqing, right? The police officer picked up a pen and paper, ready to record. I heard you're in the military. Do you have your ID? Lu Haoqing took out his military ID from his shirt pocket and handed it over. The police officer looked at it. Photo, name, date of birth, ID number, and
Rank.
regiment. Regiment commander? He looked up in disbelief at Lu Haoqing, then lowered his eyes to the photo on the ID. Yes, it was definitely him.
Lu.
Regiment commander. Sorry for the trouble. Hearing regiment commander, Chun Jinmu felt a shiver in his heart. He had thought that, being a country bumpkin, even if he joined the army, he would only be a squad leader at most.
But now,
There was actually a regiment commander? Others might not understand the importance of the rank, but at the Agricultural Science Institute, they often interacted with military personnel and knew the hierarchy well. A regiment commander is the highest officer in a regiment, a senior officer rank, even higher than the director of their institute. Chun Jinmu's heart sank immediately. This was a big problem. He had really stepped into a trap. Comrade police officer, please speak directly. Regiment Commander Liu, could you please recount what happened a few days ago? Liu Haoqing spoke calmly, describing how Qin Jinmu harassed his partner that day and how he insulted her after learning she was involved with a man. His tone carried some personal emotion, but was not exaggerated. The police officer listened silently and said to himself, he should be punished. But he only dared to think that in his mind, being a public servant, he still maintained some professionalism. All right, we understand the situation very clearly now. Comrade Qin Jinmu, do you have any objections or anything to add? Qin Jinmu stood up, wanting to apologize to Liu Haoqing and also to make up for things. But because his legs were weak, he just stood up and then suddenly fell to his knees. That direction happened to face Liu Haoqing. Liu Haoqing moved to the side and reached out to pull Qin Shuyue. As they moved away, Gao Wenji was completely exposed. So Qin Jinmu knelt down just right in front of Gao Wenji. Gao Wenji looked confused. The Gao family members looked surprised. Comrade Qin, there's no need to kneel for no reason. I'm not your elder, and kneeling won't get you anything. I can't give you a red envelope. The Gao family members remained silent. Haha, this big mistake was really unfixable. The police officers didn't care if Qin Jinmu was kneeling on the ground. They just repeated their question. When Qin Jinmu replied numbingly that he had nothing to say, the officers quickly stood up, said they were sorry, and left the Gao family house. The team leader looked surprised. Do you have to leave so quickly? The main thing is, what should we do with Qin Jinmu now? You should have left a message. The team leader's silent cry went unanswered. He quietly turned to look at Qin Jinmu still kneeling there and said with a twitching mouth, maybe. You should just stay kneeling here. When your legs are worn out, perhaps Comrade Liu will forgive you. Liu Haoqing looked confused.
He didn't need to do that.
Of course, in the end, Qin Jinmu couldn't keep kneeling there. Liu Haoqing found him annoying and told Gao Wenji to take him away. Captain, last time you went to the team, didn't you say the Agricultural Science Institute sent someone over? Where are they? Not here yet. I haven't received any notice. Please follow up on it when you have time. From the province to Chaiyang team, it was a bit far, but not so far that it would take several days. The captain hadn't even asked about it, which was quite careless. After dinner, Gao Shiqing pulled Qin Shuyue into the house with a bang, shutting the door to block everyone's curious gazes. Shuyue, come help me with something. Two people sewed small flowers onto a simple long dress using golden thread, adding new details to the plain style. After working for an hour, the dress was finally finished. Gao Shiqing gently touched the dress, feeling a strange emotion she couldn't quite describe. Hurry, Shuyue, try it on and see if it fits. The dress was made to fit Qin Shuyue's body perfectly, so it should fit well. Still, she kindly handed the dress to her, wanting to see how it looked when worn. Qin Shuyue turned her back to Gao Shiqing, pulled her long hair into a simple bun, put on a pair of black leather shoes, and slowly turned around.
Shuyue. Wow.
You look so beautiful. I can't even find words to describe it. Wait a moment, I'll call everyone over so they can see what a true elegant lady looks like. Gao Shiqing pushed open the door and ran out quickly, calling loudly to gather everyone. Shiqing? What's wrong? Did she wake up peacefully? Big sister, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. You all stay here for a moment. She turned and opened her door, smiling as she said, please welcome our most beautiful Qin Shuyue. As she spoke, Qin Shuyue slowly stepped out of the house, crossing the threshold into everyone's view. Everyone was silent. Qin Shuyue wore a long indigo dress decorated with gold lines, with small white beads at the collar. A wide white belt wrapped around her waist, and her slender fingers hung at her side. Her black hair was simply styled in a bun. Her white face carried an elegant smile, with cold, snow-like brows, clear and bright black eyes, and soft red lips. Her pure beauty created a stunning visual feast, shocking everyone present. For a moment, there was no other sound in the yard. Everyone stared at Qin Shuyue in awe, except Liu Haoqing, whose eyes showed a wild desire to possess her. He clenched his fists tightly, reminding himself painfully not to scare the girl, not to do anything reckless. Never, never. Are you shocked? Are you surprised? Is this made by you? Aunt Gao was the first to find her voice, trembling as she asked. Yes, Mom. I made this with Shuiwe. Look, what do you think? Good, good. The dress looks nice and creative. But the most important thing is that Shuiwe looks great. This dress suits her perfectly. Everyone agreed with Aunt Gao's words. At that moment, Lu Haoqing pushed through the crowd and strode over to Qin Shuiwe. He draped his coat directly over her shoulders. Suddenly, a light, fresh scent reached her nose, and Qin Shuiwe was a bit confused.
What's
happening? You're cold. You're wearing too little. The Gao family members looked at each other. They weren't cold. Weren't they all wearing simple clothes? Besides, it's already mid-May.
How cold could it be?
Gao Shiping, who had experienced this before, looked at her cousin with amusement, but didn't reveal his thoughts.
Oh, okay. But
do you think this dress looks good? Qin Shuiwe's dark eyes curved into a smile, her porcelain-white face full of hope. Yes, it looks very good. Yeah, I think so too. The evening breeze was gentle. Her short hair was lifted by the wind, her fan-shaped eyelashes fluttered like feathers, brushing against Lu Haoqing's heart, stirring waves of emotion. But when he looked into the pure, black eyes of the young girl in front of him, all those feelings turned into a sigh, drifting away with the wind. Is it ready? Do you want to go home? I'll take you. Yes, wait for me a moment. I need to talk to Sister Shiping about something. Okay, go ahead. Qin Shuiwe pulled Gao Shiping back to the house and took out a new piece of fabric, this time choosing red. Is this for the celebration for Huihui? Yes. This is the most important moment in her life, so she should look nice. It's also a keepsake. Good. The dress is simple to make, but the embroidery on it is more difficult. No problem. I'll help you. Since she had little to do in her past life besides reading and studying these crafts, she had some skill. Embroidering a big piece might be hard, but making a wedding dress was doable. Okay, I will improve the drawings and try to finish them tonight. Tomorrow during the day, you can come directly, and we can finish the clothes in one day. Once everything was confirmed, Qin Shuiwe finally left the Gao family with Lu Haoqing. At this moment, Su Haifeng, who had been forgotten by the Gao family, was leaning against the bed, looking hopeless and uninterested. I want to eat food. I want to eat meat. Eat meat? Do you have a meat ticket? No, without one you can't eat meat. Aren't you here to take care of me? You're using my money but still being lazy. Comrade Su, what are you thinking? Am I taking your money? I took 5 yuan from Qin Shuiwe, and she gave it to me. It has nothing to do with you. You. Su Haifeng felt a headache coming on. After being knocked out by Qin Shuiwe, he woke up in a hospital. Before he could be grateful that the Gao family wasn't cold-blooded, he saw a stranger sitting beside his bed. He was so scared he almost jumped up. After asking around, he learned the Gao family was too busy to take care of him, so they paid someone to look after him. He quickly searched his clothes, feeling all around, front and back, pockets everywhere, only to sadly find he had no money at all. All of it had been taken by the man called the King of the Lice. The King of the Lice had a smile on his face, just watching Su Haifeng frantically search around, saying nothing. He was the best at obeying his aunt's orders. His aunt told him that this was no good and to torment him as much as he wanted. He might not be good at much, but when it came to tormenting people, he was a master. He promised to complete the task. As time went on, the day of the banquet finally arrived. Before dawn, Qin Shuiwe appeared in the Gao family kitchen to help out. Today's banquet was cooked by Aunt Gao herself, who also invited a few familiar older sisters to help. Su Qiao and Qin Shuiwe were responsible for peeling and washing vegetables, while the strong young men arranged all the borrowed tables and chairs. Each table was set with a porcelain plate, ready to hold peanuts and candies once everyone arrived. Last night, Qin Shuiwe and Gao Shiping, holding hands, carried the new clothes they made to the Yang family and personally handed them to Yang Huihui. When the red dress was opened, everyone in the Yang family praised it. Wow, this looks so beautiful. Yes, the red color is so bright. I never knew clothes could be made with so many styles. Yang Huihui was so happy she jumped 3 feet high, hugging Qin Shuiyue and Gao Shiping, repeatedly thanking them. Tomorrow, you'll wear this dress for your wedding. Okay. Before leaving, Qin Shuiyue also gave Yang Huihui some skincare tips, telling her to wash her face tonight and apply skincare products in order. She promised there would be a wonderful surprise in the morning. Yang Huihui nodded repeatedly, and even Yang's mother said she would remind her daughter to follow the advice, her eyes never leaving the bright red wedding dress, showing how much she liked it. Gao's father was a native of Chaoyang, but Gao's mother and the sisters had married and were not together. Due to various reasons, they couldn't attend, so they sent some money to Gao's mother, asking her to make the wedding grand and beautiful. After discussing, the two families decided to handle their own arrangements. They set up 5 tables, which could seat 10 people each, totaling 50 guests. The invitations were split between relatives from both sides, and choosing who to invite caused some worry for the elders. At 9 in the morning, to catch the auspicious time, Gao Wenyu took Gao Wenyang, Gao Wuji, and some colleagues on bikes decorated with big red flowers, heading straight to Yanghe village to pick up the bride. Gao Shiping and Gao's father stood at the door to greet relatives, with Lu Haoqing occasionally helping to entertain guests. Suddenly, an unexpected person appeared at the Gao family gate, asking to see Qin Shuiyue and Lu Haoqing by name. Gao Shiping had never seen Lin Yan before and didn't know what was happening, but Gao's father saw everything clearly and said in a stern tone, "What are you here for? This is Gao's territory. We don't welcome someone as dirty as you, old master. Don't be so angry." Huh. If I were dirty, there wouldn't be any good people in this world. After saying that, she rubbed against the man beside her and continued with a bright smile, "I had a small misunderstanding with Comrade Qin before. Today, I came here specifically to clear it up. The old master wouldn't refuse me this chance, would he?" At the moment Lin Yan appeared, Su Qiao, also a young intellectual, saw her and heard her request. She stood there thinking for a moment, then went to the kitchen to tell Qin Shuiyue what was happening outside.
What?
"Lin Yan is here." "Yes, she specifically asked to see you. Do you want to meet her?" "Of course I do. Why not? She's come all this way." She wiped her hands clean, then got up and went outside. "Uncle Gao, you and the others go to entertain the guest. I'll handle this." "Okay, I'll call Haoqing over." Qin Shuiyue calmly led the person aside, glancing at the frustrated Qiangzi. Suppressing her smile, she focused her gaze on Lin Yan. "I didn't expect your face to be so thick, Lin Yan. Isn't the from Zhaojinghao enough for you? And yet, you still dare to appear in front of me. Shuiyue, let's forget about the past. I'm really here to apologize. I even brought my boyfriend to show my sincerity." "Your boyfriend?" "Yes, him. Song Chong. You probably don't know him. He's from Beijing, lives in a military compound, and is a high-ranking official's son. He's here in Chang'e town on some business. He saw Zhao Jinghao bullying me and felt sorry for me. He saved me from trouble and promised to take me to Beijing to meet my parents after finishing his work." "Wow, Lin Yan, I thought you were already stuck in a tough situation, but it turns out you still have a chance to turn things around." Qin Shuiyue pretended to be very angry, with a murderous look in her eyes. Even Qiangzi, who wasn't targeted, felt it and instinctively took a step back. Lin Yan, unaware, stumbled slightly. Qiangzi then remembered his role and stepped in front of Lin Yan, glaring at Qin Shuiyue. "What kind of look is that?" Just then, Lu Haoqing came out of the Gao family's yard. Seeing the scene, he was furious and clenched his fists, ready to punch Qiangzi. Qin Shuiyue had been watching him closely. When she saw him about to act, she suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying loudly. In his arms, Qin Shuiyue gently pinched his abs and whispered, "We're on the same side. Don't fight." Lu Haoqing looked confused and asked. He had many questions but couldn't get answers. Still, he understood the bigger picture. Since his partner had a plan, he decided not to cause trouble. "Who are you? How dare you talk back to my partner?" Lu Haoqing protected Qin Shuiyue and looked at Qiangzi and Lin Yan with a stern gaze. At this moment, Lin Yan stepped forward, speaking proudly as he introduced Qiangzi's identity. However, Qin Shuyue could sense some hesitation in his tone. It seemed Lin Yan didn't fully believe that he was truly Song Chong. No wonder the things he was told weren't entirely clear. She wondered why Lin Yan came here today. Turns out, he was trying to confirm whether this person really was Song Chong. Honestly, when she heard the name Song Chong, Lu Haoqing was truly stunned. He rarely appeared in the military compound and didn't know many people. But unfortunately, Song Chong was one of the few he knew. So, who exactly was this person in front of him? Why was he pretending to be Song Chong? He had many doubts, but chose not to ask them now. Who dares to bark here without reason? So it's you, Song Chong. Lu Haoqing, aren't you supposed to stay in the army? Why are you here? Their exchange confirmed that they knew each other. Lin Yan's tense heart finally relaxed, and he felt a wave of joy. Song Chong was a big figure in that story. If he used him well, he might even replace the male lead and become the top. Then, if he rewrote the story, he could become the heroine. As long as he held the highest power, Qin Shuyue's token would be easy to get. Lin Yan knew how to paint a big picture for himself. Where I appear has nothing to do with you. Instead, you stay with your old master and don't come to Changha Town to cause trouble. No comment. It's true. Even unlucky people can attract others like themselves. Get lost and don't dirty the Gao family's land. Lu Haoqing, don't be too proud. We'll see. Brother Chong, since you're here, let's stay and have a toast. Lin Yan certainly wouldn't miss this chance to show off. She had previously run away in a panic from the Chaoyang team, but now she was determined to regain her confidence. Okay, if you want a drink, let's go inside. As she moved to go in, Lu Haoqing tried to stop her but was held back by Qin Shuyue. Haoqing, is he really that impressive? Lu Haoqing raised an eyebrow and looked down at his little girl, silently asking, are you serious? Talking about another man being impressive right in front of him. He thought she was joking. What's so impressive? He just relies on his family's big influence, acting powerful. Once his family's influence is gone, he's nothing. His words were quite sharp, neither confirming nor denying. To Lin Yan, who was still nearby, it sounded like Lu Haoqing was just trying to save face. That made her very happy. She had thought she was at a dead end, but suddenly, luck turned in her favor. She skipped the difficult middle steps and climbed up high. It seemed she was truly destined to be the heroine. When Qiangzi and Lin Yan entered the Gao family's courtyard, Lu Haoqing pulled her aside a bit further, frowning and looking annoyed as he asked, how come you're involved with Meng Chongqing's people? Oh, you know Meng Chongqing too? You're so mischievous. I don't believe you don't know the relationship between Meng Chongqing and Song Chong. You guys are brave to let someone pretend to be Song Chong. Song Chong is cunning and cautious. If he finds out, your life might be in danger. Don't worry, I know how to handle things. Nothing will happen. Besides, I haven't married you yet, so how could I get into trouble? Qin Shiyue's lips were red, and her serious look was especially charming. Fine, do whatever you want. I'm here for you. If there's anything you can't handle, you must tell me, understand? Yes, I understand. That was Lu Haoqing's way of loving, sometimes a bit overbearing, but he also knew when to let go and give her freedom. When they returned to the Gao family courtyard, they were laughing and talking. Lin Yan, sitting nearby, looked at Lu Haoqing's proud, sharp, yet gentle and handsome face with a bit of jealousy. He looked much better than Song Chong. That all depends on that author. Song Chong is at least a villain, so why do you also describe his appearance? It helps her feel more certain. Every time she sees this man's ordinary face, she feels a little disappointed. With such looks, it's no wonder he's destined to be a minor villain. At 10 o'clock, the wedding procession slowly left the village entrance. Each bicycle carried a person, holding a basket and giving out candies to everyone, spreading happiness. People in this era are simple. A piece of candy is precious, and the blessings are given freely to the newlyweds. Yang Huihui wore a bright red wedding dress, covering her black shoes. Gao Wenyu parked his car at their home, stabilized it, then carried his wife inside amid cheers. Soon after, her brothers carried the dowry into the house. They left with 5 bicycles and returned with 8, plus 2 ox carts. Now that spring planting is over, as a leader of the Yanghe brigade, using ox carts might seem like abuse of power, but Yang's father understood how to make up for it.
He paid for it.
The brigade leaders, seeing the money, could only turn a blind eye. It was just a wedding, and it wouldn't take more than an hour. They might as well lend the carts. Yang Hui's dowry was moved back and forth 5 or 6 times, in 10 big and small boxes, all tightly packed. Everyone was amazed. Wow, what could be inside? So many boxes for just a wedding? Watching all this, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel jealous. Why does a rural girl have so much dowry? She was unwilling and wanted some reassurance. She pulled Xiangzi closer, looked at him with flirtatious eyes, and without caring about the crowd, she threw herself into his arms, coquettishly saying, "Brother Chong, after we get married, my dowry will be even more than Yang Hui's. Xiangzi, I'm losing my innocence. No one understands. The boss gave him a job, but it's so hard." He looked expressionless, mechanically raised his hand, patted Lin Yan's back twice, and gently replied, "Okay, Nian, whatever you say. In the end, who you marry isn't certain anyway. Just go with the flow." In the new house, Gao Wenyu looked at his beautiful wife with a shy face. His cheeks turned red. The Yang brothers nearby looked at them and felt it was a bit awkward, so they made an excuse and left quickly. Now the room was empty. Gao Wenyu hesitated and said softly, "Wife, you look so beautiful. Is it me who looks good, or is it the dress? It's you who looks good." Gao Wenyu wasn't stupid. He knew better than to say anything else. If he did, tonight's wedding night might turn into a serious problem. "You're sensible." She playfully rolled her eyes at her husband and started tidying up her belongings. At that moment, Gao Shiping's voice came from outside the door. "Little brother, sister-in-law, am I coming in?" "Yes, sister, come in." Gao Shiping was holding a bowl with red dates soaked in brown sugar and eggs, and another bowl with sweet rice balls, symbolizing happiness and many children. "Are you hungry? Have a bite first. When the dishes are ready, I'll leave some for you in the kitchen. After you toast and drink, come back to the room to eat. You're so thoughtful, sister." Yang Hui smiled brightly, feeling a natural closeness to Gao Shiping, as if she were her own mother. Maybe it was because of her bright red wedding dress. In this village and nearby areas, no matter the family status, no one had worn such a beautiful wedding dress. Yang Hui felt she was truly unique. At 11 o'clock, the 3 Gao brothers and the 3 Yang brothers started placing sunflower seeds and candies on plates. Each plate had 10 candies. It was a game of speed, grab a piece quickly or miss out. Yang Yaguang was responsible for the table with Lin Yan. Qin Shuiwei, standing at the kitchen door, felt a sudden chill. Oh no, these 2 old enemies from the past had met. Lin Yan's eyes lit up when she saw Yang Yaguang. Unlike her previous encounters with Lu Hao, which seemed purposeful, her gaze at Yang Yaguang was more serious. It seemed that before she read the book, she might have liked this gentle scholar type. Yang Yaguang finished his work and left without even looking at her. Lin Yan felt a bit disappointed. She watched Yang Yaguang's back closely, then looked at Song Chong, who was sitting upright with a furrowed brow. She bit her lip, feeling very conflicted inside. Finally, it seemed like she made a decision. She lowered her head, said 2 words to Song Chong, and hurriedly followed Yang Yaguang away. Qin Shuiwei immediately chased after them. The 3 of them entered the main house, one after the other. Before Lin Yan's hand could touch Yang Yaguang's skin, Qin Shuiwei shouted, "Lin Yan, what are you doing running into the owner's main house as an outsider?" Her voice caught Yang Yaguang's attention. He turned to look at Lin Yan behind him. I don't recognize her." He approached Qin Shuiwei, who was the only person he knew nearby. He crossed his arms and asked with a frown, "Why did you come in? Don't you have any sense of propriety as a guest?" I had something to talk to you about, so I followed you. I didn't realize this was the owner's main house."
"Sorry about that."
As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Yang Yaguang, showing a shy, delicate expression. Qin Shuiwei almost felt like vomiting. "Lin Yan, you've been played by several men, and yet you still act innocent and fragile. Isn't that disgusting?" "You're talking nonsense, Qin Shuiwei. You're spreading rumors, pure and simple.
Oh,
Spreading rumors? Last month, you were caught pulling and tugging with King Lotzi. Everyone in the team saw it. After it was exposed, you even hooked up with Zhao Jinghao, the squad leader of the Red Guard team, to bring people here to steal my family's Jade pendant. If Director Li from the committee hadn't been there, who knows what trouble would have happened. Then you left with Zhao Jinghao. Now you're back, hiding behind someone named Song Chong. What's the deal? Only you can do things, and I can't say anything? Lin Yan instinctively looked at Yang Yaguang, noticing his furrowed brow and displeased expression. She felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to shout and argue with Qin Shuiwa, Song Chang's deep voice came from the doorway. Nian Nian, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? There was no point in saying more now. Her image was already ruined. She couldn't afford to offend Song Chong at this moment. Without hesitation, Lin Nian walked up to Song Chong, smiling sweetly, and gently led him outside, saying, I ran into an old acquaintance. Let's talk for a bit. We should go now. After they left, Qin Shua looked at Yang Yaguang and explained, I think she was following you with bad intentions. I was worried she might cause trouble and make Brother Yang unable to handle it, so I came to check. Thank you, Shua. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Yang Yaguang always wore a simple, honest smile when talking to people he knew. In his past life, he didn't find happiness and even caused trouble for his family because of his obsession. He didn't know who his true destiny was, but he hoped. In this life, he could live well. Brother Yang, you should stay away from that woman. You saw for yourself she's not a good person. Yes, I understand. At 11:30, the Gao family announced the start of the banquet and invited Director Hong from the commune to be the witness. He read the wedding vows, and the couple made their vows. After the vows, the dishes were served. There were 8 dishes and 1 soup, a fairly formal banquet. Gao Wenyu toasted everyone with Yang Hui, thanking them for their support, then took his wife back to their room to eat. The banquet lasted until 12:30, then gradually ended. As Lin Yan was leaving, she left a stern warning, telling Qin Shua not to be too proud, and secretly made some decisions. Qin Shua waved dismissively, not caring, and helped clean up the mess. They worked until 5 p.m. before the yard was finally cleaned. Aunt Gao, exhausted, didn't want to move anymore. She took out 2 bundles of dried noodles, fried some pork strips, boiled a dozen eggs, added some cabbage, and made a pot of soup, enough to feed everyone. After eating, everyone went back to rest. Lu Haoqing took Qin Shua home and stood at the door for a long time, reluctant to leave. What's wrong, Shua? The people sent by the higher-ups have already arrived in Chang'e town. They will probably come to Chaoyang Brigade tomorrow to find you. Once the medicine is handed over, I will go back. Qin Shua paused as she pushed open the door, her dark eyes lowered, and her fan-shaped eyelashes cast a shadow on her porcelain-white face. It's okay, Haoqing. I'll wait here for you to come back. Lu Haoqing quickly stepped forward, pulling the person into his arms. His large hand lingered around the slender waist, warmth from his palm like silk, soaking into the cool skin. Qin Shuiwa hurriedly looked up with her dark eyes, her nose tingling with the light, dry scent of laundry detergent. A subtle sense of safety washed over her. I'll come back as soon as I can. Her dark eyes blinked, and her originally cold expression was now tinged with a bright, charming color. Take good care of yourself. If anything happens, remember to tell me, okay? I will. Also, don't look at other men and don't get too close to them. If I find out, just see how I punish you. When Lu Haoqing said this, his teeth were clenched, as if Qin Shua had done something really wrong. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll keep a safe distance from other men. If I really can't avoid it, I'll always tell him I have a boyfriend. Don't come near me. Satisfied with the answer, Lu Haoqing hugged the person in his arms, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Until the night wind picked up, he gently pushed the person away and softly said, I'll watch you go in, and then leave. You should go back early too. Tomorrow I'll bring breakfast for you, and stay with you while waiting for the people from the unit. He waved goodbye, and Qin Shua turned around and disappeared behind the door. Meanwhile, Lu Haoqing's heart felt empty at that moment, filled with an inexplicable sadness. Qin Shuwen knew someone would come today, so she didn't go to the Gao family's place. Instead, she stayed at the clinic, helping Su Qiao clean the place and tidying up the herbs that had been dried in the yard. The herbs on this mountain are running out. There used to be so many every day, but now it's only a few every few days. Herbs are seasonal, and since their range is limited to that cave, it's normal for them to become fewer. Once this batch is collected, they'll probably need to find a new place. Yeah, I guess I was overthinking it. Su Qiao shrugged and kept busy with her work. Suddenly, a young comrade rushed in, looking anxious. He grabbed Qin Shuiwei and tried to pull her outside. Hey, Comrade Dawei, let's talk properly. Why are you pulling a female comrade like that? Su Qiao often went to the fields to earn work points, so he naturally knew that this comrade was from the Chaiyang team. Although his tone was urgent, he didn't seem overly panicked.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Does someone need medical help? Wait for me to get the first aid kit. He picked up the box on the table and told Su Qiao to stay at the clinic to watch over things. Qin Shuiwei, quick on her feet, followed a man named Dawei as they ran toward the fields. When they reached the field, they saw a crowd gathered nearby. The team leader was pacing anxiously. When he saw Qin Shuiwei, he hurriedly said, Quick, Shuiwei. This is serious. What? Someone's life is in danger? Can't be saved. Bah.
Don't say that. Kids say silly things.
You should go see for yourself. Qin Shuiwei frowned. She's grown up now, she's not a kid anymore. But despite her complaints, she pushed through the crowd and saw an elderly man lying on the ground. He had white hair, his eyes were closed, and his face was full of wrinkles, pale and bloodless. Get up. The doctor is coming. A young doctor? Team leader. Is this okay? Next to the old man, a young girl was crouching. Seeing Qin Shuiwei's young age, she looked a bit doubtful. It's fine. If she can't help, then no one can. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. If our teacher gets into trouble, you can't take responsibility either. Alright, by Qing, let's check him first. Okay. Qin Shuiwei looked down, first checking the old man's pulse, then observing his face. She looked at his eyes and frowned, noticing his pale complexion. The old man was quite old. He needed more rest, but how are they taking care of him? Two young girls, unable to criticize others and instead being criticized themselves, sighed helplessly. Another woman with dark skin explained, Our teacher is an academician from the Agricultural Research Institute. He came this time to help with the spring planting for the Chaiyang team. After some officials were sent back, the director decided to send someone who truly cares about the crops. My master volunteered himself. At first, the director didn't agree, but my master kept persuading him, so in the end, he agreed. On the way here, my master was already feeling weak, but still pushed himself. Once we arrived, he worked all day without rest. We tried to persuade him and came up with ideas, but he's our master and we couldn't force him. So, The woman's explanation revealed their helplessness and the frustration shared with Bai Qing. It wasn't that they didn't want to care for him, but he was too stubborn, and they had no way to change that. Take him to the health clinic. He's exhausted, malnourished, and his body is drained. Every moment he endures is draining his life force. If he doesn't get treatment soon, he might not last much longer. The two women looked at each other, unsure what to do. Finally, the team leader waved his hand and found a strong young man to take the person to the clinic first. All right, everyone disperse. Go about your own work. The team leader followed and returned to the health clinic. Su Qiao, quickly, make the bed with fresh blankets. Then go and prepare some millet porridge with a bit of red sugar.
Okay.
Hearing about millet porridge, the two women looked at Qin Shuiwei in surprise. This doctor was different from others. After placing the old man on the bed, Qin Shuiwei took out silver needles soaked in spiritual spring water. She moved her hands swiftly, leaving afterimages. After a few minutes, the needles were inserted into his forehead, chest, and arms. Then she gently tapped one of the needles, allowing the spiritual energy of the moon's spirit technique to flow through it into his body. This caused the other needles to resonate, creating a synchronized vibration. Bai Qing gasped in surprise, then quickly covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on Qin Shiyue's movements. After 10 minutes, the old man's face visibly improved, and his breathing became steady, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Qin Shiyue did not remove the silver needle but continued to check the elderly person's pulse. After 20 minutes, she released the elderly's hand, stood up, carefully collected all the needles, and covered the person with a blanket. The elderly person is weak and not suitable for heavy tonics. Usually, give him some nutritious food, mainly through diet, supplemented with medicinal food. He will recover fully. What's considered nutritious food? Grain, eggs, meat, and malted milk. Grain is good, we can manage that. Eggs are okay, but meat and malted milk are a bit difficult for us. They are just assistants, basically doing chores. Their wages are low, and they don't have many tickets. Most of their earnings go to support their families.
They only keep a few for themselves.
This time, the Agricultural Research Institute allocated some funds, but, however, the price of nutritious grain is high. Their food budget might not be enough. Forget it. If it's not enough, they'll find a way. Anyway, the teacher definitely shouldn't suffer. At worst, they will eat less and use the savings to buy nutritious food for the teacher. Qin Shiyue quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Su Qiao to get the medicine. When she looked up, she saw 5 people standing at the door, all staring at her in surprise, carefully examining their figures. They look very similar to Lu Haoqing.
Could it be?
Are these the people sent by the higher-ups to discuss the prescription with her? Captain, since this elderly person was injured in our team, the team headquarters should cover the medical expenses. Remember to reimburse me later. Otherwise, when I report expenses at the end of the month, the accounts won't match. Also, does our team get some meal subsidy? After all, the elderly person is not easy to take care of. The captain looked confused. The captain remained silent. Hello, comrades. Please come in quickly. I am the captain of the Chaiyong team. Are you from the military? Hello, Captain. We are here on behalf of the military to discuss cooperation with Comrade Qin Shiyue. Please handle your matters first. Once you're done, we can talk. All right. I will finish quickly. I initially thought I would just sign and leave, but then I saw the medication list, millet porridge with brown sugar.
Qin Dajiang was confused.
Is this real? Or am I seeing things? I checked again and confirmed it wasn't a mistake. Qin Dajiang looked up at Qin Shiyue and asked, This millet porridge with brown sugar is considered medicine? Will it be reimbursed by the team office? Of course it counts. Millet is a fine grain considered a nutritional supplement. Why wouldn't it be considered medicine? As for the brown sugar, I won't even mention its benefits, blood nourishment and energy boosting. Eating it makes you healthier. Don't you think that counts as medicine? Qin Dajiang felt that he understood these words separately, but together, they confused him even more. Sign here.
All right. Okay.
Seeing that the millet porridge was priced at 1 cent and the brown sugar at 2 cents, Qin Dajiang thought it was acceptable. He was the kind of person who didn't overthink things. With a quick, he signed his name. From now on, just have someone bring the signatures to me once a month. He waved his hand, signaling the team leader to leave quickly. Comrades, I have other matters to attend to. I'll be going now. All right. Take care, team leader. The 5 soldiers from the military had overheard Qin Shiyue and Qin Dajiang's conversation and felt even more impressed with them. Now, the whole country relies on these veteran comrades. Losing any one of them would be a loss for the nation. But at this critical time of development, it's hard to spare extra energy and money to take good care of these veterans. If someone can help share the burden, that would be even better. This shows that these 2 comrades have a broad mind and high sense of responsibility. Please follow me to the back for a chat.
Don't disturb the elders' rest.
The 5 followed Qin Shiyue into the back room. Just as they sat down and hadn't spoken yet, Lu Haoqing arrived. Comrade Song, Dr. Lu, and Deputy Chief of Staff Qian. I didn't expect it to be you. Haoqing, you really helped us out this time. The leaders above attach great importance to Comrade Qin Shiyue's prescription. After approval from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, this wound medicine is very useful for our troops. It can reduce inflammation, stop bleeding, and help wounds heal. If we can use this medicine in clinics, it could save many soldiers' lives. Yes, Haocheng, this is such an important matter. The higher-ups want to come personally, but since our military district can't do without their presence, we had to send a few of us here. When Lu Haocheng first saw the medicine, he was already shocked. Now, his heart was filled with pride. The person who developed such a good medicine was his. How could he not be happy? Yeah, these are my leaders. They're all very kind. Don't worry, speak freely. I'm here. The others looked at each other, feeling that Lu Haocheng's words had hidden meaning, and his tone was especially gentle. Deputy Commander Qian was a person who couldn't keep things to himself. If he had questions he couldn't understand, he wouldn't sleep all night. I say, Lu Haocheng, what's your relationship with Comrade Qin? Why do you call her so close? Commissioner Song and Dr. Lu looked at him with disapproval, but their ears perked up, clearly wanting to hear some gossip. Deputy Commander Qian, this is our regiment's Comrade Qin Jingjie's younger sister, Comrade Qin Shiyue.
She's also my
future wife. Cough cough. You, kid. You're really bold, not even sparing your own soldiers' family members. Deputy Commander Qian, don't forget, I grew up in Chaoyang Battalion too. Well, you've had this in mind since you were young. Seeing Deputy Commander Qian's increasingly outrageous remarks, Commissioner Song quickly pulled him back, sat him on a nearby stool, and awkwardly explained, Old Qian, your mouth is always loose. No bad intentions, don't take it the wrong way. Haha, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Qin Shiyue smiled, watching the interaction between the colleagues and Lu Haocheng. She wasn't angry. Instead, she thought that Deputy Commander Qian was very straightforward and honest. Getting along with him should be easy. Hey, wait, I didn't see your marriage proposal. Where did your wife come from? Isn't this damaging the young girl's reputation? Deputy Chief of Staff Qian suddenly thought of this and stood up to ask his question. I will report this when I go back. I hope both of you can help speak well of me so that the report gets approved quickly. Oh, then you should talk to him. Your report also needs the political officer's signature. Commissioner Song. Thank you very much. Seeing the two leaders talking back and forth, Lu, the doctor, was anxious because he couldn't join the conversation. He had just seen that amazing scene, an acupuncture needle, something he had only read about in books but never experienced himself. Now he wished he could stay with Qin Shiyue for 3 days and 3 nights to learn everything she knew and absorb her knowledge. Fortunately, Qin Shiyue didn't know Lu's plan. If she did, forget about trying to empty her mind. Not only does her brain contain medical skills from 2 lifetimes, but the vast collection of books in that space is beyond what a person can fully understand in a lifetime. All right. Just submit your report when you go back, and I'll sign it immediately.
No delay, okay?
That's more like it. Go away, go stand over there. Waving Lu Haocheng aside, Commissioner Song happily said to Qin Shiyue, Comrade Qin, about this prescription. Let's talk. The next few people discussed the composition of the medicine. Dr. Lu even raised some medical questions, some unrelated to the prescription, and Qin Shiyue answered them one by one. Really? It can be like that? Suddenly, Dr. Lu felt enlightened. Many treatments for illnesses gave him new ideas. He couldn't wait to try them out. Then he thought, such a treasure, if he could take it back to the army, it could benefit soldiers risking their lives. Commissioner Song, I think we should immediately approve the marriage report for Comrade Lu Haocheng and also approve their housing so they can get married soon. Otherwise, living apart would make life dull and unfulfilling, right? Commissioner Song, don't think I don't know what you're planning. You just want Comrade Qin Shiyue to go to the army. If you have a problem, why not just ask her directly? But such talent should indeed be kept close. Cough cough, Haocheng, this time when you go back, just submit the marriage and housing reports together. No need for background checks. Comrade Qin Shiyue's character and family are well known, so approval will be straightforward. His eager attitude pleased him. Okay, political commissar, Shuyue about the authorization for this prescription. This is also their main purpose for coming. I will provide this prescription to the troops for free, and in the future, they will have priority in using any developed medicines. The people preparing to be taken advantage of, thought. Haocheng, who wanted to benefit his wife, thought. Is this real? Yes, a country is needed for a home. Protecting the country requires soldiers' guardianship. Without them, we wouldn't have our peaceful days today. I am not important enough to go to the front lines, so I can only shine in other places. That's good enough. Shuyue, young people today, with just their passion, want to protect the country, but they don't realize there are other ways. You are a role model. Qin Shuyue smiled but didn't reply. Instead, she handed over the prescription, explaining the order of ingredients and precautions during preparation. Once everything was settled, Commissar Song and the others didn't stay long. They took the prescription and left for the Yang army, giving Haocheng the night to prepare. Early the next morning, they left together. That night, Qin Shuyue appeared at the Gao family's dinner table. As a soon-to-be newlywed, Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui's interactions were overly sweet. Gao Wenyang and Haocheng looked on with envy, while Gao Zhizhi looked speechless. During dinner, Haocheng suddenly said, "Wenji, pack your things tonight. Tomorrow, come with me." "Really? Cousin, I can really go with you?" Unlike Gao Zhizhi's excited mood, Gao family's parents looked visibly reluctant. But since they had already agreed, they couldn't refuse now. "Wenji, when you get to the army, listen to your cousin, okay?" Got it. You need to behave well and control your temper. Don't worry, Mom. Going to the army is to temper my temper. Haocheng, you're leaving tomorrow too? Are your wounds fully healed? Uncle, everything is ready. The leader just arrived, so we should leave together. Then, I'll leave the child, Wenji, to you. You should train him well, scold him when needed. The more skills he learns, the safer his life will be. Don't worry, Uncle. The joyful atmosphere turned into feelings of sadness as they parted. The Gao family didn't enjoy their meal much. Thinking that they probably had many things to say, Qin Shuyue didn't stay long. It was still evening, and she was with a familiar man. But again, they faced parting. They looked at each other in silence, not knowing what to say. Until they reached Qin Shuyue's door, Lu Haocheng couldn't find words. "I will wait here for you to come back."
You.
"I will write you letters. I've received the approval report, and I'll come back as soon as I can."
You.
"Remember to think of me." After speaking, Lu Haocheng lowered his eyes, a faint blush appearing on his ears. Qin Shuyue stepped closer, her warm little hand touching his ear tip, and she softly chuckled. "I thought you were strong and shy, not easily embarrassed." "Maybe I am strong, but you'll find out if you try me." This was a playful hint. Who could resist that? "Don't come to see me off tomorrow. I don't want to face leaving. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back." "Okay," she replied simply because she was afraid she might also break down. "This time, I will see you off." Lu Haocheng responded softly, looking deeply at Qin Shuyue. Suddenly, he stepped forward and left a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I love you." His voice was so soft it seemed it might drift away with the wind, but it was clear and reached Qin Shuyue's ears. She bit back the tears in her eyes, her dark eyes curved into a sweet smile. "I love you too." Lu Haocheng let go of her hand, turned quickly, and left. His steps were so fast it was almost like he was running. When his figure disappeared around the corner, Qin Shuyue finally pushed open the door and went inside. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she turned, that familiar figure reappeared at the corner, quietly watching her until she was safely inside, then silently leaving. Many people suffer from insomnia, but their reasons are all different. Early in the morning, Qin Shuyue rubbed her sleepy head, feeling that she probably wouldn't have the energy to work at the health clinic today. She turned to her space to catch up on a few hours of sleep using the flow of time. When she came out, she felt refreshed and alert. When Su Qiao came to help in the morning, she saw Qin Shuyue looking just like usual and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "You're really impressive. I heard Lu Haocheng left today and you don't seem sad or upset." "Why should I be sad? He'll come back eventually. Besides, We still have a long time together, so I don't mind this short separation.
But you.
When are you planning to take my second brother home?
I
haven't told my parents about this yet. Huh? Are you planning to abandon him? Don't talk nonsense. I truly care about your second brother. Then what are you worried about? My family might be different from others. I'm afraid. No need to be afraid. If you have concerns, just tell us. Everyone can help think of a solution. If not, I can ask my second brother to stay at your place every day. Uncle and Auntie will surely see his sincerity. Unaware, Gao Wenyang wondered. Thank you so much, sister. What kind of ideas are you coming up with? Su Qiao seriously considered Qin Shiyue's words. She also thought that continuing like this wasn't a good idea. Sooner or later, she would have to tell her family. Whether she died now or later, it was inevitable. So she might as well. Once she made up her mind, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Even the hardest work seemed easier. The busy day passed without much incident. But when night fell and everything was quiet, her longing felt like a broken ball with a hole, unable to be fixed. In the end, she decided to let the hole stay open. A few days later, it would be better. Qin Shiyue spent a few peaceful days, mostly eating and taking care of the health clinic. There weren't many patients, so she enjoyed the rare quiet. As a result, she visited the Gao family more often. The main reason was that the Gao family had lost several members suddenly. Uncle Gao and Aunt Gao naturally felt a sense of emptiness. On the third day after Gao Wenyu and his wife got married, they returned to the Yang family to hold a banquet. After the celebration, they went straight back to the town. Previously, they found a small house in town. It wasn't big but was clean and located next to the post office, making it convenient for Gao Wenyu to go to work. They paid to rent it. The elderly at home were happy about this. As long as the young couple was happy, that was the most important thing. Lu Haoqing and Gao Wenji went to the army. No one knew when they would return. Gao Wenyang returned to work the day after Gao Wenyu got married. Without any special reason, he wouldn't come home. The lively family was now just the old couple, Gao Shiping, and a quiet, well-behaved child who couldn't speak. During this time, Qin Shiyue took some herbs to sell in town. The mountain people told her that most of the medicinal herbs in that area had been harvested, except for the seeds. She promised to look for a new place in a few days. By the end of May, as June approached, Su Haifeng, who had been forgotten, once again entered the Gao family's home. This time, he was brought by the Lotzi Wang, who came with him. Miss Su Haifeng brought his mother along this time. Huh? Is Su Haifeng's injury healed? Yes, he recovered long ago. He stayed at the guest house for a few days. I always felt he had bad intentions, so I followed him. Sure enough, I found out something suspicious. You. Qin Shiyue whispered a few words to Lotzi Wang. After he left, she closed the clinic door and took Su Qiao to the Gao family. At noon, it was time for the Gao family to have lunch. Su Haifeng was loudly scolding Qin Shiyue's bad behavior in the yard, but the Gao family responded with cold indifference. Recently, Su Laitai's wife had gone back to her hometown, upset after being scolded by her eldest daughter-in-law. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and returned to the city with her grandson. She was anxious because she hadn't seen Su Haifeng, and when she heard news of him, she entrusted her grandson to a good relation. The old lady hurriedly took a bus to meet her son and came to the Gao family. I say, in-laws, what you're doing isn't fair. My son-in-law is your son-in-law too. How can you let outsiders bully him? Bully. We think we've already beaten him enough. His attitude toward my daughter is unacceptable, and I wouldn't mind giving him a good beating. That's going too far. Why don't you blame your daughter-in-law, Shiping, for being unworthy? My family, Haifeng, can't even leave a good impression. As I said, Haifeng is young, and just a clerk in the office. Wherever he goes, people praise him. He's so good that your daughter is lucky to marry him. It's a blessing she's had for many lifetimes. What's wrong with saying a few kind words about him? Why does she resist? Does she really think she's a wealthy young lady, mocking our Su family? As for wealthy families, is there anyone who can compare to yours, the Su family? Qin Shuya lazily walks into the yard from outside, looking at Grandma Su with disdain. Nonsense. Our family is honest farmers, not capitalists.
Don't smear dirt on our Su family.
So, you also know that calling someone a capitalist isn't a good thing. I thought you were truly naive, unable to tell right from wrong.
You
unrespectful girl who doesn't respect elders. Just wait. Today I will teach you a good lesson for your parents. Enough. Don't play these tricks with me. It's annoying. Qin Shuya pushes away the angry old lady and steps steadily toward Haifeng. Her face is calm, but dangerous. Su Haifeng, do you still deny it? Who really acts like a capitalist? You've done something wrong, yet you let your mother slander others here. Are you trying to help the bad guys? What do you mean? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. Fine, if you don't understand, let's talk about it. How did a young man like you become a little capitalist son? Su Haifeng, do you think you're clever, hiding your woman and child outside? You're so bold to act like a capitalist in front of everyone, shamelessly bringing people to cause trouble. That's just too much. Qin Shiyue's words hit like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone. But only Su family and Su Qiao, along with the Gao family, look surprisingly calm. Before Lu Haoqing left, he had already told everyone about this matter. With Gao Shiping's approval, arrangements were made, waiting for Su Haifeng to come and punish their family. I didn't do it. You're lying. Shiping, trust me. I really didn't do anything. Su Haifeng's panicked eyes fall on Gao Shiping. She remains calm, not even lifting her eyelids. I was blind back then, falling for someone like you, which led to my current situation. If I didn't have my family, I might have died far from home, and even my obedient child wouldn't have survived.
You
are just a beast. When my cousin sent you to work in the mine as an assistant, you were proud and thought you were better than others. But you forgot that everything you have was given by our Gao family. You repaid us with betrayal, insulting me and my family, mocking us, and even restricting my and my child's basic needs. Do you think I still need to forgive you? At this moment, Su Haifeng was truly panicked. He had planned to bring his mother back, cause some trouble, and make the Gao family feel embarrassed. Out of shame, they would have to send Shui back to him. Then he could accept it reluctantly, maybe ask for some benefits, and continue living his life. But who knew? Who knew it would all be exposed?
Could it be?
Was it Lu Haoqing who did this? His heart was full of doubt and suspicion, and Su Haifeng couldn't calm down to think clearly. Old Mrs. Su stood there in confusion. She felt she hadn't understood what had been said before, but she clearly heard Gao Shihui's words. She immediately retorted, "My son relies on his own ability. Just because he got a job in the mine arranged by your Gao family doesn't mean anything. If my son wasn't diligent and hardworking, would he have come this far?" The yard was eerily silent. Even Su Haifeng felt so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and hide. "Mom, stop talking. Why shouldn't I say it? I want to say it." Qin Shiyue smiled softly, with a mocking curve on her lips. "Fine, old lady. You said it. Your son has come this far, and it has nothing to do with the Gao family, right? Originally." "Mom, stop talking. Get up. The Gao family is just common folks. If you married into them, it's because you were aiming high. Do you think it's their achievement? I tell you, no way. My son is capable. All his success is because of his own efforts. It has nothing to do with you. Good. Not bad. Since it has nothing to do with the Gao family, and Sister Shiping doesn't want any connection with comrade Su Haifeng then." Before finishing her sentence, Qin Shiyue handed the initiative to Gao Shiping. "Su Haifeng, Gao Shiping, have been with your family for many years. I believe I have never done anything wrong. Now that it has come to this, I blame myself for not seeing people clearly. Let's divorce. I don't want anything from the house. I just want to live peacefully. Gao Shiping, you are actually asking me for a divorce. This is a joke. Are you such a strange person? I can't even ask for a divorce from you. You." Su Haifeng didn't expect these sarcastic and harsh words to come from Gao Shiping. She used to always accommodate him, always putting him first, never even raising her voice at him.
Now.
No, I won't. No matter what, I won't divorce. Not divorce? Do you want your son to be a secret child who can't show his face for his whole life? This was Su Haifeng's soft coercion. Gao Shiping was very precise in her control.
Son? You
have a son. Grandma Su reacted slowly, realizing what was happening, and happily grabbed Su Haifeng's hand.
Mom.
Son, you finally have a child? That's good. Divorce. We must divorce. Today, let's do it. Let them two leave our home for good. We'll bring your son back, and the whole family can live happily. Okay? Su Haifeng thought of his chubby son, and gently ping. His mood became even more joyful. Seeing his expression, the Gao family had no doubts. But to completely cut ties with him, no one else spoke. Qin Shuyue continued to speak. Su Haifeng, you're having an affair outside. If this gets out, it will affect you greatly. I believe I don't need to say more. Sign the divorce papers quickly. From now on, the bridge is the bridge, the road is the road. You and Sister Shiping are no longer related. Plus, your outside woman can now openly come into the house. Even if we cause trouble, we have no reason. This is the only chance. Whether you take it or not depends on you. I somehow felt that Qin Shuyue was right, but Su Haifeng always thought that this woman wouldn't be so kind-hearted. After much thought, he believed that divorce was truly beneficial for him. Not only could his current problems be solved, but his eldest son could also become a citizen, killing two birds with one stone. Okay, I agree. Su Haifeng's words finally freed Gao Shiping from years of burden. The two quickly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and soon received their divorce certificate. The staff there were surprised when they processed the paperwork, as divorces were rare in those days, and such boldness was not common. After the divorce, Su Haifeng hurried home at Grandma Su's urging, ready to start his new life, unaware that there was a bigger trap waiting for him in Dongning town. This marriage was not so easy to end. After finishing the paperwork, Gao Shiping felt calm, even a little happy. She went to her obedient child's bed, placed the divorce certificate in her hand, and cheerfully talked about her hopes for the future. Of course, her future life was full of hope, but also shadowed by her obedient child's presence. Mom's going to give you a new name. How about just calling you Gao? When you wake up, Grandpa Team Leader will give you a certificate, and Mom will take you to change it. This time, the obedient child moved his hands more vigorously, making Gao Shiping very happy. She quickly called her family over to share this joy. With hope in her heart, she believed life would get better and better. In the following days, Gao Shiping focused all her energy on making clothes. She made 2 more complicated outfits, asked Qin Shuyue to help check them, and once confirmed they were good, early the next morning, they packed the clothes into a basket and took the bus to the county town. Gao Shiping was a little nervous. She nervously held Qin Shuyue's hand, her palms sweating. Don't be nervous. It's okay. Even if we don't succeed, we can still sell these clothes. At worst, she could accept it or keep it for now, waiting until the government encourages individual business in a few years. Then she could look for a shop in the county or city and sell her products there. I can't afford to gamble. She is a divorced woman. Although her family doesn't look down on her, she can't rely on her family to raise her daughter. She needs to find something to do herself. If this plan doesn't work, she'll have to try other options. Even though she has some education and went to school for a few years, nowadays, having an education doesn't necessarily mean you can earn a good living. Life has hope, but it also feels confusing. By the time she arrived in the county town, it was already 10 a.m. Luckily, there is a train that goes to Dingtong City, and it's not far, just over an hour away. They bought the nearest train tickets and boarded the train. They arrived in Dingtong City, just in time for noon. Gao Shiping stood at the station exit, watching the busy crowd, her heart pounding even more. Where should we go now? First, find a place to stay, and then get something to eat. Okay. Gao Shiping, who had never traveled far before, was nervous and followed Qin Shuyue closely. Wherever she went, Gao Shiping followed. They found a state-run restaurant near the station and ordered 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles while asking about the location of a guest house. There are 5 ghost houses in Ding Tong City. 2 are near the train station, 1 is near the department store, and Qin Shue finally chose the one close to the department store. After all, the area around the train station is chaotic, with all kinds of people. Although she has some fighting skills, she doesn't like being disturbed at night when she sleeps. Plus, they came here mainly for the department store, so staying nearby is more convenient. By the time they checked into the guest house and got their rooms, it was already 3 p.m. Qin Shue didn't rush to sell clothes. Instead, she and Gao Shiping took some time to dress up. She sprayed some nourishing liquid on Gao Shiping's slightly messy hair and used a dryer to style it neatly. Then she parted her own hair to the side, braided a single plait, and let it hang over her shoulder, wearing a dark blue headband. Both of them put on their new clothes she made, applied bright red lipstick, put on small leather shoes, carried small leather bags, and prepared to go out, twisting their waists confidently. Is this okay? Shue, this was Gao Shiping's first time dressing like this, and she felt a bit uncomfortable. She kept pulling at her hair, adjusting her skirt, and holding her small leather bag carefully, afraid to get it dirty with sweat. She kept switching hands, worried about staining the bag. Shiping, people in the city dress like this. Look at those big waves and bright red lips on the street. If the weather weren't cold, the whole street would be full of fashionable clothes. Why are you so worried? No one here knows us. Be brave, it's okay. I'll try. She took a deep breath and patted her stiff face. Because she pressed too hard, her pale face turned red. Now she looked more normal, but it still hurt a little. The clothes they wore were very different. Gao Shiping's face was rough and yellow, not as delicate as Qin Shue's, but her slim waist, long legs, and curvy hips showed off her good figure. Many women stopped to look and point, wanting to ask questions, but they hesitated because Qin Shue looked so proud and aloof. Qin Shue's goal was not to talk to anyone. She ignored the others and, with Gao Shiping in tow, dragged her into a department store. They took the stairs to the 3rd floor, where the women's clothing section was, and strolled around casually. Hey, look at those 2 women's clothes. I've never seen that style before. Are they imported? I heard that big city has shops from overseas, and their clothes are expensive but beautiful. Really? No wonder. Just look at those clothes. They look costly. Hey, look at that woman with the blue headband. She's glowing, and her skin is so smooth. I wonder how she keeps it so nice. Should we go ask her? Ask? You don't even want to put on lotion, so asking wouldn't help. The sales clerk overheard and agreed. She wasn't lazy. She just didn't have much money. Her salary was limited, and she had to help support her family. She didn't have extra money for fancy creams. Buying a small jar of ointment was already a lot. Here they come, here they come. Miss, this is still a department store in the city. The clothes here aren't as good as yours, and I don't see anything I like. You're just spoiled because I've raised you well. But everything's fine. While speaking, she reached out and pulled up the clothes in front of her eyes, carefully examining them mainly to look at the style and find some new ideas for herself. Does this one catch your eye? Hey, comrade, how much is this piece of clothing? Comrade, this one is not for resale. One piece costs 50 yuan. What? 50? Wow, sister, you only charge me 20 yuan for making a piece of clothing. Isn't that a loss? No, I'll pay you back later. Next time, you can sell your clothes at this price too, or I'll be upset. Gao Shiping. One piece costs 20, another 50. Is that all the money she can ask for? When she was at the Su family, Su Haifeng only gave her 2 yuan a month, and she had to argue to get it. Now, she makes a piece of clothing. And sells it for so much? A simple piece of clothing, easy to make, she can make 3 pieces a day. If she sells each for at least 20 yuan, that's a daily income of 60 yuan. That's a dream she never dared to have. Are these clothes really made by yourselves? The sales assistant nearby looked at the 2 women's clothes in disbelief. She wanted to reach out and touch them but was afraid they might be upset, so she could only watch silently. Of course. My sister is amazing. The clothes she makes are much more stylish than these, and cheaper too. She's my real sister, and I only ask her for cost price. The embroidery on these is sewn by my sister stitch by stitch. Look, isn't it beautiful? She then stepped forward to let them look more closely. Seeing Qin Shua take the initiative, the two sales assistants dared to touch the clothes. They admired as they touched, saying, "Wow, so beautiful, really beautiful." In this era, most clothes are handmade, so using that as a selling point isn't enough, but showcasing craftsmanship can highlight skill levels, which vary. After showing her clothes, Qin Shua asked the sales assistants to prepare an invoice for the one she liked, pretending casually, "Hey, sister, do you think if you bring your clothes here to sell, they would sell well? It's a pity we don't know the buyers at the department store, or we could ask. I still think your clothes are the best. It's a shame not to share them." The two sales clerks nodded in agreement. Although they earned a fixed salary here, if they met their monthly targets, they could earn some bonuses. No one today would complain about earning extra money. At that moment, one of the clerks brightened her eyes, whispered something to the other nearby clerk, then immediately turned and started running. Her speed was so fast it could be called a sprint. "Excuse me, comrades, the official stamp on this ticket isn't clear. I need my colleague to find the manager and get a new ticket."
Could you?
"Wait a moment. How long do we have to wait?" Qin Shua pretended to be impatient, maintaining her character. Very soon, very soon. Please wait a little." All right. My sister and I will look around some more, check out other items. We'll come back in about 10 minutes. So, comrade, are you just browsing on this floor? Are there other floors selling women's clothes? No, just this floor. Feel free to look around. She tilted her chin up, swayed her slim waist, and pulled Gao Shiping to another area to browse. "Shuiwa, that comrade just now. She's probably going to find the manager. That's good, so we don't have to wander aimlessly. This way, they might need us and we can negotiate better prices. We shouldn't let them take advantage. Are these clothes really worth 20? Probably for more complicated styles, they can sell for 20. Regular styles are only around 16 or 17. That's my estimate. After all, department stores need to make a profit. Plus, private sales are illegal now, so department stores also take risks. They need to earn big to stay afloat. I understand. To achieve a win-win situation, you need to learn when to compromise. The first step in doing business is understanding." In less than 10 minutes, the two returned to their original spot. Standing nearby was a slightly older woman, sharp-eyed and somewhat critical. She looked them over from head to toe, then slightly curved her lips, seemingly satisfied with what she saw. "Hello, comrades. I am the purchasing manager for the women's clothing floor at the department store. My surname is Zhao. Just call me Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao, we didn't expect that buying clothes would involve the manager. It's an honor. Well, it's nothing much. I wonder if you two could come to my office for a chat? Don't worry. I just want to confirm a few things with you, related to the skills of the lady next to you. Just a few words, and if it doesn't work out, that's fine. All right then." With a hesitant look, Qin Shua was actually quite confident inside. She held Gao Shiping's hand and led Sister Zhao to the office behind the women's clothing counter. The office had a simple setup, a yellow-brown wooden desk, two matching wooden sofas, a black office chair, and a filing cabinet. It was clean and neat, matching Sister Zhao's impression of the place. "Please sit. Sorry, I don't usually have visitors, so I don't have extra cups." "It's okay, Sister Zhao. Just tell us what you want to say. I think your clothing styles are quite new and fresh. Our department store sells the most fashionable and popular items, on par with big cities. But I've never seen clothes like yours. I heard that this lady here made them." Yes, she did. Sister Zhao was a bit surprised after hearing this. In her opinion, Gao Shiping didn't seem like someone who had seen much of the world. Her hands, with their light calluses, looked more like those of a homemaker who stays at home all the time. She couldn't imagine how Gao Shiping could make such unique clothes. "How many pieces can you make in a day? Like what my sister is wearing, I can make 3 pieces a day. If it's more detailed, maybe 1 or 2. Are there even more complicated ones? Could you show me some of your work?" That will have to wait until tomorrow. I just gave the clothes to my sister and she left them at home. Is your home far from here? Gao Shiping was unsure how to answer. At this moment, Qin Shuyue took over the conversation. Sister Zhao, it's like this. My fiancé is from Beijing. We're planning to get married soon, so we need to buy some things. That's why we came to Dingtong City. We originally come from Chongning Town, but I brought all the clothes my sister gave me. They're at the guest house. If you want to see them, I can bring them tomorrow. I see.
All right.
Then tomorrow, just bring the clothes and come to see me. We can continue our talk then. May I ask what Sister Zhao wants to discuss with us? Why don't you tell us first? Let's be clear about this. I see that your sister's skills are good, and she has good ideas. I want to work with her, but we need to wait until the clothes arrive before discussing the details. Working together? Are state-owned department stores now open to private partnerships? Not exactly, but there is some room to operate. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. With this promise, Qin Shuyue knew she had succeeded halfway. The other half depended on how they negotiated tomorrow. The two left Sister Zhao's office, bought some clothes, and returned to the guest house. They asked the clerk for some hangers, then carefully hung all the clothes in a room, placing them on the coat rack. Shuyue, do you really think it will work tomorrow? Sister Shiping, you should believe in the clothes you made. Confidence, this thing had been worn away long ago. Qin Shuyue didn't try to persuade her or make big promises. In her past life, Sister Shiping could create miracles herself. She believed she could do the same this time. For dinner, they ate at a nearby state-run restaurant. Sister Shiping had little appetite because she was worried about tomorrow. She ate half a bun. Qin Shuyue had a good appetite, eating 1.5 buns and a bowl of braised pork. After wiping her mouth, she returned to the guest house. When it was time to sleep, a problem arose. Sister Shiping, who had been tense all day, thought she could fall asleep. But she found she couldn't. Her mind kept thinking about the same thing, and she couldn't feel sleepy. So she turned over in bed, shifting back and forth. Her voice was soft but anxious. Qin Shuyue made a decision. She took out a silver needle from her space, turned her head, and gently pressed it into Sister Shiping's sleep point. In an instant, the restless person fell into sleep.
Phew.
Luckily, she fell asleep, or she would have a headache tomorrow morning. Sister Shiping was asleep, but Qin Shuyue was alert. She got up, pulled back the curtain to look outside, weighed her options, then quietly opened the window. She used tools to lock the window from inside, then jumped down to the ground floor. Fortunately, it was on the 3rd floor, otherwise, she wouldn't be so confident. Finally visiting the city, she couldn't miss this chance to make some money. She overheard someone talking about the black market at the cemetery in the west part of town. Today there was a big market, so she decided to take a look. Maybe she could find something interesting. She headed west but got lost in many dead-end streets because she didn't know the way. Luckily, her instincts guided her, and she finally found the right place. She saw the dark, shadowy cemetery with people moving around. She was speechless. This market was the strangest one she had ever seen. Fortunately, Qin Shuyue had sharp senses. Even in the dark night, she could see everything clearly. She quietly moved with a silent crowd inside. The market was made up of small stalls. Some sold eggs, others sold insoles, clothes, antiques, calligraphy, jewelry, and gold. But the most popular were the stalls selling grains and flour. All the vendors kept quiet. When asked about prices, they spoke softly. Qin Shuyue asked about a few prices and made a plan in her mind. She quietly put some meat, sugar, and a few rolls of noodles into her basket on her back. When she reached the front, she set down her basket, displayed some pork, and immediately attracted many people. "Comrade, how much is this?" "Comrade, I don't have a ticket." "Is that okay?" "Also, he doesn't have a ticket, but I do. I have money and tickets. Please sell to me." Although many people gathered around, they spoke quietly and didn't disturb others. "Those with money and tickets go first. 5 mao per jean with a ticket." "I have 5 jean of meat." "The whole lot is 4 mao 50 per jean with a ticket." "I want it. I want it." "That's enough for me." One man pushed through the crowd, paid a little over 2 yuan, handed over 5 jean of meat tickets, and happily took the pork and left. Although the city had more supplies than the county, the population was also larger. People weren't necessarily without money or tickets, but the supplies simply weren't enough for everyone. This was why the black market was so popular. I also have fine white flour and rice, 3 mao per jean with tickets, 20 jean each. Anyone interested? First come, first served. I want. Again, 2 people paying money, exchanging tickets, carrying bags, and leaving quickly and efficiently. Qin Shuhe likes this way of trading. Comrade, what else do you have? Yeah, do you have anything that doesn't need a ticket? Yes, we have a bag of brown sugar, 1 jean each, 3 yuan. There are 10 bags. White sugar, 1 jean per bag, 2 yuan 50. There are 5 bags. Hurry up if you want some. Qin Shuhe sees the business is good and quietly adds some items into her basket. The basket is deep, and in the dark, no one can see clearly. After all, she can decide how much to take. In 5 minutes, 15 bags of white sugar are sold out. She makes more money this time, over 40 yuan. Remaining are 20 bundles of fine white noodles, made from proper refined flour. 1 bundle per jean, 3 yuan each. Hurry if you want some. Noodles are quite valuable. People who like eating noodles but don't want to make handmade ones prefer dried noodles. Again, there's a rush. In a few minutes, all 20 bundles of dried noodles are sold. Holding the money, Qin Shuhe quickly turns and leaves, disappearing into the night. She finds a place to hide herself, checks that no one is following, then changes her clothes. She puts 10 bundles of dried noodles and 5 jean of rice into her basket, then walks around to another spot to continue shopping. This time, she is not selling but trading. First, she goes to a jewelry and gold stall, squats down to examine carefully. Any woman seeing these shiny, transparent items would find it hard to resist. Comrade, want some? I sell cheap, honest goods. Qin Shuhe casually picks up a green jade bracelet. It feels cold, smooth, and round in her hand. There are no impurities. It's a good piece. How much? 5 jean of fine grains, 20 jean of coarse grains. The prices are not too high. But Qin Shuhe doesn't plan to trade with grains. She has space in her storage, and because of the spiritual energy, she takes out 2/3 of her herbs. The remaining 1/3 of grains and the vegetables and fruits she usually eats are not for sale. Only the items stored in her warehouse, those prepared by Lin Yan in her past life, she might sell. But Lin Yan's fine grains, although packed in tons, are fewer than the dried noodles and sugar she prepared. She wonders what Lin Yan was thinking back then, but now she can't find the truth. So she plans to keep these small grains for her family to eat, and she can take the items she doesn't use much to exchange for money. I have some dried noodles here, 3 jean for 1. Dried noodles? Let me see the quality. Qin Shuhe put down her backpack, took out a bundle, and the bright white noodles smelled fragrant under the moonlight, shining brightly. The stall owner's eyes widened in surprise. Do you have a lot of this kind of noodles? What do you want to do? Well, I have a lot of jewelry and precious stones at home that I can exchange with you, but I only want this kind of noodles. I can offer you a lower price. 2 jean of this quality, 3 jean of a better quality, and 5 jean of the best quality. How does that sound? Without hesitation, Qin Shuhe nodded and agreed immediately. They agreed on a meeting place. She put the exchanged bangles into her basket, which was actually stored in her space, then continued browsing. All the noodles in her basket were exchanged for items Qin Shuhe was interested in. She checked the time and saw over an hour had passed. Thinking of Gao Shiping sleeping at the guest house, she turned around and headed back. In 20 minutes, she returned to the guest house, climbed over the wall, opened the window quickly, and slipped inside. After cleaning up all traces, she took off her clothes and lay on the bed. Soon, her steady breathing could be heard. At 9 in the morning, the two, dressed differently, carried bags and headed straight to the department store. This time, they didn't use a guide. They knocked on the office door and sat on the sofa opposite Zhao Jia. Here are some clothes. Zhao Jia, take a look. The clothes had hangers attached. Gao Shiping stood up to help organize them. After glancing around the room, she picked up 2 pieces from the coat rack and then took 2 more to hold in her hands. These 4 pieces of clothing were all intricately made, quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. Zhao Jia looked at the clothes and instinctively held her breath. Really? Really beautiful. The clothes didn't have elaborate embroidery or detailed decorations. Qin Shuye, worried that Gao Shiping might get tired, asked her to decorate the clothes with simple lines or use light, brightly colored fabrics to add visual impact, matching her own aesthetic. Clearly, she succeeded. Seeing Zhao Jia's eager but hesitant expression, it was obvious she was extremely satisfied. Zhao Jia, there are more over here. I shook all the clothes out of the bag. When there was no space, I laid them on the desk and sofa. 7 or 8 pieces of clothing surrounded the entire office. Yes, the craftsmanship is detailed, clever, and innovative, but, Sister Zhao, if there's a problem, you can just say it. With more people, we might come up with a solution. It's a pity that these can't be produced in large quantities. Such clothes are easy to sell and can fetch good prices. Sister Zhao, you're wrong. No matter how big the city is, people care about food, but they also want to dress well. Who doesn't want a unique outfit? Rarity makes things valuable, so the price can increase several times. Bulk production has its benefits, but small quantities also have advantages. Don't you agree? Yes, I hadn't thought of that. The only issue now is the licensing. If we don't have a written agreement with the department store, we might face unnecessary trouble. Buying and selling privately is still against the law. It's simple. The supervisor is a relative of mine. Wait a moment, I'll take these clothes over. The authorization letter for purchasing will be ready soon. Sister Zhao, I think this dress suits your height and figure very well. I want to give it to you. It was made by my sister and has never been worn. It's also my way of thanking you for your help. Is that okay? I feel a bit embarrassed. No need to be, Sister Zhao. In the future, please take good care of my sister. The 3 of them exchanged names and left the department store, leaving the dress as a gift for Sister Zhao. Qin Shuye and Gao Shiping left together. The rest of the work was up to Sister Zhao. I believe that, considering the dress, the purchase price wouldn't be too low. No matter what, Gao Shiping would profit. Once the deal was settled, Gao Shiping felt much better. She was in a good mood to go shopping. They decided to browse the fabric counter on the first floor, looking for new colors to bring back. In a few days, they could deliver the fabrics for sale. At the fabric counter on the first floor, rolls of fabric were neatly arranged, along with smaller pieces folded carefully. The colors were bright and eye-catching, making it hard for anyone to look away. Shua, this color looks nice. And this one too. It will be perfect to wear in a few days. These colors are a bit old-fashioned. I can make a set for my mom. Oh, this pinkish color is so soft. Maybe it's suitable for a well-behaved girl? Gao Shiping saw every color and felt like buying them all. Luckily, the sales clerk was nice, or she might have had to say a few words. Hello, sir or madam. My sister wants to order these styles. We'll take them. The relaxed sales clerk almost dropped the sunflower seeds in his hand when he heard that. All of them? These fabrics aren't cheap. One roll costs 20, another 50, and the 2 cheaper ones are 10 each. I know. We'll take all of them. Gao Shiping was just as surprised as the sales clerk by Qin Shuye's bold way of shopping. When she wanted to stop her, the orders had already been prepared. Shuye, these rolls of fabric cost 100 yuan altogether. That's too expensive. Maybe we should return them. Shiping, you should believe in yourself. Trust that you will earn many hundreds of yuan in the future. Then you'll see these as just investments. Besides, since we're here, if we find something suitable, we should buy it. This roll can make 3 outfits and I'm sure we'll make the money back. Then I'll pay you back once I earn the money. Qin Shuye smiled but didn't say yes or no. She wandered around casually, picked out a few discounted fabrics with flaws, and then left happily. Back at the guest house, Gao Shiping's mind was filled with ideas for clothes. She wished she had a sewing machine right now so she could start making them immediately. Shiping, don't worry. I have a book here with all kinds of patterns. You can look at it for inspiration and combine it with your ideas. Feel free to try different styles. Okay, I'll look at it now. Gao Shiping took the book eagerly and ran to sit at a nearby table. She looked at it with great interest, so much so that she didn't even move when Qin Shuye called her to eat lunch. Later, Qin Shua told her she had brought her some food. In the afternoon, Qin Shua, who had been dozing off, saw Gao Shiping still holding the book and reading. She felt a headache and snatched the book away.
Hey.
I haven't finished reading it yet. My sister, take a rest. You've been watching for several hours. Aren't you tired? I'm really into it. I just want to finish this page before taking a break. Seeing Gao Shiping's bright, watery eyes, I couldn't bring myself to say no. All right, just this one page, then I'll rest. She happily snatched the book, and Gao Shiping's face lit up. It's almost 3 o'clock, the time I promised Zhao Jia. Qin Shua pulls Gao Shiping, who still seems eager to continue, and they head to the department store. Shua, I think that book is really good. It gave me a lot of new ideas. Let's try it when we get back. Yes, I plan to try on my mom's clothes. She's worked hard all these years, always worried about me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have made her so anxious at her age. Sister Shiping, in the future, just take good care of yourself. That's the best way to thank Aunt Gao. All parents are like that. Yes, I will. After going upstairs, they enter the same office. Zhao Jia is wearing the same skirt Qin Shua gave her that morning. Zhao Jia is middle-aged and a bit plump. She seems to have a good family background, but I must say, after gaining some weight, she looks especially good in this outfit. Very eye-catching. Zhao Jia, that dress looks really nice on you. Sincerely praising her, I receive a warm, welcoming smile in return. Come on, sit down. I feel like I know you both already. Call me Sister Zhao, how about that? Zhao Jia, that's perfect. We'll call you Sister Zhao. Wow, you're straightforward. Here's the introduction letter you asked for, signed and stamped by the supervisor. It states that the women's clothing department will purchase clothes from Comrade Gao Shiping in the future, legally and properly. No one will say anything. Thanks a lot, Sister Zhao. But about the price. Maybe we should discuss it. This is what I managed to get for you. Take a look. Besides the official stamped introduction letter, there's a sheet of paper clearly listing the types of clothes and their prices. First class, the best quality, purchase price is 35 yuan per piece. Second class, everyday wear, purchase price is 21 yuan per piece. Third class, simple clothes that can be made several in a day, purchase price is 15 yuan per piece. These prices are quite reasonable and similar to what Qin Shua expected. This grading will be done by me personally. Clothes like these can be rated as first class, even though they are not as elaborate as the more detailed ones. If the style is new, made with more fabric and crafted carefully, it can be considered. Plain shirts or pants are called regular clothes, and 21 pieces like those sold in our department store are not special, with deep colors priced at 15 each. Sister Zhao explained clearly, and we all understood. Of course, if someone orders custom-made clothes, that's a different matter. When Qin Shua heard this modern-sounding term, she was surprised at first, then had to admire how quick the supervisor's mind was. Yes, we consider the complicated clothes made by Gao Mei as custom orders. It's hard to set a fixed price because the materials and finishing depend on on-the-spot discussions. But these few clothes need to be displayed in a special area. The supervisor's idea is to sell each for $40. We'd like to know what you two think about that. Qin Shua looked at Gao Shiping. She needed to decide on this herself. Sister Zhao, I agree. I believe you've put a lot of thought into my matter. Thank you so much. Oh, it's nothing. I treat you both like my own sisters. We'll be together for a long time. Yes, Sister Zhao is right. Gao Shiping's willingness to say this shows she's made progress. Qin Shua was happy to see that. Growing up depends on oneself. After everything was settled, Gao Shiping sold all the clothes she brought to Sister Zhao, earning over $300. Holding her first earned money made her almost tear up with excitement. From now on, she can support her daughter herself and no longer needs to depend on others. Most items sold in the department store don't require receipts, though they are a bit expensive. She bought some local specialties to share with everyone. She also bought soap, shampoo, and face cream as gifts for her sister-in-law. Qin Shua didn't stop her. After a satisfying shopping trip, she suddenly felt very tired. It was already past 5 o'clock. The two of them returned everything to the guest house and went to a state-run restaurant to enjoy a good meal. Tomorrow, they would leave, and they didn't know when they would come back again. The state-run restaurant in the city had more varieties than those in small towns. There was a whole blackboard filled with different kinds of meat, not to mention various staple foods and other dishes. They ordered a bowl of meat and meatball soup, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and rice as their main food. It cost 3 yuan plus a jin of grain coupons and 5 liang of meat coupons. Qin Shua gave the coupons, but Gao Shiping only had money in her hand. I originally wanted to treat you to a meal, but in the end, you paid. Sister Shiping, we are like family now. Don't be so strict about it, or I won't do it. Oh, you with your mouth. I can't argue with you. Gao Shiping happily pinched Qin Shua's nose. When the food arrived, they ate and talked. By chance, Qin Shua looked up and saw a familiar figure walking past the window. She couldn't quite remember who it was. Someone who made her feel familiar, probably someone she knew from Ding Tong City, which could only be someone she had contact with in her past life. This made her very curious. After dinner, they strolled back to the guest house. Gao Shiping still held her book. It was only at 10 o'clock at night, after Qin Shua urged her, that she reluctantly went to bed. Before Gao Shiping fell asleep, Qin Shua's fingertips flickered with a shining silver needle. It was the same acupoint as last night. She got up, skillfully climbed out the window, landed, and finally disappeared into the darkness. Qin Shua was not very familiar with Ding Tong City, but the meeting place she agreed on yesterday was exactly where she knew from her past. She had lived here before, in her previous life. She counted to the 3rd alley and turned in, knocking on the 5th house. The loud sound of the big iron gate was especially harsh in the night. Come in quickly, come in quickly. Brave and skilled, Qin Shua relied on her abilities. She didn't think the person in front of her could hurt her, so she hesitated no longer. She entered the gate, placed her basket on the ground, and took out a bundle of noodles to hand over. Look, how is it? Great, perfect. How many jin did you bring? About 50 jin. Excellent. Follow me. Under the moonlight, Qin Shua followed the buyer through the main house to the backyard storeroom. She saw the buyer squatting on the ground, fiddling with something. Suddenly, the wall tiles popped up. Qin Shua couldn't help but sigh. These days, many skilled craftsmen have created clever hiding methods. The way they hide things is truly impressive. She moved aside a brick and took out a red wooden box. When she opened it, it shimmered with colorful light. These are all top-quality items. There are 5 bangles, 3 rings, 2 bracelets, and 3 ordinary pieces. The others are just for show, since the rings are a bit small and don't match the grain you brought. Yes, that's good. She took the box, checked that the contents matched what the buyer said, then put it away and turned to leave.
Hey, wait.
Don't go yet. Will you come back later? Maybe not. I don't stay in one place long, since I can't always be gathering grain. So, next time you come, can you find me again? Don't worry, my goods are genuine and top quality. During peaceful times, even 50 tons of grain wouldn't buy something like this. You're talking about a time far from now. The grain now is worth much more than the jewelry you're holding.
Well, haha.
That's what I meant, roughly. Do you have gold bars? Goldfish. Yes, I do. But those are valuable too. You can exchange them at the bank for a good amount of money. If you keep talking like that, there's no point in us working together. If I could exchange them for money, I would have done so already. Why keep holding on to them? Earlier, the government asked everyone to hand over their gold. After that period, who would dare take gold to the bank to exchange? That's just asking for trouble. Sorry, I'm used to talking like this. I want to exchange the gold for paper money or meat or large amounts of grain. Qin Shua squinted at the man in front of her and asked seriously, Do you have a lot? I don't have much, but the people here used to be wealthy. Just a little leak of wealth is enough. Cough, cough. Forget I said that. All right. Since you're so honest, I'll come find you next time. Please prepare the goods so I don't have to visit several places. Of course, of course. Next time, can you bring some salt? Things like sugar and cotton are in high demand. Many people buy them. I'll do my best. After handing the noodles to the man and settling the payment, Qin Shua looked over the back wall of the courtyard, preparing to leave. As soon as she stepped down, she felt her feet sink softly. She looked down. Oh no, she stepped on someone. Cough, cough. You. In the dark night, Qin Shua quickly recognized the person under her foot as Xiangzi, whom she had met before. Nearby, she heard hurried footsteps. She thought to herself, trouble. With a flick of her finger, a silver needle appeared, targeting Xiangzi's pressure point to knock him out. She then threw him into a space and wiped away the footprints. Afterward, she also entered the space herself. Not long after Qin Shua went in, more than 10 people appeared in the same spot. Boss, didn't find any suspicious people. Boss, there's nothing suspicious here. I saw him run in this direction, but I didn't see him. Search carefully. Search this alley thoroughly. After the group dispersed, Qin Shua reappeared at the original spot, then jumped back into the courtyard where the buyer was. She deliberately made some noise to attract attention and then told him what was happening outside. Okay, thanks. I know what to do. If they can't find the person, they might monitor this area. Stay at home and don't contact others, or you'll risk exposing yourself. Qin Shua left quickly, avoiding the search. Like a nimble cat, she swiftly returned to a secluded spot near the guest house, pulled the sleeping Xiangzi out of the space, and used a silver needle to wake him. Holding his aching wound, Xiangzi opened his eyes and immediately started assessing the situation. When he saw someone familiar, he froze for a moment. Is it you? You saved me. What's going on? Qin Shua checked Xiangzi's wound as she spoke. It was quite deep and might need stitches. She pursed her lips, observing the environment around them. This place was really not suitable. My job is like that. Misjudged how cunning the enemy was. Seeing he didn't want to say more, she didn't press further, but changed the subject. Your wound is quite deep. Do you need stitches? Should I take you to the hospital? The hospital isn't a good place. What we did this time caused a big fuss. I'm afraid we won't be at the hospital for long before those people find us. Do you have a safe place to stay? I can't treat the wound without one. No, this mission was special, so we've been hiding and haven't settled anywhere. And your other companions, I don't know. Qin Shua rubbed her forehead. Did she really pick up a troublemaker? So, what do you think we should do? I want to leave Dingtong City tonight. If I wait, they might catch me. With your condition, you can't leave now. You'll pass out just outside the city. I know. Just help me treat the wound quickly. Once I get outside the city, I'll find another place to treat it. Honestly, Qin Shua couldn't just let Xiangzi leave alone. She had helped her sincerely before, and Xiangzi was her brother's good friend. Just rest for now. I'll handle everything from here. While Xiangzi was still confused about how to sleep, her mind suddenly went blank, and she lost consciousness. She took him into her space, disinfected the wound, stitched it up, applied medicine to reduce swelling and prevent infection, then covered him with a blanket and left. The medicine she used contained spiritual spring water, so infection was impossible. She felt at ease leaving him in her space, then slipped through the window into her room, took off her clothes, and lay down beside Gao Shiping. She slept very peacefully. They had bought many things, and since they were bundled together, they were quite bulky. Each of them could only carry a few items. After wandering around all afternoon, they finally returned to Changha Town around 3 p.m. Shiping, you go back first. I have some things to handle. I'll keep these items for now and pick them up when I return home tomorrow. All right. Be careful. I'll head back now. Gao Shiping knew Qin Shua had a lot on her plate and understood her skills well, so she felt reassured leaving her alone in the town. Watching Gao Shiping leave, Qin Shua threw the items into her space, turned into an alley, and pulled Xiangzi out of her space, directly waking her up. Clearly, just a second ago, it was still night. And now I open my eyes, and it's daytime. Looking at the sun's height, it must be afternoon, right? Changha Town. Huh? Changha Town? Isn't this where you said you wanted to leave the city, right? You didn't say where to, so I just took you out of the city. Although I said that, this trip seems a bit far, doesn't it? I can't take you back myself. I'll find a friend to take care of you. Huh?
What?
You won't look after me? At least, I'm kind of your half-brother. Because you're my half-brother, I risked my life to save you. Otherwise, I would have just left you in that alley. These siblings really have very different personalities. Supporting Xiangzi, who kept twisting and turning, we arrived at Meng Changqing's place. I saw Blackie holding his hand with a frightened look, his teeth clenched from the pain. What is he doing? Oh, it's nothing. He just poked his fingernail. Getting pinched hurts, especially when it hits the nerve, so it's normal to be in pain. I understand. Used to this kind of situation, Qin Shuyue helped Xiangzi into the house and sat across from Meng Changqing. Are you selling someone? Every time Qin Shuyue comes, she has things to sell, either grain or medicine. This time, she brought someone, so it's not surprising that Meng Changqing asked more. I'm a good person. I don't do things like selling people.
Good.
I was just thinking about how to refuse you without affecting our fragile relationship. Enough, Meng Changqing. Do you even realize what you're saying? She rolled her eyes at him and got straight to the point. This person, take care of him for a while. When he's healed, he can go wherever he wants. You don't need to worry about him. He's injured? Not light, huh? Previously, he bled every day, so Meng Changqing was used to this bloody smell and quickly recognized Xiangzi's scent and the strong blood aura. Losing this much blood, the injury must be serious.
You're right.
But no reward. Listen, Shuyue, this is a black market. People come and go every day. Are you sure it's a good place to let someone recover? Naka's Island's big eyes are as innocent as they can be. What? Is this the black market? Xiangzi realized late and then looked at Qin Shuyue with disbelief. The look in her eyes showed something that made people feel uneasy. Are you okay? Are you really okay? Are you really okay? I am a police officer, the People's Police. What do you mean by putting me in the black market to recover? She awkwardly touched her nose, pretending she saw nothing. How is it? The care is fine, but you need to help me think of a solution. What solution? A way to fix my current situation. Your current situation. It's hard to solve. I'm not good at these things. If you can solve it once, you can solve it twice. I believe in you. This strange trust didn't make her happy. I can only try, but I can't promise success. Okay, I understand. Old Hay, stop standing there feeling sorry for yourself. Prepare a room and settle this, comrade. Yes, boss. Old Hay quickly followed Meng Changqing's orders, hiding his expression. Turning around, Meng Changqing looked at Xiangzi and then gave Qin Shuyue a look. Is there something they want to say? Brother Xiangzi, you sit here for a while. I'll go outside and talk to him. The two went outside. Meng Changqing pulled over a chair, lazily sat down, and looked at Qin Shuyue standing there. He said, find a place to sit. You're so lazy. Just being lazy. He only said a few words and then sat down with a chair. He casually pulled a chair and sat opposite Meng Changqing. The two looked like old men chatting idly, peaceful and calm. Xiangzi, who was helped out by Old Hay, saw this scene. He felt that their leader's position was in danger. Last time, after returning from the Chaoyang team, Lin Yan said a lot of things to Xiangzi for some reason. Based on what she said, I specifically sent people to check. Most of it was true. So I don't understand. Since she was ready to tell the truth, why did she still mix in falsehoods? Do you think the 2% you didn't find out is her lying? Isn't it? Could it be that the 2% you didn't find is something Song Chong was planning to do, but hasn't done yet? Meng Changqing was first stunned, then suddenly understood. Yes, only this explanation makes sense. After all, Lin Yan already fully trusts Xiangzi and has shared so many truths. There's no need to hide that remaining 2%. Is her relationship with Song Chong so close? Meng Changqing still had some doubts. Based on what he knew of Song Chong, he wouldn't trust people so easily. If Lin Yan is telling the truth, then what does it matter what her relationship with Song Chong is? Right. Also, my people reported that in Ding Tong City, one of Song Chang's strongholds has been a bit unstable recently, with heavy defenses. It might even attract Song Chong from Jing City to come here, Ding Tong City, suddenly thinking of Xiangzi's location. Could Song Chang's stronghold be near the old alley at the West City Gate? Got it. I've found the main lead. Xiangzi's discovery of Song Chang's stronghold caused it to become heavily guarded. No wonder he was so badly hurt. Gather more information on the outskirts, and don't let Song Chang in Jing City get alarmed for now. I understand. I'll talk to Xiangzi properly later. Thinking about Xiangzi's growing resentment, Meng Chongqing chose to ignore it selectively. Soft and gentle in her embrace, even if dirty, it's not like you're really going to use it, so why complain? After finishing the matter, Qin Shuiyue left some medicine for Meng Chongqing. As she reached the door, she paused, silent for a few seconds, then said, "There's someone named Yang Yaoquan in the Yanghe team.
Keep an eye on him. I think
He's suspicious." Yang Yaoquan? Okay, I got it. How is your black market development going lately? Well, I can still pretend to be strong with Xiangzi. She gave a thumbs up and pushed the door open to leave. Walking all the way to the Chaiyang team, as it got darker, she first went home to tidy up, took out the cloths from her space, and then delivered them to the Gao family. "Shuiyue, you're back." "Yes, I finished everything and came back." "Hurry, give it to me." "You must be exhausted." "Not too bad." Hearing the sound, Aunt Gao came out of the house holding the fabric that Gao Shiping had brought back for making clothes. "Shuiyue, I really need to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, Sister Shiping wouldn't have gone to the provincial city so smoothly, and she even found such a good job for herself. She just needs to stay at home making clothes, and she can take care of everything. Annie, it's because Sister Shiping is good at sewing. That's why the department store chose her. It has nothing to do with me. I just gave a little idea. You're so modest. Truly modest. It really looks just like your mother." Qin Shuiyue smiled but didn't reply. She was Henan's daughter, not her mother's, so it wasn't surprising. "Mom, I remember you used to sew clothes too, and you were pretty good at it. Why don't you stop earning work points and just stay at home making clothes? You can keep the money from how many you sell." Gao Shiping also felt sorry for her mother. The work in the fields was hard, and her mother was nearly 50. Now that the family had such convenient conditions, why not do something easier? My hands are too rough. This fabric is so nice. If I ruin it, my girl, you'll have to pay for it. It's not hard. I'll make some hand cream. Aunt Gao can put it on for 3 days, and it'll be almost healed. Mom, look, Shu has already solved your problem.
Why are you still hesitating? All right.
I won't hesitate. I'll follow you and work more, so I can buy good food for my girl in the future. The mother and daughter looked at each other warmly, making others feel envious. There was only one sewing machine at home, so Gao Shiping and her mother agreed to take turns using it. For example, when she used the needle, her mother would sit at the sewing machine to make clothes. Conditions were limited, but it was still manageable. I'll be leaving now. I have some things to do over there in the next couple of days. When Qin Shuiyue returned to her house after leaving the Gao family, she saw Qin Hongshan about to go home at the door. Honestly, she had been living here for a few days. Besides Guozhu's family of 3 and Qin Yongping with Li Huilan, she rarely saw anyone else. Now, Qin Hongshan looked different from her once glamorous self. She looked more tired and worn out. Given how much Li Huilan cared for her, she shouldn't have been doing much work. Why has she become like this? However, the worse Qin Hongshan's life became, the more comfortable she felt, and she didn't bother to find out why. She simply ignored her and pushed open the door to go inside. Standing at the gate of the Qin family's old house, Qin Hongshan's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. That little troublemaker used to work for her, doing chores she didn't want or need. Only then could she pick her up and use her. Now, that troublemaker was dressed better than her, living alone in such a big house, with a shiny, attractive job. I heard that Qin Shuiyue could earn 12 work points a day at the health clinic, and how much grain she would get at the end of the year. Could she eat it all by herself? Looking at herself, ever since her second uncle and Qin Chongcheng went inside, her second aunt had been acting strange every day, with a resentful face that made her feel annoyed. And her older brother? He just pushed her family's child once, and nothing happened. Why does she still remember that and even persuade her own father to make her work for points? Seeing her now, covered in dirt and dust, how could she still hope to be accepted by a good family? Who would want to marry someone like her? When she compared their current situations, Qin Hongshan could hardly keep her balance. She forcefully pushed open the door and went inside. Seeing Li Huilan, she ran over and hugged her tightly. "Mom, look at me. I don't look like a girl anymore. How am I supposed to get married in the future? Hongshan, you've suffered. But our family's situation now. You see it too, Mom can't do anything. Before, everyone lived together and even if they didn't work, they still had food.
But now,
After dividing the household, if no one works, they'll go hungry. The main workers in the family can't go hungry, or there won't be enough grain at the end of the year to last a whole year. Mom, I don't care. I want to eat meat. I want rice. Mom, please think of a way. Hongshan, we don't have extra grain. We're relying on your dad and your brothers. Can't you be patient? Patience? How long do I have to wait? Are you still my mom? I think your heart is all wrong now. I don't like you. Li Huilan didn't have time to stop her before Qin Hongshan ran out of the yard. You say, why is this child so disobedient? Huh. It's all because you spoiled her. Qin Yongping didn't know when he appeared behind Li Huilan. His face had not smiled since the family split, and he looked very gloomy, which scared Li Huilan so much that she didn't dare say much to him. She silently turned and left. Qin Hongshan often went out over the next few days. Everyone was used to it. She usually went to her grandmother's house and stayed for a few days before returning. Li Huilan didn't mind. She turned to the kitchen, opened the rice jar, and saw it was almost empty, which made her look worried. Husband, we are almost out of food. Qin Yongping stood in front of the rice jar, his face hidden in the darkness, lost in thought. Since the family split, he hadn't received much money, let alone food. When Qin Chongqing lost his job, he thought they could at least get some help from him, but after waiting a long time without news, he emptied his savings to buy some things to see Director Han. The news he got was his job had been given to someone else and was no longer in his hands. With no hope for work, no money, and no food, as the head of the family, he could only go to relatives to borrow, bowing and scraping while receiving their cold looks. He used to be proud, and he had cut ties with his relatives long ago. There weren't many people willing to lend him anything. For the first time, Qin Yongping felt powerless. If things get really bad, you could try going to your mother's house.
My
mother has food, but, what? Say it. My mom introduced a match for my older brother and Hongshan.
She said.
The other family is rich and has food. I heard the head of that family works at the meat factory and they sometimes get leftovers or scraps. Isn't that a good thing? If they have such a good family, why don't you agree? Are you stupid? But the son in that family is a bit slow and he's also bad-tempered. He often hits people. If Hongshan marries him, she would be suffering. Qin Yongping was silent. No matter what, she was his daughter. She was ugly, and now she was slow and violent. If she married into that family, he was afraid he would lose face too. Think of other ways. Li Huilan sighed, filled a small bowl with half-full coarse grains, and cooked porridge in a large pot of water. She took another pot, brushed a thin layer of oil on the bottom, and simply stir-fried some wild vegetables she collected from the mountain a few days ago, adding a little salt. She then served everything on the table. Qin Hongshan, who had run out, usually wanted to go to Li's house, but thinking of her caring grandmother who introduced her to a match because the other family often ate meat, she wondered if her feelings mattered. Suddenly feeling rebellious, Qin Hongshan ran in the opposite direction without a clear goal, feeling more upset inside. Hey, isn't this old Qin's Hongshan? Who are you? She looked around and saw she was in a remote place she didn't recognize, feeling a bit nervous. Me? Don't you know me? Don't come near me. Stay away. Come on, why are you afraid? I saw you running here in the middle of nowhere and I was worried about your safety, so I followed. Where are you going? I can take you there. Is that so? You go ahead and I'll follow behind. When you get home, I'll leave. All right then. Qin Hongshan thought this person seemed quite kind. She had been rude earlier, which felt a bit unfair. Feeling awkward, she touched her head and decided to go home after all. After the scare, she suddenly missed her mom. She turned to walk ahead, thinking about how to tell her mother to give her some money. She wanted to go to the town's state-run restaurant tomorrow to improve her meals. If that didn't work, she might secretly rummage through the house when no one was around. As she was thinking, a gust of wind suddenly blew past her ear, and she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, causing her to faint and fall to the ground. At that moment, 3 people jumped out from the haystacks on both sides of the road. Wow, Brother Cohen is really impressive. He managed to handle that in just a few words. Yeah, no kidding. That's why they call him Brother Cohen. He's been busy and he's already met his goals, even exceeded them. Brother Cohen, if you get rich someday, remember to think of your brothers. Yeah. Yang Yaoquan proudly stepped on Qin Hongshan's back with his foot, then waved his hand dismissively and said, no problem. You will benefit from this later. Let's go. Carry her back. That woman has been on my mind for a long time. She used to run outside during the day, but recently she's been behaving herself. I had to stand in the cold wind for days, but it was worth it. I finally caught her. The other 3 people, unseen by Yang Yaoquan, rolled their eyes and skillfully tied her up, put a bag over her head, and carried her on their shoulders, all the while flattering Yang Yaoquan. Only they knew how sincere their flattery was. Qin Shua got up early and practiced a set of martial arts in the yard. Since Lu Haoqing wasn't there to coach her, she had to figure out herself, trying to increase her exercise and strength. Su Qiao finished breakfast at the Jiqing courtyard and headed to the clinic as usual. As she opened the door, she heard sounds from the backyard. Her eyes lit up, and she pushed open the back door, rushing straight to Qin Shuyue. Shuyue, you're back. Yes, I just got back yesterday. Thanks for your hard work these past few days. No trouble. Isn't that part of my job? Oh, by the way, old Jean is coming soon. I should go make some porridge. Old Jean? What's that? What? Have you forgotten? The academician from the Agricultural Research Institute you saved before, surnamed Jean. That elderly man. Has he been coming these days? Yes, every day. His 2 students bring him here, and after eating the porridge, they leave. Perfect. I brought some meat yesterday, but I can't keep it. You should cut some into strips and add it to the porridge. It's good to have some meat for once. Qin Shua honestly admired these people. They had talent, ideas, and cared for the people. They could abandon everything to focus on their work. They were truly role models of the era. In later generations, many people praised and celebrated these individuals, but she felt that the achievements written on paper could never fully express their greatness. After all, they endured hardships and, through their efforts, created a peaceful world for future generations. That kind of suffering isn't something ordinary people can endure or even want to experience. At exactly 9 o'clock, Su Qiao brought the porridge to the front room, and just then, footsteps sounded outside. The timing was just right. Teacher, I can smell the aroma. Let's go quickly. No, Bai Qing. We can't always take advantage of others. Teacher, this isn't taking advantage. It's medicine prescribed by the doctor. You must take it, and everything is proper. Can you be a bit more proactive sometimes? Don't act like you're holding a grudge every time you eat. Bai Qing was really annoyed by her teacher. Every morning, the first thing she did after waking up was to suffer from a headache. Today, she was again trying to persuade her teacher to eat. Who would believe this if they heard? Hey, you little girl, no need to act so serious. We work for the government, for the research institute. How can we take things that belong to the public? Teacher, if you're really embarrassed, you can just pay back the money later. Old Jean. If he had money, he wouldn't be saying this. Although he's an academician at the research institute, and his wife is too, their monthly salaries are quite good. But besides saving enough for themselves, they use the rest to help orphans who can't eat, or lonely elderly people. They live month to month, with no savings. As they spoke, the 3 entered the house and saw Qin Shuyue, who hadn't been there for 2 days. Bai Qing quickly said, Teacher, it's her. She's the one who cured you and prescribed the medicine. If there's a problem, go ask her. Qin Shua looked confused. This whole thing felt like they were blaming her. Someone might think she had done something wrong to the 3 of them. Young comrade, I was in a coma before and didn't get a chance to thank you. for saving my life. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Old Jean, this is my duty. Treating patients is what I should do. You don't need to thank me. It's my pleasure. But, young comrade, I think I'm feeling better now. Can I stop taking the medicine? Old Jean, you've only been taking it for a few days. Your condition needs at least a month of treatment. I think I'm fine. If I stop, it's a waste of resources. It would be better to give the medicine to someone who needs it. Old Jean, you're thinking the wrong way. You are the backbone of our country. Without dedicated researchers like you, where would our future be? You should take good care of your health. Keep your strength so you can do more research and solve more difficult problems. Honestly, if you don't take care of yourself and fall ill, even if you have many research results, you won't be able to do anything. I have to say, Qin Shiyue's words really had a strong effect. Old Jean couldn't help but shiver when he thought about the future, lying in bed, trembling, looking at a table full of notes, unable to move his hands or legs. It was too frightening. It might be better for him to leave early to avoid suffering. Old Jean, as long as you take care of your health, there are endless possibilities ahead. Just relax and eat without worries. I know our team leader. He only cares about profit. If he can't find value in you, he won't bother to pay medical expenses. Team leader, did you ever think about how I feel when you talk behind my back? This spoiled kid really needs a lesson. Do I still have value? Old Jean used to think that was an unpleasant thing to say, but today, hearing it in a different way, it sounded okay. He's buried in the earth up to his neck, yet he still has value. He needs to talk to his wife later and see if she still looks down on him. Of course you do. If you didn't have value, could you be in charge of such an important team like Chaoyang? Yeah. That makes sense. Since I'm right, then you should eat. Eat as much as you want, no limits. After saying that, Qin Shiyue placed a bowl of porridge in front of Old Jean, along with a small dish of pickled cucumbers and green peppers. The small green peppers are crunchy, salty, fresh, and spicy, really tasty. She herself ate a small spicy pepper and could finish a big bowl of plain porridge. Is there meat in this porridge? Oh, yes. I thought you'd want to recover quickly and contribute more to our team. All right, I believe you. Bai Qing and Xiao Ran stood nearby, their mouths twitching, both feeling envious and hungry. These days, they not only suffered mentally but also physically. They ate coarse grains every day and had to persuade the teacher to eat finer food, but the teacher wouldn't cooperate. They were completely exhausted in body and mind. Old Jean finished breakfast and went to work in the fields. Over the past few days, he noticed that the seedlings were growing very straight and tall, similar to the normal growth at this time of year. The slight delay in planting did not seem to affect their height at all. He found this very interesting and kept a close watch, hoping that the seedlings would grow quickly so they could harvest soon. He wanted to see if the late planting had any impact on the final yield. After the others left, the health clinic became quiet. Qin Shiyue stood in the yard, chatting casually with Su Qiao while tidying up the dried herbs. The conversation turned to gathering herbs from the mountain, and only then did Qin Shiyue remember she had forgotten to find a new, more concentrated area for collecting herbs on the mountain. She looked at her watch and saw it was still early. She told Su Qiao, slung her basket on her back, and hurried up the mountain. This time, she took a different path than usual. This trail was rarely used and hard to see. She had to carry a sickle and clear the way as she went. Because few people came here, there was plenty of mountain produce, various fungi and wild vegetables fresh and tender, looking very appetizing. Qin Shiyue didn't pick these herbs herself. She planned to ask Gao's family to come and gather them someday. She wasn't short of food, but the Chaoyang brigade still needed supplies, so gathering some was helpful. She walked halfway up the mountain but didn't find large, sustainable patches of medicinal herbs. She had to continue in another direction, which was farther from the herb collection base. Moving everything over would be quite a task. After crossing a small hill, Qin Shiyue reached a low-lying area and found large patches of honeysuckle, dandelions, and many fresh herbs just sprouting, swaying with tender shoots, valuable medicinal plants. Sure enough, places without people are the best, she thought. Although she considered herself just an ordinary person, she felt this was true. Climbing to the top of the hill, Qin Shue marked the spot and oriented herself before heading back toward the original base. After walking for 2 hours, she finally saw a group of busy people in the distance. On her way here, she hadn't seen any other suitable places to settle this group. This was a problem. The distance from her current location to the base was about 2 hours on foot. Would others need 2.5 or 3 hours? It takes 6 hours just to go back and forth every day. How many 6-hour periods are there in a day to waste? Comrade Shue has arrived. Dr. Qin, you're here. Shue, are you here to find a place on the mountain? Quick, tell Old Wu and the others. About 30 people on the mountain immediately became energetic and started moving. How have your recent harvests been? Not good. Most of the medicinal herbs here have been collected. Look at this, it's only 3 days worth, and it's not even enough to fill a rack. Before, 3 days was enough to fill all these racks. I know of a place farther away, but I haven't found a suitable spot nearby. Does anyone know this mountain well? Maybe we can go take a look. We could figure out a good place to settle down. We can live in a simple grass hut. It can hold 2 people, and everyone can squeeze in. It's just a few grass huts. The older folks, though, even though we've been catching some wild birds lately to help everyone stay strong, they're still injured and probably can't sleep in the same hut with us. Yeah, summer is fine, but winter on the mountain gets very cold. I understand. I've thought about all these problems. Qin Shue doesn't think the older folks will stay until winter. It's already May of 1975, and the time for big national changes isn't far off. She vaguely remembers these elders returning to the city in autumn. After they returned, they went back to their jobs, repairing schools, preparing lessons, and getting ready for the new national policies. Some people helped the 3 elders over, and the 4 of them, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, had a good chat and caught up. Have you noticed if these elders are familiar with medicinal herbs? No, they're not. Most of them can't read much, and understanding the writings in books is even harder for them. This is a big problem. The system of land being owned by the state and contracted to families started in 1978. There's still 3 years before that, and during this time, the land remains state-owned. People can't get extra land unless it's in cooperation with the political and legal departments. It seems I need to find the team leader and think of a solution. She used to ignore outside matters and focus only on prescriptions. She doesn't know much about local policies, only the big news that appears in newspapers or on TV. All right, since the local herbs are in low supply and there's no real reason for everyone to stay here, I plan to move. The uncles might need to prepare to leave this cave. It's okay. We old folks are used to staying anywhere. We've been on the mountain for a while, feeling good, eating well, and sometimes reading books. We're healthier than before. You don't need to worry about us. Your main task is more important. Yes, Shue. Just do what you think is best. All right, I'll take a few people to scout later to see if there's a way that works for everyone. If not, the uncles might have to stay in the grass huts. The 3 old men waved their hands dismissively. Can the cow shed be repaired? They've lived here for many years. The mountain is beautiful, with fresh air. Why can't they stay? Qin Shue took 3 colleagues familiar with the mountain and, at their pace, walked for 2 hours and 40 minutes to the marked hilltop, pointing out the surrounding herbs. What used to be green weeds to them now looked like money. Seeing all this money made them excited. There's a small path down from here, leading directly to a platform. It's close to the foot of the mountain, about half an hour round trip. Yes, there used to be a path here, but it was too remote. People didn't want to come this way, and eventually weeds covered it. Can you take me to see it? They led Qin Shue down the path. Although it was overgrown, their memories helped them walk smoothly. When they reached the platform, only 20 minutes had passed. This path goes down along that mountain hollow.
See, that's the foot of the mountain.
Although it's the Sunshine Brigade, it's not the same village we live in. Yes, the village here has few people, mostly elderly. Hardly anyone comes up the mountain. I see this open space. It can hold about 10 to 15 straw huts. Are these huts difficult to build? Not really. As long as you have enough wood and straw, you can build them. But getting the wood requires the captain's approval first. No one dares to cut down the big trees in the mountain without permission. All right, You can come down with me later. We'll talk to the captain and arrange for people to come tomorrow to help build the shelters. We want to finish quickly and move in as soon as possible. After the group went down the mountain, they found the captain and explained the situation. Qin Dajiang didn't hesitate and quickly approved it. All the resources on this mountain belong to the public. We can only spare a couple of sticks for you. Be grateful and don't ask for more. He explained this carefully to avoid misunderstandings about being stingy. Having lived in the Chaoyang Brigade for many years, he knew these basic rules. I'll assign a few people to help you. It might take 2 or 3 days to finish. Since spring planting was over, it was fine to temporarily assign some workers. After confirming the list that night, Qin Dajiang sent them up the mountain with tools the next day. This time, Qin Shuya also went along, but her purpose was different from theirs. Yesterday, she reached the mountain hollow and saw that the medicinal herbs there hadn't been harvested yet. Although they could be collected for a while, the quantity wasn't enough. So she planned to survey the area within a few kilometers to get an idea of the resources. Fortunately, this area was on the hillside, not deep in mountains, so there weren't many dangerous wild animals, just some wild chickens, rabbits, and small squirrels. Before leaving in the afternoon, Qin Shuya collected about a dozen wild eggs and caught 2 wild chickens, then leisurely returned to the health clinic.
Hey?
Shuya, you're back.
Yes.
Look what I brought back. Don't go back today. Stay here for dinner. That's great. I heard from Andy that your cooking is excellent. Tonight, I won't hold back. Don't be polite. Please don't hold back. Also, I need you to call the captain and old Jean over. There are some things I want to discuss with them. Okay, I'll go right now. Oh, and bring old Jin's 2 students with you, too. Su Qiao left the health clinic to call someone. Qin Shuya first dried the chicken feathers and then took out some dried goods from her space. She also brought some cabbage, potatoes, and radishes, thinking she still needed pickled vegetables. She hurried to Gao Annie's house to get a small dish and brought it back. First, she cooked the chicken with soaked mushrooms and cut potatoes and wood ear mushrooms to set aside. Then she prepared other side dishes. After thinking for a moment, she took out a bottle of Shifeng wine from her space. She had previously obtained a few bottles from Meng Chongqing, who had a friend specializing in making this wine. He kept it in the warehouse to support his black market dealings. Although her intentions were good, Chang'e Town was a small place, and few people knew how to appreciate this high-quality wine. It was left to gather dust in the warehouse. She only found out about it after a careless mention of the matter. At 5:30 p.m., the team leader and Wan Yanfang and her husband arrived at Qin Shuya's small courtyard. They pushed open the door and saw no one in the health clinic room, so they went straight to the backyard. Wow, this smells so good. Shuya is not only good at medicine, but her cooking skills are excellent too. Haoqing is really lucky. He caught a real gem. Wan Yanfang looked around the narrow courtyard and nodded in admiration. The way this small yard is kept is very efficient. Nothing is wasted. It can hold a lot without feeling crowded. She's really good at managing her home. You liking it won't change anything. Shuya has Lu Haoqing following her around like a big wolf. You won't get close to her. What did you say? If you dare, say it again. What do you mean, home? I'm a person, I don't need a home like that. Wan Yanfang shot a sharp look at the team leader. Her voice was firm, but not loud. She slapped Qin Dajiang on the back of his head, making him stumble. Qin Dajiang stood there, feeling wronged but afraid to speak. He had been with Wan Yanfang for many years and knew that the more he spoke, the more trouble he'd get into. It was his own fault for being mouthy and saying the wrong things. The team leader clearly understood his mistake well. Good morning, team leader. You're early. Well, age is catching up and my legs aren't as nimble anymore. Behind Jean Lao stood by Qing and Xiaoran, both trying not to laugh. It was obvious they had seen Wan Yanfang's commanding presence just now. Ahem, well, let's go inside. I can smell the aroma. Shuya must have finished cooking. When Qin Shuya was living here, she rarely cooked strongly flavored dishes. Usually, she just made simple meals that disappeared into the air before their smell even spread out. Today, the smell lingered for a long time and even drifted to the neighbor's house. Qian Finghe stood in the yard, grumbling and criticizing, speaking sarcastically. But she only dared to stay in the yard and complain loudly. Now, her position in the Qin family was awkward. Without her husband's support, she felt less confident. In contrast, Qin Yongping and his wife reacted calmly. They just looked at the neighbor's house briefly and then focused on their plain soup in their bowls. They were really hungry. So hungry that they had no strength to cause trouble. The He family was much bolder than the Qin family. The neighbor's house belonged to the second son of the He family after they split, named He Daqing. His wife was from the neighboring brigade, called Yan Meizhu. They had 3 daughters and 3 sons. 3 daughters and 2 sons were already married or had left home. Only the youngest son, just 18, still stayed at home and depended on his family. There's an old saying, if you're not from the same family, don't enter the same door. The daughters-in-law of the He family were all sharp-tongued, stingy, and lazy, not hardworking at all. From top to bottom, no one in the He family was diligent. With such a tempting smell wafting out, how could the He family sit still? Yan Meizhu was standing at the wall with 2 daughters-in-law, talking in a harsh tone. The youngest son, He Bingxiang, pushed through the crowd, grabbed a ladder, and leaned it against the wall. He then turned to his mother and sisters-in-law and said, "What are you good for? Always chattering. Can't you do something practical? If you're so greedy, just ask directly. But you're just a young girl. Can't you handle her? You're usually so capable. Why are you so useless today?" Few people knew about Lu Haoqing and Qin Shiyue's situation, only close friends and that troublemaker from the Agricultural Science Institute, Qin Jinmu. But after old Jin arrived, Qin Jinmu and 3 others had already left Chaoyang Brigade to go back for investigation and punishment. So, there was no time for gossip. That's why He Bingxiang dared to climb the wall so recklessly. He had tried before, but when he climbed up, he saw Qin Shiyue busy with her work, and there were many people at the clinic. Sometimes she wasn't home, so he had no contact and found it boring. He didn't bother to show himself. Today, he finally saw his chance. With a few quick movements, he jumped onto the wall. He twisted his leg and sat down comfortably. I'm not the one feeling awkward. It's everyone else. From this angle, he was blocked by the eaves, so he didn't see the couple standing nearby, the team leader and his wife. Qin family's girl? Long time no see. Do you still remember Brother He? His greasy words made Qin Shiyue uncomfortable. As for Qin Dajiang, he couldn't stand it and almost stormed out. But his wife held him back.
Don't worry about this.
Shiyue is smart. The young man from the He family isn't a good person. We need Shiyue to make him give up, so he won't dare to cause trouble again. Old Jin nodded in agreement and even asked his 2 students to bring 2 stools from the clinic. They sat under the eaves to watch the scene. In the kitchen, Qin Shiyue, who was flipping the wok with her spatula, heard strangers talking outside. Their words were greasy and disgusting. She grabbed a kitchen knife and ran into the yard. She squinted and looked at He Bingxiang, who was sitting on the wall, with a pale face and a crooked face. She asked, "Whose family are you from? Why are you sitting on my wall?" Originally, because the space was small, Qin Jingjie planned not to build a wall, but to use the He family's wall. At worst, he would pay some money. But the He family demanded a lot and insisted on using their wall, asking for 10 yuan. They even boasted that building a wall wouldn't cost more than 10 yuan, and they thought 10 was too little. She didn't want to deal with them. Was Qin Shiyue short of money? She waved her hand and gave Qin Jingjie 50 yuan, telling him to build the wall higher. Qin Jingjie thought that living next to the He family might bring him trouble, so he used the money to enclose the narrow yard, making the wall taller than theirs. At this moment, He Bingxiang was sitting on Qin's wall. He had seen Qin Shiyue before, but since she left the old house, he hadn't seen her again. He was lazy, didn't work in the fields, mostly sleeping or playing cards. He rarely spent time in Chaoyang Brigade. Qin Shiyue used to have a pale face and a fierce look, which made people dislike her. Currently, Qin Shiyue has fair skin, bright eyes, and white teeth. She is dressed fashionably, and her gentle and calm demeanor has improved a lot. Seeing her, He Bingxiang's eyes widened with admiration. She looks very beautiful, extremely beautiful. Did my sister forget her brother? We've been neighbors for so long. I guess it's my fault. I've been busy outside and rarely come home, so Shua hasn't seen me much. He Bingxiang was talking to himself and his sister. Qin Shua glanced at the team leader watching the show, and her expression clearly showed her feelings. Are you sure you don't want to control this fool? Oh, I'm too old to manage him. Just do as you like, as long as he doesn't get hurt. Fine. I won't interfere then. What's your name? Never mind, it's not important. Come down. He Bingxiang was happy. Did that mean he was invited to eat at her house? He turned around proudly to look at his mother and sister-in-law, planning a heroic move to land gracefully. But his skills weren't great, and when he tried to land, he flopped onto the ground like a small cookie, lying there. Phew, phew. He got up, shook the dirt off, and smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen. Feeling a bit tempted, he took a few steps forward, almost reaching Qin Shua, when he suddenly swung a kitchen knife and rushed at her. I must wash my eyes when I get home today. This man is too shocking. He kicked He Bingxiang away with one foot, kicking up dust everywhere. Before he could get up, Qin Shua rushed over and continued kicking without hesitation. I told you not to climb over my wall, to stop making me sick, to stop having evil thoughts, and to stop thinking about the wrong people. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? What nonsense. With her screams, Yan Meizhu on the other side of the wall couldn't stay still. Oh, my child, what happened to you? Mom, what else could it be? He was probably beaten up. He's the eldest daughter-in-law of the He family, rolling her eyes with disdain. Her younger brother-in-law doesn't work much, but he's good at sweet-talking and charming people. The older folks at home spoil him. Seeing him get beaten up made us, the sisters-in-law, feel strangely happy. Exactly, Mom. Isn't this younger brother supposed to be very capable? I thought he was impressive, but this is all? Useless. Farting, my son didn't do it on purpose. There must be a misunderstanding. No, I need to go see what's happening. After saying that, Yan Meizhu quickly climbed the ladder and jumped onto the wall of Qin Shua's house. When she saw her son being pushed and beaten, her reason immediately flew away. She stomped her feet, cursing as she prepared to climb down and help her son fight Qin Shua. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the front side without saying a word. It grabbed her hair and scratched her face. She reacted a few seconds late, and her face was scratched badly. Who is that? Which scoundrel dares to scratch me? Watch out, I will teach you a lesson. Who do you think you're messing with? 2 loud slaps landed on Yan Meizhu's face, making her obedient. She shifted her gaze from Wan Yanfang to the team leader sitting in front of the house. Her heart sank suddenly. Oh no, everything is exposed. All right, second brother, He's family. You're trespassing on private property, aren't you? Since she saw everything, the team leader didn't hide it. He stepped forward and pulled his wife behind him, worried that Yan Meizhu might get angry and attack unexpectedly. If his wife got hurt, he might not be able to get compensation even if he asked for money. After all, the He family is known as troublemakers in Chaoyang Brigade, which is a headache. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Team leader, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to. I just heard my son's voice and came over. When she mentioned her son, Yan Meizhu straightened up immediately. Team leader, you can't blame me for this. Look at that kid from the Qin family who beat my son. He must pay for it. She then looked toward the kitchen, eager to rush in and see what was cooking, wondering why it smelled so good. Your son, trying to extort medical fees from me? Fine, we'll go to the police. Whatever they decide, I'll accept. If the authorities think I should compensate a grown man who trespassed into my house, I will pay every penny. Qin Shua kicked her again. Does she think she's a sick cat if she doesn't show her power?
How?
How can you call this trespassing? Didn't you just tell my son to come down earlier? Before I called him, he was already sitting on my wall, acting mischievously. Do you really think the team leader and others just arrived? They didn't see what happened before, so they can say whatever they want without knowing the full story. When her thoughts were exposed, she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, the embarrassment belonged to others. With the team leader watching here, Yen Meiju couldn't cause much trouble. After all, Qin Shiyue wasn't a pushover. She seemed ready to call the police, but under Qin Shiyue's death threat, she finally paid for some medicine to improve blood flow and reduce swelling. She then helped her son and left quietly, feeling ashamed. No one knew what the family planned after returning home. They all went inside, where the house was a large open space. Part of it was a bed, and there was a dining table. With so many people, it felt a bit crowded, but since everyone was familiar, no one minded much. The dinner was rich. They cooked 2 wild chickens with mushrooms inside. Just before serving, they added noodles, cabbage, and potatoes, making a big bowl that looked very appetizing. They also fried an egg, made a dish of wood ear mushrooms and cabbage, and had a plate of pickled vegetables from Gao's place. The main food was flatbread, dipped in chicken soup, which smelled very delicious. Even old Jean couldn't help but eat an extra piece of bread. He was full but worried about eating too much greasy food because his stomach couldn't handle it. So he reluctantly switched to eating some vegetables. Bai Qing and Xiao Rand didn't have these worries. They ate eagerly without even lifting their heads. Qin Dajiang took a bite and immediately recognized it was wild chicken. He was a bit speechless about Qin Shiyue secretly catching wild chickens and bringing them to him. He kept glancing at her while eating. Qin Shiyue remained calm. If he glared at her, she didn't mind. After all, he had already eaten, and he wouldn't betray her. After everyone finished eating, Qin Shiyue explained her purpose for gathering everyone. Uncle Team Leader, do we have any unused land in our team? There is some land, the mountain foot you mentioned is all wasteland. Our team doesn't have enough people or energy to manage it. But if we use that land properly, we could get some harvests. Can we ask other teams to come help with clearing the land under the team's name, and will our team pay for it? When money was mentioned, Qin Dajiang became irritable. There was no choice. A few years ago, he was very poor. Now, he's finally earning some real money, and he still can't shake the reputation of being a miser. Shut up and listen to Shiyue, he said. The team leader immediately became meek, shrinking his shoulders and sitting quietly. Old Jin's teeth were showing as he grinned. I plan to grow medicinal herbs.
Grow?
Can we grow them?
Who knows how?
The old colleague at the pharmacy gave me some seeds. I've been testing them in pots in the yard these past few days, and they've already sprouted. It should be easy to grow them. Even if it doesn't work out, it's just a matter of wasting some time and a little money. The resources on this mountain are limited, so to reuse them, we can't just rely on saving seeds. We need real talent. Qin Dajiang suddenly understood. He had wondered why the girl kept bringing him and old Jean here, waiting for something. Now he saw it was for this purpose. Growing herbs isn't difficult, but he wasn't sure if old Jean would agree. He looked at old Jean, clearly asking for his opinion. I can give some ideas. I also want to study how to grow these herbs. Maybe in the future, we can expand and plant on a larger scale.
But
is it really possible to start now? It's not a big problem. I've already sprouted all the seeds into seedlings. We just need to find a good place to plant them. There are quite a few valuable herbs here, which can be harvested 3 times a year, and they will naturally produce seeds for next year. We might not need to plant again. The herbs will grow on their own. Shiyue's words made him a bit tempted, but Qin Dajiang thought that involving outsiders in clearing the land wasn't as good as keeping the benefits for his own team. I'll ask around tomorrow morning. Those interested can sign up, but we can't give work points. We can pay from the team's funds, but it needs approval from the local leaders. I have to report this to my superiors. Although he was the team leader, the money in the account was public funds. He couldn't just spend it freely. That could cause problems. Oh, Shiyue, can you give me a seedling of the one you sent? I want to take a look at it at home. Sure, I'll bring one to you now. Qin Shiyue took out a small seedling wrapped in newspaper from a nearby cabinet. She had prepared it long ago, confident that Jean Lao, being so dedicated, wouldn't miss this chance. After discussing the plan, it was getting late outside. Everyone stood up to leave. Qin Shiyue brought out 3 large bowls and divided the remaining half basin of chicken into them so they could take some home. She was alone now. As the weather grew warmer, the food would spoil if left out, and it wouldn't be finished. ending up wasted. Before leaving, Qin Dajiang hesitated for a moment, but finally shared his idea. Shue, I have something to ask of you. I mentioned before about starting a literacy class. I was busy and hadn't made it happen. Now I think it's time. I applied earlier, but the higher-ups said there's a shortage of teachers for literacy classes. They suggested merging our team with others to share lessons. But there are no nearby teams, and traveling to others is too far. It would take up everyone's evening rest just to learn a few words, and people wouldn't like that. If it's further away, they'd like it even less. So, what do you think? Qin Shue wasn't sure what Qin Dajiang really meant by saying this. I think you could take the exam to get a qualification. It shouldn't be hard for you, huh? She looked up at Qin Dajiang in disbelief. Qin Shue stretched out her slender, white finger and pointed at herself. Are you joking? No. I'm talking seriously. What's so funny? I'm already busy during the day, uncle. Do you want to squeeze more time out of me? That wouldn't be exactly squeezing. Just 1 hour, 1 hour. At most, I'll pay you a salary. How much can you pay me? When she heard about the salary, Qin Shue's attitude immediately changed. 5 yuan a month. How about that? 5 yuan. Compared to her current wealth, it was a bit little, but she lacked an opportunity to make her money go further. Maybe this time it could work. 5 yuan. Isn't that enough? It can't be more than that. I negotiated with the village leaders for a long time, and this is the best we could do. Shu Yu, you're part of the Chaoyang team. You can't just watch others in different teams get their vision corrected while ours stays behind, right? Qin Shue looked angrily at Qin Dajiang. I knew it was moral pressure, but she really couldn't ignore her morals in this matter. After all, the Chaoyang team is her home, and she is part of it. Since Qin Shue agreed, Qin Dajiang was worried she might change her mind. The next day, he quickly went to the commune to discuss planting medicinal herbs with Director Hong and also helped her register for the qualification exam. However, the policies have changed a bit. There is no longer a special exam for literacy teachers. That means if you want to take the exam, you must apply directly for a teaching certificate. This was impossible in the past. It seems there are big moves coming from above. Qin Shue didn't realize how big a mistake Qin Dajiang had made by blaming her. She was now relaxing in her yard, holding a teapot in one hand and an apple in the other. In front of her, Lai Ziwang was chattering away like a storyteller, living a pretty peaceful life. Miss, you don't know. After Su Haifeng went back, he was arrested and taken to the police station for a thorough investigation. I heard he suffered quite a bit inside. I don't know which great master is helping him, but I secretly found out that Su Haifeng might have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Huh, which great master could that be? It's just Lu Haoqing, Master Lu. When he left, he did a lot of things. Originally, she sent Lai Ziwang to Dongning Town to gather evidence of Su Haifeng's crimes and to spread the news about his extramarital affairs. But when Lai Ziwang arrived, before he could even spread the news, he found out that no one in Dongning Town knew about Su Haifeng's situation. Even Su Haifeng, who was preparing to bring his big, chubby son back for a good life, never expected that he would end up like a rat crossing the street. That old lady is really something. On the third day after Su Haifeng was caught, she took all the family's money and planned to run away with her grandson. But she was caught by the police, who also took Su Haifeng's son back. This was a serious matter because she stole from the public, and the amount was quite large. Everyone involved will face consequences. I don't think Su Haifeng will give his mother much of the money he took because his mistress is much better than his own mother. The little boy is adorable, and he cares about his family. He's happy to spend money on them. But Su Haifeng's actions are very bad, and even the police probably won't care whether the old lady spent the money or not. As for Gao Shiping, I believe that even if Gao Shiping didn't divorce Su Haifeng, Lu Haoqing would find a way to help his sister get out of this situation, because she is a victim. Alright, you've been tired these days. Go home early and rest. Hey, Auntie. By the way, I just heard about something that I think you might find interesting. I heard on the way back that Qin Hongshan has gone missing. Qin Shue squinted and sat up. She thought for a moment. She remembered seeing Qin Hongshan a few days ago. How could she just disappear? How exactly did she go missing? What do you mean? Tell me more. I just got back and ran into my brothers. They said that Qin Hongshan left home late the night before last and hasn't come back. Since she often goes out suddenly, Li Huilan and her husband didn't think much of it, just assumed she went to her mother's house. But yesterday, the old lady from the Li family came to ask if Li Huilan wanted to marry her daughter to the family they met through matchmaking. When they met, they found out Qin Hongshan never went to the Li family. She didn't go to the Li family, and she didn't return home either. It's been 2 days since she disappeared. They reported it to the police. I heard Li Huilan and her husband are still waiting for news at the police station. Did your brothers say anything? Any guesses or clues? No, our Chaoyang team under the captain's leadership has never experienced anything like this before. This is the first time someone has gone missing. Everyone is confused and doesn't know what's really happening.
All right, I understand.
After the King of Jokers left, Qin Shua sat there, carefully thinking about whether she could help in any way. It wasn't because she was overly kind-hearted, but because finding Qin Hongshan was a good starting point. There would likely be more clues later. To be safe, she decided to find the main culprit responsible. She remembered. Earlier, Xiangzi had told her that the base in Dingtong City was mainly involved in human trafficking. She also learned from Meng Chongqing that these bases were connected to Songchang. According to Lin Yan, Songchang's biggest activity was probably related to people, and it was still growing. Many people were needed, but she didn't know where these people had been taken. Thinking back to the charges against Songchang from her previous life, she realized it had been so long ago that she couldn't remember the details. She decided she needed to ask Meng Chongqing or Xiangzi tomorrow. Maybe they could give her some useful information. News of Qin Hongshan's disappearance quickly spread through the Chaoyang team. It was shocking because they had never heard of such a thing before, especially something so embarrassing. It also caused a stir among the Orange Group. Recently, everyone in the Chaoyang team was feeling uneasy. Originally, Qin Shua planned to finish her work and then go to the town to find Xiangzi or Meng Chongqing to learn more about the situation. But before she could act, Xiangzi came to see her. It was even Qin Dajiang who personally brought him. Shuyue, this is a police officer from the county. Since you're neighbors with the Qin family, he wants to ask you a few questions. Don't worry, it's just to understand the situation. Brother Xiangzi, Shuyue, long time no see. Qin Dajiang looked confused. After a long introduction, she realized the person was actually herself. Do you two know each other? Captain, I used to be a comrade of Qin Jingjia. We transferred to different jobs for some reasons and now work at the local police station, so he's Jingjia's friend. No wonder. Well, since you know each other, I won't stay here. You two talk. If you need any more help, just ask. I'll do what I can within my power. Thank you, Captain. After Qin Dajiang left the health clinic, Qin Shua told Su Qiao and took the person directly to the backyard. They stood at the door of the house, a spot visible to others but also safe from eavesdroppers. Are your injuries healed? Yes. I was about to return to the team when I received a notice from Changhe Town. It said someone from the Chaoyang Brigade had gone missing. When I heard that, I quickly took on this private task and came here to see you, just to make sure you're safe. Why? Do you think it's revenge from those who hurt you? Xiangzi shrugged, clearly indicating his thoughts. He was injured and unconscious at the time, so he didn't know how Qin Shua managed to get him out without being noticed. He couldn't be sure if they were being watched. When he heard about the missing person from the Chaoyang Brigade today, he hurried over to confirm his worries. In the end, it was just unnecessary concern. The only daughter of the old house was taken. I heard from others that she ran out near evening and didn't come back. She wasn't very obedient, often sneaking out, so her family didn't notice anything unusual. Because of this delay, it's hard to find clues now. Could it be that she was taken by human traffickers? That's possible. It seems we need to investigate Song Chong. I think you should stop investigating for now. When you were in Dingtong City, you startled everyone. If you keep digging, the places you find might turn out to be empty. You'd end up wasting time reinvestigating. Did I see your point, but do we just watch people lose her like this? First, find other evidence. I'll think of other ways. Xiangzi thought of the black market boss. He nodded silently. At this moment, any method that could find clues or locate the person was worth trying. Xiangzi left the health clinic to look around for other clues. Qin Shuwei closed the guesthouse door, told Su Qiao to stay there for a few days and not go anywhere, then went alone to Meng Chongqing's small courtyard. It seemed like Qin Shuwei was coming, so Meng Chongqing sat in the yard, drinking tea and enjoying the scenery. Next to him stood old He and an unfamiliar man. He picked up an empty teacup from the table, poured her some water, and signaled her to sit down. You seem quite relaxed and elegant. Well, there's nothing urgent. You seem busier. Qin Shuai paused while drinking water. She felt something strange about this person, as if he was hiding something, but she had no proof. It looks like old He has had good luck lately, enough to block your family's bad luck. This made Meng Chongqing pause. You really aren't the type to suffer losses.
Just joking.
Qin Shuai enjoys eating sweet, salty, and spicy food, but she never suffers losses. You know about someone missing from the Chaoyang team, right? I know. You're quite well informed. I asked you to investigate Yang Yaoquan. The day after you mentioned it, I had someone follow him. I found out he was joking around with a small leader at Song Chang's base, took some money from him, then went confidently to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Later, he exchanged some things at the black market and went home with a lot of packages.
So,
do you think Qin Hongshan was kidnapped by Yang Yaoquan? Obviously not. The timing matches. But the girl who was taken was pretty unlucky. Just after you told me, I was about to have someone watch Yang Yaoquan when he was kidnapped. That luck, it's almost like it's on my side. Qin Shuai's mouth twitched. Qin Hongshan was indeed unlucky. She didn't run earlier, nor later, but on the very day she told Meng Chongqing she was investigating Yang Yaoquan, she ran. A timing gap, and she fell right into the trap. Do you know where Qin Hongshan was taken? No, she was moved that night. Finding her might take some effort. I don't think so.
Oh,
really? That night, Qiangzi, dressed in a neat suit, came out of a spacious, bright courtyard with a bad look on his face. Lin Yan followed closely behind. Chang'e, what's wrong? Did something happen? You look upset. It's nothing, Nian Nian. There's something I need to handle. I don't want you to be alone at home, so I brought you with me. Sorry to bother your rest. Qiangzi forced down his disgust and pretended to look deeply affectionate. Lin Yan's face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, not noticing the quick flash of calculation in Qiangzi's eyes. For what felt like the 10,000th time, he reminded himself to stay calm and play his part well. He swore that once this was over, he would make sure the boss gave him proper compensation. After taking several turns, the two of them arrived at another courtyard on the edge of town. From the outside, it looked a bit run down, but inside it was surprisingly luxurious. Full sets of rosewood furniture, rosewood floors, wallpaper with floral patterns, and vases filled with fresh, colorful flowers. When Lin Yan stepped inside, she was stunned by the sight. Her desire to stay close to someone powerful grew even stronger. So this was what it meant to be from the capital. Even a random house was furnished so extravagantly. She had read about Song Chang's wealth before, but seeing it with her own eyes was completely different. Even in modern times, she had never lived in such a luxurious place. Thinking about how the book described Song Chang owning several grand houses in Shanghai and Beijing, Lin Yan could almost see her future life as a lady of high status. Suddenly, a furious voice shattered her daydream. Tell me, who did this? Who dared to bring someone back at such a critical time? And from the Chaoyang Brigade, no less, the one with outstanding achievements. Don't you know the commune has high hopes for them? If you mess with their people, aren't you afraid the higher-ups will send someone to investigate? Our base in Dingtong City is already being watched. I told you all to keep quiet, but none of you ever listen, do you?
Sir,
we really didn't know. One of the men suddenly brought her here. We thought it was late, no one would notice, and since she was already here, we just kept her. Kept her? Are you all out of your minds? Do you even use your heads for thinking? Xiangzi's face turned red as he pretended to be angry. The boss had gone all out for this act. The house had been set up in just 2 hours. The wallpaper on the walls wasn't even dry yet, and the faint smell of glue still lingered in the air. You must not mess this up. I just hope Lin Yan can be more effective and find some clues, so his performance won't be wasted. Young master, I'm sorry. It's our fault. We were too greedy and delayed your plan. Otherwise, maybe we could have sent Qin Hongshan back. Wait, you said Qin Hongshan? Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yan, who was listening nearby, immediately looked up at the speaker.
Yes, madam, it's Qin Hongshan.
Yang Yaokun from Yanghe Brigade brought her here. Who?
Yang Yaokun? When mentioning Yang Yaokun, Lin Yan suddenly thought of Yang Yaoguang.
That person, full of scholarly aura, although living in the countryside, has great potential for future success. Nian Nian? Nian Nian? What's wrong? Did Qin Hongshan do something wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't expect Yang Yaokun to. And for you all to accept him. Yang Yaokun is ambitious and greedy, loves money, and is lecherous. Such a person is exactly what we need. We hit it off with him immediately. We didn't expect that after just a few days of joining, he would bring us such a big surprise. But this surprise came at a bad time. The police are watching us closely. Since he's already here, it makes no sense to send him back. I'm thinking about where to place him. That's not a big problem. Don't you have a women's training camp? Just send him there. Zhang Ji was momentarily confused, then looked at his brothers, who also looked puzzled. This Song Chong is quite the player. When did he come up with a women's training camp? A women's training camp? But I haven't thought about what to do with her there. Lin Yan was hesitating about whether to have a fleeting affair with Yang Yaoguang, so he didn't notice Zhang Ji's subtle tone. Don't you have a women's training camp in Yanmen Market? Where is it? Other cities, you said they are too far from Beijing. When the trainees are ready, they can be sent directly to the designated families. Lin Yan snapped out of his thoughts, looking a bit confused. Could he have remembered wrong? Does Song Chong really have other women's training camps? This women's training camp is indeed located in Yanmen City, but each training ground teaches different skills. I mean, I don't know what Qin Hongshan is good at, so I don't know where to send her. After Lin Yan mentioned Yanmen City, Qiangzi's mind started to race quickly. When he heard about the women's training camp, he suddenly had a bright idea, giving himself a perfect excuse, and also testing Lin Yan. That's true. You have quite a few strongholds in Yanmen City. Qin Hongshan is a country girl who can't read or write. She won't learn those elegant things. It's better to let her be a nanny. I believe she's best at serving others. Nian Nian, you're still the best to me. You have such great skills and wisdom, yet you choose to be with me. I feel so lucky to have you. After saying this, he hugged her. Qiangzi's smiling face immediately turned into one full of despair. The brothers nearby saw Qiangzi like this and tried to hold back their laughter, their shoulders shaking suspiciously. Brother Chong, no matter how good my skills are, I just want to stay by your side and be your little woman you can rely on. Thinking about the excuse she made up, Song Chong believed it completely. This was the most comfortable time she had had since crossing over. Lin Yan looked forward to the future and suddenly decided to follow Song Chong wholeheartedly, letting him help her, while she waited to benefit from his efforts. If she stayed with Yang Yaoguang, she would still be living a hard life, and the future wouldn't be luxurious. That person was very stubborn and strict about his principles. It was hard to control him, and she didn't want to take too many risks. After exchanging some subtle glances with her brothers, Qiangzi gently pushed Lin Yan out of his arms and said softly, "Stay here quietly for a while. I have a few things to tell you, then I'll take you home. Can I see Qin Hongshan?" Qiangzi was confused. Everyone else was silent. This might be a bit difficult because they didn't even know where Qin Hongshan was being held. One of the younger brothers was quite clever. He quickly turned his eyes forward and said, "Young master, the people we catch at each stronghold usually don't communicate with others. We need to ask carefully where Qin Hongshan is now. If the lady wants to see her, she might have to wait." It will take a few days to find out exactly, depending on how quickly they locate her.
Brother Chong, he's right.
For those just caught, you usually send them to the city at night. The transportation there is good, so it's easier to send them anywhere. Everyone was silent. Now, although we know where Qin Hongshan was sent, the defenses at the Ding Tong City stronghold are very strict. Since the police just scared them, it might be hard to rescue her now. Xiangzi bit his lip. He really wanted to refuse Lin Yan's request directly, but he always acted obedient in front of Lin Yan. He wasn't sure if refusing this time would make him learn less.
So, he didn't dare to take the risk.
She hasn't been sent far to Ding Tong City yet. I'll send someone to give a message tonight, asking them to hold her. Once I finish my work here, or when things calm down a bit, I'll take you to see her, okay? Okay, Brother Chong, I'll listen to you. Anyway, she didn't have much to do with Qin Hongshan. She just wanted to show off her current life and make Qin Hongshan jealous. She loved seeing others envy her. She reached out and touched her smoother, softer skin, tugged at her new clothes, and couldn't hide her smile. Oh, Brother Chong, the new dress you bought for me is very stylish. It fits me perfectly, like it was made just for me. Where did you buy it? If you have time, can you take me shopping? That dress was bought by chance at the department store in Ding Tong City. It's the only one like it. I heard the purchasing department found a new supplier that makes custom clothes. Only such clothes are worthy of my people, he said. But inside, Qiangzi's heart was bleeding. That dress cost him 80 yuan. With that money, a typical family of 3 could live for a year. Is it really only one? So, when I wear this dress out, I don't have to worry about running into someone wearing the same thing? Of course. How could I let you wear something so ordinary? The little brothers watching nearby said, I didn't expect that Brother Chong isn't bad at speaking kindly. It's just that they're not comrades, so he can't say nice words to them, right? Unknowingly, Chong has become numb to these words. At this moment, he is like a machine that speaks without feeling. Late at night, Chong took Lin Yan back to the small courtyard. He politely declined Lin Yan's hints and used sweet words to make her forget her suspicions about why he was holding a delicate woman and still remained calm. He didn't even have the thought of touching her. As they left the courtyard, a cool breeze made Chong shiver. He felt disgusted all night. Following the principle that sharing joy is better than enjoying alone, he directly knocked on Meng Chongqing's door. He called out to Meng Chongqing, who was still asleep. Are you sick? Why are you not sleeping late at night? Why are you knocking on my door? People who haven't slept well are usually in a bad mood. When Meng Chongqing saw Chong, he immediately started scolding him, losing his usual gentle manner. Boss, I have important information to report. That's why I didn't have time to wait. Meng Chongqing's sharp black eyes fixed on Chong. Do you think I believe that? Chong touched his head and spoke very firmly. Really, boss, you have to believe me. I truly have something very important to report, so I came. All right, if you can't say anything today, I'll see to it that I your head off. Feeling Meng Chongqing's impatience, Chong realized he might have gone too far this time. He quickly reported all the information he had gathered to Meng Chongqing. You mean, Song Chong is sending women he trained to that women's training camp, then having them deliver information to important families in Jing City? That's what I inferred from Lin Yan's words. And the name of that women's training camp shows Song Chang's ambitions. No wonder.
No wonder.
No wonder Song Chang, that little wolf cub, knows so much, even plans ahead, and has so many loyal followers. It turns out they are all using threats like this to get what they want. As for his relationship with Song Chang, it can be said to be irreconcilable. Song Chang is the son brought over by his stepmother. He has no blood relation to the Meng family. Because he was cute as a child, sweet-talking, and very good at speaking, plus his stepmother was a kind person, the Meng family treated them like family. Actually, when they were young, they got along well. As they grew up, his grandfather personally sent him to the army for training, and he made a name for himself. The Meng family is from a scholarly background, proud of their culture, and open-minded. But they also have a kind of foolishness that scholars usually don't have. They are truly foolish from top to bottom. They believe everything others say, no matter if it's reasonable or not. They even did something stupid. kicking out their own legitimate grandson, who has Meng family blood, over a false accusation. The reason was that Song Chong falsely accused him of something, with fake evidence. He was angry at the time and refused to explain much. When his family pressured him, he left, even leaving a harsh promise that he would never come back. Later, he thought about it and felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Why should he leave? He planned to find evidence and confront the Meng family with it. But before he could find anything, Song Chong noticed something was wrong and sent people to hunt him down. This chase lasted 5 years. During these 5 years, he changed from a hot-tempered person into someone very indifferent about everything. Song Chong played a big role in this. However, Song Chang's success in chasing him down is partly due to his unlucky nature. Every time he managed to escape, he would somehow run into Song Chang's people. It was so coincidental that he started to doubt life. He can only say that after experiencing so much, how can he stay calm? This matter doesn't have direct evidence, so it might be hard to handle. Boss, maybe you should ask your old boss for help. Have him investigate the women in the families of the current employees, or see if the new wives who came in within the last 5 years have any unusual behavior. Maybe he can find something on Song Chang's side. Since your old boss is in Beijing, it's easier for him to act. Honestly, I think his family probably has people like that too. If you don't say anything, aren't you putting the old boss in danger? I understand. I need to go to Beijing myself and see the old boss face to face to tell him everything. Boss, even though you're not unlucky now, you just boldly walked right under Song Chang's nose. Are you sure you won't be chased and attacked? I actually hope Song Chong doesn't come after me. Xiangzi first gave Meng Chongqing a look that said, "Are you okay?" Then he thought about how the boss's luck had changed. His expression was hard to describe. It's really hard to say who will be the unlucky one in the end. Oh, by the way, boss Lin Yan wants to see Qin Hongshan. Her own woman. She should handle it herself. Boss, isn't that a bit unfair? I want to stay innocent, you know? Who knows? Meng Chongqing clearly didn't care, acting as if it wasn't his problem. Xiangzi was so angry he scratched his head, but he had no way to fix it. The boss isn't acting right. What should I do? This news reached Qin Shiyue's ears in the afternoon, naturally from Xiangzi. Oh my, this person really knows how to play. He set up such a big trap. Does he think everyone is fools? Meng Chongqing means, go back and break this trap. Maybe we can find a handle on Song Chong. He wants to go back? Isn't that walking into a tiger's den? Some things are better said plainly, or they lose their meaning. What if we help him? If we take down all of Song Chongshan's bases in Ning province, do you think Song Chongshan will get so angry he runs from Jing City here? This is a big contribution. We need to coordinate with the police in different areas, or it won't work.
But
It's not that complicated. I found out that the base in Ding Tong City is probably very important to Song Chongshan. If we dismantle that base, maybe we can lure Song Chongshan here to Ding Tong City. When he comes, we'll catch him like a fish in a barrel. Let's see how free he is then. Let's wait until he arrives. Right now, the most important thing is how to deal with the Ding Tong City base. It's simple. Send in an undercover agent. An undercover? Xiangzi looked up at Qin Shiyue in disbelief. She was smiling, eyes full of excitement. Xiangzi had a bad feeling, and soon, that feeling proved to be right. Brother Xiangzi, do you think it's more dangerous for me to go undercover, or for them to do something to me? No, he doesn't want to think about it. He doesn't want to think about anything at all. Shiyue, I think we need to think this through carefully. You wait a bit longer, just a little longer. Sending this little ancestor to be an undercover agent among bad people, do they think he's got too much life left? Or is Lu Haoqing just too patient? His past experiences of being beaten are still fresh in his mind. He doesn't want to go through that again. All right, but I mean it seriously. Don't take this lightly. I believe going undercover could wipe out the bad guys completely and also help us learn things we don't know. Keep talking. Keep talking. Xiangzi kept refusing, feeling uneasy as if nails were pinning him down. Finally, he decided to leave this suffocating place. But just after Xiangzi left in the morning, Meng Chongqing came personally in the afternoon. Seeing such a handsome man standing there, Su Qiao was momentarily stunned. Her first thought was, who looks better, this man or Captain Liu? And who will Shuyue choose in the end? Hello, comrade. May I ask if Comrade Qin Shuyue is here? The sweet, clear sound like a bubbling stream reached Su Qiao's ears. She snapped back to reality, quickly shaking her head to clear her mind of unrealistic thoughts. But she shook so hard she felt dizzy, and her body wobbled. She accidentally bumped into the corner of a nearby table, feeling so much pain that tears almost came out. Meng Chongqing stood there apologetically, repeatedly saying, "Sorry, sorry. Did I scare you? It's okay. It's my fault for being careless. Comrade Meng, your health is really something. It made people feel speechless. I didn't want it either. Isn't this about waiting for you to seek a breakthrough? This is medicine. Su Qiao, you should massage your medicine later." Qin Shuyue didn't explain much and took Meng Chongqing straight to the backyard. "What do you want to see me for? I want to go back to Beijing." "And then? Do you need me to do something? I will go to Beijing to attract Song Chang's attention and try to keep him there. You should see if you can check at Yanmen Market about his training camp. To find any evidence related to him, keeping him in Beijing might put you in danger. My original plan was to lure him here so you can act freely in Beijing. He and I don't have any personal grudges, so he won't be targeting me. Song Chang is a vengeful person. If he finds out about you, he definitely won't let you go. Our past was a life and death situation, so it's better not to get you involved in trouble." Qin Shuyue actually knows a little about Song Chang. In her past life, she also had contact with him, thanks to Lin Nian bridging the gap. This person is naturally cold and selfish, but his appearance is very deceiving, innocent and harmless looking. The deepest concealment is actually within him. In her past life, Song Chang considered her a friend of Lin Nian and treated her as one of his own. He was always polite to her. Some of his cruel acts she heard from others. She once asked Lin Nian if he was a good person, and Lin Nian only said they were just rumors.
She didn't think too much about it then.
If there are any problems at the women's training camp, Song Chang will definitely come. No matter how you try to stop him, it won't help. So this isn't something we can decide. My advice is, let him go. If he really goes to Yanmen Market, just let him.
Don't stop him.
I have my ways to handle him. This. Meng Chongqing hesitated, clearly worried that Qin Shuyue might get hurt. Don't you trust my skills? Besides, I have ways to protect myself. I have people in the shadows. Otherwise, where do you think my supplies come from? Alright, then let's prepare for both possibilities. Yes, I understand. The two discussed some details and Meng Chongqing left the Chaiyang team. At this moment, Su Qiao slowly came from the front yard and returned the ointment to Qin Shuyue. This ointment works really well. It feels cool when I apply it. I made this ointment myself, so of course it works well. By the way, Su Qiao, I need to go out for a while. Go ahead. I'll watch things here. I might be gone for about 8 or 9 days, or maybe 10, to a remote mountain area to gather some medicinal herbs from higher altitudes and prepare life-saving medicine. Are you going to be gone that long? If not, I can go with you? No need. The environment in the deep mountains isn't very good. I can go alone without any problem. If you go, I still have to take care of you. That's true. She has never been to the deep mountains. Maybe she would slow me down, so it's better for me to stay and look after the home. After packing the herbs, Qin Shuyue first went to the team leader to ask for help. He helped her get a letter of introduction and also gave her some blank paper. Her reason was the same as she told Su Qiao. Everyone knows her skills pretty well. Although they worry she might get hurt, they also know there's no real danger to her life. The team leader gave a few words of advice, but since she insisted, he didn't press further. At night, she went to the Gao family. Her reason for going was still the same. Gao uncle and aunt didn't say much. They could see clearly how skilled Qin Shuyue was, but they were a little worried about the length of her trip. Is 10 days too long? In the deep mountains, with no food or water, it must be tough. Auntie, there's plenty of food in the mountains. There's lots of meat. If I bring enough seasoning, it might even be better than eating at home. That makes sense. Auntie, I'll come back as soon as I can. This time, I'll look for something that Guai Guai can use. It's better for her to wake up early. Sister Shiping's life is getting better every day. Isn't that for Guai Guai's future happiness? It would be a shame if Guai Guai doesn't wake up. Yes, that's right. I've already made several new clothes with Sister Shiping's help. We plan to deliver some goods to the department store in a few days.
Good.
Sister Shiping knows the way. When the time comes, don't be too reluctant. Traveling back and forth in one day is tiring. It's better to stay at the guest house. That's what I think too. I also want to buy some fabric to see if there's anything suitable. I'll need to stay for 2 or 3 days. Now Gao Shiping is more relaxed. She can earn money, so she is willing to spend it. She believes that success comes from effort, which is a basic rule of energy conservation. In the evening, she and Su Qiao returned to the health clinic. Today, she didn't sleep alone in the small room set aside for herself, but went back to the backyard with Qin Shuyue. They lay on a bed, chatting casually. Most of the questions were from Su Qiao, mainly about medical skills. Qin Shuyue answered patiently. As they talked, Qin Shuyue started to feel sleepy. Before going to bed, she repeatedly told Su Qiao not to go too far from the health clinic, preferably not alone outside the Chaiyang Brigade. Because there are still militia patrols in the area, safety is somewhat guaranteed, but once outside the brigade, anything could happen. Early in the morning, before dawn, Qin Shuyue got up to leave. Su Qiao heard the noise and quickly got up to help prepare breakfast and packed some dry food. After breakfast, she reluctantly saw Qin Shuyue off at the door. She had never felt so sentimental before. This time, she felt a strange sense of reluctance, but she didn't know why. She just watched Qin Shuyue's figure leave, her eyes slightly reddening. At 4 p.m., after a bumpy day, Qin Shuyue arrived in Ding Tong City. She didn't linger in crowded places, but quickly found a spot, then turned into her space to prepare her disguise. When she came out, the once lively girl had become a worn-out, patched-up person with sunken cheeks, a pale face, and dry, dull hair. She carried a bag and wore shoes that had worn down to almost expose her toes. These were clothes she had kept from her time at the Qin family. Lucky, she hadn't thrown them away. She slowly walked to the alley near Xiangzi's place, first circling around to see if there were any abandoned, unguarded courtyards. Using some methods, she pried open a door, put her bag inside, and then headed toward the hospital. She didn't enter the hospital, but stood at the gate. When someone approached, she asked if they needed someone to take care of patients. She was willing to do any dirty or tiring work. On her first day, she gained nothing. To make her act more convincing, she didn't eat lunch and pretended to be exhausted, returning to the dilapidated small yard. She took out a large pancake from her bag, took a few bites to fill her stomach, then leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to rest and gather strength. The next day, at the usual place, but she looked a little anxious. Of course, this anxiety was for the benefit of some people. Comrade, I am very affordable. Just feed me 3 meals a day, and I can take care of your family. It saves you the trouble of coming and going. Get up, get up. Who dares to challenge me? I haven't even had my 3 meals today, and you're talking about hiring me? What are you thinking? Get lost. With a flick of her hand, Qin Shuyue fell to the ground with a loud thud. She cursed inwardly, but kept a stubborn look on her face, unfazed by hardship or difficulty. She stood up and asked the next person. Near Qin Shuyue, in a corner of the wall, 2 sneaky-looking men crouched, watching her. Who is this girl? Where did she come from? I've never seen her before, probably from the countryside. She thought she could find food in the big city. Huh, aren't there many like her? But in this city, supplies are limited and there are many people. It's even better in small towns. This girl doesn't look very old. I saw her standing there yesterday. She hasn't found a job all day, let alone food. Looks like no one will help her today. When she runs out of options, maybe we shouldn't do anything. The police are cracking down recently. What's there to worry about? We've been checked before. Yesterday, someone was brought in. That person didn't seem very smart. Even after ending up like this, they still dared to shout and make noise. After I dealt with them, they behaved. Women like her just need a lesson. Also, the training camp has been pushing hard. It seems their leader wants to make a big move, recruiting more people. But there are so few qualified candidates. Even if we work hard, it might take 10 or 15 days to send someone over. Exactly. Yesterday, that woman looked decent enough. She's not very heavy, but once she gets to the training camp, with good food and care, anyone can become healthy and strong. The only problem is she can't read, which is a barrier. Maybe we should ask that girl if she can read. If she can, we might risk bringing her over. If not, forget it. It's not worth risking everything in this risky situation. Alright, I'll go ask her now. Qin Shue was quietly thinking, wondering when those people would notice her. The little girl. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of her. She straightened her expression and looked up sadly at the newcomer. She smiled faintly, but the smile seemed a bit sly, with her eyes slightly raised, giving her a tough look. Maybe this time she would succeed. Young girl, are you looking for a job? Big brother, does your family need someone to take care of a patient? I can do laundry, cooking, cleaning. I'm willing to work hard. I don't ask for much. Do you think I'm suitable? We don't have a patient, but my grandfather isn't very mobile. We, his children, are busy with work and can't always take care of him. We're looking for a live-in helper. We'll pay normally. I just have one condition. Go ahead, big brother. Can you read and write? My grandfather likes to read the newspaper, but his eyesight isn't good, so he needs someone to read for him. If you can't read, you might not be suitable for this job. I can read and write. When my family was better off, I went to school, but I only finished elementary school. After my parents passed away, no one could pay for my education, so I stayed home to help with chores. Hearing that Qin Shue's parents had passed away, the man's eyes lit up. Not having parents is good, no one to worry about. This little girl probably grew up with relatives, and judging by her situation, she's not doing well there either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out alone to find work just to earn a bit of money. All right. Come here again tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up. I need to talk to my grandfather first.
This has to be approved by him.
Okay. Big brother, I'll come back here tomorrow. The man turned and left. Qin Shue didn't stay at the hospital entrance anymore. Instead, she returned to her small temporary home. On the way back, she noticed someone following her. She pretended not to notice, kept her face calm, entered her yard, hugged herself, leaned against the wall, and pulled her bundle close, clutching it tightly. Inside her bundle were some coarse rice cakes and a set of clean clothes. This was all she had, just enough to maintain her cover and deceive outsiders. The observer left shortly after, not staying long. They probably understood her situation. She was so poor she couldn't even afford food. She was lucky to find a job and couldn't afford to lose it easily. After the person left, Qin Shue took out 2 large meat buns and a bowl of egg soup from her space. She ate small bites to save her strength, knowing that if she really entered these people's hideout, getting food might be a problem. Since entering the space weakens her perception of the outside world, Qin Shue chose not to go in. Instead, she found a sheltered spot, draped a blanket over herself, and took out a medical book to pass the time. She waited until nightfall when the moon rose and she could no longer see the words. Then she put away the book, curled up comfortably in the blanket, and slept soundly until morning. Her breakfast was still a pancake, with just a sip of hot water to prevent choking. She looked up at the sun, estimated the time, and quickly stored everything in her space. She only carried a bundle and, limping, arrived at the hospital entrance, pretending to look anxious as she scanned around. After a while, the man from yesterday came over. Qin Shue hurriedly greeted him warmly. Big brother, you're here. Can I go to work now?
Sure.
I discussed it with my dad yesterday, and we've decided. You need to perform well and not embarrass me. Yes, I will. All right, come with me. I live in the staff housing in E-City. When everyone heard staff housing, their eyes showed envy, almost tangible. Everyone knew that those living there worked in the government, and they weren't ordinary people, at least with a chief title. Qin Shue followed behind silently. She couldn't talk much with this man now. Who knew if chatting would make him suspicious? It was better to wait until they reached the place. They walked eastward, and Qin Shua wondered if he was really taking her to some staff housing. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly the man turned his heels and went into a nearby alley. Qin Shua, faster in reaction than her thoughts, followed him. The man looked surprised that Qin Shua didn't ask anything and thought to himself how lucky he was. Today's task was so easy to complete. After walking for a few minutes, the man suddenly stopped. Hurry up and go. Time is running out and I still have to go to work. Oh, okay. Qin Shua took a few quick steps forward. The man behind her stopped at a corner. In a quiet, run-down small yard ahead, the man suddenly grabbed her, pushed open a nearby door, and pushed her into the yard. Before Qin Shua could ask what was happening, the man took a cloth from his pocket and stuffed it into her mouth. Fortunately, the cloth was new and still smelled faintly of fabric, or she might have lost her temper. If she hadn't been caught, she might have already taken action before they even got her to the training camp. Hey, Songzi, did you find something today? This one can read. Hurry up and lock her up. Tomorrow, she'll be sent to the training camp in Yenmeng. That's really something. It's a rare find. Yeah, it took me 2 days to do this. Qin Shua was pulled into the house by her collar. She rolled her eyes to show her disdain for the person called Songzi. It wasn't really 2 days. What did he do during those 2 days? Just a few words, and he was exhausted. If she hadn't walked into their trap herself, how could this man have brought her here so easily? She thought to herself, carefully watching the yard. The yard looked very ordinary, dilapidated, so poor that even mice wouldn't bother to live here. Few people moved around inside, but there were quite a few breaths, at least 10 or more. Of course, there might be other things they called goods hidden here. This place was definitely not their base. It was probably just a small, hidden spot to hide from others. She heard the sound of chains clinking, then a feeling of weightlessness. She collapsed onto the dry grass, curled up, and sat up slowly. She looked around the room, which was just a thatched hut with gaps letting the wind in. Her heart eased a little. She was mainly worried about too many people being inside. If the room was airtight, the smell would be overwhelming. Even as an undercover agent, she wanted to be a careful one. She didn't want to breathe in any disgusting odors. Let me out. Let me out. What are you doing to me? Where's Yang Yaoquan? Yang Yaoquan, that guy, I trusted him. I thought he was a good person, but it turns out he's just like those rats in the gutter with you guys. When I get out, I will send all of you to jail. This familiar voice, familiar tone, and silly way of threatening, it's none other than Qin Hongshan. You said you'd take revenge if you got out, so why would they still let you go? Is everyone in the world as foolish as you? The door was open from outside, and 2 burly men came in, heading straight for Qin Hongshan. They slapped her face hard. Even without looking, she knew the force was strong. Her face would be swollen, if not already.
Ow.
You dare hit me? Dare hit me? My parents never hit me, but you dare to hit me. It's so typical. Everyone in the world spoils her. Stupid woman, are you shouting? Do you believe I will kill you? Let me tell you, I have people who can do that. If you make me angry, be careful you won't see tomorrow's sun. Qin Hongshan shrank back, no longer daring to speak. The others inside the room looked numb, hugging their thighs, ignoring what was happening. They couldn't even protect themselves, so who could they care about now? All right, Lao Lu, it's just the new girl. She doesn't know the rules. Just teach her a lesson. If she gets too scared, she won't sell for a good price. Be good for me. Before leaving the shed, the burly man glanced at Qin Shua, who was quietly obedient, then joked with Songzi. Wow, Songzi, you're really lucky. Look at that girl. She's obedient and quiet. That's real understanding. I've never seen such a well-behaved girl. Which one doesn't need proper training? An orphan girl is different from those with parents. She knows how to read faces and understand people. Qin Shua was unexpectedly praised. I don't want your thanks. Suddenly, she felt a hateful gaze. Qin Shua looked up and saw Qin Hongshan. Black fish roe. Could it be that she's jealous too?